to prove that free games are actually the most expensive. After the time travel, you designed a game called Blood Legend. However, as soon as it was released, it was met with ridicule and skepticism online. They believed that free games must lack quality. However, once the game went live, everyone became obsessed with it. They didn't even realize that playing a free game, they spent more money on it than on paid games. Moreover, they willingly spent this money. At this moment, in an internet cafe, a young man closed the game on his screen. Endless Love Duel is indeed good, but the fees are quite high. $1 per hour. Even with my passion, I can't keep playing. The young man is named Wenjiu, and his hobby is playing games. At this moment, he heard someone nearby discussing something. How long do you think that free game will last? I think about 3 months, give or take. This studio has some talent. How can a free game make money? Is it all relying on donations? A free game? When Ziyuan immediately became curious. He then searched the gaming platform and indeed found Blood Legend. The name sounded good, so he clicked to download. The game downloaded in just a minute, and then he registered and logged in. There are only 3 characters: warrior, mage, and priest. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the warrior. Once inside, he arrived at the Earth City and frowned at the graphics. They seemed worse than other games. An hour later, he completed the initial tutorial tasks. He then went to the skeleton cave to farm monsters, and when he hit one, it retaliated and took away a chunk of his health. At this moment, he finally saw the monster's name, which was different from the others around. This was a boss. When Ziyuan clumsily operated the keyboard, still unaware of the boss's information. After taking a couple more hits, he was about to die. With his dodging, it took him several minutes to finally defeat the boss. Upon its defeat, several items dropped, including a weapon. He picked it up and checked the bow, which was named Linzong 0-18. This was better than his current ebony sword, so he eagerly tried to equip it, only to find it had a level requirement. He was 1 level short. If he equipped this weapon, wouldn't defeating bosses be easier? Just then, a warrior came beside him, also farming small monsters. Anyone playing RPGs knows about leveling up. However, there were only so many small monsters here, and the respawn rate barely kept up with his farming speed. If another person joined, there wouldn't be enough monsters to go around. When Ziyuan moved closer, wanting to type a message, at that moment, he had a realization. He swung at the warrior in front of him. Can I attack other players? When Ziyuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately used a skill. He hit the warrior named Wu Duo and quickly took him down. This excited him. In the previous games he played, it was all about monster hunting, and even if there was PvP, it was always matched. This was the first game where players could attack each other outside of instances. Meanwhile, in a rented room, a somewhat disheveled man looked in surprise at the screen, which had returned to the main city. The man was named Chin Hui, a game streamer, but just a small one. Usually, his stream had only a few dozen viewers, maybe just over 100 at peak. At this moment, several comments popped up on the screen. Wu Duo actually got taken down. It was then he realized, this game actually allows players to attack each other in the wild. From the messages below, it seemed he was the first player to be killed. Chen Hui slammed his hand on the table in anger, the first one to be killed. How embarrassing. I need to get my revenge. He immediately retraced his steps, preparing to take down the warrior who had just killed him. Arriving at the spot where he was defeated, he found that the warrior was still there farming monsters, which made Chin Hui even angrier. He had been ambushed and was now calmly farming. Meanwhile, when Ziyuan also saw the warrior return, he dodged the warrior's attack, and with a swift strike of his crescent blade, when Ziyuan dealt a significant amount of damage to Wu Duo. In the game, you can modify the health bar, but the opponent can't see the exact health points. They can only see health segments. Each segment represents 2 health points. After a few hits, Chen Hui couldn't land a hit on the opposing warrior. It seems the opponent is a skilled player, he said while creating distance. Guys, the opponent is a pro. I need to take this seriously. Saying this, he charged forward again, but soon, with a cry from his character, Chen Hui was killed once more. So close. I almost dodged his crescent blade. Several comments floated across the screen. Killed again. Come on, streamer, your skills are lacking. Chen Hui remained silent, merely checking his status. Wait for me to buy some potions. After purchasing, he planned to go after him again. I didn't use any potions earlier, but the opponent did. He quickly returned to the spot. The warrior was still there. Don't blame me, I won't hold back this time. When Ziyuan glanced over and quickly dispatched the low-health monster. Then he charged towards Wu Duo. Farming monsters was getting a bit dull, but encountering this warrior was unexpected. He could tell the warrior had some skill based on his movements. However, he still felt he had the upper hand. This piqued when Ziyuan's interest. He wanted to see what other tricks the warrior had. A minute later, Wu Duo's lifeless body lay on the ground. Chen Hui stared at the dark screen, taking a deep breath. This guy is something else. Brothers, wait for me to light some incense before I return. With that, he turned off the camera. After dying a few more times, Chen Hui's stream now had 300 viewers, all tuning in to watch him get taken down. He returned to the skeleton cave, looking for trouble with that warrior again. However, he didn't notice that the warrior had leveled up. Meanwhile, when Ziyuan was checking his character panel, preparing to equip Ling Feng, if that little warrior named Wu Duo came back, he would take him out instantly. Just then, the border of his screen turned red. The little warrior named Wu Duo had returned. Without equipping Ling Feng, Wen Ziyuan retaliated immediately. After taking down Wen Ziyuan, Chen Hui, with half health remaining, laughed and said, "Brothers, this guy is also running low. Watch how I take him down this time." But as they fought, his health decreased even more. The opponent's health was now equal to his own. Just seconds later, he fell to the ground again. Chen Hui slammed the table in frustration. So close. I could have taken him down. This is so frustrating. He glanced at the screen and noticed that his stream had over 600 viewers. When did so many people join? Meanwhile, the comments were asking what game this was. It's the new game Blood Legend, just released today. It's that free game. At that moment, he respawned. Even though there are more people in the live stream now, he still wanted to find that warrior from earlier, but he was just a moment too late. By the time he returned, the warrior's name had already turned red. Why did his name turn red? He hovered his mouse over it and saw a new status in the status bar. The name turns red after multiple kills. At the same time, it becomes extremely dangerous to be killed. After a kill, it will drop equipment, and the status will disappear after 6 hours. At this moment, he realized that this warrior named Ice Feng was wielding a different weapon than his own. Upon seeing the stats, his expression changed. The attack cap was 15 points higher than his. How could he possibly fight that? He could only helplessly say, "Brothers, we can't win. This guy's stats are all stronger than mine. There's no way to defeat him. We should level up first." It's strange. Where did he get that weapon with such good stats? Suddenly, he noticed a uniquely named monster in the upper right corner. Could it be a boss drop? After all, he had played many games and knew some of the mechanics. In the internet cafe, when Ziyuan let out a deep sigh, the recent PK was exhilarating, and he hadn't played so intensely in a long time. That warrior named Wu Duo was clearly an experienced player, with various maneuvers and skill combos. If it weren't for his own stat advantage, he might not have been able to take him down. At that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. When he looked up, he was surprised to see that the area was filled with people. "Bro, what game are you playing?" When Ziyuan was startled, it turned out they were asking about the game he was playing. He thought they were up to something. Then, he pointed to the icon and said, "This is the game, Blood Legend." One person looked at the icon and asked, "Isn't that the free game?" "Wow, it really is Blood Legend. Hurry and download it. I want to experience the thrill of PK." Meanwhile, in the dorm, Bai Zhanfei was looking at the game's data. He was also very excited. It had only been 6 hours since Lao Su launched it, and there were already 70,000 players online. This data was truly explosive, but unfortunately, it was a free game. "I don't know what you were thinking when you made it free. How are we supposed to make money?" He smiled slightly but didn't reply. Instead, he opened the backend. The backend not only displayed the number of online players but also showed a revenue amount. At this point, the amount was already 3,000. "Is this our profit for today?" Bai Zhanfei looked on in astonishment. A free game means the game is free to play, but not entirely free. So how do you make it work? Pay to win items? Wouldn't that destroy the game's balance? He still couldn't understand. "How could I dig my own grave?" As he spoke, he opened a page with detailed records showing Yuanbao recharge plus 100, Yuanbao recharge plus 6, Yuanbao recharge plus 30. Lao Su's Yuanbao recharge was impressive. Bai Zhanfei looked at him, and he looked back. In Blood Legend, the currency system consists of gold coins and Yuanbao. Gold coins drop from monsters, while Yuanbao can also drop, but the drop rate is low. Some items can only be purchased with Yuanbao. If you want them, you have to recharge. After hearing this, Bai Zhanfei frowned. "Isn't this going to disrupt the game's balance? You're just waiting to see player feedback. You adjusted the gameplay a bit in the game. This kind of recharge won't disrupt the balance. Most of the recharges are just superficial enhancements. How could a newly launched game disrupt its balance? This could hurt our reputation." Bai Zhanfei still trusted him. "Just keep an eye on it. I'm going to check out what's fun about this game and see if you've really disrupted the balance." Saying this, he sat down, downloaded the game, and started playing. You said nothing and continued to watch the data. In fact, you understood while he was playing. you couldn't directly use the original version of Blood Legend. Back then, in China, it was because there weren't many good games, and everyone was experiencing such games for the first time, getting hooked on them. But here, it's different. The gaming industry is developed, and there are MMORPGs available. If it were like before, players might lose interest after a few days. So, you made some innovations that didn't disrupt the balance and changed the gameplay a bit. Now, it seems this innovation has succeeded, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many recharges. Then you glanced at the time, thinking that at this rate, the profits in 24 hours might exceed 30,000. Once the numbers go up, earning over 100,000 in a day won't be a problem. Meanwhile, in the internet cafe, when Ziyuan was grinding monsters, and he began to understand the gameplay, accessories rely on the advantages of equipment and skill. As for equipment, you can obtain it by grinding monsters. If you want better gear, you need to fight bosses. So now, he wasn't fighting small monsters, instead, he was searching the map for big ones. Luckily, there weren't many players around, and some were still grinding small monsters, so no one was competing with him for drops. Without some skill, it wouldn't be easy to take them down solo. He was aware that defeating a boss required dodging its attacks. At that moment, he had just killed a boss. It dropped an item, confirming his guess. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. When Ziyuan turned around to see a young man looking at him. "Bro, I saw you can solo big monsters. Can you help me out? I've tried a few times but couldn't take one down." "You mean that monster you just killed? We've tried 3 times together, and we were really close each time. I saw you took it down solo in one life. I'd like to ask for your help." When Ziyuan immediately agreed. Playing alone was a bit boring, so he added him as a friend and stood still waiting. "Just wait a moment, we'll come stand by you." The two of them moved to a different location and shared their coordinates. The 3 of them arrived at a place where there was a party option. "We only just found this place too, otherwise, we might have accidentally attacked each other." At this point, when Ziyuan noticed a few statuses, one of which was for forming a party. Once the 3 were in a party, they approached the big monster. One of the 2 was a priest, and the other was a mage, neither of whom were very high level. They definitely couldn't handle this big monster alone. With the 2 of them there, they easily took it down, and the loot was perfectly suited for the mage. "Bro, we'll just take this gear since you won't need those materials. Here, take it." When Ziyuan nodded and picked up a bottle, he glanced at the blessing oil and read the description, feeling a bit excited. "If that's the case, my blessing wine, wouldn't that mean every hit would be max damage?" He immediately applied it to his weapon, and a lucky attribute appeared on him. He then wanted to go farm more blessing oil, as suggested by the person who asked for his help. "Bro, how about we play together? You're alone anyway." "No problem, let's team up. It's perfect since we'll have all 3 classes covered." The group played for another 2 hours, but then when Ziyuan's computer popped up a low time warning. "Sorry, it's time for me to go. I don't have any money left." The other 2 were really into the game, relying on Wen Ziyuan to level up so quickly. They could take down big monsters easily, but now their main support was leaving. "That's not okay." "Don't worry, bro, keep playing. The internet manager has extended the hours by 5 more. Since it's such a fun game, of course, I want to enjoy it." When Ziyuan nodded. "If someone covers the internet fee, then I'm all in." After a while, a notification popped up on the 3 computers. The monster grinding time had exceeded 5 hours, and experience gain would be reduced by 20%. After another hour, it would drop by 30%. After 3 more hours, only 50% of the experience would be gained. They looked at the solution. It would reset after midnight. To avoid the experience reduction, they could purchase recovery potions, but those could only be bought with Yuan Bao. "There's no way." When Ziyuan shook his head slightly, he had no money left to recharge. He understood that game developers certainly didn't want players to stay here forever. 5 hours had already passed. That was already a long time. Some companies directly canceled rewards to address situations like this. "Bro, I'll cover your recharge," one of them said while looking at the store interface. The person next to him said that the next day, after eating with Bai Zhanfei, they sat at the computer, watching the launch day data for the new game from Goose Factory, Twilight World. Bai Zhanfei gasped in shock. Goose Factory's new game, Twilight World, broke RPG records with 24 million online players on the first day. Lao Su exclaimed. "With that many players, there can't be many left on our side." You weren't surprised at all. With Goose Factory's scale, they could definitely achieve this. However, Blood Legend wasn't just a pushover. He checked yesterday's recharge data that morning, and it had already exceeded 30,000. That was comparable to a paid game with around 10,000 players playing for half a day. However, with Goose Factory's launch day data out, there would surely be a lot of discussion online. This would indirectly serve as free advertising for Goose Factory's Twilight World. their game numbers would definitely increase even further. Although Blood Legend was free, it had no promotional channels and could only rely on word of mouth among players. Lao Su stepped out, and Bai Zhanfei stared at the computer screen. Blood Legend had 36,845 pre-registrations and 42,356 online players on the first day, he said, looking at the data. Bai Zhanfei was stunned. It was his first time seeing the number of online players on the first day exceed the pre-registration number. The data for Blood Legend in front of him felt surreal. If this keeps up, it could surpass 100,000 within a week, Bai Zhanfei said excitedly. By the way, what about yesterday's profits? How much did we make? He held up one finger. 10,000? Bai Zhanfei jumped in excitement. At this rate, we definitely won't lose money. We could recoup our costs in a month. He rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit overwhelmed. By the way, we only bought a server for 50,000 players. Now that the numbers are probably about right, we need to rent another server, he said as he pulled out his phone and stepped outside. After a while, he returned with a happy expression. We've hit 100,000. Now we can rent another server for 100,000 players. How much did you spend in total? Not much, just over 500,000, right? Did you take out a loan? Nope, my family knows I'm starting a business and has been supportive. The appearance of the launch day data made most players curious, and for them, they were also checking out whether the new game was fun and worth trying. Meanwhile, in Goose Factory's Tianfeng studio, many executives sat together, observing the launch day data. Tianfeng Studio was one of the top studios at Goose Factory. Their latest game, Twilight World, had broken RPG records, and this success was thanks to everyone here. We should manage it well and strive to make it the company's flagship game, said the smiling manager at the guard post. Everyone present responded with smiles. By the way, President Wang, I recently discovered a game that's similar to ours. It's also an MMORPG, but it's surprisingly free. A free game. How do they profit? Which company made it? I've never heard of them. It's a newly registered studio with only 2 people. Let them be. What can a small studio with 2 people create? How can they compete with our team of nearly 1,000? Even if it's free, what about the future? How can they afford servers and maintenance? Don't worry about them, President Wang encouraged. This is just the beginning. I hope the results are even better by year-end, then I'll apply for double year-end bonuses for everyone. At that moment, a trending news story broke. The launch day numbers for June revealed that Goose Factory's new game, Twilight World, surprisingly ranked second. This headline prompted many people to click on it. The post listed the top 10 games for June, and the rankings were sorted based on pre-registration numbers and the ratio of online players on the first day. The other games had ratios of only a fraction, while Blood Legend achieved an astonishing ratio of over 1. Such a situation had rarely occurred before, and when people found out, they learned that this game called Blood Legend was actually a free game. It was surprising that someone had started making free games. Meanwhile, Chen Hui's gaming livestream audience began to soar. From just over 300 yesterday, it had already reached 2,000 today. He was live streaming Blood Legend, thanks to the post. Most viewers wanted to see what made Blood Legend so special, especially since the first day online player count exceeded the pre-registrations. At this moment, Chen Hui was continually explaining the game to newcomers in the livestream. He was explaining the gameplay when a large red bullet message floated by. To learn more about the game, please watch the livestream replay at the 56-minute mark. Chen Hui thought for a moment. Isn't that when I got wrecked by that warrior yesterday? He then returned to the main city, opened up the previous day's replay, and angrily said, "Let me recap for yesterday's fans. That guy was definitely a pro." He paused at that moment. You see, I made the first move, but after I hit him once, he quickly created distance. If I got close, he could take the initiative to attack. The viewers in the livestream watched his recap, noticing that by the third time, Chen Hui had already been at constant temperature in the bottom left corner. From this death, that guy was definitely an experienced player. It's a pity I couldn't find him today. Seeing such excitement, the viewership in the live stream decreased. It's so fun, I want to play instead of just watching you. The trending topics hadn't died down yet, and at that moment, another trending topic surged up. The streamer, Hongwen, in that instant, this new trending topic had climbed to number 37, while Blood Legend already held 2 spots on the trending list. This significantly boosted Blood Legend's visibility. By the third day, the online player count had reached over 300,000, and not only the game, but also the streamer, Chen Hui, who had capitalized on this wave of popularity. He never expected that simply live streaming a game would attract such massive traffic. With over 100,000 viewers, his popularity was steadily rising. At this point, he wasn't explaining the game anymore. He was engaged in a PK with Bai Zhanfei, glancing at the back-end data in awe. If this keeps up, Lao Su, we might run out of server capacity. I only rented for a month, and the max capacity is only 500,000. If it continues like this, the server will be completely full by tomorrow. In the dormitory, Bai Zhanfei looked at the back-end data, also taken aback. The game was surprisingly popular, with 300,000 online players, something he never dreamed of, and it was only the third day. Old Su, if this continues, the server won't be enough. I only rented it for a month, and the maximum capacity is only 500,000. If it keeps going like this, the server will be full by tomorrow. Su Yang nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Once the game server was full, players wouldn't be able to log in, and they would be criticized. Looks like I have to take out a loan. Forget it, by the time your loan comes through, players will have already cursed your ancestors. I'll handle it. Saying this, he took his phone and walked out. After about 10 minutes, Bai Zhanfei returned with a smile. My family gave me significant support. They provided us with this amount. He held up one finger. 1 million? He nodded. Now we can rent 10 servers. With that, he went back to operating. As Bai Zhanfei had anticipated, by evening, the game had already surpassed 500,000 and had reached 670,000. In just 3 days, from 30,000 reservations to 670,000 online players, no company had ever achieved this. By the third day, profits had already reached 100,000. It wouldn't be long, not even a month, before all costs would be recovered. The online buzz for Hot-Blooded Legend had subtly surpassed the discussions about Twilight World breaking records. Some players of Twilight World, upon hearing about the free game Hot-Blooded Legend, also downloaded it, eager to see what was fun about this game. After all, it was just a free game. Whether it was fun could only be determined by trying it out. As time passed, it was already the 5th day. At this moment, in the Tianfeng studio building, several executives were holding a meeting in a conference room. What's going on? It's been 3 days, and our Twilight World online numbers are rising so slowly? In 3 days, only an increase of 200,000. This is completely unreasonable. Is there a problem with the technology? President Wang asked the technical head. The technical head stood up. President Wang, there are no issues with the technology. I've been monitoring it for the past 2 days. It's not due to technical problems. Then what is the reason? President Wang slammed the table. If this continues, don't even talk about breaking 50 million online. 30 million will be difficult. We spent tens of millions to create this game, and it's just a lot of noise with little result? At this point, the operations supervisor spoke up. President Wang, could it be because of that free game Hot-Blooded Legend? You mean that free game made by those two people's small studio? President Wang asked. What are their current numbers? The operations supervisor opened the screen. In the past 2 days, their game has made it to the trending list twice. They don't have an official website, so I'm not sure about their specific data. But based on the popularity ranking on the gaming platform, it should have surpassed 500,000. President Wang tapped his fingers on the table. In 5 days, from over 30,000 reservations to over 500,000, the quality of this game must be good. He then asked, have you all played their game? The others exchanged glances. Not only had they not downloaded it, but they hadn't even seen the game's graphics. Those who could sit here for a meeting had no time to play games, but they hadn't informed the lower staff to look into that free game. President Wang's face darkened as he said to them, go now. I don't care if you play or ask around. By this time tomorrow, I want you to understand this game. With that, he stood up and left. Only a few people looked at each other before getting up to go learn about the game. By the next day, several senior executives from Tianfeng Studio were sitting here. President Wang's expression was still not very good. How much do we understand? The people below had almost grasped the situation. The technical director spoke up. Their game style is different from the games we've launched before. Although it has a high degree of freedom, it includes a PvP mode. In our Twilight World, PvP can only be done in separate instances, but in Legend of Blood, players can engage in PvP anywhere outside the safe zone, which allows for various gameplay options. When it was the operations manager's turn to speak, he stood up and said, although this game is free to play, there are indeed monetization points. Some items in the game cannot be purchased with in-game currency. You need to recharge specific currency to buy them. However, this specific currency is not only obtainable through recharging, there is also a chance to earn it in the game. The remaining people also stood up to share what they understood. After they finished speaking, President Wang asked, now that we know their gameplay, what are your thoughts? The operations manager replied, I think we can learn from their game's operational model. For example, in-game item acquisition. We currently obtain items by completing tasks and purchasing with in-game currency. I think we could also allow for recharge options. President Wang nodded, that works. Also, regarding equipment, it seems that the equipment in their game is quite precious, especially the high-level gear. One of my colleagues joined a group where someone even spent money to buy it. I think we could also introduce such equipment, rare gear that we could drop from instances, but we could increase the difficulty of those instances to make our equipment even rarer. The operations manager's words made the technical director frown, and just as he was about to speak, President Wang said, "Okay, let's do it that way. That's the right approach. We need to learn from the standout aspects of other games and apply them. This way, we can do better. With our scale, what other company can compete with us?" Thus, the entire meeting revolved around making adjustments to the game. As time passed, the popularity of Legend of Blood showed no signs of declining. Instead, it was on the rise. Wow, it's only the 7th day, and the online player count has already risen to over 1 million. Bai Zhanfei looked at the data on his computer, unable to calm down for a long time. Is this the game he and Su Yang are running together? Although he didn't participate in the production, he was involved in the operations, and he covered almost all the costs, so it could be said that he and Su Yang did it together. Su Yang chuckled, "Over 1 million? That's nothing. My goal is 30 million brave warriors." 30 million? 5 million would be good enough. Don't be fooled by the current momentum. Most players are just here for a novelty. There have been similar news before, and what happened in the end? Su Yang didn't respond. It wasn't certain. Legend of Blood is a free game, the first serious free game in the world. Just the word free can attract a large number of players. Now, among the two MMORPG games, the Goose Factory's Twilight World began to show signs of decline. Although the numbers were rising, they were far from what they had expected. A portion of those players were attracted by Legend of Blood, as there are only so many players who enjoy this type of game, and some were drawn away by Legend of Blood. Moreover, this gap was narrowing, so today, the leaders of Tianfeng Studio began another meeting. This meeting was clear, to resolve the issues mentioned last time, and now on the 7th day, it was time for an update. They would incorporate the previously mentioned borrowing of Legend of Blood's gameplay into their game. On Su Yang's side, he began to work on the version update. Now that the number of players had increased, it was time to enter the next phase. In these 7 days, the first batch of players had already reached the 3rd continent, but that was far from enough. The most exciting elements of the game had yet to be released. This update would introduce these elements: first, the guilds, and second, the 3 major equipment types. In this kind of game, equipment is what truly matters, especially since he had not yet unlocked other gameplay options. With the introduction of these 3 major equipment types, it would undoubtedly attract a swarm of players. Additionally, with the launch of guilds, there would be guild wars, the most exhilarating gameplay in the game, siege battles. Not only that, Su Yang also added a new gameplay feature, the arena. This time, the players attracted were not all RPG enthusiasts. There were also those who enjoyed competitive games. In outdoor battles, various factors could influence the outcome, but by establishing a dedicated arena, those external factors would be eliminated. Coupled with the equipment update, players might feel a lack of motivation. He planned to place the updated equipment on bosses with a very low drop rate, ensuring the rarity of the gear, rather than having everyone wielding common weapons. At this moment, Bai Zhanfei looked at the table and asked, "Are we going to proceed with the version update?" Su Yang nodded. "Yes, it's been 7 days. Some players were attracted by the free game, but they might not necessarily enjoy this type of game, so we need to introduce new gameplay." "That makes sense. Will this update be significant? Are there new paid items?" "There are new paid items, but they are minor. This time, I don't plan to launch them right away. I want to whet the players' appetites first. If this update is managed well, the online player count will increase significantly, and it will also encourage players to spend money." He then showed Bai Zhanfei the entire update plan, which made him clap his hands in excitement. This update is fantastic. It caters not only to RPG players but also keeps PvP enthusiasts engaged. However, regarding the arena, what do you mean by peak showdown? I can understand having ranks in the arena to match players of similar skill levels, but requiring players to reach the gold rank to unlock the peak showdown seems unnecessary. Su Yang shook his head. "You don't understand." He then explained to Bai Zhanfei that there were 3 ranks, bronze, silver, and gold, each with 9 tiers. Each tier required 100 points, and winning a match would earn a few points, while losing would cost about the same. Once a player reached gold, it indicated that their skills were quite strong. Only then could they enter the peak showdown, where they would face equally skilled opponents, and with so many players together, no one would back down. In the peak showdown, several titles would be awarded, including the 3 strongest classes and the top 10 players in each class. To ensure fairness despite equipment differences, all players would be provided with standardized equipment and skill levels, meaning everyone would start on equal footing. This way, the winners determined here would be accepted by all players. The title of strongest was something no player would dislike, especially those who loved PvP. After hearing Su Yang's explanation, Bai Zhanfei's eyes lit up. this arena would undoubtedly be in a constant state of excitement. He had just seen the titles Su Yang showcased, and wearing the title of strongest brought a sense of satisfaction. Even being among the top 10 titles would make some players think twice before challenging them. But with this siege battle, a group of people fighting, even the strongest warrior wouldn't be able to withstand them all. You don't understand. Compared to the arena, siege battles are what I have the most confidence in. Do you think it's more interesting to play a game alone or with a group of people? Su Yang asked. Bai Zhanfei thought for a moment. That's true, it's only fun when a group plays together, especially in this kind of brawl. It also tests coordination. Plus, with the weekly small siege and the monthly big one, it keeps players looking forward to it. By now, Legend of Blood has opened more than 20 servers, but that's still far from enough. On average, each server has tens of thousands of players, and with so many people forming guilds to participate in sieges, just thinking about it is thrilling. Fortunately, Su Yang made some changes. Shabak is large enough to accommodate 10,000 people. A level 1 guild can recruit 500 members, and at level 5, a guild can have 3,000 players. This way, there won't be too many guilds in one server, otherwise, it would get chaotic. Another thing is that not only will each server have sieges, but Su Yang also made some adjustments. Every month, a cross-server Shabak will open, bringing together players from 3 regions. The guilds from these 3 servers will compete for the title of Shabak Lord, which will make them pay more attention to this event. After all, he also specially opened a cross-server boss. This involves 3 regions, so there will be friction between guilds from different servers, making the competition for cross-server Shabak intense. Let's wait for the players' reactions, Su Yang said, looking at the screen. I've finished updating, how about you? When Ziyuan glanced at the screen of the person next to him, I wonder what this update will bring. Who knows? Feiyang hasn't shared any news, not even an announcement. We can only wait to see once we log in. I think that's not bad, it gives us a little anticipation. Maybe this time they'll introduce a special area. I always feel uncomfortable fighting. If there aren't monsters around, I'm either ganged up on or overwhelmed. The group discussed what this update might include. When Ziyuan had already started logging in, he could say he had been addicted to the game these days, especially since he had no classes during this time, so he played whenever he had the chance. His level had already reached 29. Although it wasn't the highest in the server, he was among the higher-level players. He heard what the people around him were saying, and he also hoped this update would introduce a dedicated PK area. Although his skills were decent, he couldn't withstand being attacked by several players at once. His luck hadn't been great lately either, and he hadn't found any good equipment. The game had already announced all the equipment, and he didn't even have a single high-level item. This made him fall behind in fights. Once he entered the game, all the content from the update was revealed. The first item was the update of 3 major weapons. Looking at the warrior's weapon made him envious. The judgment that appeared this time is truly a great piece of equipment, but unfortunately, the announcement says it's difficult to obtain. It seems I'm not destined to have it. He continued to look, and when he saw the arena, his eyes lit up. I knew Feiyang wouldn't disappoint me. They really added an arena, a dedicated PK area. His words caught the attention of his friends nearby. They really updated the PK area? When Ziyuan nodded, look, they also added a guild feature. We can create a guild and play together. Look at this title, The Strongest Warrior. Wow, that's really cool, when Ziyuan said excitedly. Hearing his voice, those around him who were updating rushed over to take a look. And this, Guild Wars, attacking cities together between guilds, just hearing about it makes my blood boil. I can't wait, I need to jump in and play. After reading the announcement, the people who had come over returned to their seats, waiting for the update. At this point in time, everyone should be updating. I'll go take down a boss. He was just a small fraction of experience away from level 30, and defeating a boss would yield a large amount of experience. Soon, he arrived at the Zuma temple. Last time I almost defeated the leader by myself. Let's give it another try. Maybe I can do it this time. Upon arriving, he found that there was indeed no one around, so he began to farm the boss. This time he was well prepared with potions and was fully stocked. He was now at luck +5. Each hit dealt high damage, so after nearly half an hour, he managed to kill the leader. Phew, that was close. I almost didn't make it. At that moment, he noticed something dropped on the ground, a beam of light. What's this? Judgment, when Ziyuan exclaimed. He didn't expect to have obtained judgment. It had just been updated, and he had already gotten the strongest weapon for warriors. He immediately picked it up and checked its attributes. 10 to 30 attack, such high damage, the upper limit is incredible. If every hit is 30, who can defeat me? Fortunately, the game had inheritance potions. Although they were paid, he was willing to spend the money. He spent $10 and inherited luck +3. Inheritance could only go up to 3. After all, he didn't have many blessing oils, and adding 3 points of luck was far better than his current attack. Hearing his voice, people around him rushed over. Bro, did you get Judgment? It just updated, and you got Judgment? Several people looked curiously at the weapon in his hand. The design was so cool, and its attributes could easily outclass other weapons. Wasn't it said that the drop rate for the 3 major weapons is very low? And you got one? Someone asked curiously. Maybe I'm just lucky, Wen Ziyuan said happily. This might be the first Judgment in the whole server. Not just that, it could be the first in the entire game. It's only been half an hour since the update, and it's already out. Wen Ziyuan opened the weapon's attributes, and sure enough, there was a serial number below. Judgment weapon has a serial number? It read 001001. Look, 001. Doesn't that mean this is the first in the whole server? But why are there two 001s? That should be for the entire game. Wow, the first in the entire game. I'm so envious of this guy's luck. A 30-year-old man in a mink coat walked over. Bro, are you selling that Judgment? I'll offer you 5,000 for it. When Ziyuan turned around, surprised to hear 5,000. He hadn't expected a weapon could sell for that much. At that moment, someone beside him said, "This is the first in the entire game, and it's an extremely rare weapon. Isn't 5,000 too little? At least it should be several tens of thousands?" Hearing several tens of thousands, Wen Ziyuan's heart raced even more. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head. "Sorry, I don't want to sell it. I want to use it myself." "Alright then," the mink-coated man said and left. The people around looked for a while and then also left, asking where it dropped before heading back to find the boss. However, the refresh time for such bosses was relatively long, about 2 hours. Although there were first to third lines, there were only 3 in total. Now that Wen Ziyuan had defeated one, only 2 remained. After finishing the boss, he had reached level 30, just in time to equip Judgment. Equipping Judgment, he went to fight a few monsters, and it was quite easy. Alright, it's time to check out the arena. I wonder if my Judgment can dominate others. Entering the arena, he clicked to match, and as soon as he clicked, he was matched with someone and entered the arena. Fortunately, the arena rules would equalize player levels, and there were no restrictions on equipment. The equipment on the opposite side was no better than his own from before, and in just a few moves, he was knocked down. After that, he kept playing in the arena, and in just half an hour, he had already reached Bronze Tier 3. These people's skills aren't that great, there's not even one who can fight. At that moment, the 2 people who had started playing with him earlier were nearby. "Ziyuan, let's create a guild, it would be more convenient to team up." When Ziyuan nodded, "Sure." The few of them continued playing in the internet cafe. Meanwhile, the Dusk World from Goose Factory began its first game update. They had perfectly timed it to avoid clashing with the update of Blood Legend, choosing noon for the release. This time, Tianfeng Studio was full of confidence, believing they could definitely crush Blood Legend. Thus, the Dusk World completed this update. In the evening, the higher-ups of Tianfeng Studio gathered together to report on the results after today's update. Looking at the data on the screen, President Wang's expression darkened. After an entire afternoon, the number of online players had not only failed to increase but had actually decreased. After so many days, they had not broken through the 30 million mark, instead, it had dropped to 24 million. It was even worse than the first day's data, which was infuriating for President Wang. How could a game that had been released for only a few days see its online numbers start to decline? Not to mention, this was their Goose Factory's game. Tianfeng Studio was also top-notch within Goose Factory, and previous games they launched had always seen an increase in player numbers. This time, with such a perfect start and such a high number of online players on the first day, it had turned into this in just a few days. If the higher-ups found out, his position would be at risk. The Dusk World had received strong promotion from the entire Goose Factory, with advertisements everywhere in other games. Such a large flow of traffic had now turned into this. Go check the player feedback. What exactly is the reason? The technical staff opened the official website, where player ratings and feedback were displayed. Throughout the afternoon, players had been complaining, and the ratings were all 1 star. What garbage is this update? Why has the drop rate decreased? Before, I could get at least 3 gold coins from a monster, and now there's not even a guaranteed drop? Damn it, not only has the drop rate decreased, but you also launched several recharge events. What's the meaning of that? What's going on? We were already paying to play the game, and now you want to force us to spend money on items? Have you seen how cheap those items are? What a trash game. You promoted it so heavily, thinking it would be a good game, but it turned out to be a huge letdown. I might as well play Legend. And there's paid equipment purchases. Planner, come out and take a look at the attributes of those few pieces of equipment. How is it that those who spend money are your masters? Scrolling through dozens of comments, they were all insults directed at them. Especially that afternoon, there were directly over 10,000 one-star reviews, all cursing them. Initially, they had thought to copy the only paid aspect of Legend. However, they had not balanced it well, and on top of that, they were still using a point card charging model, spending money to play the game, only to have someone else spend money and beat them up in-game. How could this not anger the players? So they all went to the official website to vent their frustrations. President Wang gritted his teeth upon seeing this. The reputation of the entire Dusk world had plummeted. He then looked at everyone and loudly questioned, "What should we do now, huh?" The people sitting there all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. The facts proved that they were all wrong. How about we roll back the update and then give some small benefits? Right now, we can't let players leave, otherwise, we will really become a joke. President Wang pondered for a moment, leaning back in his chair. Alright, let's roll back the update, just do it your way. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today happened to be Saturday, which meant that the legendary first Sand Siege was about to begin. Su Yang had originally set the start time for the Sand Siege at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. This time, Su Yang also offered a wave of benefits. The guild that successfully completes the Sand Siege for the first time will receive a unique title. This title will be one of a kind, although it doesn't have any attributes. Su Yang designed it to look quite cool. Moreover, the title will display the number of players you have killed during the Sand Siege. As the kill count increases, the title will also change. As the time approached, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei looked at the data. Old Su, how many online players do you think there will be by 8 o'clock? Su Yang thought for a moment. There are currently 180,000 registered users, so I estimate there will be about 150,000 online. 150,000? Huh? Half an hour of Sand Siege, if we charged by point cards, that would be 750,000. Stop dwelling on that. Just wait and see, a month from now, the recharge amount won't be lower than the charging system, Su Yang reassured him. You have to understand, if the game is good, players will willingly pay. Look at the Dusk world from Goose Factory. They should be getting criticized right now. Even with massive resources, if the game quality is low, players definitely won't pay. If you don't believe me, check the ratings under our game. Bai Zhanfei, curious, opened the ratings below the game. He didn't even have to search. He directly saw Legend on the game's rating list. At that moment, Legend had already climbed to third place on the rating list. The score had reached 9.1. Bai Zhanfei never expected it to be this high. He clicked in and scrolled down to check the ratings. Almost all were 5 stars, with a few 4 stars. To participate in the rating, players had to play for several hours. Moreover, each player's nickname also displayed their game time. This way, if someone played for a few hours and gave a low score, it would be clear what was going on. After reading a few comments, Bai Zhanfei couldn't help but smile. In my life, this is the first time I played a legitimate free game, and the quality is so good, it can completely outshine other similar games. Go, Fei Yang. Honestly, I haven't played such a fun game in a long time. It's so enjoyable to play with friends. Kudos for this update. The arena is just perfect for me. 2 games released simultaneously, one is a hotcake, and the other is, well, I won't say who. I originally played alone, but now I'm playing with a few friends, teaming up to grind monsters. The moment we dropped the first skill book was the most exciting for me. I still feel thrilled thinking about it. These were all 5-star reviews. Old Su, you were right, there are hardly any 1-star ratings. Most of them are from players who have played for a few hours and aren't even the target audience for this type of game. I believe as long as we don't mess up, Legend will keep getting more popular. Su Yang smiled slightly. Just wait, a month from now, the 2 games will be on completely different levels, and when a month has passed since the release, I plan to update again. At that time, the online numbers will definitely surge. Then it's up to you. You have your own understanding. I can't keep up with your thinking now. I'll just manage my logistics. By the way, we're about to leave school. Where should we go next? You decide, just find a place. It's just the 2 of us now. Alright. And just like that, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. In Chen Hui's livestream, the number of viewers has now surpassed 10,000. Just a few days ago, he was still an unknown small streamer, but due to his legendary status, he has now become a big streamer. Whenever he goes live, the number of people in the stream exceeds 10,000. Chen Hui sits there, answering questions from the bullet comments. It's almost 8 o'clock, time for the siege. If we don't go PK now, let's wait to attack the city together. At this moment, everyone is crowded in the safe zone, looking around, it's all just people. If he doesn't turn off the screen, he can't even see where he is. I'm in Zone 1, and there are dozens of guilds here, but only 3 have real strength. Most of the PK experts are concentrated in the top 3 guilds, and the number of people in those guilds is already full. I'm in the 2nd guild, and this time for the siege, we must take down Shabak. I have to earn that title. Chen Hui said to the bullet comments. At that moment, he saw a comment. Are you talking about the warrior who killed me last time? We're in the same guild. He's also a vice leader, just like me. Let me check his ranking. He should have risen recently. Opening the arena rankings, the first place is a person named Ice Fong. That is indeed Wen Ziyuan's nickname. Wow, this guy has already reached first place, silver tier 4. He must have won a streak, otherwise, I would still be silver tier 2, and he's already tier 4. Clicking on his character panel, Chen Hui's expression immediately darkened. Damn, judgment? When did this guy get judgment? Looking at the attributes of judgment, wow, it's the first judgment in the entire game. How lucky can he be? I want judgment too. If I had judgment, my ranking would definitely be higher than his. At this moment, the bullet comments were full of mockery directed at him. Come on, did you forget how you were beaten last time? You couldn't even take him down after losing several lives. Even if you had a +9 judgment, you wouldn't stand a chance. Chen Hui ignored the bullet comments because the time had already reached 8 o'clock, and Shabak had opened. Since it was the first time, no one knew exactly how to play. Even though there were introductions, no one had been there before, so they didn't know what to expect inside. When everyone entered, they rushed towards the palace. The introduction stated that to successfully siege for the first time, they needed to occupy the palace. At this moment, it was all about who could run fast. The fastest were the Taoists, who had acceleration skills, so the people in front were all Taoists. A group of people ran into the palace, where there was a flag marked to be occupied. At this point, they understood what was going on. They all rushed to grab the flag, but it took 5 seconds to pick it up. The first one was, of course, instantly killed. There were at least a few hundred people in the first wave that rushed in. In an instant, no one could grab the flag. Anyone who tried to touch it was instantly killed. By the time everyone else ran in, the first batch of people had already been wiped out. And upon death, there would be a 1-minute cooldown. Chen Hui began to harvest the people around him, especially targeting the Taoists. Only by taking out the support first could he easily deal with the others afterward. But after only taking down a few, he was activated by someone else, and with the skills of over 20 mages hitting him, he was gone. 5 minutes had already passed, and no one could occupy the flag. The entire palace was in chaos. Not to mention the palace, even outside was packed with people. Except for those who couldn't log in, everyone else had already arrived. Watching his computer screen go gray again, Chen Hui took a deep breath. He had already died 5 times. Here, no matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter. A barrage of skills comes down, and anyone would die. The dozen or so people from the third guild were always together, and when they saw him come up, they just beat him down. He couldn't even run away. At this moment, it seemed he had thought of something. By the way, we're standing together now. Their guild was only at level 2, with a cap of 1,000, and there were over 900 people online. The 900 were all fighting individually, in a chaotic brawl. This was also why no guild had yet captured the flag. Anyone who dared to touch the flag would be focused down. Chen Hui opened the guild chat page. Using his deputy privileges, he tagged everyone. Everyone put on your headphones, I have something to say. Those who saw it entered the guild channel. About 300 to 400 people joined, and Chen Hui said, we can't fight like this. At this rate, no guild will be able to capture the flag. Here's what we'll do. We'll gather in the resurrection area first, then charge in together with hundreds of people, and just hold the flag for 5 seconds. Once we do that, capturing the flag will be easy. Others found this reasonable. He continued, we'll have a few strong players lead the way, and the rest follow behind, with the priests providing support. They then gathered in the resurrection area, waiting for everyone to arrive. As most of the people showed up, Chen Hui shouted, brothers, charge. Let's take down Shabak. A large group surged forward, and the effect was indeed impressive. On the way, they encountered others and quickly eliminated them, all from other guilds. Soon, they reached the palace and immediately began to occupy the flag area. In just a few seconds, half of their numbers were gone, but fortunately, they had secured the flag. Nice, we've got the flag, hold it. Chen Hui commanded. They then left the flag area, knowing that to capture the flag, they needed to clear out the opposing guild members inside the palace. However, with a steady stream of reinforcements coming in, they couldn't clear them out in time. This continued for over 20 minutes. After another black screen, Chen Hui checked the time. 3 minutes left. As long as we hold it, the flag will still be ours. 3 minutes passed, and in the end, the flag remained in their hands. Yay! Chen Hui excitedly jumped up from his chair. We've captured Shabak. At that moment, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. I'm so excited watching this, but unfortunately, my computer isn't with me. What a loss, I couldn't participate in the siege. Ah, me too. I had to work overtime today and can't play on the computer, just watching. It's infuriating, watching the streamer makes my blood boil. I've never seen so many people online simultaneously in such a chaotic battle. Being there in person is really exhilarating. Chenhui looked at the comments. The siege isn't over, it's not like it's gone forever. The fourth time will be cross-server, and that's when it will be the most thrilling. After the siege event ended, they were all forcibly logged out. The titles were also awarded to them immediately. Wow, this is the title for the first siege. After equipping the title, he felt incredibly cool. It even displayed his kill count from this siege, 121. At that moment, his title changed from white light to purple light. Awesome! The siege event concluded. Bai Zhanfei looked at the back-end data, stunned. Old Su, it's only been half an hour. How did the number suddenly increase by 500,000? The online player count for Legend had already surpassed 2 million, and this was just from a single event, astonishingly increasing the numbers. It's only been half an hour, just wait until tomorrow. I estimate it will increase by another 500,000 by then. This one event might add over 1 million, or even more. Wow, this surge in online numbers is truly ridiculous. It's my first time seeing this. We're just a small workshop, and this is a newly launched game that hasn't even been out for a month. The only downside is the revenue. Even with so many online players, the total revenue hasn't even reached 500,000. Most players find that recharging 30 is enough, and it's completely sufficient to buy the necessary items in the game. I think tomorrow's revenue will increase. This time I've added an auction house. Players can put up equipment they don't need on the auction house. Each transaction will incur a 15% handling fee. For an item worth 100 gold, after deducting 15, it means I'll earn 1.5. Just wait and see. With the auction house opened, the daily transaction volume will definitely remain high. Especially for those high-level equipment, I've set a suggested price. Although it's just a suggestion, it's at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold. Each transaction could mean we can deduct hundreds or even thousands in fees. This money will definitely come from the players. After hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei silently gave a thumbs up. You really have a lot of ideas. I'm going to see what people are selling at the auction now. He had also created an account, but he just didn't have time to play. However, he had already reached the trading threshold of the auction house. Opening the auction house, it showed there were over 100,000 items available. Hey, Lao Su, why are there items that can be bought with gold? And most of the equipment is being auctioned for gold. Doesn't that mean there's not much gold left? Su Yang didn't respond and opened his backpack, where there was an exchange option. Look here. Bai Zhanfei looked at the exchange page. 1 gold could be exchanged for 100 coins, meaning 1 yuan could be exchanged for 1,000 coins. There are a lot of items in the game. Although these items are dropped, think about it, the amount of gold obtained is very small. Killing a monster might drop at most 20 or 30 gold, but an item can cost hundreds of gold. The items players need can't be obtained just from killing monsters, not to mention there are more players than monsters. So, they either exchange for gold or use gold to buy. With the auction house, items that aren't available in their shop can be purchased there, but the prices are unknown. Bai Zhanfei nodded, fully believing Su Yang's words. At that moment, he flipped to the gold trading section, and the first item that appeared was the dragon pattern sword. Hiss, someone actually dropped the dragon pattern sword, Bai Zhanfei said excitedly. He knew about this version update. He had seen the 3 major pieces of equipment, the warrior's judgment staff, the mage's bone jade staff, and the Taoist's dragon pattern sword. They had discussed how to adjust the drop rate, and after Su Yang's arrangement, it was set at 0.1%. This probability meant that even after killing 10,000 bosses, there would only be 1 chance to drop it. This probability was simply too low, so it's understandable that the equipment has high attributes. He didn't expect that just the second day, someone had already dropped it. It's worth noting that there are only 3 bosses that can drop this equipment, and with the refresh time and 3 lines, less than 200 can be refreshed in a day. Looking at the item number, 003-001, the third piece of equipment in the game, the first one on this server. It's actually being sold for 100,000 gold. Is this the suggested price you gave? Bai Zhanfei turned to look at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head. The price I set is 180,000 gold. Ah, are you crazy? Setting such a high price, who would buy it? In this world, there hasn't been any item or equipment that directly breaks 10,000. Su Yang unexpectedly set the price at 18,000. With that money, one could play a pay-to-play game until it shuts down. This is still a Taoist's equipment. Among the registered players, the most common profession is the warrior, and the proportion of Taoists is so small. Who would buy it? What does that matter? The price I suggested was 280,000. Don't worry, someone will definitely buy it. Look at the time, it just went on the shelf for less than half an hour. anyone who plays a Taoist will see it and buy it. Don't forget, in the arena, you can use your own equipment, but it won't be useful in the peak showdown. Bai Zhanfei couldn't understand why Su Yang set such a high price, but his decisions had never been wrong, so he decided to go along with it. Meanwhile, in the first server, a group of people in the guild was discussing the failure of the Sand Siege. The guild ranking is based on the combat power of its members, and this time they had all their personnel present, yet they still failed to capture Shabak. President, someone has listed a dragon pattern sword in the auction house. Coincidentally, the president, Daozone, was a Taoist and ranked first on the Taoist leaderboard, usually able to easily defeat some warriors. His skills were top-notch, but he lacked a weapon to showcase his dominance among Taoists. He had spent the whole day fighting bosses with the guild, but the dragon pattern sword had not dropped. Upon seeing it, Daozone immediately went to the auction house. Upon seeing the price, he frowned. It was actually 100,000 ingots. That was too expensive for a weapon, costing 10,000 coins, but he wasn't short on money. He promptly recharged and added 100,000 ingots. He decisively bought the dragon pattern sword, the first dragon pattern sword in their first server. I wonder who got this weapon and listed it. They must not be a Taoist, otherwise, they would definitely keep it for themselves. Looking at the dragon pattern sword in his hand, Daozone was overjoyed. As a Taoist, although he wasn't the activated target, his output was still not as high as those top warriors. But now, with the dragon pattern sword, his output could easily surpass those warriors without a judgment. He then shared the dragon pattern sword in the guild chat. In next week's Sand Siege, we must capture it. Not to mention the rewards, as the first guild, we have to see Shabak at least once. After saying this, he went to the arena to test the power of the dragon pattern sword. The next day, Bai Zhanfei woke Su Yang up early. Old Su, look at yesterday's earnings. Su Yang took the phone and checked. Yesterday's revenue was actually 150,000. That's normal. The auction house has started to gain momentum. Look again, the number of items in the auction house has probably doubled since last night. At this point, Su Yang was no longer sleepy. After getting out of bed, Bai Zhanfei was watching the data. It's true, the items and equipment listed now are twice as many as last night. Su Yang stretched and said, then merchants will start appearing next. Ah, what are merchants? Su Yang had previously learned that this world actually had no game merchants, only brick movers, because the costs were too high, so they never emerged. But Legend was different. Free games didn't require costs, and whatever you got was profit. At this moment, Su Yang asked, I got a judgment. I'll sell it to you, but I only want cash. Are you willing to buy it? Of course, how rare is a judgment? I definitely want to buy it. Then this, I got it for 100,000 coins. If exchanged, Su Yang, that's 1,000 ingots, which is 100. I'll sell it to you for 80, will you buy it? Definitely, that's still cheap. Bai Zhanfei then realized, but wait, if there are many merchants like this, won't we be unable to make money? They'll all be buying from game merchants, and players won't recharge. They'll also compete with players for monsters, which will ruin the player experience. Old Su, how should we solve this? Su Yang patted his shoulder. Don't worry, no one will think of this now. Even if someone does, it's just one person without a script. One person can't play all day and achieve much. As for gold coins, that's too difficult, but for equipment, it might be possible. However, I'm planning to do that in the next version update. After saying this, Su Yang went to wash up. When he returned, Bai Zhanfei was holding his phone. Old Su, it seems we've made the trending searches again. What is it this time? Su Yang walked over. Look, on the trending list, the topic about the legendary game had reached 7th place. Blood Legend, Night of Passion, Siege. Clicking in, there were scenes from several streamers from yesterday, having a great time playing. The comments below also expressed that they had a blast playing last night. Looks like we need to rent servers again. Bai Zhanfei nodded excitedly. Right now, our server can only accommodate 3 million online players, and it's about to hit that limit. I'll go take care of it. It seems like everything from home will have to be invested. This time, we might even need to buy 2 more servers. At that moment, Su Yang saw a trending topic at the very bottom. Goose Factory's Dusk World rollback, and an apology to the players. He clicked in to take a look and sneered. They came to copy their game, let them copy. They even specifically copied the paid features. If they don't get scolded, who will? Right now, Feiyang Studio is just getting started and can't go head-to-head with Goose Factory. As long as the reputation improves and the scale increases, Goose Factory's game won't be able to compete with him at all. However, they should be sending someone to discuss acquisition soon. This is Goose Factory's usual behavior. If something good appears, they buy it directly, and if not, they acquire it. But as a studio, there's no way to refuse them. For now, it's all about good operation, striving to reach 10 million online players as soon as possible. From the current momentum, breaking through to 10 million shouldn't take more than 3 months. By then, they can continue to expand and then start a company. Su Yang was already planning the next step. Meanwhile, in the building of Tianfeng Studio, we've rolled back the version and even offered a limited time 20% discount. Why is the online player count still continuously declining? Look, it was 25 million yesterday, how did it suddenly drop by nearly 2 million today? President Wang questioned loudly. The operations manager looked at the screen and said, President Wang, there was an event on the legendary side yesterday, a large-scale multiplayer PK, and it has already made the trending searches today. It shot straight into the top 10 of the trending list. Saying this, he opened a video, which showed Chen Hui's live stream from yesterday. Chen Hui was running around, attacking people, directing others with his headset, and the people behind him followed his lead, making viewers want to join in after watching the video. After watching the video, the conference room fell silent. President Wang's veins were bulging. Although he didn't understand games, this video was indeed very appealing. So what are you waiting for? Since this model attracts players, why don't we do it? The immediate plan is to bring back the lost players. We are a paid game, relying on player numbers. Whatever model is popular, we should learn from it, understand? After President Wang's speech, the others just nodded. Having someone who doesn't understand games lead them, and changing orders multiple times, was frustrating. Originally, following the previous model, everything was fine. But this back and forth has caused a massive loss of players. They dared not express their anger and could only follow his orders. President Wang's proposal was firmly established. The next version update would simply copy the gameplay of the legendary game. The technical supervisor was also helpless. They weren't originally this kind of model, and adding this model would contradict their initial promotion. This put him in a difficult position. As time passed, it was already the second Saturday. Today, the number of online players in Legend had reached over 4 million. In just a few days, the number had nearly doubled. With 4 million players online, today was the time for the siege. Everyone was eager to test their skills for the siege today. However, there was a problem. Legend opened 2 or 3 servers every day. Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei had been keeping an eye on the numbers, and when they were about right, they would directly open the next server. The siege required the server to be open for a full 7 days before it could occur, meaning that the server designated for the siege had to have been open no later than last Saturday. The players did not expect that when the time came, they would not see the siege and rush to inquire below the game. Su Yang then came out to explain and issued a notice for the servers opened after last Saturday. In previous announcements, Su Yang had stated that guilds could only be established after the 7th day. Without the ability to establish a guild, there could be no siege. Helpless, the players could only watch the game streamers conduct the siege. Some streamers, upon learning of the popularity of Legend, decided to play it themselves to improve their rankings in the arena. Meanwhile, when Ziyuan, who had already completed the siege, was thinking about crafting some items, unexpectedly, he ended up crafting something good. This time, they had to defend instead of attack. Attacking was easy, but defending was difficult. The entire server's guilds came to attack, and even though they had spent half a day preparing, as the previous occupiers of the Sand City, they could enter 10 minutes early to set up defenses. However, they only had 1,000 people now. Although their guild had leveled up and their numbers had increased, they still couldn't withstand the entire server's guild attacking them. Even with buffs for defending the city, damage boosts, and damage reduction, it was still impossible to withstand being surrounded by dozens of people. So, this time, they failed to defend the city, fleeing in panic, completely outmatched. When Ziyuan felt helpless, losing Shabak meant losing the rewards. As long as they occupied Shabak, they could collect thousands of gold coins every day, and as the vice president, he could also receive an additional 50 yuan bao. This reward was already very good for a player like him who didn't spend money. He used all of it to buy items, but it still wasn't enough. Recently, he didn't have much money left and couldn't stay in the internet cafe forever. Unexpectedly, taking advantage of the fact that the boss had just respawned after the siege, he went to fight and unexpectedly obtained a bone jade staff. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Was his luck really that good? Just a few days ago, he had obtained a judgment, and now, in just a week, he had gotten another one. He looked at the serial number, 010-003. It had already been a week, and only 10 had been dropped in the entire game. The drop rate was incredibly low. It was known that there were millions of players online every day, and now Legend had over 100 servers. The bosses defeated in a day numbered in the tens of thousands, yet the probability of drops remained so low. Damn, a bone jade, when Ziyuan exclaimed. Immediately, a large crowd gathered behind him. You got a bone jade staff? Bro, your luck is insane, you actually got a bone jade. Damn, I'm so envious, I want one too. At this moment, someone noticed his character. Bro, you're playing a warrior, you can't use that mage equipment. Yeah, are you going to sell it? When Ziyuan turned back and said, I'm from Zone 1, even if I wanted to sell it, could you buy it? The few people behind him shook their heads. They were not from Zone 1 and couldn't trade. They could only envy the bone jade in his hands. No way, bro, you still have the judgment. One person with sharp eyes noticed the weapon in his character's hand. When Ziyuan chuckled, lucky. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached him. Brother, I'm also from Area 1. Are you selling that bone jade? When Ziyuan nodded, he had no use for it anyway. Last week, someone auctioned a dragon-patterned weapon for 100,000 gold coins, but the value of the bone jade is definitely not less than that. How about I offer 13,000? I'm too lazy to recharge. How about I just transfer you the money? Upon hearing this, when Ziyuan was stunned. How much? He never expected a weapon could sell for over 10,000. He had never held that much money in his life. Do you think that's too little? Then I'll add 2,000. What do you think? Only then did when Ziyuan come to his senses, nodding repeatedly. Okay. Once he got the number, he realized the other party was actually the 6th-ranked mage, already quite powerful. Holding the money, when Ziyuan dreamily logged off, he had an extra 15,000 in his account, which was a fortune for him. So it turns out you can make money playing games. Excited, he immediately bought the computer he had always dreamed of on his phone. The remaining money, aside from what he needed, he sent home. The next day, another trending topic surged up. A game item worth 15,000. That's simply outrageous. It instantly ignited the entire gaming community. They couldn't understand what kind of game could have an item worth over 10,000. As this trending topic rose, even players who didn't play this type of game began to pay attention to Legend of Blood. After all, no game had ever dared to sell an item for over 10,000. Moreover, this was a transaction between players, unrelated to the official game. Wow, 15,000 for an item, is it gold-plated? If this were in another game, you could play for decades with that. It's just one item in this game? I play this game, and that item is incredibly rare. Out of millions of players on the server, only a few dozen have it. Once you get that item, your status skyrockets. In no time, the entire thread was filled with comments, and within just a few hours, there were already hundreds of thousands of comments. This made other players want to check out Legend, thinking they might also get such an item, and if they did, wouldn't that be a huge profit? After all, this game was free to play, with no costs involved. However, those who approached the game with this mindset would definitely end up with nothing. Now, those top players also knew which boss could drop the 3 major weapons, and as the refresh time approached, they all went to camp there. Each guild was guarding a spot alone, leaving no room for others, and they couldn't even access the more difficult maps. Aside from those with solid skills, ordinary players really couldn't solo a boss. They had to team up. Even if a very strong player showed up, they might not necessarily win. In this way, even if there was a significant difference in character level and attack power, a group attacking one person would still find it easy. Moreover, most skilled players usually went to the arena and wouldn't bother to team up to bully weaker players. Thus, those low-power players had no contact with high-power players. They couldn't feel how strong they were and didn't realize the game's balance was off. Players of Legend would choose to join a guild. Having a guild meant having a backing, and they usually teamed up for daily tasks or monster farming. Even if they encountered high-power players, they wouldn't be forced to flee. If they coordinated well, even high-power players could be taken down. Generally, those high-powered players won't casually kill others. Once they have a red name, being killed will cause them to drop equipment. With the red name mechanism in place, high-powered players will be cautious. Although there are potions to wash away the red name, they have a cooldown period. After using it once, they must wait half an hour before using it again. Therefore, players in the game who manage to obtain a top-tier weapon are envious and do not feel suppressed by the power. They naturally recognize the value of this weapon and do not think it is expensive. After all, there is a reason for high prices. If you think it's expensive, then I will buy it, but right now, there is a price without a market. By the time Su Yang saw the news outside, a judgment weapon had already reached 30 to 40,000. In these 2 weeks, he and Bai Zhanfei had been busy with graduation matters. Now, both he and Bai Zhanfei had successfully graduated and moved to a new place. The new place is quite nice. Bai Zhanfei directly rented half a floor of an office building, occupying over 300 square meters. According to him, although there are only the 2 of them now, they will definitely hire more people later. He even thinks this space is too small. Su Yang listened to him. After all, when they first collaborated, they had agreed on a profit split of 60-40, with Su Yang getting 60 and Bai Zhanfei 40. Su Yang only handled logistics. Although he understood the game, it was only a superficial knowledge, and the decision-making power belonged to Su Yang. As for the rest, he would leave it to Bai Zhanfei to handle. Su Yang agreed, as he had a good relationship with Bai Zhanfei, and the initial funding was all thanks to him. Now, all the money was being spent by Zhanfei, and by today, it had already cost several million. The profits were still far from enough, and the expenses were too high. Sitting in the new office, Su Yang was quite satisfied. The entire room was just the two of them, so he and Bai Zhanfei sat together. What should we do next? Bai Zhanfei asked. Su Yan leaned back in his chair and said, "It's almost been a month, we should plan an update. Tomorrow is the cross-server guild battle, and I plan to choose the update between 4 and 6 in the morning. This time, I intend to do a major version update, introducing new equipment and other gameplay. We haven't opened an official account for so long. I plan to create one, and for any inquiries, we'll first post on the official account." Bai Zhanfei nodded. It was indeed time for that. Other games had already registered their official accounts even before pre-sales. By the way, what good paid items do you plan to launch this time? Su Yang pulled over the computer and explained to Bai Zhanfei. This is called the Mafabeo box, which can open various items, including but not limited to props, equipment, ingots, and gold coins. As for how to open it, that depends on the player's luck. So how are you going to sell this? 5 yuan each or 10 yuan each? Su Yang shook his head. How can we sell it like that? Players will definitely feel uncomfortable. So, I plan to place it directly on monsters. As long as they farm monsters, there will be a chance to obtain it. Ha, did I hear you right? You want to give it away for free? Bai Zhanfei looked at Su Yang in surprise. We've worked hard to establish the game's ecosystem. If you do this, the in-game currency system will be instantly collapsed. Don't you understand? As he spoke, Bai Zhanfei stood up and slapped the table. Look, you're getting anxious. I know the game's environment better than you do. I haven't finished speaking yet. I plan to launch 5 types of boxes, a total of 4 levels, plus 1 special box. From low to high, there will be 4 colors of boxes: white, green, blue, and purple, which are the gray-white box, emerald box, sky blue box, and deep purple box, respectively. Of course, the easiest to obtain are the gray-white boxes, which contain some cheap props and coins. When it comes to the green boxes, they will have equipment. As for the sky blue boxes, they can yield a small amount of ingots, while the crimson purple boxes can produce everything except top-tier equipment. Of course, I also plan to exchange the top-tier equipment for a different quality. The last one is the special box, which will contain special items that do not increase attack power at all. What could be inside? Bai Zhanfei asked. Su Yang swiped the screen. Tell me, if you had a judgment in your hand, would anyone notice during a brawl? Bai Zhanfei shook his head. How could that be possible? During a fight, everyone is focused on where the people are, not on what weapon you are holding. At that moment, Su Yang said, what if the weapon in your hand emits a light when you hit someone, or shines when you walk? Do you think players would like that? Right, Bai Zhanfei clapped his hands. The current visuals do not have such a cool scene. After getting good equipment, no one knows right away, except for the truly top-tier weapons like Judgment. But if there was something like this, walking in the wild or in the main city would immediately attract others, satisfying the desire to show off. That's a great idea. So how much do you plan to sell it for? How could I sell it? Of course, it will be placed in the box. If I sell it, it would backfire on the players, Su Yang said. Is this also free? Such a good money-making item, and you're giving it away for free? Who said I was giving it away for free? The box is free, but what about the key? Su Yang smiled slightly. Bai Zhanfei was momentarily stunned. Right, in this model, who knows what could come out? It's all random. Players would definitely want to try their luck, but luck itself is an illusion. Seeing others get good items, they might think they could also get something good from their box, and they would definitely want to try opening it. How much do you plan to sell the key for? How many hours do you think most players play on average in a day? Bai Zhanfei thought for a moment. If it's a weekday, usually around 2 hours. On weekends, it should be 3 to 4 hours, maybe a bit more, around 5. What if we sell a key for the amount of time they play in a day? 5 or 6 bucks. Su Yang shook his finger. 3 bucks. Even if players play other games, 3 bucks a day is about right, and with 1 key, we can earn that back. This price is completely acceptable for players. If it goes any higher, even if they get something, players will complain. Even the lowest level gray-white box has items worth over 20 ingots, so players won't feel unfair. On the contrary, if they get something worth more than the key, they will feel it's a good deal. After hearing this, Bai Zhanfei silently gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Hi, so what are we waiting for? Let's get ready now. I can't wait. Players will be recharging in large amounts tomorrow. Tomorrow probably won't happen. I plan to give away a key after the update, and the key can also be purchased with ingots. Bai Zhanfei still couldn't understand why Su Yan wanted to do it this way. The boxes can also be consigned at the auction house. Not only that, but I plan to set up an auction area in the auction house. Bai Zhanfei seemed to have thought of something and said, robbery? After explaining this update to Bai Zhanfei, he registered an account. He also created an account for Feiyang Studio on social media, Feiyang Official Blog. He added the official blog account below the game, so anyone who goes in can see it right away. After registering, the update content was published on the official blog. This post garnered over 100,000 views within just 10 minutes. Many left comments expressing their anticipation for this update, eager to open boxes. In the blink of an eye, the update was completed. At 6:01, the number of players surged from 0 to 1 million, and just a minute later, it increased by another million. An hour later, it had surpassed 3 million. Keep in mind, this was Saturday at 6 o'clock. While normal people were sleeping in, it seemed like everyone in the game was still at work, with the numbers not only holding steady but breaking records once again. Below the official blog post, Su Yang had even set up a special topic specifically for this update. Soon, someone posted, "Look, I went in and fought a few small monsters, and I got a green box that opened up 3,000 gold coins. I'll need several days to save up this 3,000 gold. What a great deal." Disdainful expression, "What's that compared to mine? My green box dropped a lucky necklace, and with my lucky bracelet, if I pair it with a level 6 weapon, that's level 9 luck, who can fight me?" Seriously, what kind of trash is being posted here? Look, a maroon box, a soul drop, level 30 equipment, what are those above even talking about? Why can you all get such good stuff while I only got 3 bottles of blessing oil? I can't stop laughing. If you're on a guaranteed drop, don't even speak here. In no time, a large number of players were sharing what they had opened, but most players hadn't gotten anything. Meanwhile, in Chen Hui's livestream, he had also started streaming, planning to stream all day after ending his broadcast early the day before. After the update, he quickly read the update announcement. Gray box appearance probability, 10% green box, 5% sky blue box, 2% maroon box, 0, 5% mystery box, 0. 5% This probability isn't high, especially the mystery box at just 0.05. I wonder if one will even drop in a day in a district. I wonder what the drop rate for the judgment weapon is. It's been half a month, why can't I get it? Chen Hui felt helpless. He had been farming bosses for days without a single drop of judgment, and it was becoming a mental block for him. Currently, the entire server had reached 41 judgments, and in their district, there were already 3. But for millions of players, that was just a drop in the bucket, proving the rarity of the 3 major weapons. What does this update after the siege mean? He noticed a small update at the bottom, set to go live at midnight. It would be a non-stop update, which puzzled Chen Hui. Why not complete the update all at once? Why split it into 2 parts? However, he didn't dwell on it and went back to farming bosses. This update was also an opportunity for him, as the officials had reduced the respawn time of all monsters by half to allow players to drop the MFI boxes. It was still 24 hours, meaning the areas they occupied would spawn more monsters now. However, the update didn't stop there. A new map was added, but only players above level 32 could enter. Levels 1 to 30 weren't too difficult. With a week of grinding, one could easily reach it. But after reaching level 30, the experience required increased exponentially. Even with a full day of grinding, the highest level player in their district was only 34. It had already been 3 weeks, and they had only leveled up 4 times. But this time it was opened up to level 40, and one can only imagine how long it would take to reach that level. The newly opened map might be a good place, a place where one could obtain the judgment. Arriving at the area occupied by their guild, half of the guild members were online at that moment. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they finally defeated the boss. "There's a light beam," Chen Hui exclaimed in delight. But upon seeing the light beam, his expression immediately fell. What's this mysterious box? Why isn't it judgment? Even other weapons would be fine. The comments in the live stream echoed, "Give it a rest, don't think about judgment, if it's not in your fate, it's really not there." This isn't bad, though, a mysterious box. It's only been a short time since the update. The streamer must be the first to get it. Maybe there's a big prize inside. Chen Hui picked up the box and opened it with a key. A flash of light appeared. High-level weapon shine, blue, *1. High-level weapon shine. What is this? Chen Hui looked at what he had opened, his face full of confusion. The official announcement didn't explain what it was, and it didn't say what could drop from the mysterious box. Players could only rely on their luck. After placing it in his backpack, he checked and found an option to equip it. Could this be something to equip on a weapon? Chen Hui thought for a moment. He then equipped it, but the weapon didn't seem special. It just had a slight blue tint, and if one looked closely, it was hard to notice. "This is too trashy. A mysterious box open this?" Chen Hui said in disbelief. The drop rate for the mysterious box was so low, and it ended up giving something like this. It would have been more practical to give some items instead. At that moment, he took a step, and the weapon in his hand swayed slightly, followed by a blue afterimage flashing by. What did I just see? Chen Hui said in surprise. He took a few steps, and with each step, a blue afterimage appeared. Wow, so it's like this, Chen Hui exclaimed loudly. He then swung at a nearby small monster, and this time an even more dazzling afterimage appeared. Brothers, this is simply stunning, Chen Hui said excitedly. I didn't expect there to be such good stuff in the mysterious box. From now on, I'm the coolest guy on this street. This made everyone in the live stream start commenting. It was just too cool. In a game without special effects, this was the first time such light effects appeared. That blue afterimage was simply a tool for showing off. Streamer, are you selling that high-level weapon shine? I just saw it can be traded. Chen Hui quickly shook his head upon seeing this. How could that be possible? As a streamer, this kind of thing was perfect for him. Not selling, I'm keeping it for myself, and I'll buy dozens of keys to open more boxes. Chen Hui looked at the shine on his weapon. Such a cool thing could actually be found in a box. It was like giving it away for free to players. There was no purchasing channel, and it wasn't just a limited batch of players who could get it. In theory, all players could obtain it. Thian was truly generous. Not getting judgment now seemed fine, as this weapon shine was also quite good. He was ready to head to the arena to show it off and drop some jaws. When he arrived at the arena, he found that the peak showdown had already started. At that moment, he remembered that this update had opened the peak showdown. Since only players in the gold rank could enter, reaching gold rank was quite difficult. Even now, he spent no less than 2 hours a day in the arena, but he was only at gold 2, which he had only reached yesterday by luck. The opponents in the peak showdown were matched from the entire server, not just a single area. Since the official peak showdown has begun, the players in the gold rank are almost ready. There are over 100 players in the gold rank of Area 1, each of whom he has encountered and is familiar with their play styles. He wonders what the outcome would be if he faced players from other servers. He then enters the peak showdown. Upon arrival, he discovers that his rank has been reset. After reading the introduction, he understands what is happening here. There are no bronze or silver ranks, only peak XX ranks. Starting from 1 rank, each rank has 100 points. The current number 1 on the leaderboard is already in the 2nd rank. None of the top 10 are from Area 1. In such a short time, they have already reached this point, indicating that players from other areas should not be underestimated. He then addresses the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, watch me charge straight to the top today and get Area 1's name on the leaderboard. As soon as he says this, the bullet comments flood in. You want to be number 1? Do you think there are no experts in our 37th area? Dream on, our 8th area is number 1 now and will continue to be number 1, so don't even think about it. Go, streamer, let the name of Area 1 shine, and crush the others. His words set off a storm of comments, and players from other areas look at him with disdain, believing he cannot succeed. Chen Hui then clicks on the matchmaking interface. Once inside, he finds that all his equipment has turned into ordinary gear, and his level has dropped to 30. Where's my stuff? Chen Hui wonders. But seeing that the opponents are in the same situation, he understands that everyone is placed on the same level here. It's all about skill. With that, he feels confident about his skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the vice president of the guild. In this game, there are a total of 6 skills, and here, all skills are unlocked. Everyone matched is identical, with no differences. In the first match, he easily takes down his opponent, who is not very strong, and he still has half his health left. He defeats 7 or 8 players in a row with ease, and a proud Chen Hui says to the camera, "Where are the experts?" When he matches with the next player, he gets beaten up this time. Although he manages to take away 3/4 of the opponent's health, he still loses. He is truly beaten from start to finish. The streamer can't be arrogant now? Serves you right for underestimating others. The number 1 in Area 79 is not someone you can defeat. Let Icefang come over. He might have a chance. Chen Hui now realizes that there are quite a few experts in this game. The one he just faced, even if just one, was all about positioning, and he missed his skills several times. No, I need to prepare and practice some more. The people here are really strong. Chen Hui accepts the reality and decides to practice his skills. He prepares for tonight's cross-server siege. The detailed announcement for this cross-server siege has also been released. 3 areas will compete for Shabak. The map of Shabak has been released in advance, and it is several times larger than the previous Shabak in the areas. This time, the gameplay is different from before. There was only 1 palace before. In the cross-server siege, there are a total of 3 places to attack. This means that, in addition to the largest palace, there will be 2 other places to attack, and it will depend on how each guild chooses. Will they fight for the palace or go for the other two places? It is worth mentioning that whichever area's guild captures the palace will grant a slight bonus to all players in that area after the siege, and this bonus is random. With this rule, many guilds are eager to fight for the palace. However, the condition for participation this time is that only the top 10 guilds from each area can join, and each guild can only have 500 participants. This means they need to choose who will participate in the siege. Chen Hui understood this point as well. In the 3 districts, with 10 guilds in each district and 500 members in each guild, that meant there would be 15,000 participants. If there were no restrictions, when all the guilds came in, no one would be able to play, the server would be overwhelmed. With 15,000 people online at the same time, the pressure wouldn't be as great. Just as he was about to go hunt monsters, the guild leader sent him a message to discuss today's cross-server siege. Since it involved the entire district, this siege required all the guilds in their district to unite, so they could capture the royal palace. After listening, he informed his fans and prepared to go offline for a while. This was a confidential negotiation for their guild and district, and the fans in the livestream definitely included people from the 2nd and 3rd districts. If it leaked, all their efforts would be in vain. Led by the president of the 2nd guild, the leaders and vice presidents of the top 10 guilds in the 1st district gathered in one channel to discuss what to do tonight. As the first batch of players in the game from the 1st district, they had to showcase their strength in this first cross-server siege. Therefore, the royal palace must be captured by them, regardless of which guild ultimately succeeded. At this moment, they had to set aside the usual grudges between guilds. After some discussion, it was decided that the 4th to 10th guilds would provide cover, directly approaching the royal palace, serving as the first line of defense. The 3rd and 2nd guilds would be the second wave, while the 1st guild would take the lead in occupying the royal palace. Currently, the 1st guild was Qin Hui's, so they would choose to take the palace first. Although they had obtained the map of Shabak, it was only a rough outline, and no one knew the details inside. The royal palace was quite large. If it were like the usual Shabak, they could just charge in, but now they were worried it wouldn't be that simple. An hour later, they had finalized the plans for tonight's operation. Next, they just had to wait. As the time approached 7 o'clock, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei watched the data on the screen. "Old Su, it's 5 million. Bai Zhanfei exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the numbers. The registration count for Legend had reached 8 million, and the number of online players had already hit 5 million, with the online-to-registered ratio reaching an astonishing 0.6. Most games don't even reach 0.5, but now Legend had reached 0.6, which was extremely rare in gaming history. This count only considered accounts, not players, as one person might register multiple accounts. Just wait, as we get closer, it will definitely increase. Maybe it will reach 6 million. Today's version update had reignited the players' passion. However, what they were most looking forward to was, of course, the cross-server siege. As 8 o'clock approached, the number of online players continued to rise. By 7:50, the number had soared to 6 million. Since there would be a 10-minute preparation time for the siege, those who could play had already logged in. In the 1st district, those participating in the siege had gathered together, waiting for the event to start. These few minutes made everyone sweat with anticipation. This time, the opponents were not just from their district but also from the other 2 districts. They had never interacted with players from these 2 districts before and didn't know their skill levels. However, the guild leaders participating in the guild war had quickly sought to understand the skill levels of players from the other 2 districts. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the best way to respond. At this moment, in the entire guild voice chat, several guild leaders were strategizing, and they had already gathered information about the players from the 2nd and 3rd districts, realizing that overall, they were not much different from them. On the first day, most of the players in the 1st district were already engaged in the game. At that time, the Legend had not gained much fame, and the people who came were quite mixed. There were top-tier fighters and many who played PvE. Therefore, the confrontation between the 1st and 2nd districts was evenly matched. The event time officially began. A large number of people entered the event and arrived at the cross-server siege map. At this moment, Chen Hui looked at the map they had arrived at. He then opened the map to check the detailed distribution of the entire event map. Once he opened it, he realized it was even larger than he had imagined. It was significantly bigger than a large monster spawning map. There were a total of 5 resurrection points, each located in different areas, some close to the palace, some far away, and the resurrection point he was currently at was in the middle. This way, the people from the entire 1st district were evenly dispersed. This made things complicated. The advance plan was rendered useless, as the 10 guilds were all mixed up and completely separated. With 15,000 people, each resurrection point could only accommodate 3,000, so it seemed they would have to change their plan. Fortunately, they could still connect to the district voice chat, otherwise, they wouldn't know how to handle it. Chen Hui connected and said, "At this point, we can only change our strategy. Those who are close should rush in first, and we'll see about the rest." At this moment, when Ziyuan spoke up, "If that's the case, I think the number of people entering the palace will be less than 1 in 10. There are people from the other 2 districts. I suggest we let them rush in first and take advantage of the situation. Let's do this, we gather first, and then follow our plan." The others responded positively. This was acceptable, otherwise, there wouldn't be many left after rushing in. "Then let's follow Binjia's method, we'll go to this point together." The leader of the first guild marked a point. "We'll take it slow and wait a minute before going out." The time reached 8 o'clock, and the restrictions in the resurrection area were lifted. The people from the first district also followed the previous method and did not move after the restrictions were lifted. Meanwhile, people from the surrounding districts rushed towards the palace, fighting against others as they ran. After a minute, they began to move, decisively gathering at one location. The leader of the first district, Langya, opened the mic. "Everyone, listen to my command and take your positions according to the previous plan. Warriors in the front, mages and priests in the back, then split into 2 groups. The people in front should be a bit stronger. We don't need top-tier fighters. The back will provide support, and the middle will consist of our district's highest combat power, escorting them into the palace. Once they are inside, the remaining people will hold the entrance to the palace, killing any they can and reducing the health of those they can't, to lessen the pressure on those inside." Langya briefly outlined the plan and then proceeded to execute it. At this time, people from the other 2 districts were also flooding into the palace, with many being killed. The resurrection area continued to see people respawning. This siege would last an hour, meaning that even if they took the palace, they would need to hold it. Chen Hui rubbed his hands together, standing in the middle of the team. "Brothers, this time we from the first district will definitely occupy Shabak. How could we possibly fall behind?" Soon, the people from the first district arrived at the palace, effortlessly dealing with those they encountered along the way. After all, with 5,000 here, even if they faced a few hundred, they could instantly wipe them out. Now that they had formed their formation, even if the others reacted, it would be futile. "Charge!" Langya shouted loudly in the voice channel. The remaining people stood guard outside. Once they entered, they discovered that the palace actually had 3 entrances, not just 1. This was another miscalculation, and like before, it was a random teleportation. Moreover, this is a real palace, not just a large empty map. Langya quickly contacted the people outside. "Not good, we have missing intelligence. The palace has 3 entrances, and we miscalculated. Hurry and have someone find the other 2 entrances. Where are they?" Because the large map only showed 1 entrance, the other 2 were completely unmarked. Now they were randomly teleported in, and their formation was once again disrupted. This group had over 1,000 people, and they were now completely scattered. The map inside the palace was the real palace, with dozens of rooms and corridors, making it impossible to maintain formation. At this moment, when Ziyuan spoke in the voice channel, "Everyone is scattered, and it's very crowded here, we can't set up our formation. How about this, let's split into several small teams, with 200 to 300 people in each team. This way we can stabilize, otherwise, it will just be a chaotic battle. First, let's find the flag and see where it is," Shinui added. However, at this point, chaos had already ensued inside. After they entered, they saw people from the other 2 zones already fighting. Due to the terrain, the ground was covered with fire laid down by mages, with dozens of small groups engaged in melee. They had no choice but to charge in headfirst. Inside the office, Su Yang fiddled for a while. He checked the time, it had just been 10 minutes, then he clicked to confirm. "Old Su, what are you doing?" Su Yang removed his hands from the keyboard. "This is a cross-server siege, even PvE players will pay attention to the siege status of our guild. But now they are all in the activity map. Aside from some streamers participating in the siege who can see the specific situation, the others have no idea. So I just set up a live status update for the siege on the gaming platform. Below our game, there will be a live broadcast showing the siege status. This way, players will have a place to watch the live broadcast and can cheer for their guild. Right, this cross-server siege, the guild that captures the palace will provide a certain benefit boost to the entire zone, so most players will pay attention to this siege." Bai Zhanfei nodded and said, "How will you notify the players? They probably don't know yet. Most players should be looking for streamers now." "Of course, it's a server-wide announcement," Su Yang replied. He then clicked a button, and all online players would receive this pop-up, and he also mentioned this on the official blog. Chen Hui looked at the screen in front of him and sighed. "Why did I equip this weapon shine? Isn't this just making me a target?" This was already the 3rd time he had been killed, others had only been killed once, and some hadn't even been killed at all. Because he equipped the weapon shine, every time he struck, others could see the blue glow. He was still a warrior, standing at the front, so naturally, people would come to attack him. It was truly unbearable for him. It was just too uncomfortable. Moreover, they were still in the siege phase, and nothing could change. There was no way to remove it now. Throughout the entire map, he could only see his weapon shine, meaning the whole map could only see the blue flash. The special effects of others were not obvious. In the live broadcast room, a large number of players were mocking Chenhui, all calling him flashy. After respawning, Chenhui waited a moment, and a few people charged toward the palace again. Now he no longer held onto the hope of seizing the palace flag. After several attempts to enter, he didn't even know which room the flag was in. A group of people was just searching for where the flag was. At this moment, the top of the map displayed that the unnamed guild from Zone 3 had successfully seized the flag. Suddenly, the flag's location was revealed on the map. Charge! Grab the flag! Chen Hui shouted. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the flag. The flag was positioned quite far inside, resembling a palace filled with rooms and corridors, some rooms even having 2 doors. Those unfamiliar with the place would easily get lost on their first visit. Fortunately, everything was marked now, allowing them to recognize their bearings. Except for those who had been outside and hadn't entered, the people inside the palace were already in chaos. At this moment, the tactics of Area 1 began to take effect, as most of their members were outside, and with no space at the other doors, they all concentrated at the main entrance. Anyone from the other areas simply couldn't get in and were blocked outside. As a result, the people from Area 1 could respawn and enter directly, while the people from the other 2 areas were momentarily unable to do so. This led to a situation where the number of people in Area 1 exceeded that of the other 2 areas. Before long, the flag was seized by Area 1. After capturing the flag, Langya immediately began to give orders. Now that they had the flag, they had to face the people from the other 2 areas, and given their similar strength, they would surely not be their match. Defense also required a certain strategy. Simply holding on wouldn't work. I have an idea. Now that the flag is with us, we definitely can't hold it. I suggest we first let the flag area go, then allow some of the outside people to come in and guard the 3 teleportation points. Our main force will be outside, and if anyone pulls down the flag, we'll charge in directly to reclaim it. This way, they will definitely be led by us. I agree, Shenhui immediately said. This is the best plan. It has to be this way, or we won't be able to hold it at all. They then began to set up according to Langya's instructions. Originally, 2/3 of the people outside came in a small portion. They started guarding the 3 teleportation points, as there were 5 teleportation points in total, and after entering, there would still be 2 left. These 2 teleportation points had a fork, meaning that those coming in from these 2 points would definitely encounter each other. At that time, another battle would surely ensue, further reducing their numbers. As long as the people from Area 1 stayed inside the palace, they could ensure their invincibility. Indeed, everything unfolded as they had said. After the outside people entered and teleported to the 3 points they were guarding, they were immediately focused on. Even those with high combat power could only take down a few, but in front of hundreds, it was of no use. The teleportation points were limited in size, allowing only a few people to enter at a time, but they had already set up their defenses here, with plenty of summoned creatures from the Taoist. The results were instantaneous upon entry. As for the other 2 teleportation points, once they entered, they charged towards the flag's location. After all, they were from 2 different areas and had not formed an alliance. Upon encountering each other, they immediately fought. By the time they reached the flag's location, out of the hundreds that entered, only about 30 or 40 remained. As soon as they entered, they were caught and wiped out by the people from Area 1. Chenhui was also happily cutting down enemies. This time, no one was specifically targeting him, and even if it was 1 against 2, he wasn't afraid. Now, the entire palace was almost under their control. To maintain this, Langya continued to command. They divided into several small teams of 3, lurking at the major forks or junctions. If anyone approached, they would immediately report. These small teams didn't engage in combat. Their purpose was reconnaissance. If any situation arose, they would run immediately, not giving the enemy a chance to strike. This continued for 10 minutes. But the people outside were starting to struggle. There were originally not many people outside, only a small portion, but now most of the people from the other 2 areas were also outside. Moreover, they were all heading towards the palace, with no guilds attempting to occupy those 2 points. This led to the fact that the people outside simply couldn't hold on. They had already been wiped out once. If it weren't for the people inside holding on, the palace would now be filled with people from the other 2 districts. But there was no other way. what Langya suggested was already the best solution. With time so tight, they had no room to think of better plans. After all, this was the first cross-server siege, and they had no experience. Meanwhile, a large number of players wanted to know how far the cross-server siege had progressed. Because they hadn't participated, they had no idea about the current situation or how far each district had come. So they began to look for streamers who had participated in the event. However, so far, there were only a dozen or so streamers available, and several were still in the same event. This way, they could only see the situation of 7 or 8 battlefields. At that moment, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the game, stating to go to the game platform, where there would be event progress on the main game page. Especially in the internet cafes, people waiting saw this temporary announcement and immediately ran to the game platform to watch. Upon opening it, there were currently over 60 cross-server siege scenes displayed. Wow, Fei Yang has displayed the cross-server siege scenes in graphic form. This time we can see the siege situation. Due to technical reasons, the scenes couldn't be shown, but within the entire event map, there was a small dot indicating which side currently had the advantage. Su Yang had only thought of this in the morning, so time was a bit tight, and he couldn't get it ready immediately. Otherwise, they would be viewing the entire event scene now, rather than just some small dots. Even so, there were still over 1 million players watching, and they were thoroughly enjoying it. As time passed, the event became very chaotic. Some districts had gone completely berserk, rushing towards the flags, and anyone who wasn't from their district was directly eliminated. Just like that, the time had already reached 8:50. Some districts were still fighting, while others had already drawn the curtain, and the remaining districts began to turn to occupy the other 2 places. In District 1, when Ziyuan moved his fingers, he didn't know how many people he had killed, but now the other 2 districts were starting to counterattack frantically. The flags couldn't be held for even a minute before being snatched away by others. With 2 minutes left, Langya spoke up, "Brothers outside, come in and seize the flag. This last wave is the most critical one. Brothers inside the palace, clear out the outsiders, don't let them come to this area. Other brothers, come on, clear them out. Mages, cover the area with fire, and priests, buff up, charge." As the last minute was about to pass, they successfully seized the flag. The time had reached 9 o'clock, and the event came to an end. The flag was in their hands. Chen Hui jumped up excitedly. District 1 had successfully taken this cross-server siege. The hard-fought hour was not in vain, they had won. He glanced at the live stream. 450,000? When did so many people show up? He remembered there were only 7 or 8,000 when he first started streaming. How could there be so many now? This was too exaggerated. The popularity was incredible. He quickly checked the leaderboard. He was in first place, and the second place was far behind. He rubbed his eyes, hardly believing it was real. "Brothers, we won. Let's check the rewards." Having successfully taken Shabak, they would receive rewards upon settling in. Of course, all the guilds that participated would receive rewards, and besides that, most players were looking forward to what the district-wide rewards would be. Congratulations to your district for successfully capturing Shabak. Starting from midnight tomorrow, the monster respawn rate in this server will be reduced by 30% for 3 days. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Hui clapped his hands. This means the monster respawn time is reduced, so we can farm a few more bosses, right? Players in the live stream also began sending barrage comments. "This is amazing. Fei Yang knows exactly what we want. The reduction in monster respawn time comes at the perfect moment. I feel like my judgment is about to drop. This time it's just luck for your district. Otherwise, Shabak would have belonged to us. The result is that it belongs to our district, not yours. Just wait for next month, it will still be ours." On the other side, Su Yang stretched lazily, finally done. The rewards for the cross-server siege wouldn't affect the balance among players, and it was only for 3 days. At most, players from one district could fight over 100 more bosses. But it wasn't just bosses, there were also minions. Ordinary players couldn't defeat bosses alone and could only farm minions. Now, the intermediate districts were overcrowded, making leveling up a bit difficult. He had already increased the respawn of monsters twice in a row. This time, the reduction in respawn time was the most beneficial for them. After all, giving a few thousand gold coins was far less advantageous than having a few more monsters, especially since monsters could drop boxes, which this reward wouldn't provide. Moreover, this time it was mainly about honor, the honor of their district. So the players were quite serious. With so many players online for the event, pure skill was no longer enough. It all depended on strategy. It was about who was smarter. If they just charged in blindly, it would be completely unworkable, and the result would be that they would end up with nothing. "Old Su, look, our registration count has already reached 9 million, Bai Zhanfei said excitedly. In just 1 hour, player registrations had increased by 1 million. What kind of number was this? What game could see a 20% increase in player registrations within an hour after being open for a month? Not surprising. I think by tomorrow, we should hit 10 million, Su Yang said quietly. 10 million, 10 million. Bai Zhanfei was almost incoherent. Their game was entirely built by Su Yang, meaning the production cost was very low, and they hadn't spent any money on advertising, just some server costs and other miscellaneous expenses, but that didn't even reach 10 million. Yet now their registration count had reached 10 million, and the online player count was already 8 million, such a terrifying conversion rate. It would definitely explode in the future. Plus, with today's update, tomorrow they would see today's earnings. He wondered how many people would recharge today. Su Yang looked at the excited Bai Zhanfei and didn't say anything. At that moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Ding, current game, legend, current reputation, 8,000, please maintain. Reaching a reputation of 10,000 will unlock the reputation store and grant one chance to draw for a game. Oh right, Su Yang almost forgot. He still had the system. He had been busy with updates lately and had forgotten about it. He couldn't just rely on this one game. He still needed to draw for the next game. Now that his reputation had reached 8,000, the last 2,000 shouldn't be too hard to get. Once he obtained those final 2,000, he could draw for a game. He wondered what the next game would be: Underground, CF, or perhaps League of Legends. He was most looking forward to these options. He hoped it wouldn't be a single-player game. As the time hit 12, the update began. Fortunately, this update wasn't a server shutdown. Players just needed to re-enter the game. Because they knew in advance that the game was going to be updated, most players chose to wait. Especially in the districts that had obtained Shabak, no one logged off. Everyone was waiting for midnight. No one wanted to miss out on these 3 days. Plus, tomorrow was Sunday, a day off, so staying up late was no big deal. Chen Hui logged back into the client, and the update content popped up. Updated skills, is that it? Let me see what was updated. Warrior, Flame Sword Technique. Mage, Ice Roar. Taoist, Summon Divine Beast. That all sounds pretty strong. He looked again and saw that the required level was 32. Level 32, just right for me. Let's check out the Flame Sword Technique. He searched for a long time but couldn't find where the Flame Sword Technique was. Streamer, get a pair of glasses. The announcement clearly said the skill bar was opened, and you can equip the skills mentioned above, not just that you get them when you reach the level. Seeing the barrage, Chen Hui awkwardly scratched his head. The announcement didn't say where to get this skill book. What should I do? I think you probably get it by defeating a boss. Otherwise, there's no other way. This is a skill that only opens at level 32. According to Fei Yang's usual practice, they won't disrupt the balance. Skills that open at this time must be very powerful. I think you can only get them by defeating a boss. Getting it at this level won't have a drop rate as low as the judgment, right? The barrage was full of opinions, all saying it would be a boss drop. Streamer, just wait. Maybe someone will get it tomorrow. At this moment, Chen Hui was also looking forward to what the flame sword would be like. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon the next day. The game data from yesterday had also come out. Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei were staring at the computer screen, eager to see what yesterday's data would look like. First was the number of online players. At 10 o'clock last night, the number of online players reached a peak of 31 million. Looking at this data, Bai Zhanfei couldn't help but swallow hard. This was really high, considering they had only opened for a little over a month. The number of registered users had already reached 11 million. Then came yesterday's revenue, 1,835,212. How much is that? Bai Zhanfei rubbed his eyes and counted again. It was indeed 7 digits. 83 million. Bai Zhanfei exclaimed excitedly. The revenue from item charges in one day had reached a terrifying over 1 million. This is too scary. This was the revenue for just one day, not a week, and certainly not a month. Generally, for games launched by game companies, a revenue of over 1 million a month would be considered top-notch. Yet they had achieved 183 million in just one day. Although it was the first time players experienced this box opening feeling after the update, they would all spend money. The minimum recharge was 6 yuan, so if you calculated it that way, there were at least 300,000 players who recharged. If they could stabilize daily revenue at 1 million, wouldn't that be 30 million in a month? In a year, nearly 400 million. Even if his family was wealthy, they didn't have 400 million in assets. Didn't that mean that if he worked here with Su Yang for a year, he could take home 100 million? This made him feel unreal. He then said to Su Yang, "Old Su, let's replan. I don't feel secure holding this money." "What do you mean you don't feel secure?" Su Yang looked at him and asked. "After a year, I haven't done anything but logistics. Anyone can do this kind of work. And yet I'm supposed to get over 100 million at the end of the year. I just don't feel right about it. This left Su Yang dumbfounded. Where was the 100 million? What 100 million? After listening to his words, Su Yang rolled his eyes at him. The high earnings yesterday were because of the recent update. Players were excited. But now there are ways to earn ingots in the game, and in a few days, the earnings will drop. You still fantasize about making $1 billion. Our entire game might not even reach $1 billion in a year. After hearing Su Yang's explanation, he just chuckled. By the way, now that we are on the right track, it's time to establish a company. With a company, things will be more convenient. I'm familiar with this, let me handle it, Bai Zhanfei said confidently, patting his chest. The two then drafted a contract. They began preparing to set up a contract. The name would still be the studio's name, Feiyang Game Technology Company, Ltd. After some discussion, at Bai Zhanfei's request, Su Yang would manage the company entirely, while he would only take 30% of the profits. He didn't want too much, after all, he had only invested money and hadn't done anything else, especially not the core game development and maintenance. Seeing that he was insistent, Su Yang just nodded. The two would wait until tomorrow, Monday, to handle the paperwork. On the other side, on Sunday afternoon, General Manager Wang directly called all the senior executives of Tianfeng Studio for a meeting, regardless of the day. For them, there were no rest days. They might have a break if things were easy, but usually, they were working at the company. The data from yesterday is out. What are your thoughts? Since last week, our online player count has been declining, and the registration numbers are growing at a snail's pace, with only 20,000 new registrations in a week. We've only been open for a month, and now the registration numbers aren't increasing, while the online count has dropped to 19 million. Compared to the first day's data, that's a drop of 5 million. How much loss does that represent? General Manager Wang kept talking, clearly frustrated by the poor data, especially with the monthly summary approaching. The higher-ups would definitely be angry upon seeing it. But the problem now was that they had no solutions left, all methods had been exhausted, including borrowing from the neighboring game Legend, but it was still futile. They were a paid game, while Legend was free, and their quality was simply better, making players prefer to play Legend. At this moment, the technical supervisor looked at the screen, and his expression changed. General Manager Wang, our online player count has dropped by another million. We now have only 18 million, and it's still continuously declining. General Manager Wang slammed the table. No need to think, it's because of Legend next door. The technical supervisor nodded. I checked their data, and since yesterday, they've seen a cliff-like increase. Looks like we can only report this. On Monday morning, Lin, the head of the gaming division at the Goose Factory, looked at the report in his hand, his brow furrowed. He had been busy lately and hadn't paid attention to outside at this moment. General Manager Wang of Tianfeng Studio said, General Manager Lin, how about we learn from Legend and switch to a free game? General Manager Lin threw the monthly report data on the table. Free? How much have we invested? How much have we recouped? And now you want to think about free? Can we recover our costs? Also, our initial positioning was a point card model, with very few paid items. Are we doing charity now? General Manager Wang dared not speak and could only be reprimanded. General Manager Lin rubbed his forehead. I've seen what you did before, it only made our reputation worse. It was a complete mess. Do you not have any sense of your own positioning? Blindly following trends and copying, do you think you won't be scolded by the players? Now that it's come to this, we can only make changes, otherwise, this game will completely flop, and everything will be absorbed by Legend. So, here's a task for you. Negotiate with Feiyang Company. We are willing to offer 80 million to acquire Legend. 80 million. General Manager Wang was very surprised. For just one game, it would cost 80 million. They had never acquired a game before, and even for a small game company, 50 million would be the maximum. Moreover, that game is currently the flagship game of their company, with a long-term online monthly active user count reaching around 150 million. And for a small studio to create a free game and ask for 80 million to acquire it, that price is just too high. Humph, short-sighted. A newly registered small studio, without any promotion, although it's a free game, it's only been a month, and the monthly active users are about to hit 10 million. Do you think this game is trash? Are you a fool, or do you think the players are fools? After being scolded by General Manager Lin, General Manager Wang dared not speak and could only nod. I will send other designers to take over the Twilight World. Your biggest task right now is to acquire this game for me. If that doesn't work, then acquire their company as well. Do you understand? General Manager Wang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After leaving the office, General Manager Wang's face showed a fierce expression. Damn it, Feiyang, just wait until I acquire you. See how I deal with you. 80 million, you've never seen so much money, right? I'll show you what the strength of our company is. Once you no longer have Legend, I will make sure you can't survive in this industry. After he left, General Manager Lin called a few people into his office. "Hello, General Manager Lin," the three of them said as they entered and slightly nodded to him. They were the top game designers of their company. Currently, half of the top games at their company have their contributions. The person on the left is named Huayue Xian, who personally designed a competitive game that broke the company's record on its first day of release. Within 3 days, the number of online players exceeded 50 million. Although it was 5 years ago, no one underestimates him. Even now, the game he designed still has 60 million monthly active users. He can be considered a cash cow for the company. The person in the middle is named Ji Yuza, who completed the final design of a game that the company had previously acquired at half the cost. After its release, the monthly active users reached 130 million within a year, and it has maintained that number until now. It can be said that the highest revenue-generating game for the company is the competitive speed game. The person on the right is named Chen Ming, also a top designer. Although the games he designed did not break any records, he has created several games that became huge hits. General Manager Lin called the three of them over to take over Twilight World. This was also their first attempt at making an RPG game, but this time, they encountered Legend. "I thought it was just an ordinary game, but I didn't expect such a huge response, especially from a free game." After listening to President Lin's words, the three fell silent for a moment. "RPG games are not my area of expertise. I'm not suitable to take over." Ji Yuza shook his head and said. Huayue Xian hesitated for a while. "I could do it, but I currently have another game in progress. If I take this one over, who will handle that game?" President Lin rubbed his forehead. The game Huayue Xian was working on was a gunfight simulation type. Such games are difficult to make, both domestically and internationally, and it's hard to get the balance right. However, he had looked at it recently, and the designs were quite good. If successful, it might turn out to be another hit game. Helpless, President Lin's gaze turned to Chen Ming. He was the only one without any pressing matters, and the games he designed were all of different types. Chen Ming had always enjoyed challenging himself. "Alright then, let me take a look. I guess I'm taking over another mess. Is it true that Tianfeng has pulled some tricks again, causing a massive player drop?" President Lin shook his head. "It's not entirely their fault. A free game has emerged, positioned similarly to Duskworld." "That game called Legend?" Chan Ming asked. "You know about it?" "Of course, there have been constant updates about them in the online gaming community lately. I even downloaded it and played for a while. I have to say, the designer of Legend is indeed a genius. A free game that has paid items but still maintains fairness is quite rare. I've taken over Duskworld. Let me see who comes out on top." A smile appeared on Chen Ming's face. President Lin also stood up. "Then it's decided. You will take over Duskworld and be fully responsible. We cannot let players leave again. Don't worry, I've played Legend and understand the essence of their game. I know what to do." "Not good, Lao Su." Bai Zhanfei rushed over in a panic. "What happened?" Su Yan looked at Bai Zhanfei in confusion. "The number of online players has dropped?" Bai Zhanfei shook his head. "Not at all, it's still on the rise." "Then why are you making a fuss? What's the bad news?" Tianfeng just announced that Duskworld will be taken over by Goose Factory's top game designer, Chen Ming. Chen Ming, Su Yang thought for a moment. This person is indeed capable. He has created several hit games across different genres, and so far, none have failed. What should we do? Chen Ming is one of Goose Factory's top 5 game designers. His games are loved by players and are currently the most popular. Seeing Bai Zhanfei's anxiousness, Su Yang helplessly picked up the mouse. "So what? We're not affected right now, but it's Chan Ming. His name is a brand. Now that it's announced he's taking over Duskworld, players will definitely come back." Su Yang shook his head. He had also looked at Duskworld. It was not on the same level as Legend. Its gameplay was right there. Any innovation would require starting from scratch. With that energy, it would be better to develop a new game. What's there to be anxious about? Let's see how the players react. We don't need to rush. Besides, players come to play games, not to follow people. We're in the gaming industry, not the fan circle. Seeing Su Yang like this, Bai Zhanfei said nothing more. He still had confidence in Su Yang. Although his working style was hard to read, he always managed to succeed. Also, this is already the 5th week since the server opened. I plan to wait until the second cross-server siege before preparing for this update. This time, there will be new gameplay, along with the opening of a new map. I've now realized that as players' strengths increase, the monsters in the game map are starting to become insufficient. Before, it might take half an hour to defeat a boss, but now it's done in just over 10 minutes. And those high-powered players also need to compete with lower-powered players for wild monsters, so we can only open a new map to attract those high-powered individuals over. What are you going to do? Su Yang recounted his updates, and a satisfied smile appeared on Bai Zhanfei's face. This way, those high-powered players would indeed be drawn over. In an internet cafe, when Ziyuan arrived here with a few friends, although he now has his own computer, playing together still creates that atmosphere. He is no longer the person who had to watch the money in his pocket when going online. His luck has been good. Not only did he obtain the Judgment in Bone Jade, but he also got a dragon pattern sword. He sold the dragon pattern sword for 23,000. Due to technical reasons, several people paid him to rank up in the arena. As soon as he opened Legend, he saw someone next to him talking. Quick, look, Tianfeng announced that Chen Ming will take over the Twilight World. I think with Chen Ming in charge, the Twilight World will definitely do better. Are you going to play the Twilight World? When Ziyuan glanced and shook his head, that broken game, the gameplay is just like that. Even if Chen Ming comes, what difference does it make? Besides, that's a paid game. No matter the game's nature or quality, how can it compare to Legend? I still prefer playing Legend. Fei Yan's boss is really a philanthropist. Not only did he create such a fun game, but it's also free. Just look at Goose Factory's games. Not only are they expensive, but there's also no innovation now. When Ziyuan complained about Goose Factory, the people around him nodded in agreement. When Ziyuan was right, how could these players not know Goose Factory's ways? Right, even if Chen Ming takes over, so what? Unless he redesigns it, but that would be worse than him designing a new game. Forget about him, log in. This time I want to get the Fire of Fury. We already have 7 or 8 people in our district who got the Fire of Fury, and I haven't yet. I almost couldn't beat them in the arena. Just keep pretending. The entire internet cafe was filled with laughter and chatter. It seemed that Chen Ming taking over the Twilight World was just news to them. For them, it was still about continuing to play Legend, without paying any attention to Goose Factory. In fact, the announcement released by Goose Factory had little impact on Legend players. Besides, they were only taking over, there was no updated version yet, and the game was still the same. How could they possibly play it? However, for other players, especially those who loved games designed by Chen Ming, they were all paying attention. They left comments under Chen Ming's Weibo, looking forward to him designing the Twilight game better and breaking records once again. In the evening, in the Tianfeng studio conference room, General Manager Zhang sat in the main seat. He was the vice president of Tianfeng Studio, and since General Manager Wang was on the way, he was hosting the meeting. Chen Ming sat beside him. On the other side, the operations manager was discussing today's data. Since we announced that designer Chen has taken over the game, the number of online players has started to rise since the afternoon, and it has now returned to 2,200,000. Moreover, there are still a large number of players registering. So far, the number of new registrations for the Twilight World has exceeded 1 million. It is expected that in the next 3 days, this number will continue to rise, and the momentum will be strong, surpassing our first-day online numbers. After hearing the operations manager's words, a smile appeared on General Manager Zhang's face. Truly worthy of being Chen Ming, our top game designer at Goose Factory, just his name alone attracts numerous players. Chen Ming, go ahead and speak. From now on, General Manager Lin has entrusted you with full responsibility for the game, and I won't interfere. General Manager Zhang was also quite satisfied. If Chen Ming made the game well and the data looked good, as the second in command of Tianfeng Studio, he would share in the credit. Even if he had no role in it, the Twilight World was released under Tianfeng Studio, so the performance was still his. Chen Ming nodded and began to speak. Starting tomorrow, I will officially take over and begin optimization, aiming to release the first version in 2 weeks. Throw away everything from before and start fresh. I refuse to believe that a small free game can surpass us. Free games are ultimately just a side hustle. Also, starting tomorrow, everyone involved in the design must work overtime, living and eating at the company, striving to finish as soon as possible. You wouldn't want to be lectured by General Manager Lin again, would you? The technical supervisor nodded helplessly, saying nothing more, but felt quite uncomfortable inside. At Fei Yang Company, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei were sitting together, discussing some matters. Old Su, I feel we need to hire more people. The two of us can't finish all this work. These days, we've been living at the company. We've become 007. When have I ever worked at such a high intensity? And you're even more tired than I am. If this continues, I don't want to be at your bedside in the ICU. Listening to Bai Zhanfei, Su Yang nodded. They indeed needed to hire a few people. He was only sleeping 6 hours a day, spending the rest of the time rushing work. Alright, you handle it. I remember you loved doing this back in school. First, let's set up the company framework. We can't have a company without a framework. There's too much to maintain right now, and I also need to work on new things, even design new games. What ideas do you have? Bai Zhanfei asked. Su Yang shook his head. Not yet, but I have a bit of a clue. However, it might take a long time to realize, possibly several years. In reality, it wasn't that exaggerated. His current reputation had already reached over 8,000. He believed that in a little over a month, it would reach 10,000, at which point he could start drawing games again. At the same time, the game store would open, allowing him to purchase games directly. That would be the moment for Fei Yang Company to explode. Although a single Legend game had made players in the gaming circle aware of Fei Yang, it was far from enough. Since he had crossed over, he had to make it big and strong, so that players all over the world would recognize the games from Manhwa. Not to mention the world, just in Manhwa alone, there were over 2 billion people, with nearly a billion playing games. Such a terrifying number, yet the online players for Legend were still less than 10 million. He still had a long way to go. If he could draw CF or League of Legends next time, or those big foreign IP games, that would be a chance for rapid expansion. Bai Zhanfei stood up. Alright, tell me what kind of people you need, and I'll find them for you. I'll handle the rest. Su Yang stated his requirements. I'll bring the people to you in 3 days. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Bai Zhanfei went out. Su Yang didn't pay attention. He usually handled such matters. After a while, Bai Zhanfei returned with a displeased expression, leading in 2 people. Who are these? Su Yang looked curiously at the newcomers. One was a portly man, followed by a lean man. After saying Tianfeng's, Bai Zhanfei stood behind Su Yang. Tianfeng Studio? Su Yang reacted, realizing that since they sent someone over, their intentions were certainly not good. If it were for communication, they would have sent a team, not just 2 people. Please sit, Su Yang said, not giving them any courtesy. He had already guessed their intentions. They merely wanted to acquire, which was their usual tactic. After General Manager Wang sat down, he spoke up. I am the main person in charge of Tianfeng Studio, Wang Baoquan. Hearing his name, Bai Zhanfei's lips curled slightly, but fortunately, he could control his expression. Oh, General Manager Wang, may I ask what brings you here? Su Yang asked directly, not even offering him tea. With just the 2 of them, there was no time to brew a cup of tea, and even if there were, Su Yang wouldn't do it. Not to mention their reputation, just the fact that they directly plagiarized Legend made Su Yang dislike them. Seeing Su Yang's attitude, General Manager Wang's expression was also displeased. Is this how you Fei Yang treat your guests? Not even a cup of tea? Just as Bai Zhanfei was about to speak, Su Yang interjected, Guest, did I invite you? You came here on your own, so what kind of guests are you? If you have something to say it quickly, I still have work to do. Seeing this, Wang Baoquan suppressed his anger and said, Our Goose Factory is prepared to spend a huge sum to buy your Legend. Name your price. As he spoke, he crossed his legs. Although General Manager Lin had given him a base price of 80 million, he felt that this amount was more than enough to buy a free game. Perhaps they could even have some left over. If not, he could buy their entire company. Buy our game? Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei exchanged glances. How much can you offer? Su Yang asked again. 50 million, how about that? Bai Zhanfei was about to speak but was stopped by Su Yang, who gave him a look. In fact, Bai Zhanfei wanted to curse them out. 50 million? They had already made nearly 10 million, and selling for 50 million was like treating them as beggars. Besides, how could they possibly want to sell? Seeing Su Yang's look, he knew Su Yang was about to make a move. He had seen that look several times before. Let us discuss it, Su Yang said, and he and Bai Zhanfei went to the next room. After a while, they returned. What have you decided? Wang Baoquan asked. Bai Zhanfei shook his head. 50 million is too little, you have no sincerity. Hearing this, Wang Baoquan looked at the 2 of them. It seemed they were going to ask for a sky-high price. He had not considered that Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei would refuse to sell. On the way here, he had already investigated their backgrounds. The main person in charge was Su Yang, who held the majority stake in the company, while Su Yang came from an ordinary family, not even a well-off one. 50 million was a sum he had never seen in his life. As for Bai Zhanfei, although he was from a privileged background, several tens of millions was still a substantial amount for their family. So how much do you want? Wang Baoquan asked. Su Yang held up one finger. 100 million? With 100 million, I could acquire your entire company. You are asking for too much. Wang Baoquan pretended to be angry. Although he didn't understand games, he was quite skilled in this area. Do you know what 100 million means? Seeing his expression, Su Yang shrugged. Think it's too expensive? Then don't buy it. Seeing Su Yang's firm attitude, Wang Baoquan immediately said, Can't we negotiate? Su Yang shook his head. No, if you want to acquire our Fei Yang company, you can offer another 20 million, totaling 120 million, and we will agree. Are you two here to make fun of me? Wang Baoquan said with a gloomy expression. Anyway, it's this price. You can buy it or not. If you don't want to, then forget it. But you must remember, this is the only opportunity. Seeing the two of them smiling, Wang Baoquan got up and left. The highest price offered by President Lin was only 100 million, and that was to take the entire company back. Now they wanted an extra 20 million just for a quick flip. It was too much. After Wang Baoquan left, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei burst into laughter. They had just gone to the conference room to discuss and tease Wang Baoquan. Once they left, Bai Zhanfei clutched his stomach and laughed. "Old Su, you really crack me up. They still think about acquiring us, and you guessed it right." Teasing them this time was really satisfying. What do you think? If they go back to discuss and feel that this price is also reasonable, will they come back again? Su Yang shook his head. "I guess not. After being turned away once, they won't come back. With that money, they could just copy our game, and they wouldn't even need that much." After hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei's expression became serious. Indeed, the style of the Goose Factory has always been to copy. How many game companies in the country have been copied by them? Once a good game appears, they are the first to try to acquire it. If that doesn't work, they just copy it, change the skin, and it becomes theirs. Over the years, the Goose Factory has copied no less than 10 games. With their vast resources, copying a game is a piece of cake. So what should we do? Su Yang was not in a hurry and sat down. Let them copy. If they don't take a few years, they won't be able to produce anything. By the time they do, our second game will have already launched. Hearing Su Yang say this, Bai Zhanfei was still a bit worried. Although they didn't have the data of Legend, they could release it with just a change. Are you confident? After all, this was a game created by Su Yang alone. How could it compete with an entire company like the Goose Factory? Su Yang smiled lightly. Even if they copy the core gameplay, balancing it isn't that easy, especially in terms of combat. Next week, I will launch the 3v3 mode. By then, let's see how they plan to copy. Even if the higher-ups have that idea, those top designers definitely won't want to do it. Compared to copying our game, I still think they will rely on Chen Ming. Moreover, the market for Duskworld is huge. It was only because of our Legend that their daily active users started to decline. Don't worry, the quality of the game will determine everything. Players want to play games, not junk. Bai Zhanfei nodded and went off to do his own work. A few days passed. During this time, the online player count for Legend continued to rise, while on the other side, after announcing that Chen Ming had taken over, the online player count for Duskworld had begun to recover. In just a few days, the online player count for Duskworld had already surpassed 27 million. Perhaps, by the time Chen Ming's updated version is released, the number could reach 30 million. Whether this 30 million online count would continue to rise would depend on how well Chen Ming executed this update. Therefore, this update put a lot of pressure on Chen Ming, as it was his first time working on an MMORPG. On Saturday noon, with another update for Legend, players began to anticipate once again. After all, every Saturday is the most anticipated time for players, as they can participate in the siege and fight for Shabak. Although only a few major guilds have the capability to compete for Shabak, it doesn't stop others from trying. Who knows, they might even manage to take down a big shot on the leaderboard. As long as players participate in the siege, even if they don't succeed in the end, there will still be participation rewards. This not only satisfies the PK but also offers rewards. During this period, it is the favorite time for those casual players, as most players have gone to participate in the siege. The dungeon maps are gone, and they can also steal a boss. If they're lucky, they might get a decent piece of equipment. When Ziyuan and a few others sat together in the internet cafe, I hope this update will bring a small-scale PK dungeon. For us, large dungeons are just cannon fodder, especially for us priests. We just get beaten up, complained a priest player next to him. Just get a dog book. I saw our district's top priest summon a dog, and it beat up 2 warriors. Those 2 warriors fought the dog for ages and couldn't kill it, but instead, they got killed by the dog, said a mage player beside him. Are you kidding? The skill book for summoning divine beasts isn't that easy to drop. Which warrior without Fire Fury would dare to face 2 warriors with Fire Fury? The dog's skin would be stripped off you. Since the strongest skill books for the 3 main classes appeared, players have been extremely fond of them, especially the priest players, who are particularly keen on a book that summons divine beasts, because when the divine beast is resting, its size shrinks, looking more like a dog, so players call it the dog book. Don't talk about it. Because of the dog book's appearance, the proportion of priests in the back district is almost 40% now. You know, our district's priests only account for 10%, so you can imagine how high this skill book has raised the profession. However, even if I got the dog book, I wouldn't want to use it. I heard from a friend that in District 130, someone offered 50,000 for a dog book, and still, it hasn't sold. It's completely a case of having a price but no market. The two discussed for a long time. Forget it, stop dreaming. Our luck is too bad. Look at Wengu, his luck is truly against the heavens. Not only did he get the strongest weapons for the 3 main classes, but he also got Fire Fury. Maybe one day he'll drop the dog book and then I'll sell it to you cheap. When Ziyuan glanced at the two of them and said, "Stop chatting, the update is done. Let's log in and see what this update has brought." After logging in, a box popped up, announcing the details of the update. After reading the announcement, everyone in the internet cafe cheered with excitement. Feiyang is really a conscientious company. They actually know what we want. A 3v3 competitive mode. If I team up with Wengu, wouldn't we just dominate? Indeed, it's a total domination. Wengu goes wild, and you just support. Get lost. However, this update even gave away 3 keys. Although we don't really need the money for these 3 keys, Feiyang is practically doing charity. Aren't they going to lose millions over these 3 keys? Stop blabbering, let's wait and recharge 68 later. First, let's check out this 3v3 mode. I looked at the introduction. Every match will have both sides as warrior, mage, and priest. It seems we can really play with Wengu. When Ziyuan also opened the 3v3 interface. He wasn't very interested in 3v3 since he preferred solo play, but he could give it a try. I'll invite Wengu. Ha, why does it show our ranks don't match? Didn't the update just finish? Where are the ranks? After reading the notes, they could only wail in despair. The rules stated that 3v3 would match players based on their ranks in the arena. This meant that players of one rank could only match with players of the same rank, and their rank difference from when Ziyuan was too great. My dream of reaching the top has shattered. In the office building of the Goose Factory, Wang Baoquan sat there, looking furious. President Lin, they are too much. We offered such a high price, and not only did they not accept it, but they also said our offer was too low. Wang Baoquan started criticizing Feiyang's shortcomings half an hour after he arrived. From his attitude upon entering to the end, he recounted everything with embellishments. After listening, General Manager Lin fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of what kind of person Wang Baoquan was, but he would definitely do his best to complete the task assigned to him. Although he exaggerated Feiyang's faults, it was clear that the other side had rejected the proposal. He had originally thought that spending so much money to acquire their game would be straightforward. Unexpectedly, Feiyang and his team had actually turned it down. Did they really think they could carve out a share of the gaming market with this game against numerous major game companies? That was clearly wishful thinking. The reason why Goose Factory had maintained its dominance in the gaming industry for so long was not just due to acquiring games. Alright, I understand. You can go back now. I will come up with a response plan shortly, General Manager Lin said to Wang Baoquan. After he left, Lin called in Chen Ming. He had been at Tianfeng for a while, and the game Dusk World was now very important. If they did well, they could share the MMORPG market with Legend and perhaps even surpass it. Securing this type of game would mean they would monopolize the genre for a considerable time in the future. Now, the focus was on how to defeat Legend and seize the market. Before long, Chen Ming walked in, looking exhausted as he sat down. General Manager Lin, what do you need me for? How is the progress? Lin asked. Chen Ming took a sip of tea. We have completed 80% of it. I estimate it will take another 2 or 3 days to finish this update. Lin's expression turned serious. I sent Wang Baoquan to negotiate the acquisition, but it didn't go through. Now the pressure is all on you. What I mean is, if we can't make changes, we might as well copy. Chen Ming shook his head. As one of the top game designers in the country, being asked to copy a game was like saying he was inferior to others. He definitely wouldn't copy a game unless absolutely necessary, but it seemed he still had a bit of confidence in himself. If it couldn't be done, they would see what to do next. However, General Manager Lin, rest assured, I'm not that kind of stubborn person. Since Legend is more popular than our Dusk World, they must have their appealing aspects. I've been playing it during this time. I've also learned from their strengths, and combined with our own elements, we can attract that segment of players. However, the only disadvantage is that we are a paid game, while they are free. Lin raised his hand. You don't need to worry about that. We can launch it at half price. Originally, it was 50 cents an hour. We can offer it at 20 cents. This way, it can also enhance your reputation, and most players have heard of your name, which will help attract a large number of players. Chen Ming nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll keep an eye on it and strive to complete this version update as soon as possible. Go ahead. After Chen Ming left, General Manager Lin pondered for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing. After a while, a casually dressed man walked in. General Manager Lin, what do you need from me? About Legend. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was time for the update of Dusk World, which also happened to be Saturday. Since it had been announced in advance, players were eagerly anticipating what the redesigned Dusk World by Chen Ming would look like. At noon, the game began its update, lasting half an hour. In the conference room, all participants involved in Dusk World were seated. Not only that, General Manager Lin was also present, wanting to see the game's data. As of 6 o'clock this morning, our online player count has reached 31 million, and the number of registered users has even hit 50 million. This update has generated a lot of anticipation among players, and everyone is eager to see what designer Chen Ming can do to transform the Twilight World. The operations manager then opened the comments section below the game. The rating, originally at 7.6, has now risen to 8.1. Although it's only a 0.3 increase, it reflects the opinions of millions of players, indicating that the reputation of their Twilight World is starting to improve. What about Legend? Do they have any data? The operations manager shook his head. They haven't released any game data yet, so we haven't been able to obtain it. With the completion of the game update, the online player count began to surge dramatically. It jumped from 0 to 1 million in an instant. In less than 3 minutes, it reached 5 million. After 10 minutes, the number stabilized at 20 million and gradually began to rise. Seeing this number, everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. In just 10 minutes, they had already reached this figure. By evening, it might even reach the 30 million mark. It seems clear that having Chen Ming take over was the right decision. President Lin nodded with satisfaction, realizing that there was no need to hold back his backup plan. Once stability was achieved, they could compete with Legend for market share. Their company had a natural advantage and was not intimidated by a small Legend. Even if they offered their game for free, it wouldn't matter. With Chen Ming on board, his reputation far surpassed that of an unknown like Fei Yang. Besides, a small studio that had been established for less than half a year, with only a few people, couldn't create much of a wave. He then stood up. I am very satisfied with this update. The next blockbuster game has already begun to take shape. You all need to work hard. I hope by the end of the year, I can see the average online player count for Twilight World reach 50 million. For their company, a game with an online player count of 50 million would be considered a blockbuster. Of course, they also had games with over 100 million daily active users, which were the most important games in their entire gaming department, peaking at 300 million online players. This means that 1 out of every 10 players was from their company. Although the numbers have declined now, they still maintain over 100 million daily active users. After hearing President Lin's words, everyone applauded to celebrate this success. Especially for those from Tianfeng, a blockbuster game meant substantial bonuses for them. President Lin then announced the end of the meeting, and everyone slowly began to leave. However, the screen remained on, and an hour had already passed. The online player count graph on the screen had stopped increasing. The next day, wow, Lao Su, our online player count last night actually reached 9,370,000. Bai Zhanfei rushed over, excitedly saying, over 9 million? Su Yang looked up at Bai Zhanfei. See, I told you so. Bai Zhanfei pulled up a chair and sat down. You were right, even though yesterday was Chen Ming's first day taking over Twilight World, we were unaffected, and the online player count is still growing. Su Yang crossed his arms. For our company, players are more familiar with the game than we are. Even if Chen Ming has taken over, the style remains the same. Now that they have invested in Legend, they naturally won't play anymore. Moreover, we are a free game, while Twilight World charges for access. Even if they offer discounts, players still have to spend money. This is one reason. Furthermore, the investment players make in Legend is quite significant. Some even recharge thousands or tens of thousands, so naturally, they wouldn't want to part with it. Another reason is that in Legend, you can obtain equipment worth a fortune. If you get a book to summon a divine beast, you could buy a car outright. With this mindset, players will be enthusiastic about Legend, rather than Dusk World. Look, the basic gameplay of Dusk World is just like that. No matter how much Chen Ming changes it, there won't be any significant difference. Alright, Bai Zhanfei nodded and stood up. By the way, someone will come for an interview later. You should go over and see how it goes. I'll find out what changes Chen Ming has made this time. After saying that, Bai Zhanfei left Su Yang's office. He glanced at the time, it was 9 o'clock, and Bai Zhanfei had asked those people to come at 9:30. When he arrived in front of the conference room, there were already more than 10 people standing there. Su Yang looked at the 2 rows of people in the hallway and asked, "Are you the ones here for the interview?" "Yes," they replied. After checking the resumes in his hand and seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Yang said, "Then let's get started." Starting from the first on the left, Su Yang walked into the conference room, which was usually empty, just the 2 of them, and there was no need for a meeting. Since this time they were recruiting for the entire gaming industry, he was in dire need of people. His reputation was about to reach 10,000, and then he could draw another prize. Right now, only Su Yang could handle things at Feiyang, and Legend needed someone to maintain it. He didn't have the energy for that anymore. So, all the 10 or so people who came were accepted by Su Yang. He had looked at their resumes. They all had several years of work experience, not fresh graduates who knew nothing. With them on board, the next game production would be much simpler, as the people accepted this time included not only designers but also other professionals. By a little past 9, it was almost 11 when everything was wrapped up. Now that Legend was so popular online, as someone in the gaming circle, he naturally knew that those who could come here had some understanding of Legend. So they were confident in themselves, believing they could enter here. Plus the people who came were all screened by Su Yang. After asking a few questions, they were accepted. Since today was Sunday, Su Yang called these people in. They were directly hired and instructed on what they needed to do the next day. As for other positions like secretarial and administrative roles, they hadn't recruited for those yet, so he took care of it himself. After finishing all this, it was almost time. When Su Yang returned to his office, Bai Zhanfei had been waiting there for quite a while. Seeing Su Yang come in, Bai Zhanfei immediately stood up. "Old Su, Dusk World's move is too underhanded." "Ha? What happened?" Su Yang asked, puzzled. "Look," he said, projecting his computer screen onto the screen. "I just saw their update, and a large part of it is just copying us. It's really disgusting. Look here." Su Yang pointed at their update announcement. "Our arena gameplay, they completely copied it. You see, our Realm Arena is 1v1 for each profession, and they just changed the method a bit and made it theirs." Su Yang looked at the update content, and after a few minutes, he understood the gist of it. They had also adopted Legend's arena gameplay. However, there were some changes, and it was different from Legend. Because in Dusk World, there are 7 characters. After all, it is also an RPG game, and role-playing naturally wouldn't involve just one character. So at the start, they could choose from 7 types of characters, roughly similar to the legendary ones: melee attackers, ranged attackers, and support types. Because of this, the rules in the arena were different from those in the Legends. It wasn't about matching within their own class, but rather a complete matchup. This meant that if luck was not on their side, a ranged attacker might end up matched against a support character. However, this would increase the win rate for ranged attackers. Although Chen Ming adjusted the balance a bit, enhancing the support characters and adding a few offensive skills for them, Su Yang felt it was simply inadequate. In his previous life, there were certainly games of this type. The most famous among them was, of course, the Poison Milk Powder, but the characters in that game were different from theirs. Moreover, how many years had they been developing it? Could Chen Ming really accomplish that in just 2 weeks? In his view, this update to the arena was completely wrong. He looked at the other updates and saw that they had also introduced a batch of equipment, which was comparable to the quality of the legendary judgment equipment. Although it also required defeating monsters to drop, their dungeon mode was quite different. Like the Poison Milk Powder, one person could enter a dungeon and complete the entire thing. The most important thing was that they had not set a fatigue value, meaning that as long as players kept grinding, everyone would definitely end up with such equipment, even if the drop rate was extremely low. But this mode would inevitably lead to the equipment flooding the market in no time. If they wanted to learn from the Legends and establish an economic system, it was bound to fail. At that point, the entire economic system of the Twilight World would collapse. Watching Su Yang stare silently at the screen, Bai Zhanfei anxiously said, "What should we do?" Su Yang sat down and smiled lightly. "It's nothing to worry about. You can rest assured. I thought Chen Ming would come up with something good in the past half-month, but this is the result? Copying? Oh no, borrowing even the wrong way. There's no need to look anymore." "What do you mean?" Su Yang pulled out their character chart and said, "If these characters were to PK together, do you think it would be fair?" Bai Zhanfei suddenly realized. "I see, the warrior and the mage would definitely dominate the support characters. In this arena, the warrior would undoubtedly be at the top, and due to the limitations of their classes, they can't achieve balance." Su Yang shook his head, "Not necessarily, but this kind of balance can't be achieved in just a few months, and after players experience it, those support players will definitely not accept it. So their update this time is really nothing to worry about." On Monday afternoon, during the regular meeting, everyone from the Tianfeng studio was seated. General Manager Wang sat at the head of the table, a smile on his face. From yesterday's data, it seemed that the Twilight World was not far from becoming a hit. He cleared his throat and said, "Thanks to everyone's efforts, our Twilight World is now on the rise. I believe we can definitely become the next blockbuster game. Let's show our data and see how many online users we had yesterday." Then, the operations manager displayed the real-time data. As soon as the data was opened, everyone was taken aback. Originally, there were 26 million online users, but now it had dropped to 23 million. Suddenly, the entire meeting room fell silent. What had happened? What's going on? General Manager Wang stood up, looking at the data on the screen, his eyes filled with confusion. The operations manager also looked bewildered. Everything seemed fine yesterday, so why had it suddenly dropped so much today? And seeing the current real-time data, it had plummeted significantly. Although today is Monday, there will definitely be a decline, but such a significant drop must be due to issues with the game. Chen Ming frowned beside him, wondering how this could happen. He had specifically analyzed the popularity of the legend and incorporated its gameplay into this latest update. But he never expected the results to be so poor. Where had the problem arisen? He then spoke up. Let's check the ratings. The players should mention the shortcomings. The operations manager quickly opened the ratings below the game. As soon as he opened it, all the reviews were 1-star ratings. What garbage is this update? I even came back to play a bit, and it's not even worth a dog's time. Chen Ming, what kind of trash did you design? Even if you're copying, you should at least have some brains about it. How are we supposed to play like this? Look at the arena. What a mess it is. Is there any balance left? As a support player, I went into the arena and ended up matched with a warrior player. I got killed in 3 hits. Tell me how I'm supposed to play? What kind of ridiculous matchmaking mechanism is this? I'm a casual player, and when I matched, guess who I got? With my 30 attack and defense, I faced a warrior with over 100 attack and defense, and he one-shot me. I'm done. The entire comments section was filled with insults, and every single one was a 1-star review, not a single 2-star review in sight. After reading the comments, Chen Ming gritted his teeth. He had failed, and it was a complete failure. Now he understood that the balance was not done well. He had been thinking he couldn't just imitate the Legends model. Because there were many characters, he thought of matching them all, but he overlooked the most important point, the balance between each profession. This led to chaos in the entire arena, where powerful melee characters crushed the others. As a result, this version update was undoubtedly a massive failure. It not only made the original players of the Twilight world disgusted but also left the new players who came seeking it dissatisfied with him. Chen Ming, this? President Wang looked at Chen Ming, unsure of what to say, and unable to say anything. He was a top game designer at the Goose Factory and didn't have the authority to reprimand Chen Ming. Chen Ming rubbed his forehead. This update failed. I didn't anticipate the actual situation. President Wang's expression was complicated. Was there really no saving it? Even Chen Ming had stumbled here. Looking at the data, there were still over 10 million players, but this was a community. If one person complained, it would trigger a chain reaction. Gradually, those who disliked this model would quit and move on to other games. And right now, the hottest RPG game was The Legend. Wasn't this just handing players over to Fei Yan? Chen Ming stood up. I'll go talk to President Lin about this. He then left the conference room. Feiyang Su-yang was looking at the documents his subordinates had given him. The few people who had just joined the day before were already assigned tasks. They were now able to get into work mode. At that moment, Bai Zhanfei walked in. Old Su, the reputation of Twilight World is plummeting. Their rating is only 7.1 now. I think by tomorrow, their rating will probably drop below 7. Bai Zhanfei chuckled, taking a sip of water from his cup. They even copied our gameplay, they deserve it. Next, they should be shutting down the servers. Su Yang put down the document in his hand. That's difficult. After all, they have a base number of players. Even if they decline, the remaining players won't be few. It's just that it can only be like this. So what do you plan to do next? Bai Zhanfei asked. Go with the flow. There's no need to target them right now. The focus is on designing a new game. Bai Zhanfei looked at Su Yang in disbelief. It's barely been half a year, and you're already thinking about designing a new game? I feel like our legend still has room to grow. Are you just going to ignore it? Su Yang shook his head. It's not that I'm ignoring it. The overall framework has already been perfected. We need to design a new game now. We can't wait until Legend is on the decline to start designing. Although Legend isn't at its peak yet, there's already a trend. Within a year, it will definitely explode in popularity. We don't need to rush. By that time, when we design the new game, it will also benefit from the heat of Legend. Su Yang explained to Bai Zhanfei. Alright, I won't interfere with you then. I'll just focus on my logistics. Right now, we're making hundreds of thousands a day. If we reach that explosive level, wouldn't it be over 1 million a day? As he spoke, Bai Zhanfei's eyes lit up. Isn't that tens of millions a month? 100 million a quarter. We're going to make it big. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, but he was too lazy to argue with Bai Zhanfei's nature. By the way, I've been planning to design some high-level special effects, aiming to update them during the next cross-server siege. Keep an eye on the online player count then. Sure, what kind of features? Similar to last time, with the weapons shining? Yes, but not entirely. This time, I plan to launch an event where players can obtain them for free. What? Free? My brother, why are you giving everything away for free? The game is free, and now high-level special effects are free too? Are you treating the players like parents, giving them so many benefits? Bai Zhanfei retorted. You're missing the point. You need to broaden your perspective. Su Yang took the computer. Look, an event will greatly increase the daily active players. Once the daily activity picks up, players will become more invested. Would you be willing to abandon a kitten you've raised for a year? After hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei left contentedly. Once he left, Su Yan locked the door. Just now, his reputation points had reached 10,000. It had taken a long time, but he finally made it to 10,000. He wondered what good game he could draw this time. The games on the wheel were all popular in his world. Although some later received poor reviews, players remained loyal and continued to play. Various pay-to-win activities, a small one each week and a big one each month, filled the game interface with lotteries. This severely affected the players' gaming experience. Yet, despite this, the monthly active players for those games still ranked high. This showed the strength of these games. If managed well, they could be something entirely different. Su Yang stopped thinking about that and opened the game wheel. There were a total of 13 games, and he had already drawn Legend. Looking at the remaining games, Su Yang noticed that some were of the same genre as Legend, like Dungeon. Both games shared common points. Dungeon was the most popular before CF and League came out, boasting 8 million warriors. However, it was also a role-playing game, just like Legend, with the crucial element being the Twilight world from Goose Factory. After Chen Ming's recent update, the Dungeon mode was somewhat similar to Dungeon. Given these two factors, Dungeon was no longer suitable. The next game had to be of a different type. Even MMORPGs like Tian Dao or Tian Long would be better than Dungeon. If he had a choice from the start, he would definitely choose Dungeon, as its competitive system was more refined compared to Legend. But the first thing drawn was Legend, and he had also integrated some gameplay from Dungeon into Legend. Originally, Legend had no competitive system. He modeled it after Dungeon, and his next step was to incorporate some of Dungeon's gameplay. He once considered whether to add attributes to weapons, but upon reflection, since it wasn't done originally, doing so now would disrupt the game's balance. Achieving balance in a game is very difficult, and adding it later could easily make players feel resentful. He hoped not to draw Dungeon this time, otherwise, it really wouldn't be feasible. If it were made, not only would it require a large amount of funding, but the results would also not be guaranteed. To outsiders, Fei Yang, you have already created Legend, right? Why are you making an RPG game again? Isn't that undermining your own platform? Taking a deep breath, Su Yang clicked to spin. The pointer on the wheel slowly turned, and after a few seconds, it began to slow down. Gradually, the pointer landed on Data 2, with League of Legends still beside it. Stop, Su Yang prayed inwardly. It seemed promising. Dungeon was on the other side, and it couldn't possibly land there. The pointer moved again, and it pointed to Crossfire. CF. Su Yang jumped up in excitement. He didn't expect to actually draw Crossfire. The host has drawn the game Legend, Crossfire, and the initial version to the latest official operating version has been stored in the dataspace. He couldn't believe it. He really drew Crossfire. The second draw is over, and the Reputation Mall is open. The Reputation Mall, he wondered what would be inside. Would it have all the games? Su Yang opened the Reputation Mall. A large number of games appeared inside. There was also a navigation bar on the side. Single-player games, online games, console games. Divided into several categories, this Reputation Mall was similar to opening 43.99 mini-games, with the navigation bar above and games below. Each game had its price marked below, requiring reputation to purchase. He looked at his reputation, 10,265. He didn't expect to have so much reputation now, and this draw didn't consume any reputation, which was the most comfortable. I wonder if the reputation store has League of Legends. Su Yang flipped through and really found it. League of Legends, reputation, 500,000. How much? Su Yang rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Why did it require 500,000 reputation? Just now, he drew Crossfire, and the reputation was only 10,000. This purchase required 500,000? The price difference was too great. He looked at a few more games, and the prices were similar. Dungeon, 310,000 Dota 2, 450,000 PUBG, 520,000 Overwatch, 460,000 Hiss. Su Yang shook his head. This was too expensive. These games were all on the wheel, but he didn't expect the purchase to require so much reputation. It would take ages to buy them all, and it wasn't even certain he could buy them. He flipped through again and was somewhat surprised to see a single-player game. Pokemon series, 30,000. He didn't expect Pokemon to only cost 30,000. In terms of value, these games combined might not even match the entire Pokemon IP. This is one of the world's top IPs. Who hasn't heard of Pikachu? Suddenly, Su Yang had an idea. Since this world doesn't have the big IP of Pokemon, why not create it himself? Closing the Reputation Mall, Su Yang felt a bit reluctant. All the games inside were ones he wanted, but now Reputation was too hard to obtain. With a reputation of 10,000, the number of players online in Legend has reached 10 million, but there really aren't that many people. One can only imagine the reputation needed for League of Legends. How long would that take? Fortunately, the next lottery only requires a reputation of 50,000. I need to quickly accumulate reputation, hoping to draw League of Legends instead of buying it, otherwise, it would be a headache. But there's also a risk with the lottery. With Legend and having drawn Crossfire, having these two games means I can't develop any more games of the same type. The prize will still has Dungeon and CSGO. If I draw either of those two, it would be a huge loss. It's that feeling of being reluctant to discard yet tasteless to consume. A company releasing two games of the same type is destined for neither to become a hit simultaneously. No one would do that, not even the Goose Factory. For now, let's take it one step at a time and focus on developing Crossfire. In my impression, there aren't any games like that in this world. Most shooting games here are battlefield style. You start as a soldier and participate in a battle, which can be said to be a very realistic battlefield. As for a game like Crossfire, there hasn't been one. There are similar ones, but they are just mini games. It seems that the day for Fei Yang to become a hit isn't far off. Su Yang opened the door and walked out to notify others to prepare for a meeting. Currently, there are more than 20 people in the Fei Yang game development department. Su Yang called them all over at once, and Bai Zhanfei followed along. Old Su, is there something you want to announce? You've gathered everyone here, Bai Zhanfei asked as he sat next to Su Yang. He had just come out of Su Yang's office not long ago when he called the game department staff. Once everyone had arrived, Su Yang spoke up. I announced that we at Fei Yang are preparing to design our next game. Su Yang's words stunned Bai Zhanfei for a moment. They had only exchanged a few words, and now they were ready to start designing the next game? That was too fast. However, he didn't ask why again. So what type of game are we making next? Shooting. Upon hearing these two words, everyone in the meeting frowned. It's not that this type is sensitive, but it's hard to make. Another point is that shooting games are currently very homogenized. Even if we make a free game, it might not necessarily become popular. The most popular shooting game in the country is from the Goose Factory. It consistently has around 80 million online players. Although it can't compare to the big foreign companies, it's still intimidating for most game developers. Moreover, that shooting game from the Goose Factory, Urban Warfare, is actually a copy of a foreign game. There are only so many gameplay styles for this type of game, and we are still in the early stages. Although Legend has the potential to become a hit, it hasn't yet. Recklessly venturing into shooting games could lead to a huge loss. The people in the conference room shared this attitude. Old Su, why not switch to something else? The shooting game market is too deep. It's not something we can tackle right now. Even making a card game would be a good choice. Su Yang shook his head. Have you ever seen me make a mistake? Don't worry, the next game will be a shooting game. Seeing Su Yang's insistence, Bai Zhanfei didn't say anything more. After all, their roles were clearly defined, and Su Yang hadn't made a wrong step yet. When they worked on Legend together, every step was something he hadn't anticipated, and look where they are now. Legend is so popular, even overshadowing the Goose Factory. Since he has confidence, they should just follow Su Yang's lead. He would ensure the logistics were in place. Su Yang then looked at the employees. Now, to establish a project for a shooting game, we need 7 or 8 people. Who among you has experience? A few people raised their hands. Just like that, the meeting quickly concluded, sending 6 people to participate in the design of Crossfire. Su Yang was now thinking that he couldn't just copy the game, it needed some improvements. So, some modifications were necessary, which would take time. Next, he would have to run in 2 directions. On one hand, he needed to update the version of Legend, and on the other, he had to personally design Crossfire. Back in the office, Bai Zhanfei looked puzzled. Isn't it too early to design a new game so quickly? Su Yang shook his head. It's not too early. Designing a shooting game isn't that easy. When we made Legend, it took us over a month to get it right, and that was with a rough framework already in place. This time, it will take even longer. I think it won't be done in less than half a year. This time is enough for Legend to become a hit, and by then, we can leverage its popularity to promote our new game. Bai Zhanfei still voiced his concerns. Don't worry, players are tired of those shooting games on the market. They want to play something new. I plan to create a new type. It's either heaven or hell. If it fails, the loss won't be too great. But what if it succeeds? Alright then. After chatting for a while longer, Bai Zhanfei left, he had other matters to attend to. Once he was gone, Su-yan looked at Crossfire in the warehouse. His memories drifted back to his middle school days. The first time he encountered it was when a classmate took him to an internet cafe to play. He completed the beginner tutorial with the gifted M16 and went to the transport ship with his classmate, only to get lost in the chaos. The funniest part was when he saved enough GP to buy an AK-47, only to find out later that he had bought a 74 instead. He was laughed at for an entire afternoon. There were also times when he and his classmates played Biohazard, hiding in the chimney of Nightfall Manor, waiting to become hunters, only to be met by a Terminator. When it was his turn to become a Terminator, he would check the little arrow to see if anyone was hiding inside. He remembered the days when he had to log in at 3 o'clock. Often, he needed to enter a few hours early, or else he wouldn't be able to get in when the time came, as the servers would be completely full. The most vivid memory was the time they could draw for Chingang and Dragon Scale just by logging in. There were more than 10 of them, all with small knives, and not a single Dragon Scale was found. They had no idea who got it. Back then, players weren't very resistant to picking up a weapon meant taking a picture first. It's a pity that after the appearance of the Illusion God, the game completely changed. Although there are still many players now, it lacks the flavor it once had. His thoughts returned to the present. Those were all in the past, he was now here. Since he had drawn this game, he absolutely couldn't ruin it. He started thinking about how to make the game balanced enough. Either remove the V attributes, not use any divine weapons, but that seemed to lack something. The games on the market now are all identical to real-life guns, with no skins. Even the coolest guns are made from rare metals. At most, they are made of gold or platinum, looking dazzling but essentially just that. The most famous weapons in Crossfire are still the Fire Qilin and the Thunder God. These two divine weapons are incredibly popular, and it would be a real shame not to use them. However, if they are used, their attributes must be discarded. Rifle plus bullets, quick weapon switching, and using the stock to hit people all disrupt the game's balance. If they could be incorporated without breaking the game's balance, that would be perfect. Moreover, such things either exist from the very beginning or they don't. If they are introduced midway, they will definitely affect the players. Now it's time to make a choice. If it can be done well, it will surely sell like hotcakes. At this moment, he thought of skins. Most of the divine weapons have skins. If these divine weapons were made into gun skins, wouldn't that be perfect? Moreover, it could also generate some revenue from skin sales. There would definitely be players willing to buy them. Just look at the cool appearance of the Fire Qilin, and then compare it to the wooden AK. One could say they are two different guns. Yes, let's do it this way, Su Yang smiled. A few days later, a trending topic surged up. It had already reached the top 10 on Weibo. It was posted by a prominent gaming influencer. The title was Goose Factory's new game in decline. Is the quality of free games really this good? Recently, the most talked about topic in the gaming circle was the struggle between Goose Factory and a small company. Both released an RPG game at the same time. Since the domestic market for this type of game is relatively small, Goose Factory's entry into this genre might be seen as an investment. But the results were good. The number of reservations reached over 40 million, and the number of online players on the first day exceeded 24 million. This ranks among the top in gaming history, and undoubtedly, it would be the next big hit. However, what was unexpected was that at the same time, there was a company that was still a studio back then. A studio with only 2 people released an RPG game called Legend. What surprised everyone was that it turned out to be a free game. According to the editor's understanding, this was considered the first free game in the country. When Fei Yang announced it, people in the gaming circle were shocked. They were actually going to make a free game. How would a free game make money? Some people went to make reservations, while others looked down on it, thinking it was just marketing. There had been similar cases before, where a small company announced a free game, but after just a month, it turned into a paid game, which led to a lot of backlash from players. Therefore, most players didn't pay attention, let alone the fact that Feiyan was just a 2-person studio at the time. But after it went live, players were surprised to find that it was indeed a free game. It also achieved a record of more reservations than the number of online players on the first day, although the online player count was less than 100,000. As the editor is a game review blogger, some fans asked to check out this game. So the editor went to play it, and once he started, he couldn't stop. As one of the first players on the opening day, I played until the evening, only to realize that several hours had passed. This was different from previous RPGs, combining PvP and PvE modes. I still remember the first day I went to fight a boss. Someone next to me was attacking me, leaving me puzzled. In the end, relying on my skills, I defeated him, which made me feel that this game was quite interesting. There were many gameplay elements that I experienced, and the quality was far from that of a typical free game. Even some paid games weren't as good as Legend. What excited me the most was the siege mode. It was my first time seeing so many people fighting in a group. Here, no matter how strong you are, you can still be overwhelmed by a group attack. It all depends on teamwork. If the entire guild doesn't cooperate, they will get beaten up. I initially joined the third guild, and at that time, we were pulled into a fight with the second guild. A few of us were there brawling, and in the end, the second guild reaped the benefits. The thrill of this mode was something I had never seen in other games. I participated in several sieges on time, just to find those big shots on the leaderboard. We, the noobs, may not be strong, but there are many of us, and when we kill one, we feel a great sense of achievement. Especially now with the Ice Tooth in Zone 1, I've participated in killing him 7 or 8 times. During this time, the Goose Factory has once again leveraged its advantages. Their gameplay isn't as good as Legend, so they chose to borrow from it, adopting the paid features from Legend. In Legend, this kind of recharge does not affect game balance at all. The ingots obtained through recharge can also be acquired in-game. Fayong has not followed other unscrupulous companies that only allow certain items to be purchased with real money, making them impossible to buy with in-game currency, and those items bought with money have extremely overpowered attributes. In this regard, Fayong has done really well. A free game that takes care of game balance and items for us casual players. Looking at other games now, the difference is clear. Moreover, Legend has more than just this. Their most successful aspect is the currency system within the game. Recently, a weapon online was worth tens of thousands, which is equipment from Legend. Fayong can't always cater to casual players, so they released high-level weapons. Once these 3 weapons were released, Legend players flocked to them. Their cool appearance made every player want to own one. Furthermore, these items can also be obtained in-game, with no other channels available, meaning every player has a chance to get these weapons. It all depends on the player's luck. Unfortunately, these weapons are now extremely hard to obtain. It's been a month, and there aren't even 1,000 in the entire game, highlighting the difficulty of acquiring them. Currently, a warrior's weapon has reached several tens of thousands, and even so, it's a case of having a price but no stock. Those who want to buy can't find any. At this point, Fayong is also sending benefits to players, with a chance to obtain boxes while grinding monsters in the wild. These boxes only require a key to open, and this key can be unlocked with just 3 units of in-game currency. Not only that, but Fayong also gives out a key with every update. Even a box, even the lowest level one, will yield some items, so you won't get nothing. If you open the highest level box, you might get items worth thousands. These are in high demand and can be traded at the auction house. If you don't want to trade online, you can trade offline. But I really don't recommend this method, because going offline has no guarantees, and it means Legend won't receive any item fees. If Fayong's profits are low, it's us players who suffer. Plus, recently Fayong updated the version again, introducing 3 major skill books. A few days ago, players of the Taoist class were crying out about being weak, as this class is more of a support role. Even with the same combat power, they get crushed by warriors and mages. As a result, there are fewer Taoist players. In large PK events like sand attacks, the Taoist is just support, casting a defense buff or healing and then disappearing. This time, Fayong directly updated 3 major skill books. Once a Taoist can obtain the Summon Divine Beast skill book, it represents a qualitative leap. A Divine Beast can easily take down 2 warriors. This has reignited interest in the Taoist class. Players who previously didn't play as Taoists are now picking it up, and the player base has increased from less than 20% to 30%. Although the Summoned Divine Beast has high stats, against a warrior with fierce fire, a skilled warrior can still defeat it. For example, the top warrior in Zone 1, Ice Tooth, I saw him yesterday chasing 2 Taoists with Divine Beasts all by himself. So, this time, Fayong not only stopped the Taoist players from crying about being weak. After all, the Taoist's role is more of a support. If you can't enhance their stats, how can they play? If a class can deal damage and heal, how can warriors and mages compete? I think this update is quite good. The minds of the 2 people at Fayong truly opened our eyes. This quality of game not only has no high fees to play but also allows us to play for free. As for the items inside, even if you don't spend a penny, it won't have any impact. Who knows, you might get lucky and obtain a high-level weapon, and then you wouldn't have to worry at all. Speaking of Legend, let's return to the beginning. Since it collided with the new game from Goose Factory, what was the outcome over there? Because they are all similar types of games, and due to their scale, I mentioned Goose Factory's data earlier. However, everyone knows what Goose Factory is like without me having to say it. After borrowing from Legend once, they had no choice but to revert to an earlier version. But they couldn't stop players from quitting, so they had to let Goose Factory's top designer, Chen Ming, redesign it. This move undoubtedly carries significant risk. If it succeeds, players won't say much. After all, Chen Ming's reputation is there. Most people would think he would succeed, but what if he fails? And the result is that Chen Ming failed. He once again borrowed from Legends gameplay, adding Legends competitive system, but didn't consider the actual situation of the Twilight world. I'll say something in hindsight, give him half a month, and no one would succeed. After all, the Twilight world wasn't designed by him. Now, Goose Factory can be said to have failed, as the top gaming companies in the country have been defeated by a game made by a small studio of just 2 people. By the time I wrote this post, the online player count for Legend had already reached tens of millions. I believe Legend's next game will be a huge hit. The fundamental reason for a game's popularity is its quality, not whether it is paid or free. But Feiyang chose to go free, which is also an attempt in the domestic market, and their efforts have borne fruit today. Although I don't know how their profits are from the game, most players don't seem to need to reset much. And with such a large number of players, the cost of servers and other equipment they need to purchase must also be considerable. I can only say that Feiyang is a new star among our domestic game developers. Go Feiyang! I hope Legend continues to improve. This post went viral from the morning it was published until noon. Below, there are already a large number of comments, and so far, hundreds of thousands have commented. The views have exceeded tens of millions, especially the players of Legend, who are all speaking out. Legend is great, Feiyang is great. I'm just a middle school student. Although we have a computer at home, I can't play games for long. My weekly gaming expenses need to be around 70 to 80, but after playing Legend, I spent nothing and even earned a few hundred. Legend, a groundbreaking game. I can already see the rise of domestic games. Go Feiyang! I also switched from other games. I love the competitive system and the siege battles. I wish I could participate in sieges every day. That feeling is so exhilarating. Feiyang is really conscientious. Not every player can afford to play games. Most people have time but not enough funds to play. Feiyang allows those players to enjoy legitimate games. I hope Feiyang can create even better games, even if they are buyout type games. We will strongly support them. Legend players are here. Go Legend! I hope there will be better events in the future. Comments like these fill the comments section. At the same time, this post has made players aware of the gap between these games. Those who have played Legend naturally know the grievances between Legend and Twilight World, but most are unaware. Now, with the promotion of this post, most people will know about Legend, and this will be a significant blow to the Dusk World of the Goose Factory. 2 games, one paid and one free, and the quality of the free game is even higher than that of the paid one. Naturally, players from Dusk World will definitely go play Legend. For Dusk World, no matter how they handle this, it will be an irretrievable decline. After all, Chen Ming has already come out to update once, but he failed, and now those players who came because of his fame will not be impressed anymore. The game you designed is a pile of garbage, and next door there is a much better free game. Why would we play your trash game instead of the free one? Of course, they could choose to start over, but if they do, it means their game has failed, and they would also have to refund the players. The revenue from the past 2 months is certainly not a small amount for the Goose Factory, and they will not refund the players. But if that happens, their reputation will be even worse, and Chen Ning's fame will also be stained. This post is great news for Feiyang, Su Yang, and Bai Zhanfei. Old Su, have you seen the post? Bai Zhanfei walked in and asked. Yeah, Su Yang nodded. He only knew because someone tagged him. The wealth of the world has finally come to us, Bai Zhanfei said excitedly. This post has directly accelerated our progress. I was thinking of updating next week, but now I think we should update tonight. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the second cross-server siege is starting again. I want to take advantage of this heat to boost our online numbers to another level. Bai Zhanfei nodded as well. The last cross-server update broke our online record. This time, we might hit 1,200,000. You're too conservative, estimate around 1,500,000. Why are you so confident? Su Yang smiled faintly. Because I listened to the players' suggestions. He then announced this news on the official blog. Since it's Friday, the number of players today is also considerable. So far, it has reached 11 million. He might have been too conservative. Su Yang continued, no matter what industry, as long as you don't make mistakes, there will always be some foolish manufacturers who think about angering players while trying to teach them how to play games. We can quote someone, competitors are XX. After hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei laughed. Su Yang was right. As long as they don't make mistakes and honestly do their own thing, they will be fine. By the way, old Bai, now that our popularity has risen, we can proceed step by step, but I have an idea. A new initiative that has never been done in the world. I want to try it out. We have such a large player base. This is a huge resource. Why not utilize it? What do you mean? Bai Zhanfei was also confused. I want to hold a competition. Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. Finally updated. Chen Hui clicked into the game. This update was different from the past. It actually started updating at 4 in the morning and lasted until 10. No game manufacturer has ever done an update at this time. Who updates during the day? For this reason, Fei Yang even explained it again. Saturday should be the players' rest time. If we set the update time at 6, it means players who have gotten up early for 5 days would have to wake up early again on Saturday. To accommodate the players and let them sleep in, we changed the update end time to 10. Seeing this message, Shenhui couldn't help but laugh and cry. It was useless for him. His schedule was to start streaming at 10 in the morning and go until the evening. However, the players in the live stream room were all giving positive reviews. It has to be Fei Yang. He's been up early for 5 days because of the updates. Everyone will definitely know right away what's been updated, so we'll have to get up early to check it out. This time we can sleep in. We'll wake up just as the game updates are finishing, so we won't miss out on our lazy sleep or the game. Enough talk, brothers. I'm going to recharge 98 first. Only 98? Are you that stingy? I've already recharged 328. You must be kidding. It's only 10:01 and you've already recharged? Shenhui didn't look at the bullet comments anymore and opened the game. He wanted to know what had been updated this time. In the previous updates, he and the other players felt quite good about them. 3 major weapons, 3 major skill books. Although he still didn't have the judgment, everyone wanted such things. He wondered if there would be another equipment update this time. Last time, a mage player cried in his live stream, claiming that warriors had been strong since the server opened and were the most popular. After the last update of skill books, the Taoist players began to rise, with the dog book allowing them to chase down mages. Meanwhile, the mage players had nothing. Although weapons and skills had been updated, the benefits for warriors and Taoists were greater in comparison. Shenhui had even argued with the mage players in the live stream about this. Mages were still weak. When fighting monsters, they dealt area damage, and their efficiency in killing monsters was the fastest among the classes. In large-scale battles, the ground was covered in fire, and even if a warrior walked through it, they would lose a significant portion of their health. Moreover, the damage dealt by mages was the highest among the 3 classes. Although they were a bit fragile, mages were ranged attackers, so being fragile was normal. No matter how Shenhui argued, the mage players still claimed they were weak, saying that if a warrior got close, they could only wait to die. Upon entering the game, an update announcement popped up. This update introduces 4 new special rings. Teleportation ring allows teleportation to a target location. Protection ring, when attacked, it first deducts from magic points. Once magic points are exhausted, it deducts from health points. Paralysis ring has a chance to paralyze the opponent for 3 seconds when attacking, preventing them from attacking or using skills and items. Resurrection ring, when health points reach 0, the resurrection ring is triggered, and the wearer will revive at the original location with 30% of their health and magic points. All 4 special rings drop from wild monsters. In fact, Su Yang had modified the attributes of these 4 rings. The original paralysis was too overpowered, able to paralyze for 5 seconds, which was enough time to kill someone. The resurrection ring had its durability removed and changed to allow revival with 30% health. He planned for the 4 special rings to be as difficult to drop as the skill books. Since the mage players felt that the first 2 updates favored warriors and Taoists, this time would be the same. The reason was simple. The protection ring was very suitable for mages. With this shield, they could completely escape. As for the mana bar, when Su Yang designed it, the mage class had the highest mana among the 3 classes, so this protection ring was very fitting for them. Only the teleportation and resurrection rings were suitable for every class, especially the resurrection ring, which would have the lowest drop rate, even lower than the dog book. Shenhui continued to read. This time, like before, a new map had been updated. It was also a high-level map, but this one was larger than the previous ones, bigger than 2 of the previous novice maps combined. Additionally, besides the original boss, there was a new ultimate boss added. The ultimate boss may be hidden in any corner of the map, with no fixed spawn point and no respawn cooldown, requiring players to search for it. Defeating the ultimate boss will yield generous rewards. Shenhui was also pleased to see this. Having a new map available was great. Now that players had leveled up, they no longer went to the novice map. There, good equipment wouldn't drop, and the experience gained was low. This time, the new map was quite large, with an entry requirement set at level 33. Most players were now in their 30s. Moreover, the game had now opened up to level 50. Previously, the maximum level was 40, but now it had been raised to 50, which meant more grinding. In fact, During this period, no one had reached level 40 yet. The highest level in their district was only 38, still 2 levels away from 40. The experience required for the higher levels was too much. It wasn't easy to level up. He was currently at level 36, still grinding monsters for 5 to 6 hours a day and completing quests. After reading the update details, Chen Hui was quite satisfied. Especially with the 4 special rings, the teleportation seemed useless at first glance, but its actual utility was significant. With the teleportation ring, there would be no need to run around. Once they had the coordinates, they could teleport directly. The protective ring was clearly prepared for mage players by Fei Yang, but the paralysis ring was different. Wasn't it specifically designed for warriors? If luck was on their side and they managed to paralyze an enemy, they could take them down instantly. As for resurrection, every player wanted that. Being able to resurrect was most useful during fights. The only downside was that the ring abilities were not allowed in the arena. Otherwise, with paralysis and resurrection, it would be chaos in the arena. Having 30% more health than others, how could they even compete? Brothers, this update is simply amazing, especially the new map. Now we have another place to hunt for the judgment. Chen Hui said to the camera. Come on, streamer, this has nothing to do with you. You're just a non-lucky player. Don't think about getting the judgment on your own. If you can't, just buy one, someone replied. Right now, there are only about 30 judgments in Zone 1. How could he get one? By the time he finds out, who knows which boss will have bought it, and most players will keep it for themselves. Who would sell it? Chen Hui felt helpless. He didn't know what was wrong, but he just couldn't get the judgment. Every time he took people to fight the boss, it never dropped. Once, a bone jade dropped, which almost drove him crazy, but still no judgment. He even told people in the guild that if anyone got a judgment, they should contact him. He would definitely buy it. But still, nothing. Enough talk, brothers. Let's gather the guild members and head to the new map to hunt for the judgment. At this point, there were already over 20 members of their guild online. As the vice president of the guild, he directly tagged all members. They headed straight to the newly released map to fight the boss. Perhaps this new boss would really drop the judgment. After saying that, Chen Hui rushed into the map. At this time, most people were logging in eager to check out the new map. Those from the big guilds naturally wouldn't let others have the boss spot. Once they entered the map, Chen Hui was a bit surprised by the complexity of it. Even with a mini-map, one could easily get lost. It was practically a maze. In such a place, it was uncertain where the boss was located, making it really difficult to find. Helpless, after gathering everyone, Chen Hui could only choose to let the other members search for the boss. If they couldn't find the boss, others surely wouldn't be able to either. They needed to find the boss quickly. If someone else got there first, there would be no chance of getting anything. As for the ultimate boss mentioned in the announcement, it was uncertain if they would even encounter it. After walking around, he realized he was lost in this map, surrounded by entrances, and had to keep checking the mini-map to navigate. How strange. What kind of map is this? It's so hard to get around. It's been 5 minutes, and I haven't even found a single monster, let alone the boss. This is really odd. At that moment, he reached a corner where there was a pit. He didn't pay attention and accidentally stepped in. Ha! Chen Hui's screen flickered black for a moment before lighting up again. Where is this place? Chen Hui looked at the map in surprise. Could it be the second line? But there's no way to reach the second line like this. If not, could it be a hidden area? This piqued Chen Hui's interest. He spoke to the screen. Brothers, there might be good stuff here. Looking at what was on the map, it resembled an altar. Although it was quite bright, there were no monsters around. After taking a few steps, he saw a door. Just as he reached the door, a prompt appeared above it. Extremely dangerous ahead. Adventurers, please be cautious. Dangerous? Could it be the ultimate boss? Chen Hui's eyes lit up. Without thinking much, he walked in. He was a top-tier player in the entire region and considered himself a great warrior. He could usually solo small bosses and wanted to see how powerful this ultimate boss was. Once inside, the screen began to flicker. Suddenly, a tentacle shot out from beneath him, dealing 1/5 of his health in damage. Chen Hui was startled. What was this thing that took so much health from him? He hadn't even seen the shadow of a boss yet. Brothers, there's something dirty here, he said while carefully maneuvering, popping a health potion. Otherwise, a few more hits and he would be dead. Sure enough, in the middle, he saw a large monster with red text above it. Crimson Moon Demon. Just then, another tentacle appeared beneath him, and he quickly dodged. Otherwise, that hit would have taken a chunk of his health. He glanced at the boss's health, 100,000. He only had 300 health left. With the boss having 100,000 health, how long would it take to defeat it? He also realized that this was beyond what he could handle alone. Moreover, this was definitely the ultimate boss. Generally, bosses in high-level maps had around 30,000 health, but this one had jumped straight to 100,000, no doubt about it. Brothers, we're about to take off. I didn't expect to find the ultimate boss right after the update finished. I'll send the coordinates, hurry and get the guild members to join in. Maybe my judgment will be in hand soon. After sending the coordinates, he was stunned. This was a separate area, not within the Crimson Moon map. What to do now? Fortunately, there were many viewers in the livestream, several thousand of them, and someone in the chat had posted the coordinates he had just entered. Chen Hui immediately shared it in the guild chat, urging people to come quickly. At this point, he also retreated, no longer entangled with the Crimson Moon Demon, otherwise, he would be killed in no time. Before long, a few people from his guild arrived. However, what Chen Hui didn't expect was that he was currently live streaming, and there were members from other guilds in the same region. Now the coordinates had been made public. Guilds that believed they had the strength to challenge Chen Hui's guild naturally wanted to take down this ultimate boss. Before all his guild members arrived, some from other guilds had already come in. Seeing that they were from another guild, Chen Hui decisively attacked, and a few of them quickly took him down. It was at this moment that Chen Hui realized the ultimate boss's location was now known to everyone in the entire region. He could only gather all his guild members now, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold on to this boss. This is the first ultimate boss. Based on past experience, the rewards for the first kill of a boss are definitely not low. Items like the Judgment and the Flame have a high probability of being obtained. There's even a chance to get one of the 4 major rings from this update. But there's no time to think about that. Chen Hui immediately started calling people, picking up his phone to make a call. Chen Hui, why are you calling me so early in the morning? A lazy voice came from the other end, sounding a bit grumpy from just waking up. President, hurry online. An ultimate boss has appeared in this update, and I've just discovered it. I'm the first one to find it, but our position has been exposed, and others in our district are on their way here. The person Chen Hui was calling was their president, Langya, one of the top 10 warriors in District 1, and also a great warrior. Hearing this, there was a brief pause on the other end, and then Langya immediately said, "Got it, I'll log in right away. Hold your ground, don't let it slip away, this first ultimate boss must be ours." A few seconds later, in the entire guild group, the leader Langya tagged all members, urging them to log in quickly and seize the ultimate boss. Before long, the number of people, which had originally been only 30 or 40, surged to over 100. After getting the coordinates, everyone rushed over. But at this moment, Chen Hui and his dozen or so companions were barely holding on. Although the newcomers weren't very strong, they were simply too many. Now there were only 5 of them left, as the others had been taken out. "Get on the mic," Langya said in the guild chat. Seeing this, the guild players quickly joined the guild voice chat. "Chen Hui, how's it going over there? Can you still hold on? We're almost there. What kind of map is this? It's so convoluted. I've gotten lost twice already," Langya complained while asking. "We can't hold on much longer. Over 30 people have come in, and more are still coming. I've already turned red and can't dare to stand forward, or I'll get killed." "Then don't hold anymore, fall back a bit, but make sure to leave a few people behind." Chen Hui was also helpless. Right now, they were just running. Fortunately, there were still 2 priests with them, so he wasn't going to die just yet, otherwise, he would have been finished long ago. He was currently equipped with great gear, and aside from not having the Judgment, if he got killed in his red name state, he would at least drop one piece of equipment, which would be heartbreaking. "Are you here yet?" Chen Hui shouted into the mic. A minute later, just as he was about to hold on no longer, the guild members had already arrived. 50 or 60 people charged in, activating the guild mode, and started attacking anyone they saw. Within a few minutes, they had taken care of everyone there. At this point, Chen Hui's health was pitifully low, with only over 30 points left. One more hit and he would be done for. Now that the people had come in, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bought a potion to remove his red name. "What does the ultimate boss look like?" Langya asked over the mic. "Very powerful, with 100,000 health points, and high damage. We estimate that we'll need to mobilize the entire guild to defeat it," Chen Hui replied. "In that case, let's send 50 people in to fight the boss, and the rest will stay behind to guard." Langya began assigning roles. The priority was to take down the boss first, or else if they hesitated too long, everyone would arrive. Fortunately, at this time, their guild had already sent over 100 people here, and the remaining members were logging in. However, now that the coordinates had been revealed to the entire district, they would be facing everyone from the district. Their only advantage was that the entrance here was small, and there was only one path outside. As long as they occupied the entrance, anyone coming in would be wiped out by them. Unless all the newcomers were great warriors, in which case they might not be able to take them down. he had just checked on the others, and most of them were offline. Because today is Saturday, most people are sleeping in and waiting for the evening's boss raid. At this hour, they won't be online, even if someone tells them. By the time they log in and organize their team, the boss will already be theirs. However, the situation is far worse than he imagined. 50 of them entered to start fighting the boss, while the rest began to guard the area. Langya was also outside, trying to block others, while inside, Chenhui was leading the fight. Unfortunately, when Ziyuan was not present, he had classes this morning and couldn't play, which was unavoidable. Otherwise, with his strength as the top warrior in the entire region, he would have had a much better chance. At this moment, Chen Hui's livestream was flooded with viewers eager to see what the new ultimate boss looked like. But when they saw the boss's health at 100,000, they gasped. This boss was too powerful, and even some small guilds might not be able to defeat it. 20 minutes passed, and Chen Hui and his team had brought the boss down to 2/3 of its health. Outside, Langya and his few companions were on the verge of collapse. The people outside had all turned red named. This was after they had already cleared red names once, and now they had only about 20 members left. They simply couldn't hold on any longer. Not only was the entire ultimate boss map crowded, but the entire Red Moon map was also filled with players. A large number of players surged in, and the other members of their guild couldn't get in at all. Those few powerful guilds directly attacked their guild members, giving them no chance to support each other, aiming to wear down the people inside slowly. Since Chen Hui was live streaming, the people outside were also aware of the boss's health. When they learned that the boss's health was down to 10,000, they began to panic. This was the first boss, and if Langya's guild got the rewards, their guild would truly have no one left to fight. This led to the entire Red Moon map being overcrowded. When Su Yang designed this map, it could accommodate only 4,000 to 5,000 people, but now there were nearly 10,000. With barely room to move, everyone engaged in chaotic battles. Langya gritted his teeth. They were now being overwhelmed. He had only 13 people left by his side, and they had run out of potions. We can't hold on much longer. How much health does the boss have left? 8,000, Chen Hui replied. We can't do it. Let's switch. We can't hold out any longer. Bring in 20 more people. We'll go back and let the priest restore our health. Then, they switched roles. Chen Hui took his people out to guard the area while Langya and his team went in to fight the boss. But during this brief exchange, a large number of players rushed in. Although Chen Hui's livestream couldn't show the boss's health anymore, when he left, the viewers saw the health at 7821. With a few strong attackers, they could take down the boss in just a few minutes. So they charged in, and once inside, they ignored Chen Hui's guild members and rushed straight ahead. In an instant, the area was filled with players. The map was so crowded that it was hard to see anyone, with names of characters densely packed everywhere. This is bad, Chen Hui shouted. They couldn't hold the line anymore. So many people had rushed in that there was no point in defending. A group of players charged in to seize the boss's ownership, but when they saw that the boss's ownership was with Chen Hui, they all started looking for him. However, with so many people, it was not easy to find Chen Hui. He was running around in the crowd because a team could only have 10 members at a time. So he had formed a team early on, while the others were inside, and he was outside. Some players began to mark Chen Hui as an enemy, and thus, Chen Hui's character name, Wu Dong, was adorned with a blood-dripping knife. Even in the dense crowd, Chen Hui was visible, and they surged towards him, wanting to take him down. But in just those few seconds, the boss was quickly eliminated. The boss has been taken down, Langya exclaimed excitedly. Quick, grab the loot. At that moment, Chen Hui was also taken down, but in those 10 seconds, their guild members had already collected quite a bit of loot. Now that Chen Hui was dead, there was no longer any ownership, and the items on the ground could be picked up by anyone. However, only a few items remained. Although they weren't top-tier equipment or skill books, they were still quite valuable. There were even 500 ingots, all of which were snatched away in just a second. Once everything was picked up, the map closed, and the people there were directly teleported back to the main city. After it ended, Chen Hui collapsed in his chair. This ultimate boss loot battle had drained his energy. Although he hadn't picked up anything, most of the items had been taken by his guild members. This was already the best outcome. The loot from the first boss was sure to be good. As the last player with ownership, he could see what the boss had dropped. Let me see what good stuff dropped this time. Currency ingots, 60 currency gold, 3,000 item blessing oil, *3 equipment judgment, *1 damn, it really dropped judgment. Chen Hui shouted excitedly. He quickly asked over the mic, did anyone pick up judgment? I got it, one of his teammates replied over the mic. That's great, Chen Hui said excitedly. This time, he finally had a chance at judgment. After more than a month, it was finally happening. He continued to look further to see what else might drop. Suppressing his excitement, he kept watching. Most of the equipment was for levels above 30, including some high-level items and ingots. At that moment, he saw an item. Protective ring. Chen Hui's voice rose again. We dropped a protective ring? Chen Hui asked eagerly over the mic. Hearing about the protective ring, several mages in the guild quickly inquired. Is there really a protective ring? One of them, ranked third among the top 10 mages, was a seasoned mage player who knew all too well the importance of the protective ring for mages. In the game, there were blue potions, which restored mana. Most people didn't know to carry these, only mages would. A bottle of blue potion could restore 1/5 of their mana. Moreover, there was no cooldown. Now, when mages fought, they would pop potions while casting skills. Once they had a protective ring, their survival would be elevated to a new level, even higher than that of a Taoist. Because generally, if a mage was approached by a warrior of equal strength, they would be slaughtered without even having time to teleport back to the city. With a protective ring, he was sure that during the time it provided, they would have enough time to return to the city. Mage Lan Hong immediately asked over the mic, who picked up the protective ring, but when there was no response, her heart sank a little. Could it be that someone else took it? This was the first protective ring in the entire region, even the whole server. Could it just be gone like that? Hey, let me see. I was just in a party with Brother Hui, and I picked up several items, but I haven't looked at them yet, a little Taoist said over the mic. This made Lan Hong's heart leap to her throat. There really is one. The protective ring. Number 001001, the first in the entire server. The little Taoist exclaimed excitedly in the chat. Chen Hui waved his fists in front of the screen. At this moment, Langya spoke up. Let's return to the guild camp first and discuss how to distribute the rewards. Most of the guild members participated this time. Chen Hui also informed the people in the livestream, shutting it down. This was their guild's secret, and they couldn't let others know. Once everyone gathered, Langya took the lead. A total of 309 people participated in the attack on the ultimate boss. The rewards for this boss are indeed generous. It even dropped 2 high-level equipment pieces. A voice suddenly interrupted Langya, and there's more. Langya, sitting in front of the computer, frowned, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. However, he still asked, what else? I found a dog book. Instantly, the entire guild voice chat fell silent. A dog book. It was extremely rare now. Although there were very few Taoists in their district, only 2 out of 10, these Taoist players were all powerful. Their guild had 10 top-tier Taoist players, and there were over 70 Taoist players in total. Though the voice chat was quiet, the sound of rapid breathing could still be heard. In their district, only a handful of people had a dog book, not even 20, and their guild had none at all. Is it really a dog book? Langya was surprised. To think there was still a dog book. The rewards for this ultimate boss were too generous. Yes, I saw it clearly. I almost used it just now. Upon hearing this, the senior Taoist in the guild immediately spoke up. You used it? No, I just clicked it once. I didn't double-click. Hearing the little Taoist's words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The value of a dog book was enormous now, even higher than the most sought-after judgment. If a little Taoist had actually used it, he would have been furious. In the guild, he was the strongest Taoist, so it seemed the dog book was his. Tian Beixing had reached this level, so he was certainly not short on money and had the skills. Now that he had the dog book, he would definitely buy it. What a pleasant surprise. Let's distribute it now, following the old rules. The combat power players are limited, and then we'll auction it at the guild auction according to market value. The auction house was not only available for the entire district. After the last update, Su Yang had also set it up within the guild. Because of the weekly siege, there would be rewards, and it was also to encourage players to use the auction house more. Since this boss was found by Chen Hui, and the guild brothers all know he has been wanting the judgment, how about we let him have it for 10,000 gold? Langya suggested. Sounds good, the other members agreed. That's too kind. Although I discovered it, I couldn't have done it without everyone. Since it's given to me, I'll just buy it at the normal price. I can't let everyone work for nothing. Thus, those high-level equipment pieces went to the guild auction. The dog book was priced at 250,000 gold, while the market price for a dog book in their district was around 300,000. Since this was within the guild, it would be a bit cheaper, and this price was agreed upon by both other members and buyers. However, the protective ring was more challenging. After it was dropped, the auction house's official website didn't provide a guide price, so they didn't know how to price it. After some discussion, they finally set the price at 350,000 gold, which is 35,000 yuan. After all, this was the first protective ring in the entire server, unique, 001001. Just this number alone was worth thousands. A few days ago, someone wanted to buy 1 Ziyuan's 001001 judgment, offering 60,000, but when Ziyuan didn't sell it. This shows how rare this number is, unparalleled. A boss that made the entire guild's auction reach a terrifying 900,000 gold coins. Converted to money, that's over 90,000 yuan, and Feiyang took a 10% handling fee, which is 9,000 gold coins, so everyone made a profit. The 3 pieces of equipment were obtained by Qin Hui, Lan Hong, and Tian Beixing, who just happened to complete their professions. This boss is something you can encounter but not seek. This wave has greatly increased our guild's combat power. In tonight's cross-server siege, we might even take Shabako, Langya said happily in the voice chat. This trip was not in vain. Some items were picked up by others. I wonder if there are any good items left. This boss really has a high value, Tian Beixing echoed. Shenhui looked at the reward list again. These 3 items were the best, and now they belong to their guild. As for the other items, at his current level, there was no need to get hung up on them. I just checked, all the good items have been picked up by us. That's good. I'll go check the announcements. I was pulled over before I could see, Langya said in the voice chat. Ha ha ha. It had only been half an hour. The news of the ultimate boss being taken down in Area 1 spread instantly. Although most of the viewers in the reward livestream didn't see it, they eventually learned that the ultimate boss dropped the judgment. Those on the leaderboard were usually the focus of attention. In just half an hour, someone noticed the protective ring that Lan Hong was wearing, which was 001001. This meant it was the first protective ring in the entire server. It became clear that this ring also dropped from the ultimate boss. Because the 4 special rings were updated at 10 in the morning, and only an hour had passed, Lan Hong had won, plus their guild had taken down the ultimate boss, it was definitely from there. Otherwise, no one would know where it would drop. Generally, newly updated maps would drop newly appeared equipment. This immediately excited the players, as this was a protective ring, essential for mages. Other mage players from different areas saw this and rushed to their coordinates, but found nothing. They then realized that the ultimate boss mentioned in the announcement was randomly refreshed, and they didn't know where it would appear. In no time, most players rushed to the Crimson Moon map, hoping to find the ultimate boss. But it wasn't that easy to find. Su Yang had designed the probability to be very low. The entire Crimson Moon map had 3 layers. To thoroughly search one layer would take over 3 hours, and the refresh points were not fixed. Even if they spent an hour searching one layer, the refresh point might return to the first layer an hour later. It was all about luck. Yet, despite this, the players' enthusiasm did not wane. Instead, they searched even harder. At 11 o'clock, the second refresh point was found by players in the 93rd area. Once someone entered the boss's refresh point, a door would appear, making it impossible to hide. In no time, players in the 93rd area, upon learning of this, logged in one after another and headed towards the Crimson Moon map. In just 10 minutes, the 93rd area was as crowded as the first area, with the entire map filled with players. Half an hour later, the ultimate boss was also taken down, and this time it was even more chaotic than in the first area because the boss was dragged a bit, causing the equipment to drop not in a concentrated manner but scattered across the map. Players rushed to grab the loot, and this time the rewards were also good, with a bone jade and a teleportation ring appearing. With the news of the dropped items spreading across the 2 districts, some players who specialized in PK arenas began to search the Red Moon map. Now, players from all districts of the game rushed to the Red Moon map, where red-named players were everywhere. Due to the large number of players, the monsters inside were nearly all cleared out. However, perhaps due to bad luck, no one found the hidden boss in the next 3 hours. As time approached 7 o'clock, the cross-server siege was about to begin. Players in the district started preparing for this cross-server siege. Since it wasn't their first time, they were well prepared to capture the royal palace. As the time drew near, all players were ready. At 7:50, Su Yang directly started the broadcast in the game. By clicking the event icon, players could see the status of their district's players in the siege. As soon as it hit 8 o'clock, all participating players entered the map, and a banner appeared on the screens of all players involved in the event. The guild that successfully captures the siege will have its leader awarded the title of Shabak Warrior. In the last successful siege, all members of the guild that captured it received this title. Note, for fairness, this siege will use a new map. Upon seeing this message, the participating guilds were taken aback. After preparing for so long, the map had changed, making their previous preparations seem wasted. But now that the event had started, they could only brace themselves and go for it. After the cross-server siege event began, the number of viewers skyrocketed, and by 8:01, over 1 million people were already watching. Seeing this announcement, Langya said in the chat, "Brothers, since we've chosen a new map this time, it's advantageous for us. Let's work hard and aim to capture the royal palace again, so all our guild members can earn the title." Although the officials haven't mentioned any bonuses for the title, I believe that if there are no bonuses, the title will still look impressive. Let's go! the members in the chat echoed. When the time came, everyone rushed towards the royal palace. This time, they discovered that their spawn point was not in the city but outside, which meant a longer journey. Consequently, their previous tactics would no longer work, and considering the respawn time, it would take 3 minutes to reach the royal palace. Such a long time meant their teammates wouldn't be able to hold out. According to our previous plan, let's charge in first and see the situation. Our warriors will stand outside while the mages and priests stay in the middle. Tian Beixing, summon your big dog, let's charge together. When they reached the city gate, they found that there were actually guards, and quite a few of them, some with melee weapons and others with bows. There were 4 gates in total, with players from 3 districts at each gate. Looking at the situation, it seemed they would need to expend some personnel to break through the city gate. Langya suddenly said, instead of this, let's go directly to the west gate. By the time we get there, they should have opened the city gate, and we can follow behind them. Good idea, Chen Hui praised. For this siege, although he had started a live broadcast, he delayed it by 3 minutes just to prepare for this scenario. After they passed, the players from District 2 had already opened the city gate and entered. Judging by the corpses on the ground, about 100 had been killed. Meanwhile, they had lost no one and entered the city gate. Once inside, there was still the people in Area 1 naturally saw it too. When the equipment dropped, there was a glowing circle around it that anyone could see. Upon noticing this, Langya had a premonition that this incomplete tiger talisman had immense significance. He immediately turned around, sending part of the group to their southern gate to find the boss, while another part headed to the northern gate to fight the boss there. The map was simply too vast. 5 minutes later, they finally defeated the 2 guards and took the incomplete tiger talisman. Now, 10 minutes had passed, and the people from areas 2 and 3 had also arrived at the palace. They began to gather together, running towards one of the gates. The mini-map indicated that this time the palace had 4 gates, just like the city gates. Therefore, there was no need to compete, but they were unsure if entering this time would be the same as last time. The random teleportation had caught them off guard before. Fortunately, this time was different. They all made it inside. Once inside, they sensed something was off. Was the palace this large? The palace map was different from last time, nearly 3 to 4 times bigger than the previous palace. Moreover, there were no complicated paths, just a single road leading to a throne at the far end, where a scepter rested. How could this be? Not only were they confused, but even the observing players were bewildered. Was this change really so drastic? This was completely different from last time. Was the goal to seize the scepter? In fact, not only the players were puzzled, but even Bai Zhanfei wore a face full of question marks. What was Old Su doing? Shouldn't a siege be about players fighting in groups? What was this? Was this a quest? Old Su, isn't this a cross-server siege? What are you doing? If we're all going to fight the boss, do we really need to pick out these people to fight together? Su Yang shook his index finger. Just watch. They will definitely erupt into a great battle in the end. This is just the beginning. In this cross-server siege, he had introduced a storyline. Although it differed significantly from the original plot, the players in this world had no idea what the original storyline was. They would only think of it as an ordinary RPG game, but this game had a background story. Bai Zhanfei stopped asking. He too wanted to know what Su Yang had planned next. When the players from the 3 areas arrived here, they were all unsure of what to do next. Should they seize the scepter or fight each other first? Especially in Area 1, no one moved. The players from the 3 regions waited for a minute. At that moment, the scepter on the throne began to rotate, releasing a strong light that left the players even more bewildered. A phantom emerged from the scepter. So, you have come, the phantom sighed. Since you have all arrived here, you must have already unraveled the arrangements I made outside, and my 4 subordinates must have perished. However, the incomplete tiger talismans are surely in your hands. To claim my position, you must have the complete tiger talisman to sit on the throne. Then, the phantom revealed a cold smile. If you want to sit in this position, you must obtain the tiger talismans. After he finished speaking, players with incomplete tiger talismans glowed faintly, and their nicknames turned golden. Seize the tiger talismans, the phantom said before vanishing. After hearing this, all the players finally understood. This cross-server siege was about seizing the tiger talismans. According to the introduction, there were 4 pieces of the tiger talisman, and only by gathering all 4 could they achieve ultimate success. The tiger talismans were on those guards. In Area 1, Langya and Wen Ziyuan held the tiger talismans. Suddenly, they became the targets, especially since Area 1 had 2 tiger talismans. At this moment, Wen Ziyuan discovered that all his attributes had been enhanced across the board, doubling in value. Langya immediately said over the comms, "Maintain formation, we have 2 incomplete tiger talismans, and it's very likely they will focus fire on us. Binjia and I will stay a bit further back. We can't be taken out in one hit, or the talismans will definitely drop. The players from Zone 2 couldn't hold back any longer and charged at them, believing that with 2 talismans, they could break through their formation. Soon, players from Zone 3 also rushed in. Instantly, the entire palace was thrown into chaos. The 4 players with incomplete tiger talismans were the first to be targeted, each one being attacked. Fortunately, the players from Zone 1 maintained their formation, and the initial charge did not scatter them. The talismans were still in their hands. Since they had not lost any players when they entered, they could still hold on, but within just a few minutes, they had already lost 30% of their numbers. Meanwhile, the talismans in Zones 2 and 3 were constantly changing, almost every 10 seconds. "We can't stay here, we need to retreat, or soon there will be no one left, and we definitely won't be able to hold the talismans," Langya said. As they considered retreating, they found they couldn't get out, meaning that once they entered, there was no way to leave. At that moment, a player accidentally touched the scepter on the throne. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed throughout the palace. All the players began to lose control, swaying around, and as the swaying stopped, several large iron cages descended, dividing the players into 10 sections. Even though the players from Zone 1 gathered together, they were still separated by the earlier swaying. This change made Langya and the others' expressions shift. With their formation broken, they could no longer hold the talismans. They looked around. The 10 cages had evenly split the players from the 3 zones. Realizing what was happening, the players began attacking those next to them, especially those with talismans, as players from the other 2 zones rushed towards them. On Wen Ziyuan's side, the players from Zone 1 were all crowding around him because he was a warrior, making him tougher, especially with his attributes doubled. No one could take him on alone. One fireball from him could take away half a warrior's health. The palace erupted into fierce combat once again. In Chen Hui's cage, there happened to be a tiger talisman, which excited him greatly. "The tiger talisman, this talisman is mine." The player holding the talisman was a Taoist, and he had no pets, with low health. Seeing this, Chen Hui quickly said over the comms, "Brothers in cage 3, gather around me, and then we'll charge together to grab the talisman." By the time they gathered, the talisman had already changed hands several times. They charged forward, and under their united front, they snatched the talisman from the cage. 5 minutes later, the cage disappeared, and Zone 1 now had 3 talismans, but they hadn't had time to secure them yet. A large number of players from outside rushed in, instantly taking out Wen Ziyuan, who was closest to the entrance. 10 minutes later, nearly everyone was sweating profusely. There was no room for error here, and the talismans had passed through the hands of hundreds. Fortunately, Zone 1 still held onto 2 talismans. While this was the case for them, other battlefields were similar. Some battlefields, realizing the importance of the talismans, allowed outside players to seize them since they couldn't exit. Unlike Zone 1, where the battle was concentrated within the palace, half of the zones were divided into 2 battlefields, outside and inside the palace. Outside, players fought for 1 talisman, while those inside contended for 3, leaving no time to devise strategies. Meanwhile, the number of observing players continued to rise. It was 8:30. "Wow, Lao Su, there are actually 6 million players watching right now. I can't believe there are so many." Bai Zhanfei looked at the data, equally astonished. It's worth noting that their current player count was just over 10 million, and now more than half of those players were watching this cross-server siege event. Moreover, this number was still rising. With 10 million players, it was impossible for everyone to log in at this hour. Additionally, there were players participating in the event. Each battlefield had 15,000 people, and nearly 2 million players were involved in the activities. This meant that 3/4 of the players were paying attention to this cross-server siege event. In fact, it was far more than that, as some of the participating players were streamers, naturally attracting viewers. There were quite a few streamers, some even had over 100,000 viewers online, like Chen Hui, who had at least 200,000 watching. Thus, almost all players of the game were focused on this cross-server siege. Compared to the last event, there had been significant changes this time. Players were curious about what new gameplay would be introduced. Everyone wanted to take a look, and once they did, they wanted to keep watching. The large-scale battle of a group of people was viewed from a god's perspective, making it even more expansive. Additionally, Su Yang had designed it so that viewers could freely switch perspectives. This meant they could view everything from a god's perspective or switch to a fixed perspective of a specific player. With this feature, they could watch the players they wanted and learn some techniques in the process. This would lead to players being more willing to stay and watch the event. As time slowly approached 9 o'clock, some cross-server battlefields had already ended, and some regions had obtained 4 pieces of the Tiger Talisman fragments, combining them into a complete talisman, with the players who obtained it sitting on the throne. However, most battlefields were still fighting for the talisman fragments. At exactly 9 o'clock, 20 regions had obtained complete talisman fragments, while the rest of the battlefields had not. Just when players thought they had failed, a region with 2 talisman fragments achieved victory. After it ended, Chen Hui slumped in his chair. This cross-server siege was much harder than the last. He hadn't brought his own crafted weapon to shine, and this time no one specifically came looking for him. He just watched whose name was golden, targeting the players with golden names. Although he didn't die many times, he certainly put in a lot of effort. He thought that with the judgment in hand, he could dominate, but he was overestimating things. In such a large crowd, nothing worked well. The moment he obtained the talisman fragment, he was taken down. Fortunately, they had better luck this time, and at the end, they still had 2 fragments in hand, so they successfully captured this shabak. Once the event ended, all players returned to their regions, and the rewards were distributed. This time, the rewards were somewhat different from the last. There were still district rewards, including experience bonuses and gold bonuses. At this point, the experience needed was substantial, so most players began looking for ways to enhance their strength. Gold was essential, especially for the earlier regions, where players generally lacked gold. Some players even opened 2 or 3 accounts. When the rewards for one account decreased, they would switch to play another account. Seeing the rewards this time, players from the successful siege regions cheered, as if it were raining gold from the sky. Chen Hui claimed his title from the mail. The title Shabak Warrior is written in regular script, with red on top and blue below. When worn, the title flashes with a halo, looking quite cool. Brothers, let me see how many players in the entire server have this title. After saying this, he opened the official website's viewing platform to check. After counting, Chen Hui couldn't stop smiling. Out of more than 100 battlefields, only 3 zones had obtained Shabak again. The others were titles held only by the guild leaders. Each zone had only 10, so counting it up, there were fewer than 100,000 people with this title. Meanwhile, the number of online players in Legend had already reached over 10 million. Some zones had only 3, while their zone had a full 5,000 people with it. All 10 of their guilds had participants. No more talking, brothers. This cross-server battle was really exhilarating. Now that it's over, I feel pumped. I'm going to play a few matches in the Peak Showdown. Currently, Chen Hui's ranking in the Peak Showdown was over 3,000. At his rank, winning a match could boost him by dozens of places, and losing would do the same. So at this rank, they generally just played a few matches and didn't stay in there for long. Except for Wen Ziyuan, who spent about an hour a day in there. His ranking was much higher than Chen Hui's, now sitting at 9th. To be ranked 9th among all players in Legend shows his strength. Moreover, this was the Peak Showdown. Without the aid of equipment, everyone had the same combat power and values, relying solely on skill. His understanding of the game was already higher than others. On the other side, after the cross-server siege ended, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei sat in the office, with Bai Zhanfei expressing his excitement about the event. Today, their online player count had exceeded 13 million. This included both players online in the game and those watching it, especially the viewers, which had reached 8 million. This cross-server siege was undoubtedly a success, otherwise, so many players wouldn't have tuned in. This also indicated the players' enthusiasm. What game could have such high engagement late at night? This was the first time such a scene had occurred. Su Yang spoke up. What do you think? If we held a larger event, would more players come to watch? What do you mean? Today is almost all the players, right? More players? Are you suggesting attracting other players to play our Legend? Su Yang nodded. Exactly, I want to attract other players. So how do you plan to do that? Bai Zhanfei looked curious. In his impression, attracting other players would require advertising. But Su Yang didn't have that in mind. Last time he mentioned it, he was not allowed. What if we invited the top players from the Peak Showdown to an offline event? What do you mean? Bai Zhanfei looked at Su Yang, feeling a bit of anticipation. Su Yang slowly said, just this one event alone has almost brought all the players to watch. If we took this model offline, how many people do you think would watch? And we would be the first to do this. If we spread the word, do you think others would be interested? After hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei's eyes lit up. Yes, this model had never been done before. No major game company had done this. Bringing the game's events to a live setting, allowing players to compete offline. Since it was the mode from the Peak Showdown, the number of players coming wouldn't be too many, at most a few dozen. This way, players could watch offline, and they could even sell tickets. This is simply a win-win situation. It not only increases the visibility of their game but also allows them to sell tickets and recoup their expenses. The only uncertainty now is how many players will actually show up to watch the event. If they release 3,000 tickets and only 100 or even just a few dozen people come, that would be quite awkward. So what are you planning to do first? I was thinking of holding both the 3v3 mode and the Peak Showdown mode together. Similarly, to participate, the requirement will also be that players must be from the Peak Showdown. Because 3v3 does not have Peak Showdowns, generally, as long as the ranks are similar, players will be matched together. However, if they are going to include 3v3 matches in the competition, the requirements must be higher, and the conditions must be more stringent than for solo matches. Since 3v3 involves each player being a professional, teamwork will be taken into account, making such matches more appealing. Su-young continued, another point is that we need to determine how many participants will be appropriate for the offline event. I think 32 solo players would be better because a match like that won't take more than 5 minutes. If there are fewer players, it could end in an hour, which would be too boring. As for the 3v3 mode, we could have 18 teams and finish the competition in 2 days, allowing players to fully engage. Bai Zhanfei nodded, not bad, that's a good plan. Then let's strike while the iron is hot. The current players' enthusiasm hasn't waned yet. Let's announce this news and get the entire player base ready. When do you plan to hold it? Su-young thought for a moment. It can't be too rushed because some players have the skills but haven't ranked up yet. If we take too long, the players' enthusiasm will fade. How about this? 3 months' time, set the date for January 1st, New Year's Day, when players will have more time to attend. Bai Zhanfei stood up. Alright, let's do it your way. I'll take care of the venue and those details. Su-young nodded. He was more suited for that. After all, being a rich second generation, he understood these things a bit better, but it would still take some effort. Bai Zhanfei left the office, and Su-young sat there quietly pondering. The current direction was unfolding just as he had envisioned. In this world, there was no esports. Even the gaming giant with hundreds of millions of players had never held any offline competitions. The common perception was that holding a gaming competition wouldn't be interesting. Wouldn't it be better to just play a couple of games instead? There was also the issue of ideology. Not only was there none domestically, but even abroad, the concept of esports was virtually non-existent. Since that was the case, let him take the lead in organizing it. The first person to take the plunge would surely reap the benefits, gaining an advantage, but also facing risks. However, Su-young knew there was no risk here. Wasn't it an opportunity? The gaming community in this world was larger, and the gaming atmosphere was better. What reason was there not to hold esports? Although it was said that Legend wasn't suitable for esports, there was a need to quickly accumulate capital. Once they had the funds, when the next game Crossfire came out, they could directly hold esports competitions. Compared to Legend, Crossfire was undoubtedly more suitable, unless he waited until he could pull out League of Legends. When it comes to which game is the strongest in esports, it must be MOBA games, and among MOBA games, the PC version is undoubtedly League of Legends. So now, he needed to take the first step and establish this esports point. By the time other companies caught on, his Crossfire would already be out, and the advantage would always be his. Then, Su-young opened his computer because it was only a little past 9. It's Saturday again, and the players who just finished the match are still online. With the new Ultimate Boss map released today, the players' enthusiasm has surged even higher. Most players, after finishing the event, have thrown themselves back into the hunt for the Ultimate Boss. At this moment, Su-young directly sent an email to every player from the back end. Meanwhile, in the Tianfeng studio building, the lights are still bright. In a conference room, those responsible for the entire Twilight world are gathered here. At the head of the table sits Lin, the head of the gaming division from the Goose Factory, with Wang Baoquan and Shen Ming beside him. Lin picked up the remote and turned off the screen. His expression was heavy as he looked around at the people. You all just saw the data from the Legend event. Does anyone have anything to say? No one spoke, and the technical supervisor lowered his head. Although this matter didn't concern him much, it was Lin who was speaking. An event that brought all daily active players online, with 2 million participants and 8 million viewers, what does that even mean? And this doesn't even count the viewers from other streaming platforms. You all saw it. The top streamers broadcasting Legend had viewership numbers over 100,000. The number of people watching the event on other platforms is also in the millions. One event attracted all the players of the game. Why can't we create such an event? In terms of graphics, isn't our game's quality on par with Legend? In terms of players, don't we have more than they do? But why is Legend's player retention so high that players stop playing the game and flock to watch the event? Lin's outburst made everyone present lower their heads even further. Why can't we think of this? A studio with 3,000 people, and your project team has over 500, yet you can't even compete with 2 of them. After expending so much manpower and resources, the result was a complete failure, and the number of online players is dropping every day. Chen Ming, Lin looked at Chen Ming. Do you still want to continue? His tone softened considerably. After all, Chen Ming was one of his trusted aides and shouldn't be treated like the others. Chen Ming pondered for a moment and said, it's already beyond saving. The positioning of the 2 games is the same, and the gameplay was somewhat different at first. But after the first version was changed, it became somewhat similar, and with my recent modifications, the two games are now completely identical. Now, I am powerless to turn things around. Lin stood up. Fortunately, I was prepared. If the acquisition fails, I have other methods. Let's adjourn for now. We will discuss what to do next tomorrow. With that, Lin left the conference room. In Chen Hui's livestream, a large number of players were discussing how exciting this cross-server siege was. Although they couldn't experience it themselves, those watching were thoroughly enjoying it, especially when they saw Chen Hui, who, upon obtaining the Tiger Talisman, killed a Taoist with a fiery strike. It was exhilarating. But unfortunately, he couldn't maintain his glory for long and was quickly taken down by concentrated fire. Chen Hui stretched lazily. This title was quite nice and cool, especially since it could be worn in cross-server battles, which made him feel great. Now he could show off in cross-server matches, among the 3,000 players. Although they were all top-tier experts, it was already impressive if half of them had titles. Brothers, keep looking for the ultimate boss. What's the point of just having the judgment? I also want the paralysis ring. If that's not possible, the resurrection ring would be acceptable too. At that moment, a flood of question marks appeared in the chat. You're being picky? You found an ultimate boss with good luck this morning, and you expect to encounter another one tonight? Are you thinking about something ridiculous, hoping to encounter another ultimate boss? Why not just be a non-lucky player? I think you should go to sleep. Everything exists in dreams. Such scenes unfolded daily in Chen Hui's livestream, which could be considered part of his streaming effect. After a long detour, there were many people here, yet he saw nothing. At that moment, he noticed a few people fighting a boss. The three of them were not very strong and couldn't even defeat Chen Hui together. Since he was live streaming, he didn't intervene but watched from the side, teaching the players how to fight this kind of boss. However, within 3 minutes, all three of them fell simultaneously, leaving only a boss with half health. Chen Ming was puzzled. He was just watching from the side. There was no need to be so scared. Based on their strength, if they coordinated well, they could still defeat this boss. It seemed that his presence had startled them. After all, he had just donned a title, such a grand title, along with his luxurious gear. Since they were already dead, this boss was his now. Subsequently, Chen Hui stepped in and, after a few hits, defeated the boss. A pile of loot dropped, and without even looking, he knew most of it was gold, along with some ordinary items. A boss typically drops only one piece of rare equipment. Moreover, since this boss was just a minor one, not even a major boss, Chen Hui didn't expect anything good to drop. But after looking around, he found no good equipment. Oh, what's this? Chen Hui walked to the corner and picked up a piece of equipment. Memory ring? Do you guys know what this is? This is the first time I've seen this kind of equipment. In the game, rings have always been rare equipment. Even the lowest level Worma set has the most expensive rings. With the recent update of the 4 major special rings, the prices of rings would rise even further. But this memory ring, he truly had no impression of. He had been playing the game for 2 months and was seeing this equipment for the first time. He then spoke to the camera. Brothers, have you seen this equipment? The comments responded, and most people had not seen it. I've never seen this ring, but I do have a memory necklace. Same here, never seen the ring, but I have a helmet. I always thought it was a standalone piece. Could this memory be a set? I've seen the helmet, bracelet, and necklace, but I've never seen the ring. Maybe it really is a set. After some analysis from the viewers, Chen Hui directly opened the auction house to see if there was such an item. After searching, there was only one memory ring, and it cost 3,000 ingots. This price was astronomical when no one understood its value. Moreover, its attributes were not very high, with a magic attack of 1 to 3, which was indeed low, but it cost 3,000 ingots, equivalent to 300 yuan, so no one was buying it. He then searched for memory and found a large number of items. Memory helmet, memory bracelet, memory necklace. After playing the game for so long, Chen Hui understood that this was a set, not just a few pieces of equipment. And since no one was paying attention to it now, coupled with the fact that the memory ring was hard to drop, otherwise, the auction house would surely be flooded with memory rings. He didn't think much and directly bought the memory ring from the auction house for 3,000 ingots. Although he already had one, this price was nothing to him. What if this memory set had powerful attributes? In this way, he made a big profit. Hey, wait a minute, the memory ring I just crafted seems to have other attributes too. He quickly opened his backpack and checked the attributes of his memory ring. Taoism 1 to 3, attack 3 to 6. An attack of 3 to 6 is quite powerful. After all, this is a ring, not a weapon. The initial weapon, a wooden sword, only has an attack of 2 to 5. The ring he is currently wearing has an attack of 3 to 5, and this memory ring actually has a slightly higher attack. This is a top-notch item, Chen Hui said excitedly. His luck today is truly amazing. he managed to obtain a premium piece of equipment. In the game, the same equipment sometimes has different attributes, and players refer to these as premium items. Such equipment is extremely rare. Most of what is known so far consists of low-level gear, and he hasn't heard of any high-level equipment being premium. This memory ring counts as high-level equipment since its wearing level is 26. He then equipped the memory ring, and his total attributes increased by a few points. He didn't expect that just by wandering around, he could stumble upon such a premium piece of equipment. At this moment, the chat was buzzing with comments, urging him to test if the memory set really exists. Chen Hui realized this and bought the remaining 3 pieces of equipment at the auction. Looking at his ingots, 65,234, it meant he now had over 6,000 worth of ingots, making some players envious. After all, he is considered a top streamer in the legend, and he couldn't appear shabby. This doesn't even include the judgment he bought at the guild auction in the morning. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a 5-digit number but a 6-digit ingot count. He selected a few items, and after not finding any premium ones, he bought them and equipped them all. His total attributes dropped significantly, losing a full 20 in total attack. He checked his character panel again, and sure enough, the borders of the 4 memory equipment flashed for a moment. This means that it is a set. The memory set really does exist. Chen Hui looked again, but this memory set had nothing written on it. How can a set have no bonuses? Just like the Worma set, when fully equipped, it would enhance overall attributes a bit, which is very friendly for beginners, and this set isn't hard to collect. A higher level set that most people wear now is the Zuma set, with the strength ring and the purple spiral ring, which warriors and mages pursue, although it currently doesn't have the strength ring. Both of these sets have attributes, but why, after he gathered and equipped the memory ring, does it have no attributes? This puzzled Chen Hui. Could the attributes be hidden? The official source didn't state it clearly but left it for players to explore themselves? If that's the case, he could give it a try, but he feared that after exploring for a long time, he would find nothing. He then looked at the camera. Brothers, it is indeed a set, but it seems there are no set attributes. I'll try to see if there are hidden attributes. Just as Chen Hui was pondering how to activate the memory set, a large crowd came rushing forward. What happened? He followed the crowd to the second floor. These are all members of a guild. Are they going to fight a boss? This guild is considered a large one, ranked 12th in the entire region. For tonight's sand attack event, they had only sent a few people, but now so many people were running towards one place. There was indeed a boss on the second floor, which he had already checked out in the afternoon. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to see how they fought the boss. In Area 1, there is now a rule: whichever guild's members first claim the boss belongs to that guild. Of course, this excludes 2 rival guilds. As the vice president of the first guild, he naturally wouldn't break this rule. He just wanted to take a look. After turning left and right, he followed a path and suddenly saw an entrance. This entrance was very familiar to him. It was the same one he had used this morning when fighting the ultimate boss. This made him widen his eyes. How long had it been since someone discovered the ultimate boss? And it seemed that no one in Area 1 knew about it yet. It must have been one of the guild members who found this spot, so they had just summoned a large number of guild members to come. Since they had just finished a cross-server battle, most players were online, so they quickly gathered a lot of guild members. This was definitely just a portion of them. More would come later. Wait, this was a great opportunity. The rules for bosses only applied to ordinary bosses, and the ultimate boss was not included. Plus, considering how others had frantically tried to snatch their ultimate boss this morning, how could they tolerate this? Since he had seen it, it was theirs. At this moment, he remembered he was live streaming, and now everyone in the stream knew about it. He glanced at the chat, and sure enough, they all knew. No way, hurry and get them over here, we must get a share of this. Saying this, he opened the guild chat. Brothers, come quickly. I see someone has discovered the ultimate boss. Hurry up, their guild members are already fighting it. He first tagged all members and then sent his coordinates. What? Another ultimate boss has been discovered? Wait a moment, I'm heading over. I'm in the Crimson Moon map. Our guild is so lucky. I didn't expect to see another ultimate boss. This time, it's our turn to snatch someone else's boss. At this point, Langya spoke up. First, form a team and head over directly to seize this ultimate boss. Chen Hui quickly pulled a few people together to form a team of 10, all high combat power players. Usually, it was just them when they teamed up. This was almost a fixed group, and since they didn't have time this morning, they just casually formed a team. At this moment, a few people walked past him, and he saw they were from the third guild. They were also heading towards the entrance, and the few people at the entrance seemed to ignore them, allowing them to walk in. Damn, That's not right, they have allied with the third guild to fight this boss together. He quickly sent this news to the guild chat. That's going to make it harder to seize, Langya said. But not necessarily, since that's the case, let's spread the news and let them experience what it's like to face two guilds against the whole area. After saying this, Langya sent the coordinates to the world chat, letting all players know. Upon seeing this news, the online players rushed towards the second level of Crimson Moon. I'll go check their progress. As soon as he entered, there were already several people inside. Before they could react, he ran in and checked the boss's health. The people inside had already started attacking him, and Chenhui rushed out, taking damage. They've only taken down 10,000 health. There are about 40 people inside. They'll probably finish it in half an hour, so hurry up. Tian Beixing cursed. These dogs, ambushing in the second level, there are a ton of people there, almost a few hundred. I went in and got instantly killed. The others also returned to the main city. Langya typed in the chat interface, "Brothers, get on the mic, let's plan." As Chenhui just entered the room, he saw two warriors approaching him, both from the third guild. Looks like they want to clear out the other players on the second level. Chenhui then picked up a toothpick from the table, revealing a disdainful expression. "But you guys don't even look at who I am. Just the two of you little fish dare to come at me?" After saying that, he struck down with his sword, and the opposing warrior lost a third of his health instantly. After obtaining the judgment, he had been frantically pouring blessing oil into it, and it was now at +5. So the damage from judgment was still quite high. Within a minute, he sent both of them away. At this moment, he said in the room, "I'm now on the second level, and they are trying to clear out the people here. Let's see if I can kill a few." It's useless. They have hundreds of people blocking the entrance, and that entrance is so small we can't get in at all. A few of them will go over, and you won't be able to hold on, Langya said helplessly. He had thought this was an opportunity, but he didn't expect they were already prepared, blocking the position tightly. No matter how many people went in, they would be taken out instantly. Since they were prepared to block at the entrance, they must have stocked up on potions and such. When Ziyuan also said, "That's true. I just went in for a moment, and in just 2 seconds, I was burned to death." Their mages covered the area with fire. With dozens of mages casting fire, no one can withstand it. As long as they can hold for half an hour, it will be a success. See if you can sneak a few people out from inside. If you can, they might fight slower, which could buy us some time. If they run out of potions and the boss inside isn't defeated yet, they'll be done for. Chenhui nodded. "Alright, I'll give it a try and see if I can sneak a few people out." After replenishing his status, he had just walked to the cave entrance when he saw a dozen people standing there. They weren't guarding inside anymore but had turned to the entrance, which was not a good sign. These few people were quite strong, and he couldn't take them on alone. Forcing his way through would only lead to his demise, and he might not even take one down. He retreated to a safe place. Since there was no way, he decided to disband the team for a bit. Just as he opened the team interface, he noticed a small arrow next to his teammates' nicknames. Moreover, the chat box had also changed, which puzzled him. Was this part of the update? He opened the chat box and found a new common phrase appearing after the usual phrases. Unity of heaven and earth? When did this appear? I don't remember shortcutting this term, Chenhui said, looking confused. He quickly asked, "Do you guys have a shortcut for unity of heaven and earth in the chat?" The people in the room also looked bewildered, saying there was no such term. This left Chenhui even more confused. Where did this term come from? If no one else had it, why did he? It was truly strange. Then, Chenhui clicked on the shortcut for unity of heaven and earth. It was input into the team chat, but nothing happened. However, the bullet screen was saying there was a change. Chenhui closed the chat box, and at that moment, he noticed a light circle appearing beneath his feet. The next second, one of his teammates also activated unity of heaven and earth. Immediately, a small light circle appeared next to Chenhui's character, and his teammate came to his side. "Ha!" Chenhui's eyes widened. How did he get over here? The appearance of his teammate left him completely bewildered. He quickly asked in the room, "How did you get over here?" "I don't know, you cast that unity of heaven and earth, so I followed and cast one too, and then I ended up here." Upon hearing this, Chenhui was momentarily taken aback. He quickly said in the room, "My team members, cast unity of heaven and earth in the team channel." Sure enough, in the next second, all the members of the team gathered around him. "What's going on, Chenhui? What did you discover?" Langya asked over the mic. Chenhui swallowed and slowly replied, "My team members all came to my side." "What?" Everyone in the voice room was astonished. What kind of operation was this? Langya was equally incredulous and quickly asked, "How did you do it?" "I just cast unity of heaven and earth in the team chat, and they followed suit and came over." "Is it really that simple?" The others were skeptical. However, they decided to give it a try. "No way, we tried it, and there was no response at all." How could we pull our teammates over? Are you equipped with something? It was then that Chen Hui realized, right, he was wearing the memory set. I got it, Chen Hui said excitedly over the mic. What? Hurry up and tell us. If we can all get over there, I can definitely steal that ultimate boss from them. Just raid their base. The memory set. What memory set? The people in the room looked puzzled. Did this game really have such a set? Is it the memory bracelet? Lan Hong immediately asked. Yes, that's it. There are 4 pieces in total. A ring, a bracelet, a helmet, and a necklace. I got a ring back then and wanted to see if there was a set effect, so I bought a set to try it out. I think I have some memory gear. A group of people started rummaging through their items, and after a while, someone said, I have a memory necklace. I have a memory helmet. Chen Hui then asked, what about the ring? The most important ring. Does anyone have a memory ring? No one in the room spoke. Let's check the auction house to see if anyone is selling, Langya suggested immediately. There was only one, and I bought it. It should be gone now, Chen Hui replied. After the others checked, indeed, it was gone, and they couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. You said you bought one, and now you still have a memory ring? Langya asked. Yeah, I still have one. Langya quickly came up with a plan. It seems this ultimate boss is definitely going to be ours, thanks to Fei Yang. Langya's excited voice came through the mic. Okay, you guys find a place with no one around, then have one of your team members leave and wear the memory set. The rest of us, who are strong, will team up. When the time comes, we'll appear right in front of them, and that boss will be ours. Chen Hui agreed. It was a good plan. He then gave the memory set to a teammate, but when he tried to pull more people over, he found it needed to cool down. There's a problem. I checked, and pulling people has a cooldown of 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. Didn't you say they aren't fighting quickly? It should take about half an hour, and we have enough time to bring over 60 people. 60 top-tier fighters can easily handle those guys, Langya said immediately. They then began their operation, formed a team, and pulled everyone over. Langya, Wen Ziyuan, Tian Beixing, and a few others all came together. We've always had issues with the third team, this time we can finally steal from them, Tian Beixing said with a smile, and just from his tone, one could imagine his sinister grin. The guilds in their district had never been very peaceful, and they had conflicts with the third guild. Although they weren't mortal enemies, there were still frictions from time to time. Of course, during the cross-server siege activities that involve the entire region, everyone focuses intently on winning, as this is the honor of the whole area. If conflicts arise at that time and cooperation falters, they would be scolded by players from the entire region, and perhaps the players from the whole area would not welcome them. But now, it is not the time for cross-server sieges, so they can come and go as they please. After another 10 minutes, they brought in 20 more people, making a total of 40 here, but for safety's sake, Langya decided to wait a bit longer. They sent a few warriors to check the boss's health. There were still over 40,000 hit points left, and there was enough time. Meanwhile, at the entrance, all the guards had already turned red-named, yet no one dared to enter. There were always people thinking about rushing in, but with so many guarding, it was simply impossible. This is the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. It doesn't matter how many people there are. I estimate that when the boss's health drops to a few thousand, they will all return to town, or they will use potions. Otherwise, with so many people consuming resources, once they run out of supplies, they could be killed and drop equipment. If half the guild's equipment drops, the entire guild will be severely weakened, Wen Ziyuan analyzed. Can we launch a surprise attack? Chen Hui suggested. No, there are too many of them. It's still 2 guilds. With our numbers, we would just be sending ourselves to death. By the way, Chen Hui, are you live streaming again? I just turned it off. How could I fall in the same place twice? Chen Hui said proudly. As the cooldown for the memory set refreshed again, they brought in another batch of people, and now there were 59 of them. Moreover, they were all top-tier combatants from the guild. With this group, taking on 100 people wouldn't be a big problem. Go check again, see how much health is left? Chen Hui scampered in to take a look. There are 13,000 hit points left. Alright, let's go, charge in directly. Remember, once inside, don't attack the monsters, clear out the players first, especially the one with ownership, take him out first. I'm worried about mistakes, ownership is theirs, and we helped them take down the boss. Understood, the others responded in the voice chat. Charge, seize the ultimate boss. The 60 of them charged in. The 3 or 4 people guarding the entrance hadn't even reacted before a few of them were taken out. They thought there were so many people guarding the entrance to the second level, and they had already cleared the players there once. Although a few remained, it wouldn't affect their ability to take down the ultimate boss. But where did this group of people come from? The third level? That couldn't be. There were also people guarding the third level, and from what they had seen before, the players there weren't that strong. Moreover, these few people were all wearing the reward titles from today's siege. They were from the first guild. Where on earth did they come from? The next moment, Chen Hui and the others rushed inside. At this point, the boss's health had dropped to 8,000, which was very low. If they didn't clear out these players, they would finish it in a few minutes. Go, take out the mages and priests first, Langya immediately instructed. Their mages and priests were positioned near the entrance, and they easily took out those players. The ones fighting the boss quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly called the guards outside to return, otherwise, the boss would be stolen. The entrance was still a bit far from here, and by the time they returned, those fighting the boss would definitely be gone. Especially with 59 people, all top-tier combatants from the guild, they cleared them out quickly. In less than a minute, those players were completely eliminated, and the boss still had 5,000 hit points left. Hurry up and attack, their people are coming soon. Don't think about guarding the entrance. There are too many of them, we can't hold it. We need to finish this quickly. By the time the first person from outside came in, the boss had already been defeated, and Chen Hui and the others were about to start picking up the loot. They managed to take most of the items, but then they were killed by the incoming players. This infuriated the members of the third guild, who immediately began cursing them in the world chat. They ignored the insults and returned to their guild territory to see what good items they had obtained this time. Is there a paralysis ring? Chen Hui asked. No, the paralysis ring doesn't drop that easily, don't get your hopes up. But there is a book of Ice Howl, a warrior said. Is that all we got? Langya was puzzled. This reward was nothing compared to the morning's haul. In the morning, they had dropped a judgment, a dog book, and a protection ring. But this time they only got a book of Ice Howl. Any random reward from the morning was better than Ice Howl. It's not that Ice Howl is bad, but the morning's rewards were just too good. Getting only this one item felt like a big letdown. However, they could accept it. Ice Howl wasn't something everyone had. Currently, there were fewer than 10 people in the guild with Ice Howl, and for mage players, having Ice Howl would significantly boost their damage. As usual, they decided to auction it within the guild, with the contributors sharing the spoils. Since it was Chen Hui who discovered it and brought the others over, everyone agreed he should take half. By the way, let's study this memory set. I feel that if we use it well, Sand City will be ours in the future. The recent district sieges had been a scramble among several guilds, with the top 10 guilds all capable of competing. They hadn't captured Shabak for 3 weeks. Even when allied, they still couldn't seize it. Now, with the memory set, it was undoubtedly a powerful weapon. A group could directly raid homes, but the number of summon players was too few. They needed several people to have the memory set, at least 10, but currently, they only had 2 memory. However, this 3 million includes everyone. He just saw that there are not only solo matches but also 3v3 mode competitions. The highest prize is 1 million for the first place in 3v3, which made his hands tremble as he looked. In the solo competition, the first place also has a prize of 500,000. That's 500,000. As a poor college student, without the legend, he wouldn't even be able to afford to play games right now. Winning this prize is an opportunity for him. He could finally buy his sister whatever she wants. He prepared himself, thinking that even if he didn't get first place, he had to at least aim for second. He thought again about whether he should participate in the 3v3 mode competition. After some consideration, he decided against it. He usually prefers solo duels and rarely teams up. He hasn't really played 3v3 mode much. If he signed up, he would definitely have to find teammates, and then there would be the need for coordination. The 3v3 mode tests teamwork significantly. Even a small mistake in a gathering of skilled players could lead to being eliminated if the opponents catch your error. Preparing for both sides would only lead him to analyze that he shouldn't do that. Focusing on one thing is the only way to do it well. He then reluctantly looked over the announcement again. It was the first time he had seen a game company do something like this, not only not making players spend money but actually giving them money. This was no small amount. They had put out over 380,000. Closing the announcement, he returned to the voice chat room. I've finished reading it. Are you guys going to participate? When Ziyuan asked. Of course, we're going. That's 500,000. A mage said. Come on, you think you can get 500,000? You can't even beat Sister Lan, and you're dreaming of 500,000. You're only worth 50 cents, said a member who was close to him. Langya also returned. I feel like this is a good event. If our Chien Mo Yun members can make it to the podium, it would be an honor for us. The president is talking about you, Binjia. Your peak duel ranking is shockingly high, and you actually made it to 7th place. Aren't you going to bring back first place? So the president can look down on others in the future. A group of people chatted and laughed. Because this competition is open to any player who has participated in the peak duel, and once a peak duel player reaches this rank, they can enter without any threshold restrictions. The reason Su Yang chose to allow only those who entered the peak duel to participate is mainly due to the overwhelming number of players. Currently, there are about 10,000 players in one district who can enter, and with hundreds of districts, nearly half of the players could get in. Moreover, after this announcement is released, it will definitely attract a large number of players to compete in the arena, so the number of participants will increase even more. It can be imagined that during this time, the arena will be in a state of explosive popularity, with players staying in the arena after completing their tasks. This is also what Su Yang is happy to see. With more people, there will be other special gameplay, just like the legend he remembers, creating the dual fire based on his understanding of the game. Although all players' equipment attributes will be the same during the competition, their skills will be fully leveled, which will definitely lead to the development of other gameplay styles. This will greatly enhance the viewing experience of the competition. Perhaps in the future, there will be technical streamers developing some black technology strategies. On the third day, Legend once again trended on social media. Looking online, several entries were about this peak battle. The mention of the $1 million prize raised the popularity of Legend even further. The number of registered players was also continuously increasing. When Su Yang looked again, the online number had reached 13 million, and this was a Monday, not the weekend. One could imagine that by this Saturday, during the Sand Siege, the online number might reach 17 or 18 million. Not only that, but there are also many game bloggers wanting to capitalize on this wave of traffic, all posting short videos. Just clicking on a post about Legend brings up a flood of comments. The first prize actually has a reward of 500,000. Is it really that high? Yang is truly a representative of conscience in the gaming industry. Not only did they create a free Legend, but this time they even funded the competition out of their own pockets. They put out 4 million in prizes, and with venue costs and other expenses, this competition is estimated to cost around 6 million. They are really investing heavily. Conscience, the dawn of the gaming industry is coming. To be honest, can they really afford this much money? I saw last time that all their servers are rented. Now that there are so many players, the daily server costs are quite significant, and they have to host competitions. I'm dying. Indeed, the game quality is top-notch, and it's free, plus they occasionally give away some items. It's like they're giving us benefits. Yang really treats us like family, unlike some people who talk about family but wield their sickles faster than anyone. Almost all the comments in the post are positive, and any negative ones are quickly attacked by others. Meanwhile, in the Tianfeng studio building, General Manager Lin sits there, facing Chen Ming. Not long ago, I had someone conduct a comprehensive analysis of Legend and replicate their gameplay in code. Now, I want you to make some improvements based on their game and then launch it, Lin said in a commanding tone. Plagiarism? Chen Ming frowned. He really didn't want to create a plagiarized game. What, you don't want to? Lin asked. I don't want to, Chen Ming replied honestly. Lin looked at him. Do you know your current reputation? Especially among Legend players, they've started to boycott you, saying you're just lucky. Now you just need to create the game, and naturally, a large number of players will come, plus your previous loyal fans, and you'll become a hot game designer in the country. You've seen the popularity of Legend. When we announce we're making a free game, with our capabilities, we could even break the record for online players on the first day. This is a golden opportunity. What are you still thinking about? Despite Lin's persuasion, Chen Ming remained unmoved, sitting quietly. These days, he had been studying Legend, their gameplay, their balance. He also realized where the problems lay. A game is not a single module, and other factors must be considered. He then stood up. Please arrange for someone else to do it. A game without challenge has no meaning for me. After saying that, he left the office. Lin watched his back, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. There was nothing he could do if Chen Ming didn't want to participate. He could only arrange for someone else to take over. After all, he was one of the cash cows for the Goose Factory, and he couldn't be scolded. If Chen Ming left, he would definitely take a batch of players with him, which would be a significant loss for the Goose Factory. Soon after, Lin made a phone call, and before long, a man in his 30s wearing glasses walked in. General Manager Lin, you called for me? The man was also a game designer at the Goose Factory. He wasn't well known outside, but most people at the Goose Factory knew him. Lu Kaifeng, the master of plagiarism at the Goose Factory. Whenever the Goose Factory wanted to copy a game, they would have Lu Kaifeng handle it. He was quite adept at plagiarism. The code would be completely different, yet the two games would be almost identical. His skills were evident, and he was a key player for Lin. Last time, Lin had also arranged for him to take a look at Legend, to first extract the code and then create a replica game. How's the arrangement for what you were tasked with going? Lin asked as he approached. The basic code is almost done, but there are still some details that need to be finished. Is it the same as before? Lu Kaifeng nodded. That's right, the code is completely different, and the gameplay will also change. Our team has been working while keeping an eye on player comments from the official Legend. We've made changes based on some suggestions from players, meaning we've addressed the shortcomings of Legend, making it more comfortable for players to enjoy. Lin nodded, clearly satisfied with Lu Kaifeng's work. Do you know about the offline competition for Legend? I just found out this morning. What are your thoughts? This is the first time for such an event in the country, and there are prizes involved. If you play well, you can win a substantial amount, which has sparked discussions among most players. Even those who don't play Legend are paying attention. In this way, a large influx of traffic will be attracted in just a few days. Based on my experience, Legend has an 80% chance of success. During the competition, there will be a huge wave of traffic, possibly even higher than now, maybe several times more. After hearing Lu Kaifeng's words, Lin nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts. Do you think this can be done? No problem. I specifically asked designer Chen Ming before, and he shared his experiences with failures, so my focus is on the arena. When the competition is held, we will have experience and can quickly launch the event. Sounds good, Lin said with a smile. When do you expect it to go live? About 3 to 5 months, depending on the specific timing. Alright, you handle it, but don't take too long. This time, you are the chief designer, and I plan to put you in the spotlight. Lu Kaifeng immediately stood up. Thank you, Lin. You can go back to your work now. This news spread online for several days before it began to taper off. However, among Legend players, it was still very hot. Most people had flocked to the arena, especially those players still at the silver rank, eager to reach gold and enter the peak competition. The number of people in the wild monster maps had decreased, unlike before when a small monster would be wiped out in less than 5 minutes after spawning. Only the bosses were still monopolized by major guilds, while the rest remained normal. For a whole week, it was like this, with players focusing on the arena. Although the number of Legend players surged this week, by Saturday, the online count had reached over 18 million, soon approaching 19 million. However, this meant fewer players in PvE, with no wild brawls, leading to a decrease in item consumption. Bai Zhanfei arrived at Su Yang's office. Old Su, I feel like your decision-making has gone a bit awry. Su Yang looked up. What do you mean? Where's the problem? Since Monday, our revenue has dropped significantly. We used to make 7 to 800,000, even over 1 million a day, but since Monday, it's fallen below 500,000. 500,000 a day? Su Yang looked at Bai Zhanfei. Is that really low? It's not like players have stopped spending money. We're losing money every day. But a drop by half made Bai Zhanfei feel like they were losing out. Su Yang thought for a moment. This wouldn't do. They needed to organize an event. Previously, they updated roughly every half month, with the 4 major special rings updated last week. If they updated equipment again this time, it would be too fast, and the pace would be too quick, leading players to feel overwhelmed and possibly develop a dislike for the game. However, events are an exception. Compared to equipment, players prefer those items and the rewards from events. He couldn't intervene too much in the game, so he could only resort to this method. Which event should he use? In his previous life, there were quite a few legendary events, but most of them required spending money. Su Yang wouldn't adopt those pay-to-win events. Once an event heavily relied on spending, the game would lose its essence. Moreover, his Legend was the first official free game in this world, so he certainly wouldn't dig his own grave. He needed to think slowly about which event to choose. If he wanted to stimulate the players' enthusiasm, he needed an event that involved both PvP and monster hunting. It still required outdoor battles, which would allow all players to participate. How about it, Old Su? Do you have any ideas? Su Yang nodded. I already have a plan. Next weekend will mark 2 weeks, and I'm preparing to launch an event. You came up with a good idea so quickly, as expected of you. Is it going to make players spend money? Su Yang shot him a glance. I've told you before, don't guide players to spend money. That will only make them resentful. You need to make players willingly spend money, and after they do, they should praise you. That's the true essence of making a free game. Got it? I don't get it. I can't understand the tricks behind it. I suggest you change your glasses to gold wire ones, then people will see your cunning. Su Yang felt a headache coming on. It had been a while since he dealt with him, and Bai Zhanfei was getting on his nerves again. By the way, how's the venue preparation going? Still in preparation, but I've already booked a few venues. I'll check them out in a few days and then choose the most suitable one. In about half a month, everything should be ready. Once the venue is sorted, the rest will be easy. Alright, time quickly arrived at the second Saturday, and Su Yang was ready for the event. He had carefully chosen a rather good event, which was the Monster Siege. This event was quite popular back in the day, Su Yang made some modifications to ensure players would be interested in it. Even if those players were deeply immersed in the arena, once they learned about the monster siege, they would definitely step back to participate in the event. The event would take place tonight, right after the Sand Siege ended. Chenhui also opened his livestream. It was Saturday again, and he had been preparing for the peak showdown for the past few days. After his relentless efforts, his peak ranking had now reached over 2,000. Don't underestimate this few hundred ranks. He had played hundreds of matches here, and with so many people competing, not being pushed out was already impressive. He had initially hoped to break into the top 1,000 this week, but that idea fell through. There were too many skilled players. Some had even researched new strategies, which he had seen, but they were of no use to him. Those who could enter around the top 10,000 were the top players in each region, competing based on skill. Although luck played a part, luck was also a part of skill. He found it hard to climb higher, but their guild had a powerhouse. Wan Ziyuan had also been grinding and had now reached 3rd place. The gap to 1st place was only 10 points. Originally, the scores in the peak showdown weren't high. The 1st place only had a little over 800 points, but now it had skyrocketed to over 1,000. With more players, the scores naturally increased gradually. When he opened the game interface, it prompted him to update. Another update. I wonder what good things will come this time. After the update, he checked the announcement. This update would introduce a new event gameplay. For specific clues, please look for them in the game. Then came the rewards for the latest update. What's going on? Chenhui looked just as confused. When did the event update require players to search for it themselves? It was his first time encountering such a model, and it was truly strange. However, this also piqued his curiosity about what good activities might appear this time. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first event launched by Fei Yang. Since it was the inaugural event, it surely had potential. He then asked in the livestream if anyone knew what was happening, but no one was clear about the situation. It was their first time seeing this, so how could they know what the event meant? There wasn't even a name for the event. It was hard to guess. They could only wait to see what Fei Yang was up to. Not just them, other players were equally bewildered, having no idea what this event was about, with no hints at all, and they had to search within the game. How could that be easy? However, players didn't feel disgusted by this method. Some began searching for clues in the game to see if there was anything to find, but most players, after claiming their rewards, went off to open boxes. Just like that, evening arrived. With the start of the siege event, the first guild, Shen Mo Yun, began entering the map. This time, Langya had devised a detailed plan because they had received intelligence that the second guild was planning to defend the city, and they had allied with the 3rd and 5th guilds. With these 3 guilds allied, their strength surged to a formidable height, unless the remaining guilds formed alliances as well. However, the game rules stated that a guild could ally with a maximum of 3 other guilds, so their current strength was the highest on the surface. Langya had also allied with 2 guilds, the 4th and 7th guilds. Judging by the strength of the guilds, they were definitely at a disadvantage. In the current siege, almost no single guild was attacking alone. Several guilds were banding together, and in Zone 1, there were 4 alliances. Even so, the battles were extremely fierce, continuing from the start of the siege until its end. However, this time they were different. Now they had the memory set, and everything had changed. Over the past week, through their efforts, they not only obtained a memory ring but also bought one, giving them 5 sets of memory gear. 50 people could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment, giving them a real chance to seize this round of Shabak. However, the news about the memory set couldn't be kept under wraps. Although Chenhui had closed the live stream immediately, those watching had roughly guessed what was happening. Plus, they had stolen the ultimate boss from the 3rd guild, leading a group of players to believe that the memory set might be used to summon teammates. Zone 1 currently had no memory rings, but other zones did, so some players had experimented but hadn't leaked any information. They were all thinking of relying on the memory set to launch a surprise attack during this siege. Finally, at 8 o'clock, the siege began. As expected, the allied guilds were locked in fierce combat, with even the palace filled with people. When the time came, the 2nd guild occupied the palace, with their members inside. Outside, the 2 allied guilds were guarding it together, making it nearly impossible for others to enter. Especially in the last 10 minutes, the fighting became even more intense, with players respawning and charging in. At this moment, several players wearing memory sets were hiding inside the palace. They had been waiting there without going out, just waiting for the right moment to pull people in. This team was composed of the top players from the guild, just like the last time they fought for the ultimate boss. With 3 minutes left, there were not many people left in the palace, most were outside. They glanced around and saw that only 70 or 80 people remained inside, and there were members from other guilds, not entirely from the 2nd guild. Seizing the opportunity, 5 individuals immediately activated their memory set effects, and the members of their team rushed over. They charged out from a corner of the palace, leaving those still inside puzzled about where so many people had suddenly come from. Did you summon a divine dragon? They first killed the person holding the flag, and now the palace belonged to them. Then they proceeded to clear out the others. Within a minute, they had eliminated half of the 60 remaining people. Only then did those outside react and start rushing in, but there was just over a minute left. The flag was now in Chen Hui's hands, and with so many people charging in, they could hardly resist. So Chen Hui simply ran. As long as he could hold out for that minute, it would be enough. Although his strength was not as great as Wen Ziyuan's, his agility was top-notch. Last time, he had managed to weave through the crowd to check the ultimate boss's health and return safely, which spoke volumes about his agility. With others blocking for him, he just needed to run. A minute passed quickly, and they secured the Sand City. After being stolen from twice in a row, the third guild was furious. They still had no idea how Chen Moyan and their guild had managed it, which was the most infuriating part. When the time was up, they returned to the main city, and the voice chat was filled with laughter. They still wanted to catch me, but in the end, they didn't even touch me. It's hilarious. By the way, didn't the update say there would be an event today? Where is it? It's already 9 o'clock, and nothing has appeared. Did the officials release false information? Someone asked in the voice room. I don't know. I've been looking all day and found nothing. Logically, since there was an update, over 50 megabytes, there should definitely be an event. So why hasn't anything changed yet? At this point, Langya said, since Feiyan told us to pay attention to the game, did you notice anything unusual while playing today? Unusual? Others were also recalling what had happened today. Lan Hong spoke up, did you notice that the monsters today seem stronger than before? What do you mean? In the past, a small monster would only attack from 3 body lengths away, but today, I was clearly 5 body lengths away from that small monster, and it still came up to hit me. Hearing Lan Hong say this, the other players agreed. It was indeed the case today. The wild monsters were a bit outrageous. At first, they thought Feiyan had increased the attack range of the wild monsters. But then they thought, if that were true, there would definitely be an announcement, and not just silence. A covert change would surely cause player dissatisfaction. It really is like that? Could this be today's event? If so, that's too simple. I don't think that's it. There must be something else. If even the wild monsters are acting strangely, it seems this event is related to monsters. The guild members speculated, feeling that this event was not simple. Langya also spoke up, since it's today's event, it will definitely happen in the next few hours. We should look around to see if we missed anything. Brothers, let's stay online a bit longer. Just as they were talking, a long sound echoed in the game. It was the sound of a horn, which they had heard before during their siege. But hadn't the siege already ended? Why was there still a sound? At that moment, they noticed a fierce wind beginning to blow throughout the game, and then yellow sand appeared on the screen, resembling a sandstorm. This scene lasted only a few seconds before it disappeared. Immediately after, they heard the roar of numerous wild monsters. What's going on? Everyone in the voice chat was bewildered. This might be the event for today, Langya said. Ha! The others couldn't believe it. What kind of event was this? They had already seen a large number of wild monsters appearing outside the main city. As the last roar faded away, an announcement appeared on all players' screens. Monster Siege. Between 2100 hours and 2200 hours, a large number of wild monsters will appear outside the main city, attacking both the city and players. Note, the attributes of the wild monsters during the siege will differ from those of ordinary wild monsters. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone was shocked. Was this really today's event? The officials had truly kept their cool, only releasing the event now. Wow, I see the Red Moon boss, and not just one. Someone shouted. This event today is just incredible. After the horn sounded, a massive number of wild monsters slowly approached the main city. Zooming in, the outside was filled with wild monsters. They recognized both small monsters and bosses among them. It was a bit of a pity that they didn't see the ultimate boss, otherwise, everyone would have rushed to grab it immediately. But even so, after seeing this, the players snapped out of their shock. Major guilds began organizing their members to charge at the monsters. This was a golden opportunity. Not to mention the small monsters, just the bosses alone numbered over 100, and they might really drop something good. These major guilds were there to compete for the bosses, while the smaller ones could still benefit from the leftovers. Chen Hui was the first to spot a Womo leader. This leader is mine. I want to see what the bosses in this monster siege are like. Saying this, he ran out and approached the leader. Why does it have 30,000 health? Chen Hui was dumbfounded. Didn't it usually have just over 8,000 health? Why was this health so high? With 10,000 health, he might have had a chance to hit it, but 30,000? Wait, this boss's health bar is so high. this Woma leader actually has 30,000 health, that's outrageous. Damn, the damage is high too, it hit me for 60 health. Hurry, come help, Chen Hui said anxiously. He was the first to run out and ended up taking a beating. There was no one else to blame. The others were speechless, they rushed out without understanding the situation first, almost getting taken down. A dozen people ran out and started attacking with Chen Hui. Langya said in the voice chat, let's first compete for some bosses, we can ignore the small monsters. 30 people per team, attack any boss we find, and if someone comes to steal, take them down. After hearing Langya's words, they quickly divided into several groups. They had cooperated before, so they could respond quickly to such events. They chose to fight on the west side of the city. Although they were splitting up, they didn't spread too far apart, ensuring they could support each other if someone came to steal. This way, they could secure their guild's territory. It took them 10 minutes to defeat a boss, and that was with a group of 40 people. There were still a few high-level bosses over there, and they still had half their health left. The players were lamenting that this event was a bit difficult. After defeating the boss, Shinui looked around, but nothing good had dropped. There was a lot of gold though, with one boss dropping 50,000 gold. He certainly didn't lack gold. If he needed some, he just had to mention it in the world chat, and someone would sell it, or he could sell a few high-level items to get gold. What he wanted was high-level equipment. Hey, brothers, there's nothing good here, Shinui said in the live stream. He glanced at the number of viewers. Why were there only a little over 1,000? Wasn't it over 100,000 earlier? The comments were also buzzing. Why is this event at 10 o'clock at night? I'm still working overtime. Exactly, I'm short on gold coins right now, and I can't log in. What a huge loss. That's 50,000 gold coins. You don't care to give me some? Shinui smiled. It seemed those people had run back to participate in the event, and now the remaining ones were those who couldn't log in. Just as they were about to defeat the boss, the monsters here had already been mostly cleared, and a horn sounded in the distance. Hearing that sound, all the players looked towards the direction it came from. Was there another wave on the other side of the mountain? Shenhui had just finished defeating the boss, so he told them, I'll go over there and see if there's a good boss. He jogged over to the other side of the mountain and was immediately taken aback. There were actually a large number of bosses here. No, they were all bosses, big and small, not a single ordinary monster in sight. And in the farthest distance, there was a gigantic boss, seemingly commanding these bosses. Ultimate Boss. He could clearly see the name of that boss. Crimson Moon Lord. The name was actually golden. The boss names he had seen before were all red, and the ultimate boss they had encountered was also red. But this boss was actually golden. Because it was too far away, he couldn't lock onto it, so he naturally couldn't see the boss's health. At this point, Chen Hui unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. So there was such a powerful boss? In fact, this Crimson Moon Lord was added by Su Yang himself because he felt that the players' activity was very high and their strength was strong. If he used the previous type of event, it wouldn't have much meaning. So Su Yang modified the Crimson Moon Demon and turned it into the Crimson Moon Lord, placing it in this event. This way, several top guilds would definitely want to fight this boss, and they would end up clashing. This boss was not easy to defeat. It had perverse attributes and required hundreds of people to take it down, still needing the top players from the entire region. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Chen Hui immediately spoke into the mic, Quick, I see an ultimate boss, and its name is Golden, right over here. These bosses are starting to come towards us, Chen Hui said excitedly. There's an ultimate boss. Let's go, let's take down the ultimate boss. Those who had finished their fights ran towards Chen Hui's location, eager to see what this golden-named ultimate boss looked like. When they arrived, they were also momentarily stunned. A large group of bosses was approaching, with a Crimson Moon Lord at the back. Is this the ultimate boss you mentioned? The name is different. Damn, who hit me? Someone said in confusion. I got hit too. I lost over 50 health in one hit. I got poisoned. Who ambushed us? A few people standing next to Chen Hui had all been hit. It seems like that boss hit us from so far away. Let's back off and wait for them to gather before we look. The few of them retreated, helping to finish off the other bosses in the hands of the others. Are there many bosses over there? When Ziyuan asked. Yes, there are a lot. All bosses, not a single small monster. As they were talking, the sound of the horn rang out again. At that moment, the bosses that had not been defeated turned and walked away, heading towards the direction of the horn, no longer attacking the players. Why are they running? I haven't finished yet. In the next second, they saw a large group of bosses arriving on the mountain. The players looked at the bosses on the distant mountain, all of them marked in red, some of which they had never even seen before. Vice Guild Leader, are these the bosses you mentioned? Someone asked. That's right, these bosses are very powerful. We were hit just once when we approached, and the distance was quite far. I feel like their attack range is even greater than that of a mage, he replied. While they were talking, the entire screen shook, and then they saw a boss with a golden name walking up. Crimson Moon Lord. This is the ultimate boss. The others were also stunned upon seeing this. The health bars of the other bosses on the screen were only about 1 centimeter long, but this boss's health bar was longer than his body. It must have at least 200,000 health points. If they could defeat this boss, wouldn't they gain unimaginable rewards? An ordinary ultimate boss could casually drop a top-tier piece of equipment, so this one could potentially drop all 4 special rings. There were still more than 30 minutes left. There was time to take down this boss, but with so many bosses in front of them, there was no chance to get close to the Crimson Moon Lord. Langya sent a message in the world chat, hoping everyone would join in. Any good loot dropped would also belong to their district. It was obvious that every district had a Crimson Moon Lord. A Crimson Moon Lord would definitely drop a large amount of equipment, which would enhance the district, increasing the chances of winning the next cross-server siege. After notifying others, they began to prepare, buying whatever they needed quickly, or spending money if necessary. They had to take down this boss. They agreed to share the rewards equally, a rule everyone could accept. At exactly 9:30, members from other guilds also arrived. There was no time left. Aside from the Crimson Moon Lord still standing on the mountain, the other bosses were already right in front of them. Their plan was for the top 500 players in the district to attack the Crimson Moon Lord, while the others would go after the remaining bosses. However, they had miscalculated. With so many bosses, they couldn't break through. Those few bosses they had never seen before not only dealt high damage but also attacked from a distance. Especially one called Touching Dragon God, which was simply outrageous, having low health but only a few thousand. However, even a warrior would be left with half their health by the time they got close, and it had area attacks. After a full 10 minutes, they finally killed the boss in front, although they dropped a few good pieces of equipment, even a book of dog skills. But their target was the Crimson Moon Lord, not the bosses in front of them. Now, with only 20 minutes left in the event, they hadn't even touched a hair on the Crimson Moon Lord. In the end, they couldn't finish off these bosses, and time was up. With the sound of the horn, all the bosses began to retreat. In the end, only the Crimson Moon Lord remained, and a dialogue box appeared in the upper right corner. In 3 months, you will surely be destroyed. Chenhui looked at the text, feeling quite helpless. He had thought he could defeat the Crimson Moon Lord, but in the end, he hadn't even touched a hair on it. But what did this last message mean? Did it mean there would be another monster siege in 3 months? If that was the case, there would be another opportunity. In 3 months, the skill level of all players in the district would improve significantly, and by then, they would surely be able to match him in strength. At 10:30, Bai Zhanfei arrived at Su Yang's office. Old Su, the earnings from last night were astonishing. Your event was really powerful. The players didn't even curse you, they just felt it was a pity and said their skills weren't good enough. Of course, how could they blame me? This event has already given them a lot of bosses. They will definitely get some good loot, so why would they still curse me? Bai Zhanfei chuckled. By the way, in these 2 hours, our earnings have directly increased by over 2 million. It's truly terrifying. Are you really planning to hold this event again in 3 months? Su Yang nodded. That's right, I plan to hold the Monster Siege event every 3 months, right after the Sand Siege. This time they weren't prepared, but next time it might be different. Who knows, they might really be able to defeat the Crimson Moon Lord. Come on, I shook my head just looking at that boss. It's too overpowered, with 300,000 health, dealing 80 damage per hit, and it's a group attack, plus it has poison and slows down the players. Which guild could possibly defeat that? I think they would just lose experience. That said, if you keep rolling out events like this, eventually equipment like the Judgment Staff will become commonplace. Don't worry, it won't get that exaggerated, and I plan to release new equipment during the new year. Players are improving, the equipment can't just stay the same, just wait and see, I won't interfere. The next day, legendary players online were discussing last night's event, and most of them had seen the Crimson Moon Lord. At the same time, there was another topic about the memory set, with Qian Moyan's 2 consecutive ambushes, plus others from different regions using it, all talking about the incredible aspects of this set. Meanwhile, the price of the memory ring was continuously skyrocketing, rivaling that of resurrection and protection items. Even so, the memory rings were still pitifully scarce, even less than other high-level equipment. Time slowly passed, and Su Yang had shifted his focus to Crossfire during this period. Due to a lack of manpower, Fei Yang once again expanded recruitment. This time, over 30 new members were added, and now the Crossfire department had nearly 50 people. Since the basic framework code and gameplay were already established, the production was now extremely swift. In fact, the gameplay didn't need much change, just minor adjustments in some areas. The key was the graphics. The single-player graphics from his previous life really affected the experience. Especially in this world, where people had grown up playing games with exquisite graphics, every image in the game was ultra clear, some even in 2K. So he definitely couldn't use the original images, he needed to refine all the graphics again. The core female character, especially the incredibly popular Spirit Fox. Then there were the gameplay elements that needed to be launched when going live. He had two ideas. One was to follow the initial version. He remembered that when Crossfire first started, there were only 4 modes: Team Mode, Demolition Mode, Ghost Mode, and Annihilation Mode. As for the others, he really forgot if there were any. Anyway, he remembered that the Biohazard mode wasn't available during the public test. But what if launching only these 4 modes at the start was too monotonous? By the time he arrived in this world, Crossfire had probably released over 30 modes, some of which were still nostalgic, while others were just a mess. After much thought, he decided to introduce more gameplay options. Just competitive gameplay felt a bit dull. As for artifacts and the like, he wouldn't even consider them, as their attributes would completely disrupt the balance. With quick weapon switching and extra bullets, he wouldn't take those into account. All weapons would be accessible to the masses, regardless of the type. Players could obtain them for free. However, if that were the case, then monetized items would need to be developed from other aspects. For example, regarding the characters, of course, they won't deliberately add attributes. During this time, Su Yang has been pondering these issues. The legendary Peak Battle competition is also approaching. Players have waited a full 3 months for this. During this time, aside from events, players have been in the arena, continuously improving their strength. Su Yang has looked at the data. On the day he issued the announcement, there were less than 1 million people in the peak matches. And now, due to the continuous influx of players, the number has already reached 50 million, with the last cross-server siege achieving over 40 million online players. Today, the number of players entering the peak showdown has exceeded 15 million. This number is quite significant, indicating that more than 15 million players will be able to participate in this competition. To prepare for this event, Su Yang has made many arrangements. First is the competition format. With so many people participating simultaneously, a reasonable solution is needed. The best method is to directly eliminate a large portion of the players, as this is the simplest approach. However, Su Yang thought for a long time about what method to use. If all players were replaced by robots, it would be too rigid, and the values would need to be tightly controlled. The consequence of this would be player complaints. After working hard to reach the peak showdown, being eliminated by a robot would feel unfair. But using a turn-based system would consume enormous resources. Single-player matches are manageable, especially in the 3v3 mode, which requires registration. The list has already been compiled, and the number of participating groups has reached over 1 million. In the end, Su Yang directly opened a server for players to prepare for the preliminaries. First, the preliminaries will consist of 10 rounds of matches, eliminating 90% of the participants. The rules for the preliminaries are simple: 1-on-1. 160 people will be divided into an area to start battling. After each match, there will be a 3-minute break, and after 3 minutes, the next match will be automatically matched. This means that once you enter, you must complete the entire match, and in the end, only 5 people will remain. To stay, one must win 5 matches. The competition will take place from 8 to 10 on Monday nights. Odd-numbered days are for singles, while even-numbered days are for 3v3. Once in the competition server, players just need to click to start matching, and the system will begin matching players. Once there are 160 participants, the entire match will commence, continuing until the last 5 players remain. After winning, there will be a ranking, and the winning players will earn a star. A player with 1 star will not be matched with players who have 2 stars, meaning players will only match with others of the same star level. Within 2 days, players who have completed all matches and have not been eliminated will advance to the main event. Previously, Bai Zhanfei considered that if someone didn't play a match, they would directly enter the main event. Su Yang provided an answer. This time he would give detailed competition rules. Once in the competition server, there will be a 30-second preparation time, after which matching will automatically begin. Even if you don't click to prepare, you will be forced to enter. However, considering that some players may not have time every day but still possess the skill, Su Yang arranged for a computer. The computer's strength is not very high, roughly around the 100,000th rank in the peak showdown. But each person only has 1 chance to challenge. If they lose, they can only take the path of chaos. These 2 mechanisms together form the competition format for the preliminaries. After it ends, players can check their data on the official website. As the clock approaches 8 o'clock on the first night, Chen Hui is already sitting in front of the computer. The preliminaries are not a challenge for him. His current peak ranking has already reached over 1,000. He originally thought about just playing against the computer, but then he realized that wouldn't have the live broadcast effect, and the viewers wanted him to compete. When the time came, he entered directly and clicked on matchmaking. 160 players quickly filled the slots, and he encountered his first opponent. The person on the other side saw his title and instantly lost the desire to play. Anyone who could wear the title of Shabak Warrior was undoubtedly extraordinary. As a result, he swiftly defeated his opponent. After the first match ended, half of the players had already earned a star. Since it was a free-for-all, they needed to keep playing, as the competition rules stated that 95% of the players would be eliminated. This meant that only a little over 70,000 would make it to the main event. That number was still quite large, but there was no choice. The player base was simply too vast. As the first day came to a close, Chenhui wore a joyful expression. He had played 4 full matches without losing a single one and had already earned 4 stars, placing him in the top tier. Most players kept losing. Once they lost 3 matches, they would be eliminated, so today would see a significant number of players cut from the competition. At this point, Chen Hui's livestream was gaining popularity. Today's luck was terrible. I faced top players 3 times in a row. In the first match, I encountered someone ranked 30,000th, the second match was against someone with a title, and the last match was the most ridiculous. I faced Langya. I feel like I could go buy a lottery ticket. This kind of competition isn't for players like us, we're just here to be the backdrop. What are you all? I played against the computer and it made me question my life. Their movements were simply absurd. I didn't land a single skill. Wow, it's really tough. My prize money is gone. Dog streamer, come out. You're chasing me down. A red comment appeared. Chenhui also saw the comment. Ah, brother, who are you? I don't know you. Others were laughing, and for a moment, everyone was discussing today's matches. Not only in Chen Hui's livestream, but other streamers were also talking about it, and half of them had flopped. At this time, a large amount of match news appeared online, and the buzz was at an all-time high. Today's matches had captured the attention of everyone in the gaming community, especially other game developers. Feiyang was walking a new path, one they had never considered before. If successful, it would bring extremely rich rewards. This kind of thing could link to live streaming platforms, which would raise the game's popularity, and once it gained traction, player engagement would increase significantly. But judging from the results of the first day of matches, the response was indeed good, instantly raising the game's heat. Previously, it was just promotion, but now that the competition had started, the excitement was even greater than before. Mainly, Legend is a free game, meaning everyone can play it, and with Feiyang's integrity and high game quality, it's hard not to be popular. In the blink of an eye, Sunday arrived. The preliminary rounds of the Peak Showdown had already concluded. The names of those who advanced were announced that evening on the official website. Even so, with 95% of players eliminated, there were still over 70,000 who made it to the main event. However, the next step was the main event, where 95% of these 70,000 would also be eliminated. This meant that after this main event, fewer than 5,000 would remain. But for Su Yang, that was still too many. He wanted the final number of competitors in the offline matches to be fewer than 100. So after the main event, there would be the semi-finals. At that time, from the fewer than 5,000, only 32 from each profession would make it to the finals, and for the 3v3 matches, only 12 teams would qualify for the finals. In order to extend the competition period, the finals will be held next Sunday. This way, the excitement can build up, and the participating players will have time to rest, which can be considered a win-win situation. However, today is the day of the main event, and a full day will see 95% of the players eliminated. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the main event has concluded, leaving only a few thousand players. Su Yang had said that anyone who makes it to the semi-finals will receive a title, that is, a top player in the entire server. As for how many, he did not specify. Such titles are best kept within a certain range. Those who reach the final will have rankings and titles, such as top 100 players in the server, top 10 players in the server, and finally, the champions and runners-up. Of course, the top 10 players will also receive a certain amount of prize money, although not as much as the top 3, it is still a significant sum. As the list of semi-finalists was released, players eagerly checked to see who made it, especially those from their own region and guild. Generally, it is quite balanced, with 1 or 2 players from each region. However, in the finals, it may not be the case. Some regions might not have any representatives, while others could have several. The schedule for the semifinals has also been announced. Tuesday will be for singles, and Wednesday will be for 3v3 matches. The remaining time will be the preparation period for the finalists. The finals will take place next Sunday at 3 in the afternoon. As Chen Hui defeated his opponent, he jumped up from his chair in excitement. He had successfully made it to the finals, entering the top 32. He was so overwhelmed that he almost cried. "Brothers, I made it! I made it!" Chen Hui shouted, raising his arms high. All along, although he had the skills, most of the players who watched his streams regarded him as a comedic streamer. Especially when he couldn't even make it into the top 100 in peak competitions, others simply did not believe he could reach the finals. But with his own strength, he charged straight into the finals, ranking among the strongest 32 players in the entire server. Let me see who else made it to the finals. Their region really is strong, with 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 priest. Out of 100 players, 4 are from their region. Especially since he and Bingya are from the same guild, no one was surprised that he made it to the finals. His strength was evident. However, his own entry surprised others. Brothers, it's time to prepare for the finals. We'll meet offline. See you in Zhengzhou on Sunday. With the entire semi-final schedule concluded, the excitement for the game Legend was once again heightened, just as Su Yang had anticipated. Even those who do not play games online were paying attention to the Legend competition. They began to learn about the game, and even those who had never played before understood it after being bombarded with various video information. This is not only a free game but also of high quality, even surpassing the Dusk World from the same period. Everyone knows what kind of company Goose Factory is. If they can be beaten, the quality of this game is evident. They also started to follow the competition, and when they learned there were prizes, they were even more shocked. This is a free game. They operate a free game and still offer money to the top players. What a conscientious company. As the competition time drew closer, the excitement continued to rise. Su Yang began to organize the event. Bai Zhanfei could not handle it alone, needing to arrange players, even though there was only one afternoon to do so. But this was Su Yang's first time hosting, and he had no experience at all. In his previous life, he had seen those official events go smoothly, but here, he was completely in the dark. He could only rely on his memory of how those companies organized their events. Fortunately, everything that needed to be prepared was ready by Saturday, just waiting for the players entering the finals. Of course, they chose to rent a stadium, which was quite an expense, and the audience capacity was set at only 3,000. This was the result of a discussion between the two. Bai Zhanfei felt it shouldn't be too many, initially thinking 1,000 would suffice, but Su Yang believed that 1,000 was too few. In the end, they settled on 3,000 seats, but what they didn't expect was that when tickets went on sale on Thursday, they sold out in just a few hours. Moreover, those who couldn't buy tickets complained that there were too few available. Subsequently, Bai Zhanfei increased the number to 5,000, with each ticket priced at 28 yuan. In this era, that was already the cheapest ticket available. A movie ticket here costs around 40 to 50, and concert tickets are even more exorbitant. As expected, the 5,000 tickets were also sold out within a day, but Su Yang decided not to release more. After all, this was the first competition, and they didn't want too many people. Besides, they wouldn't earn much from ticket sales. Even with 10,000 tickets, that would only be 280,000, and their expenses were far greater than that. Their main focus was on the broadcasting rights, specifically the rights to live stream the finals. Bai Zhanfei didn't even need to contact the streaming platforms. They all came to Feiyang Company after the semi-finals ended. They weren't fools and could see the hype surrounding this legendary match. Once they secured the broadcasting rights, they would definitely make a fortune. So they inquired about the broadcasting rights for the finals, which was the real moneymaker, starting at $1 million. They signed contracts with 3 companies, each offering 10 million, meaning they had already made 30 million before the competition even took place. This not only covered their initial expenses but also earned them a significant profit. Bai Zhanfei was almost left speechless. Even their family wouldn't earn 30 million in cash in a year, and now, just from one match, they had already made 30 million? Time quickly passed to Sunday, and the players arrived early. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the atmosphere began to liven up. Since the match was set to start at 3, by 2:30, the people outside had already taken their seats, and Su Yang made his first appearance in the public eye. However, he was there as the organizer. The game host and commentators were other people. Hello everyone, I am Su Yang, the president of Feiyang and the designer of Legend. As his voice fell, the entire venue erupted in gasps. They hadn't expected that the designer of Feiyang would be someone who looked to be in their 20s, not old at all. When it was rumored that Feiyang had only 2 people, they thought it was a joint effort in creating the game, but it turned out that it was all done by President Su alone. So young, he looked like he had just graduated from university, at most 25. This completely shattered their perceptions. Other famous designers were all over 30, including those from major companies. It was at 30 that they created a hit game. At Su Yang's age, they were still in obscurity. After saying a few words, Su Yang handed the microphone to the host to take over the game, as they couldn't delay any longer. Then, the players entered the arena. Fortunately, the venue was large enough, and having over 100 people on stage was quite manageable. After introducing the participating players, the game began. There were 10 competition platforms on stage, with 9 occupied by singles and 1 for 3v3, as there were only 12 teams and it was a knockout format, so 1 was sufficient. The singles format was different, using a best-of-3 system, which made it relatively slower. After introducing all the participating players, it was time for the draw, with each contestant going up to pick a slip of paper. Player 1 would face Player 2, and Player 3 would face Player 4, completing the draw in 3 minutes. Chen Hui drew number 21, while Wen Ziyuan drew number 6, meaning they would not meet until the semifinals. Otherwise, if they faced Wen Ziyuan right away, it would only mean a beating for Chen Hui. As the clock struck 3, the first match began on time. Not only were the offline players excited, but the online players were also eagerly anticipating the event. Across 3 streaming platforms, the total viewership had reached 100 million, a staggering number. No game livestream had ever reached such a figure, and these were real people, not bots created by the streaming platforms. Everyone was looking forward to the players' skills, wondering if they might showcase some groundbreaking technology. Each player was focused on the matches of their respective classes, especially those from their own region and guild. As time passed, the first round of players was eliminated. Chen Hui did not expect to advance to the next round, making it to the top 16. If he pushed a little harder, he could reach the top 10, which would come with a title. This made him even more focused. An hour passed, and the second round of matches concluded. In the solo category, only 8 players from each class remained, while the 3v3 matches had only 3 teams left. These 3 teams would take turns battling, with the 2 teams that won all their matches becoming champions. In the solo category, it was now down to 8 players competing for 4 spots, and Chen Hui breathed a sigh of relief as he had not encountered Wen Ziyuan. After several matches, he had 2 wins and 1 loss, while Wen Ziyuan had not lost a single match, showcasing his strength. However, after an hour of play, Su Yang decided to give the players a 10-minute break to relax a bit. They couldn't remain tense all the time. Those who had been eliminated were watching from below and could not leave yet, as there would be a group photo after the event. The break passed quickly, and the quarterfinals began, requiring another round of drawing for fairness. 20 minutes later, the 3v3 matches concluded, and the solo matches for this round also ended. There were 12 players left, each a top contender in their class. After the draw, Chen Hui and Wen Ziyuan were not in the same group again. This meant that if they both won, the final showdown would be between the 2 of them. Meanwhile, online viewers began to anticipate their match, especially those from Region 1. Others were surprised to learn that only 4 warriors remained, with 2 of them from the same region and guild. This was outrageous. Was this the strength of Region 1? Without much discussion, the quarterfinals commenced. In these 3 matches, Chen Hui was drenched in sweat, unable to afford a single mistake. In the final small match, both players were left with only 50 health points, just 2 or 3 hits away from defeat. In the end, relying on his agility, Chen Hui defeated his opponent when he had only 5 health points left. After defeating his rival, Chen Hui's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. They had reached the final showdown, with millions of warriors watching, and he was just 1 step away from becoming the strongest warrior. At this moment, players from Region 1 were even more excited, especially the Qian Mo Yun Guild, all eyes glued to the screen. Wen Ziyuan and his team were not worried. His strength was already at the peak, but Chen Hui's advancement was unexpected. When they saw Chen Hui defeat his opponent with just 5 health points left, they erupted in cheers. Another 10-minute break followed. The 3 professions of war, strategy, and Dao are left with only the final battle, which will determine the ultimate victor, the strongest of each profession. The other 2 professions are fine, as they are not from the same district, but the warriors are different. They are all from the same district and the same guild. This can be considered a civil war. 2 very familiar individuals are fighting together. Will it be a crushing battle or an exhilarating fight? During their break, the commentators discussed each player's identity. When Ziyuan didn't have much commentary, he had always been in the top 10, and many people knew him. But Chen Hui was different. Everyone knew him as a streamer, not as a technically skilled player. As the break time ended, 3 platforms displayed 3 screens. Chen Hui sat in his chair, taking a deep breath. Not just him, but when Ziyuan felt the same. He was eager to win this championship. He had invested all his time into this recently, and he had his own reasons for not wanting to lose. Ultimately, it would depend on their performance. Although he was very familiar with Chen Hui, conversely, Chen Hui was also very familiar with him. As for technical skills, he had never underestimated Chen Hui, especially his agility. He wasn't sure he could outmatch him. Now, the final battle begins. As the countdown ended, the 2 entered the arena. At first, neither rushed in directly, knowing each other well. they were both on guard. Wen Ziyuan knew Chen Hui's agility was good, so he charged in recklessly, wanting to see what Chen Hui would do next. Seeing Wen Ziyuan charge, Chen Hui quickly prepared a fire strike. A fire sprite appeared on his sword, and he struck with it. This blow dealt the highest damage, taking away a quarter of Wen Ziyuan's health. Wen Ziyuan retaliated with a fire strike of his own. After exchanging blows, they created some distance, testing each other's next moves. High-level skills like Fire Strike were not available at the beginning because most players didn't have it. Therefore, it was not allowed in the preliminaries and main matches. But now, in an offline competition, those who made it here were naturally top-tier players, all possessing Fire Strike. To enhance the spectacle of the match, Su Yang chose to allow the use of all skills. 5 minutes later, Wen Ziyuan won this small round with 100 health advantage. The second round began, and unexpectedly, Chen Hui revealed his trump card, using his agility to win this point with a 30 health advantage. In the third round, Wen Ziyuan claimed victory again. At this point, the mage and the priest beside them had already finished their matches, determining the final victor. Now, the strongest mage and the strongest priest had emerged, but the warriors were still battling on. All the viewers watching the livestream began to focus on Chen Hui and Wen Ziyuan. In the fourth round, Chen Hui suppressed the tremors within him and adjusted himself. Wen Ziyuan's agility was not as strong as his. As long as he avoided his 2 fire strikes, he could strike back. After dodging 1 fire strike, he dealt a quick blow and continued to create distance, waiting for his fire strike to cool down. The atmosphere on site reached a climax. Their match was so exciting, with almost no mistakes. The commentators were passionately narrating from the commentary booth. This not only made the players on site feel the adrenaline but also stirred the viewers watching the live stream. Was this the showdown between top-tier experts? Finally, after Chen Hui dodged Wen Ziyuan's strike, he was left with only 18 health, but at that moment, his fire strike had cooled down, and he struck Wen Ziyuan down. The fourth round ended with Chen Hui's victory. At this moment, both players were on edge, their nerves taut with no sign of relaxation, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Seeing this, Su Yang stepped onto the competition stage and allowed the 2 players a 10-minute break. Otherwise, in such a state, one of them would surely be exhausted by the end of the final match. The 2 players returned to the rest area, took a sip of water, and tried to calm their emotions. If one could see their heart rates now, they would be at least over 120. During these 10 minutes, Su Yang was not idle. He took out 3 trophies and placed them on the award podium, capturing the players' undivided attention. The 3 trophies were instantly recognizable to the players as belonging to their respective classes. The Warriors trophy had a silver base with a judgment staff atop it. The Mage's was a bone jade staff, while the Taoist's was a dragon-patterned sword. All 3 weapons were golden. Although not made of gold, the significance of these trophies was immense. As time ended, Chen Hui and Wen Ziyuan returned to their seats. Next up, the final match. Who will be the strongest warrior? Let's wait and see, Su Yang said with a slight smile before leaving the podium. As the countdown ended, neither player moved. This time they had to be more cautious. Having reached this final step, they would not fall easily. Everyone had their reasons for not wanting to lose, but there could only be one victor. In the end, it was Wen Ziyuan who made the first move, and the 2 engaged in another round of competition. This time, neither made a mistake, their positioning was top-notch, and they each used 3 skills, only managing to hit each other once. Their health points were now only slightly different, and with the second round of combat, both players had only a third of their health remaining. Seeing the health points, Wen Ziyuan's lips curled slightly. After waiting so long and practicing so hard, he could finally use his skills. Chen Hui, you will be the first to be defeated by this skill. The fire skill had cooled down, and when Ziyuan immediately activated it, the fire spirit attaching to his weapon. However, at that moment, when Ziyuan surprisingly pulled back, leaving Chen Hui confused, and even the spectators were baffled. Since he had charged the fire skill, why was he retreating instead of advancing? The commentator was equally puzzled. The Icefang player has charged the fire sword technique, but why has he pulled back? What is going on? 5 seconds later, the barbarian skill was ready, and when Ziyuan charged forward, the fire skill is about to expire. Could he be trying to connect skills to maximize damage? Seeing Wen Ziyuan's actions, Chen Hui naturally would not miss the opportunity and charged his fire skill, delivering a slash at Chen Hui. At this point, Chen Hui's health was only a little over 80, just a few more hits would take him down. Wen Ziyuan's fire blade had already struck him, but what no one expected was that when Ziyuan unleashed another fire slash, it directly emptied Chen Hui's health. The sudden turn of events left all the players in the venue silent, pondering how Wen Ziyuan managed those 2 fire strikes. The commentator then reacted, incredulously staring at the screen. Two fire strikes. What is the reason for this? Is it a bug? If it truly was a bug, then Wen Ziyuan would be infamous for using it in such a competitive setting. In such an important match, how could one resort to a bug for victory? The commentator realized he had misspoken and quickly added, I'm not sure about this yet. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Let's have our Su Yang clarify. Su Yang, watching from below, was also taken aback that someone had used double fire strikes. This was a classic move from his past life. What warrior wouldn't know it? He never expected to see it used here. He then took the microphone and walked up. This is not a bug, it's just the game's mechanics. I had envisioned the double fire when I designed it, but I didn't expect a player to use it here. I'm very pleased. However, to clear up everyone's doubts, I'll demonstrate how to use double fire. It's actually not that difficult. Chen Hui then stood up, allowing Su Yang to sit down. Su Yang took control of Chen Hui's character and started a new match. You don't mind if I share this method, do you? Su Yang looked at Wen Ziyuan. Not at all, not at all, Wen Ziyuan quickly replied. Then that's fine. Actually, the method for double fire is to press the first fire sword technique, then hold back for a moment, and after circling around the opponent for 8 to 9 seconds, first, execute the first fire, then quickly press the skill key to strike the second blow. The tricky part is timing. If you exceed the time, you'll see Fire Spirit has failed, which means the first fire won't be executed. As Su Yang spoke, he demonstrated, quickly executing the double fire. He then stood up. Does everyone understand now? The players below finally realized, it wasn't that difficult after all. They were surprised to discover such a maneuver existed in the game. They exclaimed, not expecting their warriors to have such a technique. Su Yang continued, in fact, there are several other techniques like this in Legend, not just double fire, but I won't go into detail. So, the strongest warrior has now been born. Despite this little interlude, everyone's enthusiasm remained undiminished. In fact, it increased. They never expected the designer of Legend would personally demonstrate double fire for them. This was undoubtedly a huge boost for those with fire. It was easy to foresee that the price of fire would rise significantly. Chen Hui watched from the side, not showing any resentment. Although he lost, he still felt honored. He had pushed Wen Ziyuan to the brink. If he hadn't had double fire, who knows who would have won. At the same time, he applauded Wen Ziyuan, as they were from the same guild. He was also a streamer, and his fans knew his skill level. Reaching this point meant he could boast when he returned. He could even imagine how much popularity he would have the next time he streamed. So he wasn't discouraged at all. It was just 1 million, and with his current popularity, it would only take a few months. But when Ziyuan was different, they had a chat group, so they naturally knew his situation. As a college student, what economic power could he have? At that moment, after hearing Su Yang's acknowledgement, when Ziyuan was moved to tears, he was the champion, the strongest warrior in Legend. Seeing this, Chen Hui walked over and hugged him. Su Yang cleared his throat and then said, now that all the matches are over, let's begin the awards. Please welcome the final victor of the Mage class, Mu Yu, and the final victor of the Taoist class, Yu Zhu. And now, the winners of the 3v3 competition. 5 people walked up together, beaming with smiles. They stood in a row, waiting for Su Yang to present their awards. Su Yang awarded them one by one. After completing this, Su Yang stepped back. The host then invited the people on stage to speak. At this moment, those on stage began to shed tears. For them, this was not just an honor, but a recognition of their efforts. They played this game and were acknowledged by the entire gaming community. When it was finally Wen Ziyuan's turn to speak, he held the microphone in one hand and wiped his tears with the other. Thank you, Feiyang, thank you, President Su, thank you to everyone who supported me. If it weren't for Legend, I wouldn't be standing here, I would just be an unknown college student. Thank you, Feiyang. After Wen Ziyuan finished speaking, he returned the microphone to the host and stopped crying, although his eyes were still red. Once the final segment was completed, Su Yang suggested taking a group photo with everyone who participated in the competition. With about 100 people, it was quite simple. The 6 champions stood on either side of Su Yang to complete the photo. Afterwards, Su Yang took a few more pictures with the audience before slowly wrapping things up. At this point, although the competition had ended, the viewership in the live stream was still increasing, reaching 150 million online viewers. For an offline gaming competition, this scale was extremely rare. The barrage of comments never stopped. If the comments weren't turned off, it would be impossible to see the live broadcast. Brothers, I'm in tears. I never expected a gaming champion to be so passionate, to move me like this. Yeah, this is the first time I felt so fired up, especially during the final awards ceremony. It brought tears to my eyes. When have we ever had such treatment in gaming? The CEO of the game company personally awarded the players, and he was so approachable, even taking pictures with everyone at the end. Damn, I missed out big time. My buddy invited me to the event, but I thought it was too far and didn't go. I just saw that guy taking a photo with President Su. President Su, greatness needs no words. Even after the live stream ended, there were still a lot of players around. The professionals took care of the final details, so Su Yang didn't need to be present, and everyone left in an orderly manner. For the players who came to the event, this was a clear choice. After it was over, Su Yang wearily returned to the office. Bai Zhanfei didn't go over. When he saw Su Yang come back, he picked him up in excitement. Old Su, you're amazing. The number of viewers for the competition actually exceeded 100 million, over 100 million, Bai Zhanfei exclaimed. Su Yang smiled slightly. Of course, just look at who organized it. I notified all the employees to take 3 days off. We're going out for a meal together. I'm on it. Bai Zhanfei ran out immediately. Since the game was released, the two of them hadn't taken a single day off, working tirelessly until now. Recently, they had been busier than ever, wishing they could clone themselves. Now that the competition they organized had successfully concluded, they could finally take a break. That night, all the employees were in high spirits. They could finally rest. That night, everyone at Feiyang let loose. It was a record-breaking competition. When had there ever been a competition with over 100 million viewers? They never expected to achieve it today. Su Yang was generous, directly issuing a wave of bonuses, which excited the employees even more. They ended up playing until midnight before returning home. The next day, the internet was flooded with posts and videos about the legend, especially the competition videos and posts. There were so many that they couldn't be counted. Several seasoned gaming bloggers spoke out, celebrating the successful debut of the legend's first competition. Now, everyone in the gaming community knew about the legend, and even those who didn't play games had heard of it, all because of this competition. In the Tianfeng building, General Manager Lin looked at the report submitted by Lu Kaifeng. After reading it, he placed it on the table and looked up at him. Are you saying it's done, but there are still things that need to be changed? Which areas? Lu Kaifeng replied, yes, we've tested it once and let some employees who play the legend experience it. Overall, there aren't any major issues. However, there is one question. When you mentioned adding a bit of our gameplay, I asked designer Chen Ming and designer Hui Wuxian, and they both provided some suggestions. After I appropriately integrated those suggestions, I found that the two modules seemed completely incompatible. Players felt like it was two games stitched together, so I made some adjustments. The legendary map is very dispersed, requiring players to enter one by one, and it's quite free, allowing them to exit at any time. I also adopted designer Chen Ming's setting from the Twilight world and integrated the entire game together. As a result, although our new game has the same gameplay as the legendary one, it contains our game core, and players won't be limited to just playing the legendary game. At the same time, I added a casual mode, so those who don't enjoy PvP can also play what they like. This is what I've modified so far. President Lin nodded in satisfaction. Since it was ready, it was time to prepare for the launch. President Lin, should we take advantage of the legendary game's popularity to announce our game? Lu Kaifeng asked. President Lin shook his head. No, it's not the right time to launch. Let's wait another week, until the hype around the legendary game passes. Lu Kaifeng looked puzzled. Why delay? President Lin took a sip of tea and said, players are a very strange group, especially those who are devoted to a particular game. They are even more unique. We have a large number of such players, and right now, the legendary game is the same. Our new game is positioned against the legendary game, and it's a later release. At this moment, the legendary game is at its peak popularity, and its players are the most active. Once we launch our game, which is still copying the legendary game, the players of the legendary game will definitely be very dissatisfied, and they will surely denounce us. In this way, our game will have a bad reputation even before it starts. What if they launch a wave of malicious low ratings, bringing our game down to below 3 points? We would be completely ruined. In this world, the gaming law states that if a game's rating falls below 3 points within a week of its launch, all gaming platforms must remove that game. At that time, only their official site would allow downloads, while other channels would be closed, and even a giant like Goose Factory wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And the legendary game players currently number over 50 million. Even if just over 10 million of them gave the lowest rating of 2 points, it would directly lower the overall score. On gaming platforms, game recommendations are based on ratings. No game from any company has special privileges. If the rating drops, no matter how well they promote it, players who don't understand the feud with the legendary game will see the low rating and will not play it, even if they initially intended to. So, let's wait for now. After the hype passes, we'll follow the previous approach. Invite popular celebrities to endorse it, then spend money to have a few major gaming influencers promote it, and they can also advertise within their own games. This strategy has always worked for him, and it has never failed, except for the Twilight world. From the current state of the legendary game, no matter how they promote it, it won't work. After listening to President Lin, Lu Kaifeng showed a look of realization. President Lin has a broader perspective and understands the reasoning behind it. So, what's the specific time? Next Friday, and we'll start promoting on the following Monday. Okay, President Lin, Lu Kaifeng left feeling satisfied. This time it was very successful. If this game could be a hit, he might even be promoted to a top designer. Now that Legend is so popular and hasn't even reached its peak, at this rate, Legend might really become the next blockbuster game. The new game he developed not only incorporates Legend's gameplay but also adds other elements, which might attract a large wave of Legend players once it launches. As Su Yang's 3-day holiday for the employees came to an end, they updated a minor version this time. It was just a visual update, and no new equipment was added. Chen Hui was live streaming. Ever since he narrowly lost to Wen Ziyuan, his stream had exploded in popularity. Originally, he had just over 200,000 viewers, but today, after starting his stream, he reached 1 million within an hour. This was something he had never even dreamed of. Seeing this, the streaming platform signed another contract with him, and now he could be considered the top streamer in the Legend community. Hey, there's an update again. I wonder what this one will bring. After the game update was completed, Chen Hui entered the game. Upon entering the main city, the first thing he saw were 3 statues in the resurrection area. His expression darkened instantly, and the viewers in the live chat began to laugh. It was a heart-wrenching sight. If it weren't for the double flames, that statue would be him. This update officially added the follow-up to the competition, placing 3 champions in major cities. Notably, Su Yang placed the warrior in the center. Beneath their feet were their autographs. The titles of the participating players were also given to them, and this time, the titles were a bit different. Previously, Fei Yang had released all the titles, selecting the cool champion titles. Their titles were dynamic, of course, not just the champion's title was dynamic, but also the titles for the runner-up and the top 8. Especially the champion's title, the entire border was golden, with golden flames flickering, and inside, the words "Strongest Warrior" were written in crystal font. When it first came out, it made Chen Hui envious for a long time. His title was not as impressive, it was silver-white flames, with the font merely in gold, reading Peak Runner-Up. However, Cheng Hui liked to open boxes and had activated several special effects. After equipping everything, he walked down the street, sparkling and quite flashy. A few days later, the hype around Legend had decreased significantly. At least it was no longer the ubiquitous phenomenon it once was. Just then, the Goose Factory quietly began promoting their new game. That afternoon, Su Yang learned about the news. Goose Factory's new game, Battle of the Infinite, is now available for pre-order. Goose Factory's first free game is about to launch. What are you waiting for? Pre-order now and compete for the supreme strongest position. Still playing Legend? Why not try Battle of the Infinite? An incredibly intense battle awaits you. Just searching for Goose Factory online would bring up these phrases. Old Su, not good. By Zhanfei burst through the door. Su Yang looked at him, thinking to himself that this phrase sounded familiar. He had heard it several times. Is it about Goose Factory's new game? You already know? Bai Zhanfei sat down after entering. Yeah, I was just looking at it. Damn it, Goose Factory is really something. Last time they copied our gameplay, and this time they directly copied our game. I'm really going to lose my mind. Su Yan wasn't angry, they're not Yamamoto. What? After thinking for 2 seconds, he finally understood. What time is it? And you're still making jokes. What's the big deal? I just don't believe they can pull it off. What do you mean? Are you saying they just released the news but haven't actually made it? But that's not right. They said it would be released on Friday. They can't be lying to the players, right? Bai Zhanfei looked curious. Su Yang shook his head. Do you know how long it took me to make Legend? You said it before, right? A year, but with so many people at Goose Factory, plus they're just copying, it's pretty easy to get something out in a few months. Sure, they can get it done, but what about the data? Especially for the arena. I've seen their promotions, although it's different from our specialty, they still have 3 classes and 6 characters. Their flashy moves involve adding 3 classes, and in such a short time, if they've created these 3 classes, I wonder if they're just skinning them. If not, then they're going to face some tough times when they launch. Su Yang's words left Bai Zhanfei confused, not understanding what he meant. If they want to do an arena, it's a same class match. A new character against one of ours, and these 2 characters must be balanced. It's not about having more characters for playability. We're doing just fine with our 3 classes. What's most important in PvP is balance. They've already stumbled in the Twilight world once, they still haven't learned their lesson. In my view, we don't need to intervene, the players will teach them a lesson. Really? Bai Zhanfei was half convinced by Su Yang's words. Because of past experiences, games that Goose Factory had copied almost killed the original. Although they are now larger and have a strong player base, they are still Goose Factory. You can rest assured. When have my decisions ever been wrong? After saying that, Su Yang stood up and stretched his body. However, in another half month, Crossfire will be online. There are no issues with the internal testing. So you mean to focus on Crossfire? Bai Zhanfei looked at Su Yang. After saying that, he received another glare from Su Yang. Where did Fei Yan's first pot of gold come from? Of course, it came from my money. Su Yang didn't want to argue with him. That was just how his mind worked. Legend had been online for less than a year and still needed to continue operating. Reflecting on his past life, games from over 20 years ago still had a large number of players. Even though the official websites had closed down, various private servers were making a fortune. The revenue from that year was much more than what he was making now. I'm planning to promote Crossfire. Players still have no news about it. I originally wanted to wait another month to launch, but now it seems we need to give Goose Factory a little medicine. Just in time, the hype for Legend hasn't completely died down yet. Isn't it a bit early to launch? What if something goes wrong? Bai Zhanfei asked with some concern. It won't. It's already completed. The 1-month delay was because of the new year. But looking at it now, we can't make that timeline. We'll launch directly. Su Yang thought for a moment. Since they were launching on Friday, we would launch on Thursday and start player reservations now. Bai Zhanfei's eyes widened. Today was already Monday, and launching on Thursday meant just 3.5 days. What game only gives 3.5 days for reservations? That's too childish. Isn't this a bit rushed? With this little time, we can't show any reservation volume. Generally, reservations are at least a month, some even 3 months, yet Old Su only gave 3 days. What can you see in 3 days? Even if you want to give Goose Factory a little medicine, you don't have to stake our Crossfire on it. We haven't even started promoting it yet. What if the first day data is bad? We did promote it back then. What about the data? And it was labeled as the first free game in the country. Even so, it was just average. Now that we've reached this point, even if we promote the game after it launches, it still matters. You also know that the number of players for gunfight games in the country is far greater than that for RPGs. We just need to make the game, and the players will be the best promotion. As long as one person plays well, they will recommend it to those around them. Indeed, Lao Su's words made a lot of sense. When he became obsessed with a game, he dragged Su Yang to play together, and eventually, everyone in their dormitory was playing it. Moreover, Crossfire is a multiplayer online game, unlike Legend, which is a single-player game. Every match has teammates, making it more suitable for team play. After designing it, he played a few matches and couldn't stop. Even though it was all against bots, this innovative gameplay kept him playing for several hours without a break. And I've already thought of a way to promote it. Just wait and see. We'll borrow your fame this time by copying us, Su Yang said with a smile. What crazy idea have you come up with now? Bai Zhanfei asked. He knew Su Yang had many crazy ideas, especially during school, where he not only tricked him but also managed to fool the whole class. Seeing his smile, it was clear something was off. He was about to pull a fast one again. Could it be about the Goose Factory? You'll find out in a few days. Hurry up and handle the logistics for Crossfire. I estimate you'll need to prepare dozens of servers this time. Even with the largest servers, accommodating 1 million players online would still require over a dozen. Su Yang predicted that once the news was released, there would be a massive influx of players. Plus, if he could stir up some trouble with the Goose Factory, it would definitely boost Fei Yan's online popularity. Alright, I'll go prepare, Bai Zhanfei said before leaving. Su Yang sat down and started operating something on the computer. Just an hour after Bai Zhanfei left, a message appeared on Fei Yan's official Weibo. Fei Yan Company's second game, Crossfire, is officially open for reservations. Below the title was a detailed description, accompanied by an image. Soon after, a module about Crossfire also appeared on Fei Yan's official website. When it came time to select images, Su Yang found himself in a dilemma. He felt that every promotional image from previous versions was classic, but which one was the most suitable? After all, he got into the game during the Crazy Baby era, when Crazy Baby was still quite charming. If any character from the early days was the coolest, it would definitely be Blade. However, he didn't want to reveal Blade too early. Initially, Su Yang only planned to release the Hunter, as he was the first character to appear. Of course, the most popular female character at that time was still the Spirit Fox, but like Blade, the Spirit Fox would also come with a new map. If they released images of these characters but didn't include them in the game, players would definitely be dissatisfied. I came for that red character, but there's nothing in the game. After much thought, he decided to use the image from the initial public test. That would be the original images of our Omo Emperor in SWAT. Although he hadn't joined at that time, the system provided data that included those images. At the same time, Su Yang personally recorded a CG segment, which looked quite good. After Su Yang posted this on Feiyang's official Weibo, it garnered over 100,000 views in less than 10 minutes. The comments below had also exceeded 100,000, with almost every player who clicked in leaving a message. Wow, it's only been half a year, and Feiyang has launched another game, and it's my favorite gunfight genre. I must go reserve it. So fast, they've designed a new game already? Su, are you chewing on some gum? Support! Our country has never had a fun gunfight game. I hope Feiyang can excite me this time. General Su is amazing. I'm making a reservation now. I've been looking forward to the Goose Factory for 3 years and they haven't delivered anything. We still have to rely on Feiyang, rely on General Su. The comments below are all positive, expressing anticipation. Damn, brothers, I just went to the official website to check the CG, and it got my blood boiling, plus the reservation is only for 3 days, it releases in 3 days, long live General Su. I can hardly believe it, just from watching his CG, I got all excited. Is this really a shooting game made in our country? Players who made reservations on the official website returned angrily to leave comments. In just 1 hour, the reservations for Crossfire had already reached 1 million. This figure is already quite impressive. The record for the first hour of reservations in the country belongs to a Goose Factory game, which reached 180,000 in the first hour after reservations began. They had started promoting it a month in advance to achieve that effect. Now, without any promotion or external news, just from the messages released this morning, it has already hit 1 million. This data can be said to have broken records, and it continues to rise. It's still Monday morning, and once it hits noon, there will definitely be another surge. An hour later, around 11 o'clock, Su Yang released another message. This time, it was in his own voice. Feiyang's new game is a shooting genre. Our goal has always been to let domestic players enjoy good games, which is Feiyang's original intention. However, when we released Legend, we also considered whether to charge, but after much deliberation, we chose to make it free. Legend's data has been great, and we couldn't have done it without the support of the players. Since the majority of players have chosen to trust Feiyang, we will not let them down. After the release of Legend, once we have the startup funds, we will begin designing a new game. We have experienced many ups and downs along the way, but the outcome has been good. When we completed the design for Crossfire, we also started the first Peak Showdown. This competition was also perfectly successful. We originally planned to start the release next month, but now there is some bad news, so I chose to start reservations today, with a release on Thursday. The goal of me and Feiyang is to create games with heart, to bring joy to everyone. Still, our motto at Feiyang is to design new games that players find enjoyable, not to be complacent, only thinking about making money like some companies. After this post was released, it surged to the trending topics on Weibo, directly entering the top 10. Feiyang, our pride. Thank you, Feiyang, thank you, General Su, we will always support you. Creating joy with heart, from now on, I am a die-hard fan of Feiyang. Let me tag someone. He then tagged the official account of the Goose Factory, and after he tagged them, others also started tagging the Goose Factory's account frantically. Brothers, what happened? Why are you all tagging the Goose Factory? Did you not see their promotion? The Goose Factory has started their usual antics again. After a while, this user started cursing. Damn it, the Goose Factory is really something else. Last time they failed to plagiarize, and now they are directly copying the whole game. We're not blind. It's obvious they are plagiarizing. Brothers, let's rush to the Goose Factory. This is really unacceptable. Come on, count me in. This time, even General Su was furious with them. How shameless can they be to start copying directly? I'm really fed up with this. No wonder General Su posted 2 Weibo updates in a row. It turns out it's because of this. This is truly intolerable. We players also have our limits. Yes, Feiyang is wholeheartedly dedicated to creating a good game for us, while some big companies are not thinking about how to make a good game, but instead are copying. As the comments section grew increasingly heated, a large number of people flocked to the official Weibo of the Goose Factory, starting to bombard them. It wasn't just the official Weibo. Wherever there were posts from the Goose Factory's gaming division, people were attacking. In the Tianfeng building, President Lin was reviewing a data report when his assistant knocked and entered. Is there something wrong? President Lin asked, looking up. The assistant hurriedly replied, it's not good, President Lin. Several of our studio's Weibo accounts, as well as the entire gaming division's Weibo, are being bombarded by players. Upon hearing this, President Lin immediately asked, what happened? After receiving the news, President Lin's eyes widened in anger. The Weibo accounts of the entire gaming division were under attack, which meant that somewhere they had offended the players. Otherwise, players usually wouldn't react this way. At most, they would just vent their emotions online. But what was going on this time that they were actually attacking them? What caused this? President Lin was no longer calm, anxiously asking. This was related to his position. If a large number of players became dissatisfied, he would definitely be dismissed by the board or reassigned to another position. It's because of Fei Yang, the assistant said cautiously, as it was the first time he had seen President Lin lose his composure. Fei Yang, what do you mean? You can check it on Weibo yourself, I can't really explain it well. President Lin didn't ask further and opened his computer to check Weibo. Naturally, he saw the post made by Su Yang, and after reading it, he was instantly furious. Fei Yang. President Lin gritted his teeth. A single post had turned Fei Yang into the victim while they, the Goose Factory, became the aggressors, and now the players were coming for them. How could he not be angry? Su Yang's move was too underhanded. The most important thing was that they announced a release on Friday, while Fei Yang's new game was set for Thursday. Wasn't that just a slap in the face? Call Lu Kaifeng over. The assistant hurried out, and after a while, Lu Kaifeng walked in. Seeing President Lin's furious expression, Lu Kaifeng was also puzzled. What had happened to make him so angry? He was usually unflappable, so what could have caused this outburst? Have you seen the post by Fei Yang? What post? I'd been busy optimizing the game. President Lin then turned the display screen around for Lu Kaifeng to see. After reading it, Lu Kaifeng clenched his fists. This move was so insidious, he hadn't expected them to do this. Now the players are starting to attack us. What do you think we should do? Lu Kaifeng was at a loss. President Lin continued. We're going online the day after tomorrow. What do you think? The day after tomorrow. Lu Kaifeng's expression changed. That was too soon. There were still some areas that hadn't been optimized yet. Is that not possible? Didn't you say we could go online now? President Lin's expression darkened again. We can play, but some data still needs optimization. I can finish most of it in the next few days, but with 2 days less, I can't guarantee there won't be any issues. Forget it, just go online. We'll optimize after the launch. If they want to steal our players, they should consider whether they are qualified. By the way, Fei Yang has a new game, a shooting game. Do you want to take a look? President Lin asked. A shooting game? Lu Kaifeng frowned. Such games were difficult to make, and the engine usually struggled to support them. Plus, with such a large map, when did they start developing it? Let's take a look. Knowing our opponent's game in advance will help us make decisions. President Lin then opened Fei Yang's official website and went to the Crossfire module. Crossfire, is it a point card game? Looking at this name, it seems like one of those foreign games, a point card system, where players enter a battlefield to determine the outcome of a battle. If that's the case, then it's simple, because the Goose Factory has also copied such games, and now it has a considerable scale, with daily active users reaching 20 million. It can be considered a small hit, and the designer is Lu Kaifeng. So he is confident that if Fei Yang's game is like this, he won't worry at all, because he has already done a lot of research while copying that foreign game. At its peak, it had over 30 million players. Although it has declined now, it still has tens of millions of players. After Lin Zong clicked in, there was a CG in the middle, with a big reservation written below. Let's take a look at the CG. Perhaps we can figure out the style of this game. Upon clicking the CG, a loading page appeared. A man wearing a mask and helmet, dressed in blue, held a gun in his hand, and beside him was a half-masked person. The two looked like teammates. Looking at the loading page, Lu Kaifeng said, from this page, it should be an anti-terrorist team. If I'm not mistaken, the opposite side should be a group of terrorists. Then both sides will start a gunfight in a city or a specific location. And the gun held by the character in this scene should be a rare weapon. Lu Kaifeng shared his insights. Lin Zong nodded. After all, being in this circle, he couldn't be completely ignorant, and he agreed with Lu Kaifeng's words. The loading page ended, and the camera zoomed in on a ship. One of the characters from the previous loading page held an AK-47, a gun that even those who don't play shooting games are familiar with. In the scene, the man with the mask, leaving only his eyes visible, walked slowly, and at that moment, the CG perspective switched to first person. After he walked out of a corridor, a man dressed in earth-colored clothing emerged from a box ahead, ready to shoot at him. The masked man immediately fired, a bullet shot out, and at that moment, the CG slowed down, the perspective shifting to the bullet. Bang! The bullet directly killed the man in earth-colored clothing, and a golden skull emblem appeared. The perspective returned to the masked man. After he fired his first shot, footsteps were heard in the CG, followed by two more people jumping out. The masked man directly swept a burst, scanning the two people in front of him. But then more footsteps were heard, and the sound was off. The perspective shifted, revealing a person emerging from a nearby container. While the masked man had only one bullet left in his magazine, he quickly turned, fired a bullet, and as soon as the person showed their head, they were shot in the head. The last person was killed, and the scene zoomed in on the man's head, then he squinted, changed his magazine, and turned to leave. As he departed, the perspective changed again until his figure blurred, finally revealing a logo. First, Feion's logo appeared, followed by the 4 characters for Crossfire, then it was shot twice. The scene then shifted to the battle between both sides, with gunfire and grenade sounds. Finally, it showed the end of the battle, completing the mission. The CG ended at this point, and after watching this segment, the two were silent. One could understand the content of a game just from this CG. From this CG, it seemed that the gameplay of Crossfire was different from previous games. What do you think? Lin Zong asked. Lu Kaifeng frowned. To be honest, he couldn't discern much from just one CG. In the CG, there should be a map, and that should just be a corner, which also confirms his speculation. It's just that Feion changed the approach. Typical gunfight games usually have outdoor areas and large battlefields. Even if there are city maps, they encompass the entire city, not just a spot on a ship as seen in the CG. Perhaps this is just a fragment, and there's more beneath the ship. If you ask me, from the map's perspective, it seems there are some innovations, and the firearms appear to be simpler. I can't see much else, but it shouldn't be too hard to get the hang of it, whereas most gunfight games have a relatively high entry difficulty. After listening to Lu Kaifeng's words, President Lin nodded. It seems they released this kind of poor tactic just to annoy us. The CG isn't complete. Typically, CG promotions would get players all fired up, even if the game quality is subpar. But looking at Crossfire, this CG seems quite average. I also think the quality of this CG is just okay, but since they want to compete with us, let them come. Do they have the strength to go against our Goose Factory? After hearing President Lin's words, Lu Kaifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking to himself, this is still lacking. The quality is clearly not low and has its appeal. The audience for such gunfight games isn't middle-aged uncles like you, so it definitely won't seem fun to you. In that case, we don't need to worry anymore. We'll continue to go online as usual and ignore them, President Lin said confidently. Lu Kaifeng wanted to say something, but seeing President Lin's demeanor, he swallowed his words. Alright, President Lin, I'll work overtime these days to fix these bugs and optimize the data. Leaving President Lin's office, Lu Kaifeng shook his head, wondering why these leaders don't pay attention to the game's quality and are solely focused on maintaining their dignity. They had agreed to go online on Friday, and he had planned everything out, but now it was all being disrupted. The next day, the number of reservations for both games was announced online. Goose Factory's new game, Battle of the Infinite, reached 30 million reservations in just 16 hours yesterday. Meanwhile, Crossfire had already hit 13 million. Although it wasn't as high as Battle of the Infinite, this figure was still quite good. Goose Factory's new game has broken previous records, primarily because it's their first free game. Coupled with the previous success of Legend, the first free game, players felt that since it was made by Goose Factory, the quality would surely be high. It's important to note that these two companies are not on the same level. In fact, they are quite far apart. Unexpectedly, before players could react, Tianfeng Studio announced once again that the launch time was moved to Wednesday, meaning they could play Battle of the Infinite at noon tomorrow. For Goose Factory's first free game, players who hadn't played Legend expressed great anticipation. In the 2 hours leading up to the game's launch, the data for both games was once again released for comparison. Battle of the Infinite, 63,331,000. Crossfire, 28,711,000. The gap widened significantly. This data, in less than 48 hours, showed such a high number of reservations, highlighting how much advertising Goose Factory had done this time. And Crossfire's ability to garner so many reservations was an attempt to ride on their traffic and annoy them a bit more. Who can remain calm when they've been plagiarized? As noon arrived, the players who had made reservations began to download and play. Half an hour later, President Lin sat in a meeting, with Lu Kaifeng beside him, reviewing today's data. Half an hour had passed, and the number of online users had already reached 11 million. Moreover, this data continues to increase, with tens of thousands of users added with each refresh. Seeing this data, President Lin nodded in satisfaction. In just half an hour, the number of online users had already exceeded 10 million. Due to the tight promotional schedule, they hadn't achieved the best results. However, it was still quite good, as their game had low production costs since it was a copy. Although it was currently a free game, there were quite a few paid features within the game, but initially, there wouldn't be many. Ever since learning about Legend, they had scoffed at the paid items. There were only a few paid features, and they were quite minor. Some players could enjoy the game without spending any money. However, after their team understood the situation, they proposed several paid features. For instance, they suggested a first recharge event, which would only last for 1 day, and the items offered would have a high cost-performance ratio. If players made the first recharge, the subsequent storyline would progress smoothly. Then there were the equipment. They had already released several top-tier items, and in the store, players could also buy slightly inferior equipment. However, it required spending money, and a significant amount at that, to qualify for purchases. The threshold was set at 3,000. In other words, if you wanted to get ahead of others, you would need to spend 3,000 to wield weapons and attack. Their principle was that since players had spent money in their game, they were customers and could naturally bully those who didn't spend. Since it was free, they had to implement some paid features. Otherwise, how would they make money? An hour later, the number of online players had reached 20 million, breaking records. Previously, no game in the country had achieved such numbers, and everyone in the meeting wore smiles. This imitation had proven to be very successful. There was even a possibility of imitating the original to the point of its demise, though the odds were slim. Because now Legend had its own fixed player base, a group of loyal players, which could be considered their foundation. Throughout the afternoon, the number of online users continued to rise, and by the end of the workday, it had reached 40 million. This was much better than the previous data from Twilight World, and the operations manager even came to report today's profit figures. With 40 million players, over a million chose to recharge. They all opted for the first recharge, which was priced at only 6 yuan. This meant that just from the first recharge, they had already made over 10 million. Overall, the total recharge reached nearly 30 million. After hearing this, President Lin nodded in satisfaction. The day's profits surpassed what some small companies made in a year. He then left. The next day, he wanted to know how the data looked and whether it had broken the 50 million mark. "How did our data perform yesterday?" President Lin asked in the meeting. The operations manager looked at the data, his expression one of surprise. Our data from last night dropped a bit, and the ratings have also fallen." Upon hearing the operations manager's words, President Lin's pupils constricted. How could this happen? What went wrong? How could the number of online users drop so significantly? Was it due to issues with the game? Didn't Lu Kaifeng say there were no problems with the game? What could be the reason? President Lin quickly said, "Find out what the cause is." Under President Lin's instructions, the office staff began searching for the reasons behind the drop. The operations manager directly opened the rating section, where they could see player feedback and understand the cause. As soon as he opened the rating section, he was met with a sea of 1-star ratings and extensive player complaints. "Are you making a free game just to harvest players' wallets? I'm done playing this trash game. You can't even continue without spending money, and I actually let a little monster kill me. This garbage game even copied Legend. Just look at the junk you made, the stats are all messed up, and there are a ton of bugs. How can a little monster have more health than a boss, with damage in the thousands, while my health is just over 100? What is that arena? It's not even as good as the previous Twilight World. Same profession, and what's with the new profession? One skill takes away half my health. Instead of making a good game, you're just thinking about making players spend money. You even came up with a first recharge. After a few hours of playing, the first recharge players have all the good gear, while us free players can't even compare. This is ridiculous. I ran into someone with a weapon worth 3,000, and one hit brought me down to almost no health. The absurd part is the paralysis effect. This designer is really out of control. I can't play this at all. It's far worse than Legend. It's just a pay-to-win game disguised as free. After scrolling through dozens of reviews, all 1-star ratings, there were even more below. After seeing this, Lin's forehead bulged with veins. He didn't expect such a poor response, with players abandoning the game one after another. He cursed inwardly at the ungrateful players. "We're giving you a free game. What more do you want? Isn't it enough that you can't download it without spending money? If your skills aren't good, don't blame us." Just one day after launch, he faced a Waterloo. If this continued, he would definitely be called in by the board. He then asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Kaifeng beside him remained silent. He knew about the bugs mentioned by the players, but there was no time to fix them. Lin had insisted on launching today, and there simply wasn't enough time. He had thought that players generally wouldn't trigger such bugs, but he overlooked one issue: the player base. With such a large player base, someone was bound to discover it, and once one person triggered the bug, it would definitely spread. Then most players would know about it. The operations manager then said, "How about hiring some water army? We can muddy the waters, and then our popularity will rise. Plus, with Crossfire launching today, as long as our popularity goes up, players won't pay attention to them. In that case, even if it's black-red, we can still attract some of their traffic." Lin had no other options at this point, but after listening to the operations manager, he thought for a long time and nodded. Since it had come to this, they might as well attract some traffic from Crossfire. Moreover, their goal was to get players to spend money, so this might even attract those who are willing to spend. As for whether it was passionate or not, he wouldn't consider that. As someone in a higher position, he only cared about results. Naturally, those above him wouldn't overly focus on how the game was or how players felt. All they wanted was data, an increase. This time of plagiarism, he hadn't gone through the higher-ups. It was entirely his decision because this was the first free game, and the gaming sector was a big part of their company. For a game to be free, he should have at least informed the higher-ups, but he hadn't done that. But now that it was like this, he still had a chance. As long as he could retain those paying players, it would still count as a success. A paying player spends more in one recharge than a player in a paid game does in a year. So now he had one last chance. Let's do as you said. If we can really keep those remaining paying players, we can still consider it a success, and you all will still get your year-end bonus. After hearing what President Lin said, the others' eyes also lit up. They had originally thought that seeing this data meant they were doomed, but since President Lin said so, they were determined to keep pushing forward. Subsequently, President Lin left the conference room, leaving them behind. This was something he wouldn't manage, as it was up to the operations manager, who was responsible for this aspect. After President Lin left, they began to allocate tasks on how to proceed. Since Crossfire was set to be released for download at noon, and it was only 9 o'clock now, that meant they had 3 hours left. They needed to use these 3 hours to build up the hype and attract others to check out this post. An hour later, a large number of posts about Wuji Zhizhan began to appear online, some positive and some negative. In short, opinions were mixed. It was unclear where they had found a group of players willing to spend money, who were promoting it online. 2 hours later, discussions began to ferment online. Initially, most of the discussions were about Crossfire, with various posts speculating about game modes and weapons. However, slowly, Wuji Zhizhan started to encroach on that space. Even a prominent influencer posted online, claiming that Wuji Zhizhan was an innovative game. This instantly attracted a wave of players to criticize him, even though this influencer had a poor reputation, and players knew he often colluded with major game companies. The games he promoted were mostly from big developers, especially the ones from Goose Factory, which he promoted the most. Therefore, he had always been criticized, and this time he jumped back into the fray, prompting players to flock to his post to confront him. However, this also played right into Goose Factory's hands, drawing players' attention to them. Even so, it merely shifted the online discussion about Crossfire slightly. Those who had already reserved the game were not swayed by this one post to decide whether or not to download and play Crossfire. Moreover, Fei Yang had also stated during the promotion that Crossfire, like the original Legend, was a free game, not a pay-per-play or buyout model. As time approached noon, most players began to wait. There were still half an hour left until Fei Yang released Crossfire. At this point, a large number of players were already sitting in front of their computers waiting, and even though the internet was filled with discussions about Wuji Zhizhan, this group of reserved players paid no mind, especially those who had never played Legend but enjoyed shooting games. In the country, players who liked shooting games had always been a large group, especially in an environment where there were no wars. In the domestic scene, there was even less opportunity to see real guns, which led many gun enthusiasts to play with their favorite firearms in games. For these people, Su Yang had to admire them. They were proficient with various firearms, and even if it was just a vague gun shape, they could identify it at a glance. The sound of gunfire, even the sound of racking a bolt, they could recognize with just one sound. These players were also familiar with Fei Yang. After all, it was the first company to make free games, and the game quality was quite good, even causing Goose Factory to take a hit. They knew that Fei Yang was making a shooting game, and they were certainly happy about it. They had all seen the CG for Crossfire. That AK-47 was extremely well rendered, with that familiar sound, especially the interface, so they were all waiting for the release of Crossfire. In internet cafes across the country, people were either playing Legend or waiting on the official website of Crossfire for the game's release. Now, Goose Factory and Fei Yang were at odds online. Due to Goose Factory's repeated plagiarism, Legend players felt even more disgusted with them. So most of the players gathered together, and after the release of Crossfire, they would definitely download and try it out, making the first day data of Crossfire even better. It wasn't just them, people from other game companies would also come on board, and this time it would be a game of strategy between both sides. The Goose Factory was releasing on Friday, while Fei Yang was just a day away on Thursday, and from this news, it was clear they were already at odds. The Goose Factory's reputation in the country had been poor, especially in the eyes of their peers. They had copied several games, and the outcome was that the copies had killed the originals, all while slipping through legal loopholes, leaving them helpless. Now, the Goose Factory's Infinite War had already flopped, and they could only hope that Crossfire wouldn't perform too poorly, sending their own people to play it. At this moment, Fei Yang, Su Yang, Bai Zhanfei, and several others from the Crossfire team were all present. They were now waiting for midnight to see the data after the game's release. Su Yang was there, looking at the previous data, even checking the data from Legend. Bai Zhanfei, on the other hand, was restless, worried about the game's first-day data. This time, Old Su had used the Goose Factory. A single post had completely offended them, and a large number of players had rushed to the Goose Factory after seeing it. At the same time, it had also served as a wave of advertising for Crossfire. From today's data, the Goose Factory's games had not achieved success. Although they were copies, the data still looked decent in his eyes. He had confidence in their game, but now they were up against the Goose Factory, and if the data didn't meet expectations, the Goose Factory would definitely resort to underhanded tactics. Seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Bai Zhanfei asked, "Old Su, aren't you even a little nervous?" "Nervous about what?" "Just wait until the time comes," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "Don't you have confidence in your own game?" "Don't worry, this time we can really vent our frustrations and slap the Goose Factory in the face." Anyway, Su Yang wasn't worried at all. Crossfire was a phenomenal game in his past life, a massive hit. Back in that era, any internet cafe would be filled with people playing it. In this world, the people had never seen such a game, so it could easily become a hit. Plus, Su Yang had made many changes, altering the paid features significantly. In fact, even without changes, the earlier versions before the release of the Divine Weapon would have been fine, but for future operations, he still chose to make some adjustments. After his modifications, the lifespan of Crossfire would greatly increase, perhaps even becoming like the meme that had circulated online back then, Qing Dynasty Veteran. Although that was a mistake made by the officials at the time, it had already become a hot meme. As the time slowly approached, the official website of Crossfire began a countdown, precise to the second. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 10 seconds. As the clock struck midnight, the words download popped up. A large number of players began to download, especially in various internet cafes. If you looked in, there would definitely be someone downloading Crossfire. After downloading, they immediately started clicking to play. Not just them, those streamers playing Legend also began downloading Crossfire at this moment. Leading the charge was Chun Hui, a top streamer who naturally knew about the situation between Fei Yang and the Goose Factory. While downloading the game, he encouraged the viewers in the stream to check it out as well. In less than a minute, Crossfire was already downloaded. Chen Hui entered the game and reached the naming stage. He thought for a moment and directly typed out a nickname, Legend Big Brother. A very cheesy name that made the viewers in the stream roll their eyes. What kind of nickname was that? After completing the nickname selection, he entered a loading page, the same one that had been shown during the initial CG promotion. Where is this? Don't I need to choose a character? He had seen the CG, which featured several characters. Could they be NPCs? As the loading page finished, he found himself in a map. It was a beginner's map, and at that moment, he was in first-person view, holding an M16. He recognized this gun. As someone who often played games, he had encountered shooting games before. Let's not forget what kind of streamer he used to be. He had played so many games that he couldn't count them all. While he wasn't particularly skilled at shooting games, he certainly knew how to play them. Most shooting games were in third-person view, and the few he had played before were like that. The first-person perspective felt too limited in such large battlefields, making it hard to see what was happening around him. He didn't understand why Fei Yang had chosen to make this game first-person. Holding the gun, he followed the instructions, moving around and switching weapons with ease. However, he found the key bindings a bit awkward. They were slightly different from those in Crossfire, another shooting game. The difference wasn't too significant, but after a while of getting used to it, he realized that the key layout in Crossfire felt more comfortable. Soon, he arrived at the shooting range and completed the beginner tutorial in no time. "Not bad at all," Chen Hui commented. With the release of Crossfire, a large number of players entered the game, especially those who enjoyed shooting games. For them, once they learned that Fei Yang's next game was a shooting type, they eagerly anticipated it, hoping it would provide a different experience. Among this group of players, Lu Xiaohua stood out. He was well-versed in various firearms, thanks to his affluent family, which had models of different guns at home. The same went for games. He had played most domestic and international shooting games, and he was still playing a few. Today, he came to the internet cafe with several friends, a place where they often went online. For this type of game, sitting together in an internet cafe was essential to truly enjoy the experience, even though his home computer had better specifications than those in the cafe. After downloading Crossfire, he entered the game, created a name, and began the beginner tutorial. Once he finished the tutorial, he started reviewing the game controls. To be honest, the key bindings in this game were different from others. He still had muscle memory and unconsciously used the controls from other games. But when he placed his hands back on the keyboard, his fingers instinctively found the key layout for Crossfire. It felt like the key bindings in Crossfire were more comfortable, especially the WASD keys, with the weapon switch on 1, 2, 3, and 4 right above them. Other games also used 1, 2, 3, and 4 for weapon switching, but that often created a slight delay. However, in Crossfire, with his middle finger on the forward key, his ring finger could seamlessly switch weapons, and there was also the Q key for switching, making it very smooth. The E key for reloading felt comfortable too. After years of muscle memory, he found that even after playing for just 10 minutes, there was a noticeable change, which surprised him. The crouch key could be pressed with his pinky, meaning his left hand had a clear division of labor, and he didn't need to look at the keys or move his hand to press them, which was very comfortable. There were no complicated key bindings. He could reach everything with one hand. In some shooting games, there were over 10 key bindings, making it impossible to manage with just one hand. This increased his interest in Crossfire even more, especially the first-person perspective, which allowed players to feel more immersed and focused. He hadn't even started playing when he made a comment. It was easy to pick up, the controls were comfortable, and it was smooth and fluid. Without even discussing the game quality, just from what he had experienced so far, he could see Feiyang's effort. As the beginner tutorial ended, he received 2 guns, an M16, a USP, a Glock, and a grenade. Looking at this reward, Liu Xiaohua felt it was quite good. In other games, you usually start with a pistol and only later get a rifle. Although the M16 wasn't exactly a great gun, the fact that this game provided a rifle was already impressive. He also tried adjusting the mouse sensitivity and found he could adapt perfectly now. Another point was that other shooting games were too close to reality. A headshot or a shot to the heart could kill in one hit. Just now, he noticed that in Crossfire, it wasn't like that. A headshot wouldn't necessarily kill, at least not with the M16. He wasn't sure about other weapons, but hitting the body wouldn't kill either, just more blood loss. Hitting the feet dealt the least damage, with a total of 100 health points. This gameplay once again confirmed what he had just said. It was simpler. In other games, sometimes you could shoot an opponent 7 or 8 times and they still wouldn't die. But here, hitting the torso meant 4 or 5 shots would definitely kill. With this factor, there was no need to calculate damage or whether a shot would kill. He already knew the fixed damage. He could just shoot directly. He then entered the warehouse. Aside from the few weapons he received, there was nothing else. In the upper left corner, there was a smiley face. Hovering the mouse over it revealed the rank, Private. It was a military rank, but he was curious why they used a smiley face. Seeing there was nothing else, he equipped the weapons he received and headed to the lobby. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the lobby music, which instantly made him sit up. The sound felt urgent, as if he was about to go to battle. Beginner Camp, Team Competition 1, Team Competition 20, Bombing Mode 1, Ghost Mode, Annihilation Mode. Moreover, the number of connected players was marked as full. How could there be so many people in such a short time? He was still in one district. What about the others? When Su Yang designed it, he wanted to use the initial district plus several sub-districts, but that would be too scattered. So he opted for the current model, dividing it into 5 major districts: East, West, South, North, and Central. The Central District was added separately due to the large number of players. Liu Xiaohua directly chose Team Competition 20, and to his surprise, he actually got in. There were over 30 channels, all marked in red, indicating a lot of people. He randomly clicked on one, and it was all about transport ships, with 16 players. Is there only 16 people in a battle? That's too few, Liu Xiaohua muttered to himself. Hey, Xiaohua, you got in. We're still stuck in the beginner tutorial. What's it like in there? A friend who came with him asked. I haven't played yet. I'm just looking. There are only 16 people in a match. What a huge map this must be. Let me experience it first. At that moment, he saw a button to create a room. Without looking at anything, he clicked to create and set up a transport ship map. He hadn't even gotten a good look at the map when 15 other players joined. A start game indicator appeared below the player count, and he decisively clicked it. Then came the loading screen from the CG. Once he entered the game, he controlled his character and looked around. He opened the map and was surprised at how small it was. It really was just a ship. If he got shot as soon as he stepped out, wouldn't he have to wait for the next round? Before he could finish his thought, he saw a red flash on his character, and his health dropped. With the sound effect of the character's death, he was shot dead. Just as he was about to complain, he unexpectedly respawned right at the same spot. I can respawn? This surprised Liu Xiaohua a bit. Then he remembered that the new book tutorial mentioned pressing the tab key. He looked at his status, 0 out of 1. This wouldn't do. After playing gunfight games for so long, he had never faced such a setback. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a person in a yellow outfit. He was a defender, dressed in blue. He aimed at the opponent and opened fire, hitting him once in the body and once in the head, killing him instantly. After taking down one person, he became immersed in the game, shooting anyone he saw. Soon, he finished a match with an impressive score of 32-6. Since the kill count was 100, he completed it in less than 10 minutes. As the game ended, he still felt unsatisfied and went to the preparation page. At this point, the 15 others were also ready, and someone asked him how he was so good. Just as Lu Xiaohua was about to click start for another round, his friend leaned over. "Looks good. How's your experience?" Lu Xiaohua simply replied with one word, "Good." He glanced at his friend's computer screen. "Why are you still in the newbie tutorial? Hurry up and join us. I watched you play. You go ahead with this round. I'll finish the newbie tutorial soon." Lu Xiaohua didn't waste any time and started another match, continuing to dominate inside the transport ship, this time racking up over 40 kills. A small portion of the kills on their side were his doing. It felt too comfortable to play, mainly because everyone in this room was using M16s, with no other guns available. In a situation where all the guns were the same, his shooting skills allowed him to kill freely. After finishing this match, a rank-up notification popped up, showing a single stripe insignia. He then exited the room and went to the warehouse, as he had received a new gun. Upon entering the warehouse, he found a new weapon, the MP5. He was naturally familiar with this gun. It was quite popular in other games, but this one was a submachine gun, perfect for the cramped spaces of the transport ship. After equipping this weapon to his second backpack, he exited the warehouse, and by then, several of his friends had completed the newbie tutorial. Since they had all seen his gameplay, they were familiar with the mechanics. Lu Xiaohua created a room, spent some time adding friends through the system, and after adding them, he brought them over. The 5 of them chose to be defenders, and then he removed the room password, instantly filling the room. After the game started, his friend asked, "Hey, why does your gun look different from ours?" After looking for a while, he asked again, "Where did you get the MP5? "I just got it. It should be a reward for my rank up." "Wow, you actually have such a good item. Let me try it." Lu Xiaohua, feeling helpless, tossed the gun down. He had learned how to drop weapons in the newbie tutorial, so he could do it now. His friend took the MP5 and was shot dead as soon as he stepped out. He then looked back at Lu Xiaohua. "Get out of here. I haven't even played yet. Giving it to you is a waste." Saying this, he took the gun and went out to kill indiscriminately. At that moment, he noticed a female character on the opposite side. Where did that character come from? After finishing a match, he asked in the chat box below, "How did that female character get in?" A few seconds later, someone replied, "You can buy it in the shop." He typed "Wait for me a moment" and then found the shop. Upon opening the shop, he saw a large number of firearms, all familiar to him, including his favorite, the AK-47. But it was written that you need to be at least level 1 to purchase it, and you also need 12,000 game currency. That means a level of V, and he was only at level 1, not only lacking in level but also in money. Right now, he only had 800 game currency. He also saw a gun that was particularly popular in other games, the M4A1. Although there was no level restriction, the price was high, at 12,500. It seemed he couldn't buy any gun right now. He flipped through and saw a page where you could buy with real money. There was a female character named Huntress, and she wasn't expensive, only 38. He immediately topped up 128 and bought this female character. After purchasing, he realized there were no bonuses, but then he felt relieved. If you could buy characters with bonuses just because you had money, it wouldn't be fair to those who didn't buy. He chose this character because he liked her refreshing look. After equipping the character, he returned to start the game. Switching to the female character made him feel more comfortable. With his shooting skills, no one else could really compete with him. They were just being bullied. After playing a few rounds, although he won every time, the experience and currency rewards were minimal. How long would it take to get to the AK he had been longing for? "Hey, madman, the experience given is too little. How about we try a different mode?" The person sitting next to him was Lu Feng, who usually called him madman. "How about trying demolition? I just checked the game mode introduction, and it seems demolition gives more experience." "That works, let's go play." By the way, is demolition the same as team? Not the same. Demolition is round-based. You plant the bomb as the infiltrators, and the defenders guard the points. With Lu Feng's explanation, he understood enough, and the 5 of them entered the demolition mode. Once inside, they chose the defenders and just waited for the enemies to come. He switched to the M16 because the demolition maps were larger than team maps, and rifles were better for long range. Since it was a custom room, they didn't choose a map, The default map was New Year Square. The 8 of them came to the B-bomb site, waiting for the enemies. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind a box, so he waited. Sure enough, the next second, 3 people walked straight over, completely unaware of their surroundings, turning their backs to him. He fired a burst and killed all 3. After taking down 2 more, he heard his teammate's voice in the mic. Quick, fall back. 2 people have entered the A-bomb site. He looked around, saw no one, and returned home. Just as he got back, he heard the sound of planting the bomb. A person ran out in front of him, and after killing that person, he quietly moved forward, still unsure of where the others were. Unexpectedly, this person was jumping on a box, not even looking at him. After killing that person, he started to defuse the bomb. Just as he reached the bomb, a prompt appeared. Press E to defuse. After defusing, the words "Defenders win" appeared. "Demolition feels fun," said Lu Xiaohua. Soon, under his overwhelming strength, the opposing team scored 0 points, and they secured the entire victory. During the settlement, he received a full 900 experience, raising his level again. Wow, they gave so much experience. He didn't expect to receive so much experience, while Lu Feng next to him only got 500. He guessed this might be related to their performance. His stats were 37-1. Pulling ahead of the second place by more than 20 kills. Lu Feng was 8 out of 8, just even, far from his luxurious stats. The few of them continued to play there, and before they knew it, when Lu Xiaohua looked up at the outside, it was already dark. What's going on? Lu Xiaohua glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. He hadn't expected they had been playing for 6 hours. Time had flown by too quickly. It felt like they had only played for a little while, and now it was dark outside. "Xiaohua, what are you doing? Hurry up and start," Lu Feng urged from the side. Aren't you hungry? We've only been playing for a short time, Lu Feng looked at the time and realized it was indeed 6 o'clock. He then rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. "I didn't expect we'd be so engrossed. It's all because Crossfire is too fun. Shall we play all night?" Lu Feng's suggestion was met with agreement from the others. They definitely wanted to pull an all-nighter since they were having such a great time. "Let's go eat first." After locking up the machines, they headed out for dinner, chatting about their recent gameplay. "Xiaohua, your skills are too strong. You got a golden AC every round, and a few opponents ran away after just 2 matches. My moves were still the coolest. I snuck in and defused the bomb right under their noses, and they didn't even see me." Half an hour later, they resumed playing. By now, Lu Xiaohua had successfully bought his favorite AK-47. He discovered that the AK-47 could kill with a single headshot. He specifically aimed for headshots, and every round was filled with them. If it weren't for the fact that this world had no hacks, someone would definitely suspect he was cheating. Thus, the group continued playing in the internet cafe, where most people were also engaged in Crossfire. Even past 10 at night, the cafe was still bustling, not at all like a late evening. The next day, Su Yang stretched as he arrived at the office. Upon opening the door, he found Bai Zhanfei already sitting there. "Hey, it's rare to see you here," Su Yang joked. "You usually come later than anyone else. You must have needed your beauty sleep. Why are you here so early today?" "It's only just 8. Bai Zhanfei sipped his coffee, a smile spreading across his face. "Did you check yesterday's data?" "I didn't look, but I don't need to. It must be good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here." This made Bai Zhanfei close his mouth, which was about to speak. He then continued, "Yesterday was truly insane. The data was astonishing. It left me dumbfounded. The most impressive part is that we broke records." Bai Zhanfei finished his cup of coffee in one gulp. "What record?" Su Yang asked, curious. "The number of online users in half a day. Yesterday, there were over 60 million online users. Isn't that terrifying? Since we launched at 12, the data reflects half a day, and the number of registered users has already reached an astonishing 90 million. We're about to hit 100 million. I thought the data would be good, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Legend has been around for so long, and it only has about 300 million registered users, while Crossfire had this many registrations on its first day. After a few days of online buzz, who knows, the number of online users might even surpass 100 million, Bai Zhanfei said, growing more excited. This was entirely within Su Yang's expectations. There was a large group of players in this world who enjoyed shooting games, but these games usually had a learning curve, requiring several days or even half a month to adapt. Crossfire, however, had no such barriers. Once players completed the tutorial, they understood how to play the game. The rest depended on the player's own talent. Bai Zhanfei took the computer and looked at the data again, saying, "So many people were online yesterday, and the revenue actually reached 1.7 billion. Bai Zhanfei couldn't believe his eyes. This was just the first day, and they had sold so much. He quickly looked at Su Yang. What did you put in there? How come there are so many profits? Even though he was used to seeing millions in daily earnings and over 100 million monthly, he had never seen such outrageous figures. What game can rake in nearly 200 million in a single day? I just sold a character. It should be that players are buying a lot. But once this character is bought, it's permanent, so there shouldn't be too many more in the future. Ah, you sold a permanent character. Then how are we supposed to make money? Bai Zhanfei asked, confused. Su Yang was also speechless, poured himself a glass of water, and continued, can't we sell more characters? And this is just the first day. Why are you in such a hurry? There are plenty of activities coming up. Hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei finally relaxed. The number of players in Crossfire was still high, and just the daily server fees were a significant amount, not to mention the maintenance costs later on. So, are you still planning to release characters later? The interval for releasing characters will definitely be long. At least 2 to 3 months or even half a year for one release. Otherwise, players will have complaints. Bai Zhanfei nodded, that made sense. The data was good, and players recognized this game, but if they kept releasing pay-to-win characters, players would also have complaints. So what are your plans for future paid items? You remember the legendary auction house, right? This left Bai Zhanfei confused. Isn't Crossfire a competitive game? What can be sold? Guns? I plan to launch an exchange, Su Yang said casually. What will be traded? Old Su, please don't mess around. Our data is already this good. If we play it safe, we might just become the best game of the day. At this point, Bai Zhanfei had already started thinking about that award. Come on, just now you said we weren't making money, and now that I'm ready to do something, you tell me not to. That's not the same thing. You're talking about two different games, one is a shooting game, and the other is a monster hunting game. Are you planning to set up a drop system in Crossfire? Is there a chance to drop a weapon when you kill someone? Definitely not. Guns are free. I haven't even put any paid weapons on the shelf yet. Then what is it? You'll know in half a month. Just wait and see. The number of players online will see a significant increase. Bai Zhanfei chose to trust Su Yang. He was just saying it casually. After being slapped in the face so many times, he was almost swollen like a pig. How could he not learn his lesson? Wasn't it the case before? Every time he raised a doubt, he was met with a slap in the face. Alright then, you go ahead with your work. I still have a few things to take care of, Bai Zhanfei said as he got up and left. Su Yang also opened his computer, preparing to adjust some matters regarding the exchange. Sitting in front of the computer, he contemplated the issues surrounding the exchange. The model of the exchange could be said to have saved a crossing of fire in his world, especially with the various weapon effects, skins, and sound effect cards. He still remembered spending $10 in the item city to test the waters, but he didn't get anything. Then he exchanged for a few keys to open boxes. With good luck, he could even get a permanent effect. The best luck he had was when he opened a purple-orange effect of the Black Knight and sold it for 50,000 CF points. Unfortunately, his luck didn't hold up later, and he didn't get anything too good. Now, he planned to launch the exchange here, to buy and sell items. The boxes would be the same as before. With good luck, he could get a box after playing a few rounds. This time, the boxes would also be divided into 3 types, just like in the legend. One for kill icons, one for skins, and the last for limited time weapons. The 3 most popular weapons in Crossfire would belong to the M4, AK, and the cannon. He didn't plan to sell the cannon, which is the Barrett, directly in the store. Instead, he would put it in the boxes for players to open. Soon, he also intended to launch challenge mode and biohazard mode. At that time, that classic line might just echo in the internet cafe, silver for the cannon. Moreover, he didn't plan to release various magazines, only the original ones, without the capacity of the divine weapons. They would all be ordinary, and one could foresee the explosive popularity of the biohazard mode. In the battle against biohazards, rifles and submachine guns are definitely not enough. After firing a couple of rounds, they run out of bullets. The only option is to use machine guns. Although there are GP guns available for purchase in the mall, they certainly can't compare to the MG3 obtained through challenges. For now, I need to get the exchange set up and complete the listings. Perhaps by then, I can see a variety of limited-time weapons and icons in the exchange. As for the skin boxes, Su Yang set their drop rates extremely low. The inspiration still comes from the skins of legendary weapons. Just think of the Fire Qilin, Thor, Destruction, and Phantom skins, and you can tell how much they rake in. He also doesn't plan to create absurdly familiar legendary guns. However, their gun models are classics, so Su Yang intends to turn these legendary weapons into skins. It would be a shame to discard such classic guns like the Fire Qilin and Thor, especially since both of them are top tier in terms of aesthetics within Crossfire. Which student doesn't dream of having a Thor? His classmates have even been scammed before, with promises of getting a black dragon if they added someone. Although it's quite common now, it remains a beautiful memory from their school days. In this version, when everyone is using wooden and black iron guns, the appearance of Thor and Fire Chilin would be a game changer. There will definitely be a large number of players wanting one. As for the final light effects, perhaps they can be added later when there are plenty of legendary skins available. Of course, the light effects won't be excessive. In his past life, the prevalence of hero-level weapons led to an abundance of light effects. As for other ideas, he hasn't thought of them yet and will consider them later. Right now, the focus is on getting these done. Perhaps in the future, he could add gameplay elements from other games, like Crossfire and CSGO. At first, he considered whether to develop Crossfire, but after some thought, he decided against it. The three games have similar PvP gameplay and maps, but in terms of popularity, Crossfire is still higher. As for Crossfire, it was quite popular at the beginning of his past life, especially the PvE mode. Later on, it could be referred to as Immortal Battle. CSGO, although he played it in his past life, always felt a bit lacking, especially during a period when he became obsessed with opening cases. After half a day of trying, he didn't get a single gold item, which was quite unfortunate. After opening 70 or 80 cases, he only got 2 reds, and for those 2 months, he survived on instant noodles, which now makes him feel nauseous at the sight of them. Now, the exchange in Crossfire is not much different from CSGO, one could say they are the same. After his revisions, he completely integrated this method. It just requires careful planning because the game still has potential for development. With memories from his past life, especially as a seasoned player, he naturally knows what players want. Moreover, this is only the second game. He still needs to explore other aspects and cannot focus solely on developing PC games. He plans to create console games and mobile games as well. For instance, developing for the Switch, even AAA titles. If he wanted to, he could create the top character from the 3D zone in no time. This character's popularity is extremely high worldwide, akin to the saying, XX cannot lose XX, just like the West cannot lose XXXX. Although it's just a joke, it shows how popular this character is. Of course, for now, he will proceed step by step. Only after expanding the company's scale can he think about the next steps. However, he can only start the next phase, which is to venture into mobile games, once Crossfire stabilizes. He still remembers when smartphones first came out. He was young and would pester his sister to play with her phone, especially those few games. He still remembers vividly. I'll get you. After getting the phone, he started playing a couple of rounds of Angry Birds. If he couldn't pass a level, he would just close the game and move on to the next one. He played a few rounds of Fruit Ninja to relieve some stress, but when he kept slicing bombs, it became frustrating. The game he played the longest was Temple Run. Sometimes he would play for several hours, thoroughly enjoying himself. These games were exactly what this world lacked. He had just remembered single-player games, and of course, when it came to single-player games, the once popular Carrot Defense came to mind. That could also be done. Then there were online games, and the ones he was most addicted to were Cool Run and Ball Ball. Although these two games weren't from the same time period, they were both quite popular. Of course, mobile games were still non-existent for them. Not to mention them, even in this world, mobile games were extremely rare. The quality was poor, made just to pass the time. Even the gaming giant Goose Factory, which dominated the gaming market, hadn't ventured into the mobile market, showing that this world still didn't value mobile games. As for AAA games, there were almost none in the country. Even if some game developers occasionally announced plans to design a AAA masterpiece, it often ended up being just hot air, with no follow-up. So, he had plenty of games here, even able to pull out games from $43.99. He believed that bringing out all the minigames from $43.99 could defeat a large portion of the competition. Often, the simpler the game, the more popular it was, like Fire and Ice. The road ahead was still long. He could even see the future gaming dynasty. As noon approached, a large number of posts and videos about Crossfire began to appear online. Record-breaking? 3 days of reservation time, first day online reached 60 million. How's Crossfire? Let old Zhang explain it to you. The luxurious data from Crossfire yesterday resonated throughout the gaming community. Just this data alone had already broken records. This was a shooting game, and since domestic shooting games had been poorly made, it raised the expectations of players who liked shooting games for Crossfire. With the legendary precedent, they believed that Fei Yang's next game would definitely not be bad, but when they actually played it, they discovered that it was not only fun but also greatly exceeded their expectations, even more enjoyable than those international shooting games. Undoubtedly, players fell in love with this game as soon as they started playing. This promotion would also draw in those players who were still on the fence about joining Crossfire. There was no need for Su Yong to intervene. Crossfire could win players unanimous praise purely based on its quality. Moreover, this was just the initial version, without any additional content. When the Spirit Fox and Blade came out, it would surely create another wave of excitement. Which player, upon seeing the Spirit Fox lying on the ground, wouldn't go take a look? Furthermore, Soo-young planned to introduce a biochemical mode in the next version, along with several maps, to be released alongside the Spirit Fox and Blade. In the future, the number of players would definitely increase, though the skin version would have to be delayed a bit. Such things couldn't be released too quickly, only when players found the Black Iron M4 unattractive would it be launched. Of course, the highest honor in Crossfire was the championship title. This time, he would not be limited to the domestic scene but would expand the game globally. Only by reaching a global audience, with players from other countries, could he realize his vision of esports. At that time, the world champion would hold a title of great prestige, because there were no clubs in this world, and they weren't part of any league either. Therefore, teams wanting to participate in competitions would still need to be selected from the grassroots level. How to select is quite a headache. Soo-young is currently thinking about setting up a ranking match, just like in the past with Legend. This feature already exists in Crossfire, and in his previous life, it was very popular. He just needs to incorporate it. Moreover, Soo-young doesn't plan to make major changes here. As for the annoying gun ban mode, he won't use it. It's too frustrating. He could only use the M4 in QBZ. And once the gun was banned after selecting the defender role, he could only stare blankly, muttering softly. In fact, there's no need for a gun ban because it's just the beginning. Players haven't even tried all the guns yet, and they are all ordinary guns, not anything overpowered. For example, the Phantom players, those who are both inexperienced and love to play snipers. So, this is unnecessary. At the same time, there will be no AC in the ranking matches, meaning no bulletproof helmets or armor. Although this hasn't been released yet, Soo-young feels it can be introduced and plans to launch it when the challenge mode comes out. With the game's popularity surging, this time it will be even crazier than before with Legend. Just scrolling through 2 videos online, one can see content about Crossfire. Similarly, a large number of other game streamers have started to switch to Crossfire, especially those with a background in shooting games. After a whole day, the online numbers for other shooting games have rapidly declined, especially for those from Goose Factory. Crossfire not only makes players happy, but even those who don't play games feel good about it because Crossfire is free, and its reputation is well known. Of course, this does not include Goose Factory. At this moment, in the office of Goose Factory's Tianfeng building, President Lin has called everyone for a meeting again, which was previously uncommon. Usually, he would gather everyone for a meeting once a month or even every few months. But recently, the frequent meetings show Lin's impatience. In the conference room, everyone is silent, and the room is so quiet that one can even hear breathing. President Lin speaks first. "We have failed once again. We thought they would come up with some tricks, but unexpectedly, they directly launched a new game." His feeling is that 2 similar games are fighting against each other. Just when you think of making a big move, the other side simply stops playing and flips the table, moving on to something new. Once Crossfire came out, they instantly became the clowns, copying Legend's game, and within 3 days, it cooled down. From the original 50 million online players, it dropped directly to 30 million. In just 3 days, they lost 20 million. This was their first free game, and they never expected such a result. At this rate, within a month, the online numbers will hit a new low. They thought they could gain some reputation through the free game during this time, but Fei-young's countermeasures were too swift. They had just announced, and within a few hours, Fei-young also announced their game. They hadn't even had time to celebrate before Fei-young crushed them. For various reasons, this time they lost thoroughly. He couldn't understand, this tactic had always been ineffective in other games, but with Fei-young, they ended up suffering twice. The game they had spent so much time and effort creating was thus ruined. The losses were not just in resources but also in reputation. Now, the entire community of Infinite War is filled with criticism. The players who remain are all those who have spent money. He then looked at everyone and asked, "What are your thoughts?" It would be best if there were a solution. No one spoke. It was better to remain silent, as once someone said something wrong, they would surely face a reprimand. At this moment, Lu Kaifeng looked at the data on the screen and said, "I think we should change our strategy." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" President Lin asked. As the designer of this game, he naturally knew everything about it. Lu Kaifeng walked up to the big screen and said, "From this failure, we've learned a lesson, and that is about the system. Fei-young's game is not only free but also achieves fairness within the game. In short, the balance is excellent. In contrast, our game, although nominally free, has many recharge options, which leads to players who spend money having a much better gaming experience. On the other hand, those players who don't spend money can only be beaten when facing those who do. So why don't we change our thinking? Since those who don't spend money have already left, What about those who do? They haven't left yet. President Lin frowned and thought for a moment. It seemed to be the case. Now that they had made it free, since they had already introduced some paid features, why not carry this through? Since they couldn't keep the players who didn't spend money, they could focus on retaining those who had. Although this group wasn't large, fortunately, the server had already launched, and there were now over 1 million players. They were still playing the game and hadn't given any ratings. Perhaps they had gone in the wrong direction from the start. Continue, President Lin said. Lu Kaifeng continued. I gathered some data yesterday. Currently, paying players in the Battle of Wajizi account for 1/5 of all players. Among these paying players, those who have recharged over 100 account for 15%. Especially now, the one who has spent the most has already reached 20,000. I also opened an internal account, one with a recharge limit of 30,000. Just playing for an hour felt really enjoyable. I believe that those wealthy players will definitely choose to continue spending, because when I was designing, the competitive mode doesn't maintain balance like Legend does, so high attribute equipment can also be brought into the competitive mode. This way, players with high combat power can easily take down others. It's the same when fighting wild monsters. While others might take a minute to defeat a monster, paying players might do it in just a few hits. This approach can provide paying players with an excellent experience. So, I think our next step is to serve this group of paying players and give them a better gaming experience. I also think we can set up a separate customer service line for those who recharge a lot. President Lin nodded. The purpose of making games is to earn players money, after all. Now that I have already released a free game, allowing you to play for free, what more do you want? Only paying players will receive our attention. The other freeloading players are merely cannon fodder for the paying players. Alright, this plan is feasible. We can proceed this way. From now on, let's move in this direction. I hope when the monthly report comes, you won't disappoint me. After saying this, President Lin stood up and left. Once President Lin was gone, the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best outcome that he wasn't angry. Lu Kaifeng also began to arrange the subsequent tasks. In an internet cafe, Lu Xiaohua and Lu Feng, along with a few others, came to surf the internet again. They had played until 8 in the morning yesterday, spending the whole night gaming, and after a sleep, they returned to play again today. This game was too fun. Now, seeing other shooting games, they had no interest in playing them. The 5 of them directly chose a connected seating position, 5 in a row at the internet cafe. Log in, I can't wait any longer, Lu Feng said, blowing the dust off the keyboard. You've got to be kidding me, both bad and love to play, with a negative win rate, and one match was even 1-9, someone next to him mocked. TCH, as if you're so strong. I have my uses, okay? My bomb planting skills are top-notch. Stop arguing and hurry up into the room. Lu Xiaohua pulled everyone inside. Let's change the map today. We've played New Year Square all night. After looking at several maps, Lu Xiaohua chose one that looked decent. Dust 2. This map looks pretty good. Let's go with it. After examining the entire map, it seemed favorable for the terrorists. There were 2 main routes in the middle, meaning if the defenders wanted to hold a point, they would need 2 people at the A site and 1 in the middle. That way, everyone would be spread out, and A and B points were not close to each other. Plus the map was large. The 5 chose terrorists and quickly set the room to public, filling it up instantly. The newcomers had decent ranks, with one already at level 2. This surprised Lu Xiaohua. He decisively started the game. Once inside, Lu Xiaohua said, "Follow me." They headed straight for A, moving towards the A-long direction. Since Lu Xiaohua was in the first position, he ran fast, with others following behind. The players behind had already primed their grenades. After all, they were players who had played other shooting games and knew to throw a few items during the first wave. As they exited the doors, they spotted 2 enemies. Lu Xiaohua fired 2 shots, and 2 kill notifications appeared in the upper left corner, both headshots. With an AK in hand, Lu Xiaohua was on a killing spree. His mouse sensitivity was low, and his crosshair was always aimed at the head. Especially since the first shot of the AK-47 doesn't recoil, he hit exactly where he aimed. At that moment, a grenade dropped at his feet. It directly blew away 40 of his health points. Where did that grenade come from, landing right at his feet? Sorry, Xiaohua, I slipped, Lu Feng chuckled. Damn it, you blew up a teammate. Lu Xiaohua wanted to punch him. The next second, 3 grenades were thrown from the A site. They blew Lu Xiaohua sky high. As the perspective switched to Lu Feng, Lu Xiaohua threw a punch. You come in and blow up your teammates. Are you the mole on the other side? Lu Feng, holding an M4, took down one enemy and shrugged. The group quickly took the A site, planted the bomb, and then guarded it. They watched the A long direction, while 2 others guarded the A short direction. Especially those at a short, they didn't see any enemies, but a few grenades came their way. They only had 3 people guarding the A site, while the rest were at B and mid. Luckily, they were grouped together, allowing them to win this small round. "You go ahead," Lu Xiaohua said with a dark face, fearing this guy would mess up again and blow him up. If Lu Feng hadn't blown him up just now, he definitely wouldn't have died. Reluctantly, Lu Feng walked in front. He didn't have the skills, just there to be a target for the others to shoot. This time, they charged down along again. Lu Feng had just exposed half his body. Bang! He fell down. How did I die so quickly? He hadn't even been headshot. Looking at the kill notification, it was a sniper. Damn, he got sniped. It was his first time being killed by a sniper. He hadn't encountered any snipers the night before, but now he ran into one who seemed skilled. "Did you see where the enemy is?" Lu Xiaohua asked. "I didn't see anything." After saying that, he received another punch. "I'll go take a look," and with that, the person next to Lu Xiaohua jumped out. As soon as he jumped out, he was taken down by the sniper. "I see him, he's on top of the box." In a rented room, a somewhat scruffy man with tousled hair sat bare-shouldered in front of his computer. "If you dare to jump out, I won't believe it today. With my sniper here, who can rush in?" The man's name was Zhang Yuming, a gaming enthusiast, especially skilled in technical games. He had played the wildly popular Legend but found it just okay. He didn't like the PvE mode. However, he participated in the peak battles and successfully made it offline, but unfortunately lost in the first round to Wen Ziyuan. But when Crossfire came out, he instantly fell in love with the game. Since the launch of Crossfire, he had only slept 6 or 7 hours, which made his level appear very high. The main reason was that he achieved ACE in every match. Even if it wasn't gold, it was still a regular ACE. Especially after he bought the sniper rifle and AWM, one shot for one kill, he felt the thrill of the game. However, in the recent few matches, he hadn't encountered any strong opponents. He also enjoyed playing on Dust, especially with a sniper at mid. He discovered that from mid, he could directly see the enemy spawn, and sometimes even take one out. In the last round, he waited at mid but saw no one. He guessed that the opposing team would push along, so he waited for them. Sure enough, after setting up his sniper, he spotted a player and immediately took out the exposed enemy. Then came the second one. "Come on, let me snipe you. You want to push my alone? Not a single one of you will get through," Zhang Yuming said disdainfully. At that moment, someone peeked out and jumped into the pit. He fired a shot and surprisingly hit the foot. The opponent must have only a few hit points left. Generally, when someone knows the enemy has low health, they would throw a grenade. However, he didn't do that and instead set up his sniper again, waiting for the person in the pit to expose themselves. Just as he was about to click the scope, the enemy revealed their head. "Want to fight back?" Just as he clicked the left mouse button and aimed at the enemy, a bullet whizzed past. Headshot. Zhang Yuming looked at his character falling down, revealing an expression of disbelief. From that distance, the enemy had headshot him with an AK? Even though he was standing on a metal box, could they really see a person's head from that far? Moreover, the enemy's reaction speed was incredibly fast. They pulled out and shot him immediately. He clearly saw just one bullet. This was a skilled player, and Zhang Yuming had already tagged the person who killed him. In the internet cafe, Lu Feng shouted, "Nice shot." As expected of my brother Hua, his skills are just that strong, teaching others a lesson in no time. Lu Xiaohua ignored him and continued to stay in the pit, his crosshair already on the A-bomb site. He only had 7 hit points left. A slight explosion would kill him, so he needed to save his health to support his teammates. Unfortunately, his sniping skills weren't very good, otherwise, he would have bought an AWM long ago. Who doesn't like the feeling of taking someone out with a single shot? However, in his eyes, the AK and the sniper were about the same. A headshot could take someone down in one shot. Without Zhang Yuming, the opposing team's strength was easily overwhelmed, and they decisively took the round. Interesting, that sniper on the other side is a pro. Lu Xiaohua glanced at the stats. He was currently 5-1, while the opposing ACE was 6-2. The enemy sniper had taken out 3 of their players during the first round when they were all at the A-bomb site. By the third round, they decisively chose to rush B, but one teammate just passed by and got sniped in their own house, still by the opposing ACE. As soon as they entered B, they lost 2 more. Since it was a 13-round victory, they had already won 10 rounds, while the opponents had won 8. In the few times Lu Xiaohua died, apart from being blown up in the first round, the rest were all taken out by the sniper on the opposite side. At this moment, the 2 players' scores were Lu Xiaohua at 64-10, and Zhang Yuming even higher at 71-11. There was one round where he even wiped out the opposing team. Both sides relied heavily on their 2 main players, while the others were just support. After another 2 rounds, Lu Xiaohua and his team had reached match point. They just needed to win this round to win the game. He wondered how much experience they would gain from this round. "Let's go check A Avenue first," Lu Xiaohua commanded. and the 3 players on his side naturally followed his lead. However, Lu Feng did not follow them and instead rushed down the A alley alone. He quietly made his way to the upper part of the middle door and crouched down. The fight had already started at A, and he knew someone would definitely come back from B to defend. Sure enough, the next second, a person ran out from the side hole, not even crouching, just running over with heavy footsteps. Lu Feng peeked out and took that person down. Then he stealthily moved behind the middle door. A few seconds later, a gun barrel appeared. Lu Feng switched to his knife and lunged forward with a stab, landing a light hit right on the opponent's shoulder. He missed the head and got stuck. Fortunately, the opponent hadn't reacted yet. Just as they were about to shoot, Lu Feng delivered a heavy blow and killed them. That was close. It seemed the opponent was startled, otherwise, a normal person would have shot him at such close range. At that moment, they couldn't push forward on A Avenue either, as Zhang Yuming was already set up there, forcing them to retreat back to a door. Meanwhile, after finishing off his opponent, Lu Feng had already slipped out from the middle door. He had killed 2, while 2 were taken down at A, and with 3 people still at A, there was 1 left at B, so he charged out. He looked outside and saw no one, then aimed and spotted a person under the A bomb site, facing away from him. Look at me, he said into the mic. His M4 was already aimed at the person's back. He quickly fired and hit once. The opponent reacted and turned around, only to see Lu Feng running away. Wait, you couldn't kill him from behind? The dead teammate asked in the mic. Mistake, watch me use the same trick again, I'm going up the A alley this time. Saying that, he ran up the A alley. Look at me, he shouted again into the mic. Just as he peeked out, he was shot down by Zhang Yuming. You wanted us to watch you, and you just gave us a big mess? Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Xiaohua charged up and took down Shen Yuming. Once he was dead, the other 2 were no problem and were quickly eliminated. They won this round. After it ended, Lu Xiaohua glanced at him. Practice your aim more. After finishing this round, Lu Xiaohua looked at his own score. 67 tenths. He hadn't played such a satisfying match in the past 2 days. He and the opposing sniper were completely at odds. Their scores were quite impressive, with both surpassing 50 kills. When they reached the results screen, the experience bar surprisingly shot up by half, which was quite a lot. However, he had forgotten one thing. In this game, headshots grant extra experience, especially with his AK, or 8 out of 10 kills were headshots, so the experience gained was substantial. Back at the preparation screen, Lu Xiaohua didn't start the game. Sure enough, a message popped up in the chat box below. Bro, you're a pro. Lu Xiaohua also typed, same here, your sniper is quite strong. Shall we team up? Lu Xiaohua asked. Sure. The reason he encountered Zhang Yuming this time was that Su Yang had added the ranking score from his past life as a gun king during the design phase. However, that score was hidden and generally not visible. Lu Xiaohua's performance had already been rated as S by the system. Of course, on his side, anyone who entered would also be a skilled player. If they teamed up now, the average strength of the players matched next time would be quite high. From the beginning, Su Yang had anticipated that there would be a large number of players, and even if divided into 5 zones, each channel would be filled. Therefore, below the channel, there was an option to match and join the game, eliminating the need to search for players. Just select the game you want to play and click match. Of course, their type of team room was different. Others would enter their room. With the arrival of Saturday, the registration and online numbers for Crossfire surged dramatically. However, by Friday at 11 in the morning, Su Yan looked at the data in the back end, feeling as if he were on a rocket. The current online number had actually surpassed 80 million, catching up to Legend. It's worth noting that they had only been open for less than a week to achieve such results. In contrast, the neighboring Goose Factory saw their new game's online numbers drop below 10 million by Saturday. Someone had speculated online that after Fei Yang, there would be a new star in domestic gaming, and judging by the current results, it didn't need to wait for the future. It was happening now. It was estimated that within a month, the online number for Crossfire could reach 100 million. The results were explosive. As Crossfire was thriving, a post appeared online. Fei Yang, a conscientious company, I will always support them. Fei Yang, a studio registered last year that has now turned into a company. In less than a year, they have attracted a large number of players. What is the reason for this? It's just 2 words, conscience. They were the first to put players first, unlike other companies that only thought about getting players to play longer and then raising prices. But Fei Yang was different. The game was not only free, but it also reminded you to take a break if you played for too long. Most importantly, while Fei Yang's game was free, there were not many paid items inside. Especially with the newly released Crossfire, there were fewer than 10 paid items in the entire store, and there were still a large number of players online. I estimate that in 10 days, this number might break into the hundreds of millions. With such a massive player base, the most expensive item was just a character, priced at only 38, which for other games might only cover a week's worth of game cards. When I saw this data, I felt a lump in my throat. Having Feiyang in our country is truly a blessing for domestic players. But this raises a question: can Feiyang sustain this? With such a large player base, can their support be proportional to their income? I think that's definitely not possible. They might be losing money on Crossfire recently. It's just to allow us to play games for free and enjoy better games. But how can we let Feiyang pay out of pocket? I want to keep playing. So, I directly recharged 10,000, just to support Feiyang. Thank you for creating such a fun game for the vast number of players. Once this post came out, it quickly went viral, becoming one of the top 10 trending topics. Undoubtedly, this was a promotion for Crossfire and Feiyang. Sure enough, shortly after the post was published, the comments had already reached 999 plus. Inside the office, Bai Zhanfei walked in with a puzzled expression. Old Su, did you spend money to have someone post something? What are you talking about? Su Yang also looked confused. He hadn't done anything. Look at this. Bai Zhanfei handed his phone to Su Yang. Su Yang took the phone and read through the entire post, both of them looking bewildered. When did they lose money? Crossfire was making a lot of money, okay? On the first day, it almost reached 200 million. Although it didn't break a billion yesterday, it still made several tens of millions. Even if they needed a large server, it wouldn't cost a billion, and besides, technology was advanced in this world, and servers weren't expensive. I thought you had someone post it, promoting us so well. Bai Zhanfei took back the phone. What a joke. Am I the kind of person who spends that kind of money? I rely on my strength to speak for itself. At that moment, Bai Zhanfei said, by the way, aren't we getting popular now? A lot of companies want to collaborate with us. What do you think? I'm not Yuan Fong, how would I know? Of course, I would refuse, we are just getting started. The companies looking for collaboration are generally from the physical industry, otherwise, they wouldn't come to us. Peers definitely wouldn't. If they came, it would be a dead end. Other virtual companies don't need it, only physical industries need promotion. However, Su Yang still asked, what kind of companies? Well, there are peripheral device companies, furniture suppliers, beverages, and there's also a film and television company. The peripherals are normal, but what do they want with furniture? Are they going to produce a knife, a kitchen knife? However, when he heard about the film and television company, Su Yang paused for a moment. He already had an idea in mind. He then asked, what film and television company? It's a small film company called Xianye. It seems their performance isn't great. I checked, and they haven't released a single work in recent years, especially since they only make animated films, and they only do 2D animation. They haven't even made 3D. Why are you asking this? Do you want to collaborate with them? Bai Zhanfei asked. Su Yang nodded. It just so happened he was preparing for something, and unexpectedly, an opportunity arose. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. This time, Bai Zhanfei changed his usual behavior and didn't question Su Yang. Su Yang was a bit surprised by Bai Zhanfei's unusual reaction. He usually would ask a few questions. Unexpectedly, this time he didn't ask anything and just went ahead with it. It seemed he needed to hire an assistant. As the company grew larger, some things couldn't always be left for him and Bai Zhanfei to handle. Major matters were fine, but some things didn't require their presence. An assistant could handle them. He then thought about this matter. Anyway, it wasn't urgent. For now, they still needed to collaborate with this film company. They would launch a new animated series to prepare for the upcoming game. As for what kind of animation, it would definitely be Pokemon. He went to the Reputation store to take a look. If he were to buy several series, his current reputation was still far from enough. But if it was just one, it would be sufficient because it was a game. So the things in the animation might not necessarily be included here. So he looked for a few games that matched the original series, the red, blue, green, and yellow versions on GB. With these, everything else would be easier. As for the plot, he was very familiar with it. It had been playing on TV since he was a child, and he didn't know how many times he had watched it. Plus, he occasionally brushed up on it. He was extremely familiar with the original series, knowing every plot point. First, he would air the first episode of the original series to see the effect. This type of animation in game hadn't appeared in this world yet. The closest thing was just a pet system. There was nothing about catching pets. After a while, Bai Zhanfei came in again. I've already turned down the others for you, and I've also scheduled an appointment with Xianye Film Company for this afternoon. What do you think? No problem, just have them come over then, Su Yang replied. By the way, find me an assistant. Otherwise, you'll have to handle everything yourself. Can you manage that? Bai Zhanfei thought for a moment and agreed. He already had enough on his plate and didn't want to be running around. Getting an assistant for Lao Su would save him a lot of time. He then looked at Su Yang with a mischievous smile. I'll arrange it for you, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Any specific requirements? Like height, bust size, that sort of thing? Cut it out, just find someone suitable without messing around. Bai Zhanfei laughed heartily. Got it, he understood the boundaries, it was just a joke with Su Yang. At 3 in the afternoon, the people from Qianye Company arrived. There were 5 of them, dressed in professional attire, looking very formal as they entered. They were led to the conference room to discuss the collaboration. Mr. Su, hello, I am Long Shishue, the president of Qianye Film Company. A middle-aged woman at the forefront extended her hand. Su Yang shook her hand and introduced the people beside him before taking a seat. Su Yang didn't want to waste time, he had other tasks to attend to and wanted to wrap this up quickly. I wonder how your company intends to collaborate with us, Su Yang asked. The two sides were not on the same level. Qianye Film Company was relatively small. Although they had more employees than Feiyang, their profits were worlds apart. Su Yang's daily earnings surpassed their annual income. He was considering giving them a chance to see if they could collaborate on producing the Pokemon original series. Long Shishue continued, we are very honored to have the opportunity to discuss with you. We would like to collaborate with your company, mainly to create CG for you. As she spoke, she handed Su Yang their company's proposal. CG? Su Yang frowned, most CG work was 3D, and they specialized in 2D. Could they really do a good job with CG? Besides, he didn't need anyone else to help him with CG. When he developed the game, the CG was naturally included, so he didn't require any CG assistance. After looking over their proposal, which aimed to create CG for Legend and Crossfire, Su Yang closed the document and slowly shook his head. We actually don't need anyone else to do CG for us, we can handle it ourselves. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the Qianye team showed expressions of disappointment. For a company primarily focused on animation, doing CG wasn't very profitable, and now Feiyang didn't even look at their proposal. They understood that Su Yang's statement meant they weren't suitable. Long Shishue then said, we really want to collaborate with your company, even if the profits are low, it doesn't matter. Is there any chance for cooperation? Su Yang still shook his head, that's not the issue, we truly don't need anyone else to help us with CG. However, I heard that you are very good at making 2D animation? Long Shishue perked up, sensing a glimmer of hope. It seemed that Mr. Su had other ideas. Could it be that he wanted to create derivatives? As someone in the industry, she knew that some wildly popular games had derivative industries, such as short videos. For instance, several foreign games had many derivatives, especially in terms of storylines, which could be adapted into animation and become very popular. However, their small company couldn't compare to that. But if they could take on the Legend derivatives from Feiyang, it would definitely be a big profit for them. Before he arrived, he had already learned about Feiyang and the games they developed, especially Legend, which, as Feiyang's first game, must have taken a lot of effort. Moreover, it had a background story, and she even had the employees play it for a bit. Long Shishue smiled and said, that's right. If we're talking about 3D animation, we might not be able to do it, but we're quite skilled in 2D animation. And we're also developing towards 3D animation now. It won't be long before our 3D technology improves. That's good, Su Yang said. Can I take a look at your 2D works? Long Shishue quickly had someone bring them out, and after a few minutes of viewing, the quality was quite good. It was better than the Pokemon graphics he remembered, with decent details, although Pokemon was released earlier, and the standards back then were just that. But for a good anime, the most important aspects are the plot and character design. If he wanted, he could choose to collaborate with a film and television company to create a major IP from his past life, which would be Naruto. If they directly made a Naruto mobile game, it would definitely be a huge hit. However, he had no such plans for now, as the PC game market had not fully developed yet. This could be done slowly, there was no rush. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Su Yang nodded to pause for a moment to see what was going on. Generally, employees wouldn't come in knowing there was a meeting. What is it? Su Yang asked as he opened the door. Mr. Su, a company called Dongyang Film and Television has come to see you. The employee's voice was not loud, but the meeting room was quiet, so they could naturally hear it. When they heard it was Dongyang Film and Television, Long Shishue and the others' expressions changed. Alright, I understand. Please take them to the reception room and invite them in once I'm done. Su Yang was naturally aware of Dongyang Film and Television, as it was a very powerful company. In the film and television industry, it was among the top tier. Compared to Qianye, with whom they were currently negotiating, it was like comparing a small fry to a big fish. One was a company that had only been established for a few years, while the other was a publicly listed enterprise. So when Long Shishue and the others heard that the visitors were from Dongyang, their expressions would certainly change. Compared to Dongyang film and television, they had no advantages at all. Even their strongest suit, 2D animation, would be insignificant in Dongyang's eyes, as their technology was superior, and they were most famous for 3D production. After instructing the employee, Su Yang sat back down. Sorry, there's a bit of a situation. Su Yang reviewed the reports they provided. With their current technology, they could completely produce the Pokemon Indigo series and do it even better. I've finished reading it, but I have a question. Please go ahead. For an anime that is about 20 minutes per episode and has nearly 100 episodes, how long would it generally take you to produce it? Of course, we can also provide related materials, such as illustrations. Long Shishua thought for a moment, hesitated, and then said, it would probably take about 7 to 8 months. If we work faster, we could manage it in about 6 months. She felt that even if Fei Yang could provide materials, it would likely just be the background story and some illustrations from the game. Moreover, with 100 episodes, there were many more considerations. 6 months was already within his expectations, as he planned to operate Crossfire for a year or even longer before launching other games. First, he needed to build up the popularity of Pokemon, and over 100 episodes would take some time to air. In his past life, waiting for new episodes of anime was quite torturous, with just 1 episode a week. But this world is not like that. An anime or a series is all produced in advance, with 1 episode updated each day. If only those people from my past life could learn from this world. However, Su Yang does not intend to do so. I have been caught in the rain, so I can only tear your umbrella apart. Subsequently, Su Yang asked a few more questions, and Chiba answered them all. Alright, that's settled. We understand now. Let's prepare a bit and discuss the next steps later, Su Yang said as he stood up. Long Shishue and the others were also anxious. Without Dong Yang, they might have truly succeeded this time, as Su had intentions to cooperate with them. But now that Dong Yang's people had arrived, they had no way to compare with Dong Yang in any aspect. They had already shown great sincerity, but the client was on Fei Yang's side. Just as they sent Chiba's people to the door, they saw a man coming out of the reception room. This should be Dong Yang's person, a middle-aged man. He stood at the door for a while before returning inside. After sending Chiba's people off, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei finally entered the reception room. Upon entering, they saw just 2 people. One was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, and the other was the man who had just come out. Sorry, we had some matters to attend to, so we were delayed for a bit, Su Yang said with a smile. Let's talk over there, Su Yang gestured invitingly. The Mediterranean man stood up, nodded slightly, and walked directly past Su Yang, leaving Bai Zhanfei stunned. Is this a joke? You come to us and act so ungraciously? Upon entering the conference room, the Mediterranean man spoke first. Although he wore a smile, it felt very insincere. Hello, Su, I am Feng, the manager of Sales Group 1 at Dongyang. We are here to discuss a potential collaboration. How do you want to collaborate? Su Yang asked, sensing a condescending tone in Feng's voice. After Su Yang finished asking, he handed over a folder. We would like to collaborate on your game's derivatives, turning the background of your game into an anime. Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei glanced at the collaboration details, which inevitably made both frown. Is this a collaboration? Bai Zhanfei was about to explode. They were no small company, and he didn't expect Dong Yang to be so disgusting towards them. The implication was to purchase the copyright for the game's storyline and character rights. The offered amount was very low, only 5 million, and it was for the rights to 2 games. This price was about what they could earn back in half a day of sitting here chatting. Moreover, this was a buyout price, meaning that after purchasing, all the profits would belong to them, with no relation to Fei Yang whatsoever. Su Yang threw the folder onto the table. Bai Zhanfei said coldly, "Are you here to collaborate?" Seeing their reaction, Feng showed no expression and said blandly, "Since this price is not suitable, we can negotiate further. Our company has significant business, even the Goose Factory collaborates with us. Several derivative animes of Goose Factory games were produced by us." Su Yang shook his head. "This isn't a matter of negotiation, the main issue is that you have no sincerity at all. Do you think the scale of our game is worth this price?" Feng did not understand what Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei meant. This price was set after discussions by their project team and could be raised by 3 million. This price was already quite good, although it couldn't compare to Goose Factory games, they were free games. Isn't it true that free games rely on these derivative products? Can free games make money solely from the game itself? Since you have no sincerity, then we have no need to continue this discussion. Su Yang prepared to stand up. Wait, we can add 3 million. Feng immediately said. Bai Zhanfei sneered, "With this price, you might as well go to your Goose Factory. How can our small temple collaborate with your big Buddha?" Seeing their attitudes, Feng became curious and asked, our company not only has extensive business domestically but also abroad. Just based on that small company we just discussed, what can they offer to compare with us? Su Yang replied calmly, they offered sincerity and attitude. After sending the Dongyang people away, Bai Zhanfei and Su Yang returned to the office. What kind of people are they, really relying on their company's strength and looking down on us? They think 5 million can buy our character rights. Who do they look down on? Bai Zhanfei complained. Su Yang didn't say much. Anyway, this matter was already in the past, and he wouldn't cooperate with Dongyang Film and Television Company again. Just by the name, it was clear it wasn't a good one. Dongyang. Isn't that a homophone for Dongyang? To think they would name it that. If he weren't the president of the company now, he would have scolded them a few times. Alright, there's nothing more to say to them. Prepare to discuss the contract with Qianya Film and Television Company. Once we sign the contract, I can also adjust the upcoming issues with Crossfire. Okay, I'll contact them right away. The next day, the people from Qianya came over, still the same few from yesterday. When Long Shishue heard that Fei Yan wanted to sign a contract with them, she was momentarily stunned. She had thought it was hopeless, and happiness came so suddenly. They immediately cancelled their flight tickets, stayed overnight, and arrived at Fei Yan early the next morning. Since it was Sunday, there weren't many people around, and Su Yang and the others also arrived relatively late. At his level, there were no holidays, it was all workdays throughout the year. He arrived a bit later today, and by the time he got there, Long Shishue and the others had already been waiting for an hour. This surprised Su Yang, and they then discussed the contract signing in the conference room. After signing the contract, he handed them the materials. After looking at what Su Yang provided, Long Shishue and the others were astonished. Not because it was too little, but because it was too comprehensive. They didn't need to think about the next steps. Su Yang had already planned everything for them. They just needed to follow the steps. I think we can finish early, Long Shishue said. That would be best. I hope we can release Pokemon during the summer. No problem, we can definitely make that deadline, Long Shishue said excitedly. After all, this was a big deal, and President Su was nice. He not only agreed to pay them in full but also gave them 10% of the sales. This was hard to come by in most companies, especially for custom anime. After spending the whole morning setting everything up, the Qianya team left with excited faces. Su Yang then continued to work on the subsequent tasks. He still had a bit left to do for the next version. This update would be a major one. Crossfire wouldn't update as frequently as Legend, so each version update would bring new gameplay and new features. It seemed that 4 modes were still too few. The player count was still concentrated in team and demolition modes, with elimination mode coming next. Ghost mode had the least players because no other melee weapons had been introduced yet. It was all knives, and the infiltrating side naturally felt uncomfortable. However, after this update, the introduction of the challenge mode will bring about challenge chests, which will contain several melee weapons. Especially the once notorious melee sword from knife battles will make a return. He still remembers the popular saying from that time, "Melee dog, hold down the left mouse button and don't let go." In an era when no one had helmets, a light hit to the head could take someone out, especially with the fast striking speed of the melee sword. Only the axe could stand a chance against it. Back then, having a golden axe would make one stand out in knife battles. He was contemplating whether to create a golden weapon. When he was at the internet cafe, he heard from someone nearby that there were redemption codes online that could be used to draw golden weapons. He actually found it and drew dozens of times but got nothing, not a single golden weapon. At that time, the rarest was still the golden M4, which would cause a frenzy if thrown on the ground. Perhaps he could create one to let the players here experience what they once felt. As time slowly passed, on the 10th day after Crossfire's release, the number of players directly broke the 100 million mark. In an instant, the internet was flooded with promotions. As a free game, having such a scale showed the quality of the game. Moreover, this number continued to rise, indicating that it was just the beginning and far from its peak. Su Yang predicted that in his previous life, Crossfire's slogan was the dream of 300 million mouse users in gun battles. In this world, it would definitely be achievable. If the game was promoted globally, 1 billion players was possible. Because in this world, there were nearly 1 billion domestic gamers, not to mention players from other countries. So, this wasn't very difficult. Time would provide the answer. On the 20th day after Crossfire's launch, the number of players surpassed 300 million. This meant that in just 10 days, it had increased by 30 million. This trend could be described as terrifying. The most outrageous part was that the daily active users on the Legends side hadn't decreased either, clearly indicating that Legend players were playing both games. Gradually, they would all become loyal fans. By the 27th day, the online player count had reached 500 million. With 3 days left, Su Yang released an announcement, preparing to start the update. Since it was just a few days before the new year, players would be online even more. After seeing this news, they expressed their anticipation even more, especially since Su Yang released a bit of information about this update, particularly about the new mode. Although it was only a few seconds of the biochemical mode, it ignited the players' enthusiasm. Since it was the first update, he chose not to directly launch the Terminator mode but planned to release the Savior mode first. After all, the Savior was originally released first. At that time, who wouldn't want to become a Savior, especially with the grenade launcher in the Savior's hands, which was truly exhilarating. The little ghost would retreat continuously. He also started with 5 maps, including the Biochemical Coliseum and the Pyramid, which were popular. More maps would be released later, but even with just these few, they would be extremely popular. As the time approached, today happened to be Saturday. Although it was close to the new year, the struggling office workers still had to work. There was still a week until the Spring Festival holiday. With the arrival of this day, whether playing at home or online, everyone logged in early. In some places, the internet cafe manager had just opened the roller shutter, and people were already coming in, ready to go online. This update happened to finish at 6:30, so arriving at this time was just right for the version to be updated. After all, this was the first update, and the players' enthusiasm was still high. At 7 in the morning, Lu Xiaohua and a few others were already sitting in the internet cafe. With the game update completed, they couldn't wait to enter the game. I wonder what will be updated this time. Lu Feng logged into the game and said, "This update is quite significant. There might be a lot of new things. Didn't they release a teaser a few days ago? There's supposed to be a new mode. I think this time, not only will there be updates to other modes, but there might also be new guns and such." After that, as he entered the game, the new updates appeared on the player's screen. After reviewing the updates, Lu Feng couldn't help but cheer. He didn't expect there to be so many updates. They had actually added 2 new modes, a biohazard mode and a challenge mode. After looking at the biohazard mode, he felt it was so classic. Becoming a savior must be exhilarating. After checking out the challenge mode, he really wanted to play it. This belonged to the PvE mode, and there were rewards at the end, including challenge chests. These challenge chests could yield limited-time weapons, and even permanent ones. Most importantly, the challenge chests could also contain grenade packs. Previously, they had been curious about why there were 3 slots for grenades. Although there were 3 types of grenades, only one could be equipped at a time. But this time, the grenade pack was released, meaning that with the grenade pack, you could equip 3 types of grenades at once. Moreover, Fei Yang was very user-friendly. If you had bad luck and couldn't get a grenade pack, you could buy it directly from the store. Perhaps most people would rather buy it than grind for it. This way, regardless of whether you spent money or not, there was a way to obtain it, which was quite fair. This update included more than just these 2 modes. There were also special modes. There were only 2, Knife Battle and Sniper Battle. In the Sniper Battle, a new map was launched, the City of Watch. In Lu Feng's view, that wasn't the main point. The main point was the 2 new characters, a male character named Blade and a female character named Spirit Fox. Upon seeing Spirit Fox, Lu Feng couldn't help but lick his lips. He had to buy her. That figure, that beauty, was incredible. However, after checking, he found that he couldn't buy her permanently, he could only purchase her in phases. It was only 45 a month, which was no problem for them. He looked at the sources of acquisition. There was more than one channel, and you could also get her from opening chests. This was a bit strange, so he looked further down and indeed saw the final update. This time, a trading post appeared. After finishing a game, there was a chance to drop a chest, which required a key to open. This was similar to the legendary boxes. A key cost $5, and it could yield corresponding items. To get Spirit Fox, you could only obtain her from limited-time chests. They all felt that this update was fantastic. The gameplay had increased, and there were also several new guns, including the Barrett. Although they could only be obtained from chests, which player wouldn't want to try them out? There were also those weapons in the challenge mode, some of which were permanent, making them even more desirable, especially with a few machine guns and shotguns. Some people had already realized that the guns in this update were meant for these 2 modes, right? In normal demolition, using a machine gun was definitely not as comfortable as using a rifle. "I can't wait any longer. Let's go play the challenge mode," Lu Feng suggested. Lu Xiaohua nodded. He wanted to see what fun things the challenge mode had to offer. They quickly created a room, and there were 4 of them today. A challenge mode room was just right for 4 players. "Wait a minute, I need to buy a machine gun first. If I go in with a rifle, I won't have any bullets left after just a few shots," Lu Xiaohua said. He then bought a few machine guns. "Which map should we choose? This challenge has several maps." The thoughtful Fei Yang even labeled the difficulty for each map. There are a total of 5 maps: Mysterious Camp, Water City, Valley of Death, Valkyrie, and Ruins of Giant City. The first 4 were available from the start, while the Ruins of Giant City was added by Su Yang. As the most popular map in the early stages of the challenge, Su Yang thought it would be better to include it from the beginning rather than release it later. After all, each map has 3 modes: easy, normal, and hard. Mysterious Camp, 3 stars, Ruins of Giant City, 3 stars, Water City, 4 stars, Valley of Death, 5 stars, Valkyrie, 5 stars. Of course, the fewer stars, the easier it is. If you underestimate the 3-star map, you will definitely face difficulties. Lu Xiaohua took a look and said, "Let's choose Ruins of Giant City, and we'll go with normal difficulty." No problem. The 3 of them were full of confidence, completely unconcerned about any difficulty. Su Yang thought the same. Let them think there would be no difficulty, and by the time they reached levels 17 and 19, they would know what cruelty was. They quickly entered the game, and although monsters appeared, they didn't rush to fight but first familiarized themselves with the map. After finishing the 3rd wave, while Lu Feng was reloading his bullets, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly came through his headphones. It startled him, and a group of ugly women suddenly lunged at him, baring their teeth and claws. What the heck? What is this thing? Where did it come from? After Lu Feng killed a few poisonous snake women, he complained a bit, having lost over 30 health points. At that moment, after Lu Feng brought a black ghost's health bar down to 0, the black ghost surprisingly didn't die but instead had an exclamation mark appear above its head. What's going on? He walked closer. Boom! He was blown up instantly, leaving him dumbfounded. What happened? How did he get blown up? Idiot! Didn't you see it was a self-destructing ghost? Why did you go up to it? It was clearly going to self-destruct, Lu Xiaohua said to him. After respawning, he went to fight the little ghosts again, really not paying attention. Having learned his lesson, he wouldn't make that mistake again. By the 5th wave, a big ghost appeared, a large green giant. Is this a mini-boss? Luckily, they coordinated well and easily took it down, then faced another one at the 10th level. After reaching the 16th level and finishing that stage, Lu Feng was also full of confidence. This isn't difficult at all. As the screen displayed the 17th level, the in-game sounds changed. Why did the sound change? Is another boss coming? Before they could react, a large number of crawling ghosts appeared from above. Not only were there many, but they were also crawling very quickly. Listening to the sounds, the 4 of them were still confused. What was going on? At that moment, 2 of them were still reloading their bullets, and on the 2nd floor, there was someone with a Gatling gun, and another on the 3rd floor. At that moment, a countdown appeared on the screen. They were still looking for ghosts when, in the next second, a large group of ghosts appeared behind the person with the Gatling gun, quickly crawling towards them. What the heck? Lu Xiaohua was also stunned. How could so many ghosts appear at once, and they were crawling towards them so fast? The first to suffer was the one with the Gatling gun, who was immediately grabbed and killed. After all 4 of them had lost a life, they still hadn't cleared that batch of ghosts. After finishing that wave, 2 of them had no extra lives left. What was that last wave? So many of them, and they ran so fast, it was really disgusting, Lu Feng said, looking at his 30 health points, feeling speechless. I don't know, it should be a special level. There are still 17 waves left, and I feel like there will be more, said Lu Xiaohua. After finishing the 18th wave, that voice appeared again. Instantly, the 4 of them sat up. Fortunately, they had just finished reloading their bullets. Lu Xiaohua then said, I just saw that the ghosts from that wave were all coming down from above. Let's check out the 2nd floor here to see if they will lie down. He had noticed while playing that as long as they attracted the ghosts, they might come down from above, but most would return the way they came. The few of them gathered in the train compartment, standing together. Sure enough, just as Lu Xiaohua thought, that group of ghosts crawled towards them without going down. That made things easier. However, there were too many ghosts crawling over, and although all 4 of them had machine guns, their firepower was still insufficient. Lu Feng was the first to be caught and killed. After he died, he found he could still respawn, but it required a respawn coin. So why wait? He respawned immediately. He had recharged quite a bit in his account, so he bought one directly. The next moment, he appeared at the respawn point. His respawn caused a complete explosion. The ghosts on the 2nd floor directly crawled down. When he tried to go to his teammates, he realized he was losing health and saw a group of scythe-wielding ghosts behind him. What the hell? Where did they come from? He hurried to fight the ghosts behind him, but at that moment, their formation had already been broken, and they were surrounded. He was caught and killed again, and soon after, his 3 teammates were also caught and killed. Fortunately, they had cleared most of them out, and after respawning, they managed to get through this level. You troublemaker, why did you respawn recklessly? After finishing this level, Lu Feng's companion, Sun Shihao, punched him. Now they all had only 1 life left, including Lu Xiaohua. How would I know? I thought respawning with a coin would keep me in place, Lu Feng replied. You fool, you just respawned at the respawn point, so using a respawn coin would definitely do the same. Lu Xiaohua just said that as long as we are here, they won't go down and won't flank us. And didn't you see that there are even more ghosts this time than in Wave 17? No, I'll pay attention next time. Lu Feng knew he was in the wrong and said nothing more. After finishing the 20th level, a small boss appeared. Isn't this the boss from the loading screen? It seems a bit small, Lu Feng commented. They had clear roles. One person was responsible for attracting aggro while the other three handled the damage from behind. What is that blue pipe thing below? Lu Feng asked. I don't know, why don't you press it and see? Lu Feng pressed F, and new music started playing on his side, then he realized his movement speed had actually increased. This is fun, Lu Feng ran incredibly fast. Originally, he was supposed to attract aggro, but he ran too fast and ended up losing it. The Titan turned around and punched Lu Xiaohua to death. Lu Xiaohua's face darkened. Lu Feng was causing trouble again. He. Lu Feng ran back, attracting aggro again, but he was slashing at the Titan with a small knife. Hey, in this state, using a small knife to hit the Titan seems to deal quite a bit of damage. You guys should try it too. Following his suggestion, they quickly killed the Titan. They then arrived at level 22. After looking for a long time, they didn't see any ghosts coming out from the several ghost spawn points, which was quite strange. Where are the ghosts? Lu Xiaohua was caught again. Why am I losing health? At that moment, they finally saw the ghosts, which were actually like the infiltrators in ghost mode. They were sitting here facing the door, with sunlight streaming in from outside, and they really hadn't seen anything just now. After more than 10 minutes, they killed the last big Titan. In the end, they all received rewards. What kind of boxes are you guys opening? Why did I get 2 bronze boxes? Lu Feng turned to look at their screens. Damn, why are yours silver boxes? Hey, Xiaohua, how come you have a golden treasure chest? Lu Feng stared in surprise at Lu Xiaohua's screen. Just from the names, one could tell the value of the boxes. He decisively opened his bronze treasure chest. The first box gave him 2 small potion bottles. He frowned. What use is this? A resurrection coin costs $1, isn't that better? But then he thought, it might actually be useful. He hadn't forgotten the lesson from level 19, and his shoulders still hurt a bit. He decisively opened another one. Melee sword * 7 days. Hey, I got a melee weapon. Lu Feng boasted, even though it was only for 7 days, it was still a good item. Quick, Xiaohua, see what you can get. Since it was a golden box, maybe he could get something even better than Lu Feng. Lu Xiaohua nodded. He also wanted to know what good items he could get. He clicked to open it. Golden RPK * 7 days, flash goggles * 7 days, large potion bottle * 1. After seeing the rewards, Lu Feng exclaimed, wow, RPK, what kind of gun is that? How could players like them who enjoy shooting games not know about it? And this one is golden. Lu Xiaohua was also pleasantly surprised and checked the gun in the warehouse. It was much better than the gun they had now. Not only did it have a much larger magazine capacity, but it was also much more stable than the one they were using. How about we open another one? Let's try the hard mode, Lu Feng suggested. They also wanted to experience how the gun felt, so they opened a hard mode. Looking again, the golden box wasn't the best. The best was the crystal box. With this gun, they might just be able to get through hard mode. Once in the game, Lu Xiaohua died 3 times right away, giving the gun to them. All 4 of them had the golden RPK, and it was definitely much more enjoyable to play. Especially Lu Feng, who was extra cautious. Half an hour later, they struggled to defeat the final destruction titan. Wow, I also have a golden box, Lu Feng said excitedly. When Lu Xiaohua settled his score, he got a crystal box. They almost had a disaster. The earlier parts were fine, especially the later part against the crazy titan. 5 lives weren't enough because they didn't know and ended up fighting the other 2 titans. If Lu Xiaohua hadn't timed it perfectly to defeat the crazy titan at the end, they wouldn't have made it through. However, this time their haul was quite rich. Even Lu Feng got a golden box. Lu Feng couldn't wait to open the golden box. M1216 * 7 days, chemical protective suit * 7 days, small medical bottle. Hey, M1216. Lu Feng exclaimed. Suddenly it was a shotgun. This kind of shotgun has one advantage. The price per shot, one magazine can fire many rounds. Unlike other types, which only have 1 or 2 shots. Especially at close range, one shot could take someone down. It looks like this shotgun could also handle bioweapons, right? Then he looked at Lu Xiaohua, wanting to see what good items he could get. MG3, Silver Killer * 7 days, Melee Sword * 7 days, Chemical Protective Suit * 7 days. MG3. Everyone nearby exclaimed, not expecting the first crystal box to yield this gun. They had seen the rewards, so they naturally understood what good items could come from this crystal box. Among them, the MG3 was the best, with a magazine capacity even larger than the RPK, and its trajectory and stability were better than the RPK. Wow, Shalwa's luck is really good, just got the RPK, and now he got the MG3. Silver Killer, just the name sounds cool. Shall we go fight bioweapons? Since they all put on their protective suits, they naturally thought about playing the biochemical mode. Although they liked this game, they had no idea what new gameplay had been added. On the way, Lu Feng bought a Spirit Fox character, and no matter how he looked at it, he found it pleasing to the eye. What map are we playing? Let's go with this biochemical coliseum. The few of them entered the biochemical mode again. Fortunately, they had watched the gameplay beforehand and knew that at the end, a random player would become the savior. A few players would turn into biochemical mothers, and since it was a 16-player room, it didn't feel crowded. From my observation, we should group up and guard a point together. That way, we can block the ghosts, Lu Feng said first. Alright, let's see if there are any good spots in the game where we can hide together. Once inside, they saw a cage, and the four of them decisively entered it. They just waited for the game countdown to finish. I feel like I can become the savior this time, Lu Feng said with a smile. You, go become a ghost instead. As the countdown ended, Sun Shaheo's prediction came true. With the sound of a ghost, Lu Feng indeed transformed into a mother. He didn't hold back and decisively caught the other three. Damn! Then came a round of beating. Why are you catching us instead of others? You guys are just easy to catch, Lu Feng said with a laugh. Helpless, they could only go out together to catch others, as Lu Feng had caught all three of them in one go and had now become a high-level mother. His health was thick, and most of the players in this room had rifles. Even after emptying an entire magazine, they still couldn't kill him. This round ended quite simply, and as for the savior, it was still someone who didn't play well, and they were all caught in succession. As the time reached the afternoon, the data for Crossfire was also rapidly increasing. Since Fei Yang had previously released an announcement, most players were online eagerly anticipating it. After this update was completed and they played a few rounds, they liked it even more. Especially the highlights of this update, the biochemical mode and challenge mode. Every channel was packed. There were also a lot of posts online about opening boxes in challenge mode. Did you see that? In the first round we just played, I got a golden box and directly opened an RPK, a challenge artifact. Come on, RPK is nothing compared to a challenge artifact. The Silver Killer is the real deal. That broken gun shakes like crazy, and the bullets just float everywhere. Then he attached a screenshot from the game. You up there, did you pick that up? Why didn't you bring a picture of opening the box instead of this one? Silver is just a little brother in front of my golden M249. Come on, Silver is the real god. Running with an M249 is so slow. Everyone's talking about rewards. No one is talking about the maps? Are those 2 5-star maps even passable? You can only use a gun to shoot. The difficulty is truly hell level. What kind of nonsense is this? Didn't it already tell you that those are 5-star maps? Since you know they're hard to beat, why go and try? Isn't that unnatural? Not only were there a lot of people discussing challenge mode, but biochemical mode was the same. A whole bunch of people were talking about what guns to use. Teaching posts had already started appearing online, explaining how to play and how to get through. I feel like if you want to play biochemical mode, you still need to go challenge and get a good gun. Otherwise, it's really hard to win with a free gun. I agree, especially against high-level evolved mothers. They just can't be killed, especially that green giant. Once the skill is activated, even a group of people focusing fire can't take it down. You guys are still too low level, still using weapons obtained from challenges? Look at this, it's just too satisfying to shoot ghosts. He then attached his 7-day Barrett from his warehouse. Damn, the host really has some luck, managing to get a Barrett. I also saw a video where a Barrett can take out a little ghost in just a few shots. Even the mother body can be killed in 4 or 5 hits. No way, I'm going to play competitive right now. I have to get at least 1 box. The online hype, in just one day, left other game developers stunned. The gaming community was almost entirely filled with references to Crossfire, discussing everything, whether it was about game modes, firearms, or even character discussions. By the afternoon, not only the gaming community but others also learned about the updates in Crossfire. Those who were still watching naturally joined in after seeing all this. In just one day, the number of registered players for Crossfire increased by 8 million. Meanwhile, in the trading market, there was nothing available. Players were keeping what they opened for themselves instead of selling it. However, so far, no one had opened any skins, or rather, any good skins. Anyway, no one was showing off online. Among the 3 boxes, the hardest to obtain was the skin box, and the Thunder God and Fire Qilin were even harder to get. Eventually, someone would likely open the first one. I wonder who that will be. To increase the rarity of the skins, Su Yang planned to use the legendary series guns that came out later in Crossfire from his previous life. That is the serial number. And there are not many of these, only the first 100. Having this serial number would make players even more obsessed. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of sadness. When he drew for the Empress, his luck had hit rock bottom once again. But the Empress was indeed a good character. For this update, he also prepared to launch a new character, but after thinking it over, he felt it was a bit inappropriate, so he decided not to. That character was Lon, but 2 had already been launched this time. Having one more would be too much, so he could wait for the next version. During this time, players in the country also had time to play, and after the heat picked up, it naturally spread abroad. They were also experiencing this type of game for the first time, not the battlefield style, nor the single-player combat. Moreover, the competitiveness was at its peak. As long as the skills were solid, one could dominate in the game. In foreign countries, there were even more gunfight players than domestically. After learning about this game, they were eager to understand it better. Fortunately, some bloggers specifically selected popular videos and uploaded them to foreign platforms. Each video garnered millions to tens of millions of views. One of them was a highlight reel of Liu Shao's AK kills, which reached 80 million views after a few plays. In his hands, the AK was no different from the AWM, one shot for one little player, every shot a headshot, making those foreign players feel pumped. They all wanted to try Crossfire, but upon inquiring, they found out that this game had only just launched a month ago. Generally, large games take months or even a year or two to spread abroad after gaining popularity in their home country. Yet, Crossfire had already reached this level of hype in just 1 month. When foreign players learned that this game was free to play, they couldn't sit still. Typically, the prices of gunfight games are not low. Hearing that such a fun game was free was a first for them. They thought the game developers must be crazy. But when they found out that the company behind this game specialized in free games, they were even more astonished. At this moment, a foreigner posted a video on a foreign video platform. Crossfire is so much fun. In the video, he was deeply engaged in playing Crossfire at his computer, and his skills were quite impressive. At the end of the video, he even smiled at the screen. This made foreign players even more eager to play, but there were no channels available. The world has strict controls over this. Unless one comes to the country or it is represented by a local company, there is simply no way to play. Otherwise, they can only watch videos. Foreigners already in the country have started live streaming, even without a title. Just pairing it with an image from Crossfire can attract a large audience. Although Crossfire has made foreign players envious these days, there's nothing they can do. It is now the Spring Festival holiday, and Su Yang has already given his employees time off. Since he and Bai Zhanfei are locals, the two of them just needed to stay and watch over things. There was no need for anyone else to do anything. After all, there was no need for any changes during this time. Stability was the best approach. This period would also see a surge in Crossfire players. On the evening of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Yan and Bai Zhanfei had already started a hot pot in the office. They had given the employees a day off yesterday, but the two of them still needed to wrap things up, so they remained in the company. He wanted to take a break himself, but there was no time with so many matters needing his attention. The two of them enjoyed the hot pot, sipping drinks, feeling quite content. Old Su, did you know that Crossfire is really popular abroad now? Popular? He hadn't opened it up to foreign markets, so how could it be popular? Then he understood. Bai Zhanfei meant that someone had uploaded videos to foreign video platforms, which had caused the surge. It was bound to be popular. In his previous life, Crossfire was a world-class game. Especially in esports, there were world championships every year. He still remembered those iconic moments from the world championships, like Snake Brothers' headlock. Although his reputation had suffered due to the practice makes perfect incident, it didn't affect his legendary moments. He also remembered the only foreign player, Dog Bite, who handled a pistol like it was an AK. People jokingly referred to his sidearm as a sniper rifle, with the Colt being his main weapon. This showed just how terrifying his skills were. He hadn't really considered pushing Crossfire onto the world stage directly. After all, it was too soon. They had only launched a month ago, and it was just starting to gain traction domestically. Although it had exploded in popularity upon release, it was partly due to Su Yang's association with the Goose Factory. He anticipated starting to push Crossfire globally in a year and then introducing Esports. However, it seemed now that they could move the timeline up a bit. If that were the case, the next version would roll out the Gun King rankings. With the Gun King rankings, they could gauge player levels and understand the specific strengths of different regions. They could also see the characteristics of certain regions, like the saying from his previous life, Northern Grand Stage, if you have a mouth, come on. Of course, There were many versions of that saying. In any case, it wasn't a compliment. So what do you plan to do? By Jean-Fei asked again. I had some ideas before, and I was planning for the future, but now that it's already gaining traction abroad, we can speed up the process. Perfect. You speak 3 languages, right? You can go check it out then. True, this preparation phase will take a long time. The whole process means that foreign players wanting to play will need at least 3 to 4 months. If we move ahead a bit, we can start earning their money sooner. But do you really intend for me to handle this? Who else would you find? If you have someone ready, why look for someone else? I remember you told me last time that someone in your family can speak 6 languages. Why not call them over? Alright, I estimate that foreign game companies have already seen the business opportunity. After the new year, they should be coming. The two chatted until dawn, discussing many things. With the end of the Spring Festival holiday, Crossfire became the hottest game of the year. Especially on the 30th day, the number of players surged dramatically. This was because Su Yang activated double experience for the first time from 2 to 5 in the afternoon on the 30th. And kills were not counted. This made challenge players feel as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Even those who usually preferred demolition mode rushed to join the challenges. With the boost of double experience, players who could only earn a silver box before were now able to get crystal boxes. In a single room, at least 3 players were getting them. The guns in the challenges, whether in challenge mode or biohazard mode, were extremely sought after. Just getting one would guarantee a week of enjoyment. Moreover, since these guns were time limited, even if players had already obtained one, they would continue playing, saving their boxes for when their current gun expired. Most players thought this way, and double experience was only available for 3 hours. They all played the general challenge mode, with no one opting for the time-consuming difficult mode. Sometimes it could even lead to failure. The general mode was just right, allowing players to hit the score points for crystal boxes. During these 3 hours, some even specifically selected skilled players to form teams, clearing levels in the shortest time possible. Some teams managed to earn 7 or 8 crystal boxes in just 3 hours. After the Lantern Festival, life returned to normal. By this time, Crossfire's daily active users had reached 200 million, especially on the day of the Lantern Festival. In just 2 months, Crossfire officially achieved this milestone. 200 million daily active users showed how popular this game was. Even those who logged in just to take a look counted as active players. This had broken domestic gaming records. The current daily active record was still held by a game from the Goose Factory, which peaked at 180 million. It's worth noting that was a paid game, and on that day, the Goose Factory set a record of 1 billion in daily revenue. That day significantly boosted the Goose Factory's reputation. However, today, the winds had completely changed. The Goose Factory, this giant, now had to pay attention to Fei Yang. With 2 consecutive games failing, their newly designed games had been directly shelved. If Lu Kaifeng proposed serving paying players, now the Infinite Battle was also in trouble. However, after shifting this concept, Infinite Battle's profits surprisingly increased. Although the number of online players decreased, sales went up, which shocked General Lin. He immediately instructed Lu Kaifeng to manage it well and not let these big players slip away. As for the stalemate with Fei Yang, it had come to an end. Players of Fei Yang's games showed high engagement, to the point where they could be considered Fei Yang fans. Their player count had surpassed 200 million and was approaching 300 million. Previous attempts at copying had failed, and he no longer thought about copying Crossfire. If they continued to copy, not to mention the legal issues, perfectly circumventing the law, while not too difficult for them, would be quite troublesome. It would take at least 3 to 4 months to come up with something. Moreover, this model was originally created by Fei Yang. If they were to copy, they would definitely have to replicate the gameplay. After all, copying meant stealing the core gameplay. By the time 3 to 4 months passed, Crossfire's popularity would be even higher. If they mishandled it, not only would they not make money, but they would also face a barrage of criticism from players. A few thousand or tens of thousands of players cursing them wouldn't be a big deal. They wouldn't need to care at all. But if hundreds of millions of players criticize them, they won't be able to withstand it, especially considering the impact on the fishing reel. Moreover, those above will definitely investigate this matter to exert influence, and when the time comes, it will surely be them who suffer. Besides, he is also afraid of such incidents happening again. After all the hard work to copy it out, Fei Yang tells you the day before your release that they have developed a new game, and it's set to launch the day before your release. You can't trip over the same stone twice, can you? Although he can't guarantee they will finish it by that time, who can guarantee they won't finish it by then? Furthermore, he is well aware of the internal matters of game companies. After a game goes live, the design team keeps only a few people for version updates and maintenance. At the same time, they will also start designing and developing new games. It's certain that Fei Yang has already initiated the design of a new game, that's a given. As another week came to an end, Crossfire once again announced a version update. This time, they didn't make players guess what would be updated, everything was laid out clearly. The main focus was still on updating the Gun King ranking in the teams. Of course, there were also battlesuits. Su Yang felt that this was a must-have. Especially when playing with battlesuits, it was simply exhilarating. At that time, they were on YY, competing in team matches, which was genuinely exciting. Additionally, they adjusted the drop rates for loot boxes, especially for skin boxes. With so many people, not a single one had opened a Thor or Fire Qilin. That was quite absurd. Could it be that these people have been particularly unlucky lately? He even specifically checked the number of skins that had been dropped. There were several million, yet not a single top-tier skin had emerged. He had previously criticized the events of Crossfire in his past life for being unfair, and now it was even worse. So he could only adjust the drop rates. After all, no one had opened anything yet. With such a high daily active user count, the drops were too few, which was not ideal. His principle was to encourage everyone to use the exchange. Of course, he had thought more than once about using the CSGO box opening model, but it always felt strange, as it involved monetary transactions. Moreover, opening boxes can be addictive. Although a key costs $4.80, the difference from $5 isn't much. If players open too many, they can't handle it, because with such mystical things, there will always be someone with inexplicable confidence. They always think that if they didn't get it this time, maybe the next one will be it. So, he could only proceed this way. Anyway, it's still the same saying, use salary to create happiness, doghead. With Crossfire announcing the update on their official website, the players had a significant reaction, especially regarding the Gun King ranking. The current players have already figured out how to play. Although the biohazard mode and challenge mode are popular, the main focus is still on competition. The maps Desert Grey and Black Town are the most popular. In this update, he would also release new maps, and of course, he opened a new mode. That is personal competition, which will give players a great place to practice their shooting skills. Soon, the day of the game update arrived. Because Fei Yang usually updates during holidays or weekends, players would get up early during this period. Someone online even joked that after playing Fei Yang's game, their routines had become much more regular. Sometimes they would get up at 6 o'clock. Since they woke up early, they would also feel sleepy earlier at night. Although it was just a joke, placing the update time on Saturday morning meant that people would go to bed earlier on Friday night, waiting to get up early the next day to play. Network admin, open 5 connected machines, Lu Feng shouted as he entered. He arrived early, running over as soon as the internet cafe opened. Before long, the others arrived one after another. Now, among the 5 of them, one person had changed. One of them had moved and could no longer play with them. But fortunately, Zhang Yuming lived not far from them. Since they had played together quite a bit, he naturally came out to join them. Playing this game alone at home is completely different from being in an internet cafe. Even with 5 people on voice chat, it just doesn't feel the same, so most of the time they all gathered to play together. Zhang Yuming still looked the same, with long hair, but this time he paid a bit more attention to his hygiene and looked quite clean. It's been updated. I see the team system is now available. Why don't we create a team? Lu Feng suggested. Sure, Zhang Yuming nodded. Once everyone was online, Lu Xiaohua clicked into the team system. It could be created for free, but could only have 50 members. That was enough since there were only 5 of them. However, after looking around, it seemed they could expand it, but each expansion would require money, so they decided to leave that for later. For now, they had enough. What should we name it? Lu Xiaohua asked the other 4. After all, it was their team. Lu Feng thought for a moment. How about Rise of the Kings? He was met with a roll of the eyes from Lu Xiaohua. It sounded like a name a primary school student would come up with, very cringeworthy. The other 4 didn't know what name to choose, so they let Lu Xiaohua decide. He typed in 2 letters, AK. It actually worked. That would be the name, and it looked good enough. Shall we try the updated King of Guns ranking? Zhang Yuming asked. Let's go check it out and see what kind of players are there, Lu Xiaohua said, now interested. Upon entering the King of Guns ranking, a rank emblem popped up. First, we need to play placement matches. Wow, there are so many ranks. Lu Feng blinked at the row of ranks. He remembered that in Legend, there were only 3 ranks. How come there were several here in Crossfire? So how long do we have to play to reach the King of Guns? With your skills, you might as well forget it. The expert rank is just right for you, Sun Shoheo chimed in. Don't underestimate me. I'm strong too, you know, Lu Feng retorted. Give it a rest. You can't even survive when shot in the back. How are you strong? Understanding the rules, Lu Xiaohua began to pull them in. He discovered that this King of Guns ranking only had 5 players, which was perfect for them to form a team. The 5 of them started their first match. For him, playing with 5 instead of 8 should be easier. The placement matches were quickly finished, each match ending with a score of 6-0, and they realized it had taken less than half an hour. I placed in new star 5. What about you guys? Lu Feng looked around. You're the lowest, stop looking, we're all elites, and Xiaohua is elite 3. Lu Feng felt a bit down. After 5 placement matches, his skills were clearly not on the same level as Lu Xiaohua and Zhang Yuming, and he was even worse than Sun Shoheo, unable to shoot accurately with a rifle and terrible with a sniper. Oh, Lu Xiaohua noticed that there were actually 2 boxes in the warehouse. He had previously opened boxes too, but they were all limited-time weapon boxes, and the worst ones at that, worth only 300 CF points. He didn't expect to get 2 today. He still had plenty of keys. Last time, for convenience, he bought 50, and now he had a whole bunch left. He then opened one. It was a limited-time weapon box, and as expected, it only contained 300 CF points. He was already used to it, but this was the first time he had ever opened a skin weapon box. Lu Feng leaned over. Wow, my brother Hua opened a skin box. Let's see what he can get. So far, the official announcement hasn't revealed how many skins they've released, and even online, there are only a few pictures shared. Su Yang really didn't create many skins. Some were just modifications of the previous Source Series guns, turned into skins. Because Su Yang didn't plan to release so many guns, a bunch of flashy guns were not as good as making them into skins. This way, players wouldn't need a warehouse full of free guns. Later, after opening 7 backpacks, they only needed to carry mainstream guns. He made several of the mainstream AK and M4 types, as well as some handguns, following the CSGO model where each gun has about 3 or 4 variations. Currently, skins are extremely scarce in Crossfire. When players open them, they keep them for themselves. Even if they can't play, there are people around them who can. Very few people put items on the trading market. Even if they do, as soon as they are listed, they are snatched away in a second. At the very beginning, even the most ordinary skin was desired by players. Not for any other reason, but because of its rarity. At this moment, Lu Xiaohua was also a bit excited, wondering what good item he might open. He then pressed the start button. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the screen. Golden light. He knew this would definitely be a skin, and it was a permanent skin. Instantly, he was filled with excitement. Lu Feng and the other 3 had their eyes glued to the screen. As the golden light faded, a gun appeared. AK-47, Fire Qilin * permanent, hiss. Lu Feng gasped first. The others were also shocked. Was this still a gun? This is something that can be opened from the skin box. Lu Feng exclaimed loudly. His words attracted the attention of those around them. Immediately, a crowd gathered, eager to know what this person had opened that could astonish them so much. When they saw the Fire Qilin on the screen, they were all left speechless in amazement. That's so cool! Lu Xiaohua reacted and said in surprise. It was too handsome. He couldn't believe there was such a beautiful skin. Bro, did you open this from the skin box? Someone asked. Lu Xiaohua nodded, which made the people around him even more astonished. Some had already taken out their phones to start taking pictures. They had never seen such a cool skin before. Lu Xiaohua looked at the Fire Qilin skin on the screen, his hands trembling a bit. He had played countless gunfight games and was more than familiar with the AK-47. He had seen various versions of the 47, including golden, silver, and even colorful ones. But this Fire Qilin truly amazed him. It was an epic-level skin. With its gorgeous appearance, the entire gun body had a pure gold base color, along with those stripes, especially those eyes. They looked so domineering. He immediately equipped the skin in his inventory, and when he switched to first-person view, he was left speechless in awe. Its eye-catching design captivated him at first sight, the metallic texture of the shell, and those eyes even had a flowing light, dynamic, like a proud divine beast. So cool! Lu Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly. The others nodded. How could there be such a handsome skin? Moreover, there was a number 001 engraved on the top of the magazine. Could this be the first Fire Qilin? Lu Feng immediately said upon seeing it. He had played Legend before and knew that the weapons in Legend were numbered like this, with the earlier ones having numbers. He didn't think this meant that the Fire Qilin was the first skin, otherwise, there would be no need to engrave it here. So this number had significant meaning. The first Fire Qilin in the entire server. What does that concept even mean? Moreover, Fei Yang hadn't mentioned that this update would include any new skins in the skin box, which meant this skin was from the last update. After such a long time, the first Fire Qilin skin has finally appeared. It's truly amazing. The value of this Fire Qilin skin could be extremely high. So much time has passed, and there must have been many boxes opened, with the first one now in Xiaohua's hands. He can't even imagine the reaction once someone reveals it. Lu Xiaohua gazes lovingly at the Fire Qilin in his hands. Let's go play. I want to experience the effects of the fire Qilin. A few of them started another game. At this point, they were surrounded by a crowd, especially a large group behind Lu Xiaohua. Once they entered the game, his gameplay felt incredible. Almost every shot was a headshot. Throughout the entire match, he didn't die once, killing 16 people, all with headshots. The feel of the fire Qilin was different. It was unlike the original AK. This skin was simply divine. As they unveiled the fire Qilin here, images of it began to surface online. By evening, the Crossfire community went wild. Players who saw the fire Qilin photos flocked to it. This is the AK-47, an extremely popular gun in Crossfire. At least one person in every match plays with the AK-47. There are plenty of players who can handle the AK-47 in Crossfire. It's reminiscent of the excitement when Warrior players first saw the Judgment in Legend. However, unlike Legend, the fire Qilin changes the appearance but not the attributes, which is different from that type of game. Therefore, the stylish look of the fire Qilin is even more favored by players. Who wouldn't want such a cool skin? Especially when a post about the fire Qilin skin appeared online. Tonight was destined to be an exciting moment for players. They never expected that a gun could look so imposing, with that reloading posture being simply stunning. Oh my god, is this gun from our Crossfire? Those eyes are just exuding dominance. It feels like a divine weapon. If I get it, I could probably dominate the game. I never thought I could get such a good skin from a skin box. I sold 2 before. What a loss. Fei Yan, can we buy it directly? I'll pay 1,000. Is that okay? Hurry and check if there are any skin boxes left in the trading post. I want to buy them all. Maybe I can get a fire Qilin too. Just as the fire Qilin was at its peak popularity, another skin appeared. Surprise! Besides the fire Qilin, there's another cool skin, Thunder God. Someone online opened the M4A1 Thunder God skin and immediately posted it. And there's an outrageous skin. Compared to the AK-47, there are still more people playing with the M4. After all, the M4 is less shaky than the AK, making it more suitable for beginners. Of course, excluding the N94. However, since the N94 requires a higher level to purchase, most players have only just reached level 3. So they are just starting to get familiar with this gun. But those who can use it are quite formidable. In one night, 2 new skin posts appeared, undoubtedly reigniting the excitement in Crossfire that had been dormant for a while. Even those who don't play Crossfire would be amazed by these 2 skins. Following this, fans of the skins began to emerge online. However, some were speculating whether there were other skins besides these 2. Surely, it can't be that only AK and M4 players get such skins. I feel like Fei Yan won't just focus on these 2 skins. Other guns will definitely get skins too. According to Fei Yang's character, they will definitely pursue fairness. There are certainly other rifles, but no one has revealed them yet. Exactly, I think there will also be skins for melee weapons and pistols, like a skin for the melee sword. Malays, get lost. Is this a place for you? Look down on Malays? If you're not convinced, come and solo in knife fights, dare you? With the posts appearing online, Fei Yan's official website has been constantly tagged. Bai Zhanfei came over. This kind of thing is managed by him. So he needed to ask Su Yang what was going on. I've already seen the post from just now. Su Yang then retorted, isn't it a good thing that there's buzz? If players like to discuss, then let them. Since they want to know what kinds of weapon skins there will be, I will also post separately tomorrow, and then they will know. Bai Zhanfei said, I don't even know how you thought of this. I was amazed when I saw it. How many did you actually make? Not many, just 5 or 6. There might be more released later, but it's still early. Alright, Bai Zhanfei yawned. Then I won't ask further. By the way, it seems like people from other countries are coming. You should prepare a bit these days. Okay, I got it. 3 days later, while Su Yang was designing the new version, his assistant Bai Jing knocked on the door and walked in. After the new year, Bai Zhanfei found him this assistant, who was quite capable and could speak several languages, helping him handle many matters. At first, he really brought in a female assistant, one who had just graduated. When she first came, she was even wearing professional attire, which stunned Su Yang. It was really ridiculous. He needed an assistant, not a secretary. Then he switched to Bai Jing. He was only 2 years younger than them. At first, Su Yan thought he was related to Bai Zhanfei's family, but after asking, he found out there was no relation. In fact, he was recommended from their side because Bai Zhanfei didn't know where to find someone. So he asked his family, and they recommended this one. What's the matter? Su Yang asked, looking up. About what President Bai mentioned last week. Now the naughty game company from Asan has sent someone over to discuss the agency for Crossfire. Oh, Su Yang put down the mouse, surprised they came so quickly. He thought it would take a long time. He didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Since they were here, he might as well meet them. Where are they? They are on the way. they asked when you would be available. Bai Jing said. Alright, let them come over when they arrive. I'm available, Su Yang replied. Okay, President Su, I'll notify them right away. After Bai Jing left, Su Yang began to ponder. Since the first one had come, the second one wouldn't be far behind, especially since the first was from a San, whose population is about the same as Longwa's. Moreover, their internet is even more developed, although people see various negative things about them online, like the Ganges water and half the periodic table. One cannot only focus on their shortcomings. They have quite a number of gamers, especially the newly arrived Naughty Company, which is the largest game company in Asan, comparable to the domestic Goose Factory. Previously, he had also looked around. Foreign gamers were eager to play Crossfire, especially in Western countries. The shooting games there are the most popular, and currently, the best shooting games in this module are all from their side. Su Yang initially thought it would be a game company from the Western countries that would come first. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive was Asan. Since he was here, he would definitely take on the agency. This was the first step towards the World Championship. Players from this country couldn't even play Crossfire, yet they were participating in the Hammers World Championship. Su Yang certainly hoped for as many game companies to take on the agency as possible. That would attract gunfight players from all over the world. On the third day, Asan's Naughty Company arrived at their location. The other party attached great importance to this agency and sent a team. On Fei Yang's side, it was still just Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei. To avoid the emergence of Ma Fu, Su Yang added several regulations. His focus was on the players, and his goal was to ensure they had fun. Unlike the previous life's Ma Fu, where you opened the client and were bombarded with activities, closing one only to find another. Therefore, he didn't want those agency companies to arbitrarily alter his designs. If they could accept that, fine, they would sign a contract. If not, they would part ways. When they returned, they would definitely be scolded by their own country's players, and it would have nothing to do with him. It was better to resolve the issue at its root than to be scolded along with others. Over the 3 days, they discussed many matters and ultimately reached a perfect cooperation agreement. Naughty successfully became the agent for Crossfire. Subsequently, this matter stirred up waves internationally, especially among Asan's players, who cheered with joy, finally able to play Crossfire. Although it would still be a month or two before it went live, they had already confirmed it, they just had to wait. Undoubtedly, after Naughty announced the agency, players from other countries went wild tagging those larger game companies in their own countries. Fuck, why aren't our Gaul country's game companies taking on the agency? What are you all doing? Indeed, our Han's game company hasn't made a sound either. Are they still observing? I can't stand it. Potato, hurry up and take on the agency for Crossfire, I want to play. According to the latest news, a company from our Kimchi Universe country is preparing to take on the agency for Crossfire. We can play it soon. No, you are already a step too late. Our Sakura has already sent someone over. You can be the third, our Sakura players will be the second to play Crossfire. Su Yang didn't pay too much attention to international affairs. After signing the contract with Naughty, news also came from Chiba. They had completed the first 20 episodes and sent someone to deliver the discs. Upon seeing the discs, Su Yang was a bit surprised. There was no need to keep it so secret. In his impression, only confidential documents were usually burned onto discs. He and Bai Zhanfei watched the first 20 episodes. Su Yang was very satisfied. It was still the flavor he remembered. Xiaoji and Pikachu, that one call of Pikachu would definitely capture the hearts of many players. When the Chiba people were leaving, they mentioned that they estimated it would take another 3 to 4 months to complete the remaining episodes. 3 to 4 months, then he should start working. He was preparing to make the switch. Fortunately, the Reputation Mall not only had games but also the corresponding machines, and the Switch was certainly among them. Including how to make it, this kind of thing didn't seem too difficult. Otherwise, why would there be so many pirated game consoles when he was a child? He still remembered playing on a Switch that felt like a pirated version, especially the quality, which was quite far from the genuine Switch. He remembered that the console was very cheap when he bought it. However, in this world, he planned to make a high-end game console. Because the technology in this world was also quite advanced, the production costs wouldn't be as high as in his previous life. But as for the price, he didn't plan to make too many changes. The first genuine Switch he bought when he was in college cost him nearly 2,000. And he, here, will sell more than 1,000. As for how many, it will depend on the cost once it's made. In any case, it won't be less than 1,000. However, he naturally plans to make a Switch, so there definitely can't be just 1 or 2 games inside. He still needs to make several games, at least a dozen or so. Too few, and players will complain. Coincidentally, the few controller games he is familiar with are not available in this world yet. Immediately, he plans to add Contra, one Tank Battle. These were the 2 must-play games when he played controller games back in the day. In Su Yang's office, there were two controllers on his desk. Bai Zhanfei walked in and sat down. "Old Su, what do you want from me?" As he spoke, he noticed the controllers on the desk. "Oh, isn't this the controller we used to play with in school? Why did you take it out?" He then picked up one of the controllers and pressed a few buttons. "I'm planning to make controller games," Su Yang said as he picked up a controller too. Bai Zhanfei looked shocked. What the hell? Why would he think about making controller games instead of focusing on a good PC game? How much can a controller game even make? Now, even though Crossfire has players who have spent money, the amount they spend in the game is probably more than on controller games. What are you trying to do? But then he thought again, this guy must be planning something big. It can't be so hasty. Tell me your thoughts. I know you must have your own understanding. Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. Now he finally started to think, not just saying whatever came to mind. "Come here." Bai Zhanfei leaned in, wanting to know what Su Yang was really up to. "Look, the grip on this controller doesn't really serve a big purpose. With so many buttons, some games don't even need them, and there's this large empty space in the middle. What if I make this middle part a bit bigger, elongate the entire controller, and place an electronic screen in the middle? Wouldn't players be able to play games on the controller without needing an external display?" Bai Zhanfei looked at the controller in his hand. It seemed like a feasible idea. He thought for a moment and said, "But the screen can't be too small. It has to be at least bigger than a phone screen. It should be at least this big for players to be comfortable," he said, gesturing as he spoke. "Besides, this controller should also have external connection capabilities, so if players don't want to look at a small screen, they can still play on a computer or TV." As he spoke, he felt this idea was quite good. There are many controller games, and if they create this one platform, it will have a huge market. Especially for kids, this will be a massive market. However, if we make this screen-equipped controller, what about the games? We can't just use other games. That would give us no advantage. Once it's released, other manufacturers will definitely follow suit, and all our hard work will just be for others to benefit. Bai Zhanfei expressed his concerns. Su Yang smiled lightly. "Do you think I haven't thought of that? The collaboration with Qianye a while back was precisely for this." "You mean Pokemon? Isn't that an anime? You want to make a game?" Bai Zhanfei's eyes widened, looking at Su Yang in disbelief. "Exactly, I definitely have a plan. Otherwise, why would I be idly making anime without making games? We are a game company. I understand now, but how will the game be made?" "Don't worry about that, I'm planning to start soon. I already have a prototype, and it will be quick to produce. What's missing now is the platform, this controller. I plan to call it the Switch." "Sure." Bai Zhanfei clapped his hands. He had watched that anime too. It was quite novel and very good. After its release, there would definitely be a large number of people watching it. Especially since it was made by Fei Yang, a significant portion of players would surely tune in. Then, when they finished watching and were looking forward to the next installment, the game would also be released, which would bring enormous profits. Su Yang was truly a genius. Sometimes he really wanted to crack open his head to see if his brain was different from others. "Alright, I'll go out and do some research. Give me half a month." Su Yang nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you. We just need a factory to do the work. The rest I'll handle." "From what you're saying, do you already have a prototype for this?" Su Yang opened the drawer and took out a few sheets of paper. After Bai Zhanfei looked them over, he was stunned for a few seconds. All he could say was, "Impressive. Wait for my news," he said before leaving. 3 days later, another foreign game giant came to negotiate for the agency rights to Crossfire. It was from Han's country, a very strong company in their home country and well known internationally. They successfully negotiated a partnership. Given the popularity of Crossfire domestically, those foreign giants were not foolish. They naturally had channels to play this game. After playing it, they had the idea of becoming agents. The emergence of Crossfire would revolutionize the traditional shooting game genre, especially since that company had taken the lead. Along with suggestions from domestic players, it was only natural for them to come to discuss cooperation. Half a month passed, and 3 companies had come to negotiate agency rights. Then came the company from Pickled Vegetable Country. Although it was the largest game company in their country, their attitude was completely different from the others. Only 2 people came, and they were not even high-level executives. The 2 of them sat in the conference room. Fortunately, Bai Jing also spoke their language and could act as a translator. "We hope Fei Yang can grant us the agency rights for Crossfire." The most outrageous part was that they not only wanted the agency rights but also demanded autonomy. To make matters worse, they also wanted an additional 20% of the profits. This surprised Su Yang. The other companies had said nothing and had smoothly concluded their negotiations. Why did it turn into a circus when it came to you? They wanted autonomy, and especially with that, they could create their own skins or launch new paid events. If they were to introduce an event like the King's Rebirth, wouldn't Fei Yang be the one getting blamed? That was absolutely unacceptable. It was out of the question. Moreover, they should consider how few players there were in their country. The entire population combined didn't have as many online players as Crossfire. Did they really think they were worth an extra 20% of the profits? After a long back and forth with Su Yang, they still insisted on autonomy without the extra profits. Su Yang was furious. Were they taking him for a fool? Now they wanted to be the agents for his game, yet it felt like he was the one trying to become their agent. He directly stopped the discussion. If they were going to be disgusting, then they could go play by themselves. Thus, the cooperation with Pickled Vegetable Country failed. Unexpectedly, on the third day, they came back, asking for nothing more than a normal contract. But Su Yang no longer wanted to grant them the agency rights. However, at that moment, their domestic players were causing a ruckus, and not granting the agency was not an option. In the end, they reluctantly agreed to take a 20% cut in profits to finalize the deal. How should one put it? If you don't court disaster, you won't die. Now they not only didn't gain any advantage but also ended up losing a lot. Serves them right. As other foreign giants began to negotiate for agency rights, Su Yang was able to host one agency-seeking visitor each week. Aside from the unpleasant experience with the game company from Pickled Vegetable Country, the other countries were quite normal. A month later, 7 or 8 game companies had come to negotiate for agency rights. Su Yang took a look and saw that almost half of them had not arrived yet, so it should be soon. Bai Zhanfei also returned after finishing his research. He found a company to act as a subcontractor. Of course, they were just subcontracting, doing some parts processing, similar to what Fuji does. After the cooperation, they began preparing to start production, but it would probably take several months before the first piece of equipment arrived. Anyway, there was no rush. The Pokémon had not been produced yet, and after the original series was finished airing, it would probably take another 6 months. He could keep some information hidden for now, and when the time came, he could reveal it. It might just be a trump card. These things were already sorted out for the time being, and Su Yang still focused on Crossfire. Crossfire had been online for less than a year, and its popularity was already explosive. As long as he didn't mess things up, there wouldn't be any major issues. Plus, after his improvements, the game wouldn't enter the era of overpowered items, which would extend its lifespan significantly. Although he had released a few skins, they did not disrupt the game's balance. There were no extra bullets, nor was there quick weapon switching. A gun with a skin was exactly the same as one without. At most, it was a matter of feel. But for those who had good aim, even with the default skin, they could still kill coolly. Moreover, Crossfire was a skill-based game. Even if someone had a pistol, they could still outplay you with an AK if they were skilled enough. Now, with the agency of games from various countries, Su Yang was preparing to announce the start of a global competition, the S Tournament. CFS would be a globally anticipated event, and the winning team would receive substantial rewards. However, he needed to prepare. He couldn't afford any slip-ups. He still had plenty of time since no agency had come yet. To hold a tournament, a server in a region needed to be operational for at least half a year. For now, he still needed to continue updating Crossfire. It had been a long time since the last update, and he had already prepared the content for this update, just waiting for the next Saturday. During this time, Su Yang planned to start separating the company. Or rather, he would split it into several studios. He couldn't just keep all the games under one roof. He then called Bai Zhanfei over. Separate? Bai Zhanfei frowned, pondering the implications. The two of us have been together since Legend, and it hasn't even been a year yet. Isn't this too early? Bai Zhanfei asked. It's not too early. It's just right. If we wait until later, it will be difficult to separate. It's better to split the studios now, making things easier in the future, Su Yang explained, and Bai Zhanfei agreed. The next day, Fei Yang's official blog announced this development. Fei Yang would implement a studio model, creating 3 major studios. The Fei Yang Direct Studio, Linlang Studio, which would be the main body responsible for operating large online games. There were also Tianfang Studio and Chaoyang Studio. When Su Yang released the news, he only mentioned Linlang Studio, with no introduction to the other 2. However, players could understand that with only 2 games, it would be difficult to divide 3 studios effectively. Some had already guessed the future direction of these 3 studios. Fei Yang would definitely not be limited to just PC games or that aspect. Perhaps within their games, other game productions had already begun. In fact, Su Yang already had plans at this point. Chaoyang Studio would focus on mobile games, as there weren't many mobile games in this world. Although the phone configurations were quite good, most game developers wouldn't focus their efforts here. Because the mainstream of games in this world is paid, most mobile games are casual games. The Chaoyang studio is venturing into mobile games. Others may not know, but he knows that mobile games will be a huge market, just like the previous Life's Honor of Kings, which was a money-making game. This isn't particularly pay-to-win, it's just that the player base is large. So, if he creates games like Naruto and Three Kingdoms Kill, the monetization potential is quite strong. Although they can't compare to those MMORPGs, they are still impressive compared to Honor of Kings. Moreover, mobile games will attract a group of female players. For example, in the game Eggs, there are many children and female players. However, he hasn't decided what the first mobile game should be yet. On the other hand, the Tianfang studio will focus on single-player or large-scale games. Compared to Linlang Studio, Tianfang's games are less competitive and more casual. Of course, Tianfang's games won't be limited to PC games. There will also be mobile games, like Minecraft and others. Furthermore, large AAA games will also be managed by Tianfang. For instance, games like GTA 5 are very popular and not overly competitive. As for console games, Su Yang plans to establish a wholly owned subsidiary specifically for console games, which he will oversee. This way, it will be easier to manage in the future. He believes that once it develops, a standalone studio can compete with other companies. Even a single game could outperform them. After issuing this notice, they began planning. There's no rush to release the game, after all, he has plenty of time. Lin Lang will still be led by him. After discussing with Bai Zhanfei, he can take charge of one, but he will still be a hands-off manager. He will still oversee the game side, while Bai Zhanfei will handle logistics. Due to a current shortage of staff, they can barely maintain the operation of 2 games and will need to hire more employees. This task will still be handled by Bai Zhanfei. Once these plans were set, it was already Saturday. Su Yang released the announcement for an update on Crossfire, which will be a significant update. As for the details, let the players discover them in the game. Anyway, this update will introduce several new gameplay features that will surely satisfy the players. With Saturday's arrival, players learned that Crossfire would undergo an update that morning. They all got up, preparing to see what Fei Yan would update this time. Players have become accustomed to this tradition. After all, since Legend, Fei Yan has been doing this, creating anticipation. Other game developers have started to learn from Fei Yan's update methods, but none have achieved the same effect. Some even faced backlash from players. They were told that such practices wouldn't disappoint players, while others had let them down. This time, the anticipation among Crossfire players is high. 2 months have passed, and they are eager to see what good things Fei Yan will bring in this update. As the game update concluded, a large number of players entered the game. Upon entering, they immediately saw the updated content. First, regarding the competitive mode, new features were added: Special Battle, Knife, Personal Battle, Sniper, and Personal Battle, Knife. Undoubtedly, this made players who enjoy knife play cheer with excitement. Of course, in addition to these modes, several corresponding maps were also released: Blade Village, Arena, and Death Tunnel. Regarding these 3 maps, Su Yang made a quick decision without much thought. There was no other reason. These 3 maps were the most popular in knife battles, and there was no need to introduce others for now, especially the Blade Edge Village, which was the most classic one. After all, the first knife battle map he encountered was Blade Edge Village. At that time, he didn't know that standing in the water would cause health loss. He foolishly walked out of the water, thinking of sneaking up on someone, but before he even reached the platform on the other side, he had already lost a good chunk of health. He believed that here, Blade Edge Village would definitely be a hot map. Then there were new melee weapons. Last time, only a melee sword was introduced. However, the appearance of the melee sword, just like in his previous life, did not have a good reputation. Some players had already mastered its essence, which was to hold down the left mouse button without letting go. This led to a general disdain for players using the melee sword. Therefore, this time Su Yang released 3 melee weapons all at once: a military hand axe, a Nepalese knife, and a military shovel. Especially the Nepalese knife and the hand axe, which were regulars in knife battles at that time and were the 2 most played by players. Those who knew how to use the axe could deliver a light strike to the head, which was quite satisfying. As for the shovel, due to its long range, it also had a fair number of users, so Su Yang released them all at once. This would surely spark a wave of interest in knife battles. Of course, he also added a baton, placing it in the challenge box. With more melee weapon options, players would definitely enjoy themselves even more. In the future, he would also release other melee weapons. However, there was one weapon he would never release: the predecessor of the Qilin dagger, the Tiger Claw dagger. Its heavy strike speed was faster than other knives. Those who knew a bit would easily bully others, breaking the balance of knife battles. The rest was a sniper. This mode, whether before or now, was always a hot map. Every sniper player, upon logging in, would first play around to enhance their shooting feel. This goes without saying, it would be popular right away. Currently, there are still many players in Crossfire who play snipers, not much different from AK or M4 players. At first, Su Yang considered whether to release the Terminator mode as well. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Players were still keen on the Savior mode. A large portion of players enjoyed this mode and had just started to adapt to it. If the Terminator mode were introduced now, they would definitely switch to it. Holding a gun was certainly not as good as transforming into a little yellow man. Moreover, killing ghosts was different. In the Savior mode, if you headshot a ghost, they couldn't respawn. In the Terminator mode, it was only when using knives that they couldn't respawn, so the gameplay was definitely different. Players in the Savior mode liked to be reckless, running out and keeping their distance from ghosts to shoot, but the Terminator was different. Those who acted recklessly would definitely get caught. Furthermore, the last update included ghosts like the Hulk and the female ghost, along with the invisible crazy baby. If you dared to be reckless, you were just asking for death. As for the Terminator, even if someone had a silver weapon, they might not be able to suppress it. Let them play for now. Once they get tired of it, then he would release the Terminator. Of course, he planned to release the Terminator mode during the next major version update. It wouldn't be long, probably around the May Day holiday. In addition, there was also an update for an epic skin that players were talking about. The Rose Elf was quite popular among female players. He felt it was just average, and in terms of feel, it was not as good as Thor's. As Liu Xiaohua and the others finished updating, they eagerly checked out the latest changes, which overall satisfied them. Especially in terms of knife combat, there were also some minor adjustments that were inconsequential. However, for Zhang Yuming, this was a significant change. As a sniper player, he really liked this new sniper. When it came time to practice shooting, he could go into a sniper match instead of having to stay and watch City. He felt that in bomb defusal, players might appear from unexpected places, and that kind of practice felt a bit rigid. The sniper was just right, allowing him to practice his reflexes. By the way, Lu Feng, with this update, I guess your true colors will be revealed, Sun Shihao said. What? Lu Feng turned to ask. You usually like to play with the melee sword, just spamming the left mouse button to annoy people. Now that several melee weapons have been released, do you think you can still annoy others? Please, even if other melee weapons come out, I can still wipe the floor with you guys. Perfect, since you can buy the Nepalese knife in the shop, get one for 7 days and let's have a couple of matches. They also looked at the sources for those 3 weapons, which could be obtained from limited-time weapon boxes. The shop also sold Nepalese knives and military shovels. The hand axe, like the baton, needed to be unlocked from challenge boxes. With so many players, it wouldn't be long before someone listed these limited-time weapons in the trading post. Still trying to show off. Let me buy one too, Sun Shihao said, unwilling to back down. Usually, the two of them would compete fiercely in the game, and this time was no different. Like Liu Xiaohua, Sun Shihao was also an assault player, skilled with the M4. Especially with his burst fire technique, he could take down a person with just 3 quick shots, but he wasn't very good at knife combat. Alright, Liu Xiaohua called a halt to their banter. They had something important to discuss this time, their battle uniforms. Recently, while playing ranked matches, they encountered a team and were brutally defeated. In the second match, they faced them again, thinking the opponents were weak and playing casually, only to be caught off guard. After being killed by the defenders, they didn't defuse the bomb and just stalled for time. They played a few more rounds, and naturally, they won. However, when the opposing team was about to lose, they typed trash in the chat, which infuriated them. Later, they encountered members of that team intermittently. When they met, it was all-out combat, with no mercy shown. If they could use knives, they absolutely wouldn't use guns. Now, their team had grown to over 100 members. Because of Liu Xiaohua's name, videos of his AK headshots had been circulating online for months. Many came to join his team, and he expanded the team size, now boasting over 100 members. Of course, not just anyone could join. They had to pass a test, at least being able to beat Lu Feng. The unfortunate Lu Feng became the quality inspector, always the one to face off against newcomers. Naturally, those skilled with knives could also join. Once in a team, they would play together, and over time, they became familiar with each other. The team members, knowing about the rival team, naturally felt animosity towards them, so whenever they saw members of that team, it was on sight. Since the strengths of the two teams were quite similar, their encounters resulted in mutual victories and defeats. They couldn't achieve a one-sided crush, and for a time, whenever they met in the King of Guns ranked matches, it turned into a fierce battle. Eventually, they felt this couldn't go on and directly proposed a battle uniform match to settle their grievances. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would drag on. The rules for their battle uniforms were quite simple. Both sides would select 3 teams, totaling 24 people. They would then engage in 3 matches, with the outcome determined by 3 wins and 2 losses, using maps from the 11 rounds. The maps chosen were Dust 2, Black Town, and Power Plant, all from the Gun King ranking. The time was set for 1 hour after the update, and both sides were ready to settle their grievances. They arrived at the internet cafe early. Once they logged in, more than half of their team was already online. To facilitate communication, they used an online chat group software, and the entire team entered the room. Lu Xiaohua began discussing the distribution of battle uniforms. Selecting players was straightforward. They had already chosen beforehand, with 30 people including substitutes. Among them, some were skilled in their respective maps. An hour later, the opposing team sent a message saying they were ready and just waiting for them. Upon entering the battle uniform, they created a room and sent the channel room number and password to the other side. Within seconds, the 8 players from the opposing team had joined. The first map was Dust 2, and both sides quickly prepared. As the team captain, Lu Xiaohua couldn't be the first to play. If they won the first match, he would play last, and if they lost, he would go in directly. Fortunately, they had several strong players on their side. One player's AK, while not as good as his, was still quite strong and capable of getting headshots. As the first round began, both sides got into the groove. The others entered spectator mode, only able to view their own team's perspective, switching back and forth between the 8 players' views. They chose to play as terrorists first, as they needed to score more points while on the attacking side. Otherwise, it would be tough when they switched to counter-terrorists. When it was time to switch sides, they had secured 6 rounds as terrorists, while the opponents only managed 3. Su Yang, during the design phase, felt that they could only afford one mistake when switching sides, so he advanced a round. After 9 rounds, they began to switch. The AK team had scored 6 points, meaning they only needed to win 5 more rounds to win the match. Fortunately, they managed to secure a victory, with the final score at 11-7. They won the first match, and when the last opponent was headshot, teammates in the channel shouted nice. After a 5-minute break, the second match began, this time on Black Town. Since they had chosen first last time, the opposing team picked first this time, choosing terrorists. Perhaps due to losing the first match, their players were stronger in the second match than in the first. By the time they switched sides, the score was already 2-7. They almost got wiped out, and in the end, they were beaten badly, with a final score of 3-11. This was much worse than the first match, leaving Lu Xiaohua and the others looking somewhat grim. However, in the end, it was their few strong players who took the stage, the 5 they had played with before, plus Zhang Yuming, along with 2 other capable team members. However, in the final map, Power Plant, they had not encountered it much even in the Gun King ranking. They could only say they had played it before, but not extensively. Overall, they could still manage, and they chose to play as terrorists without a doubt. Among the 8 players, their configuration was 2 snipers and 6 assault players. Since their rules allowed only free weapons, they naturally couldn't use guns like the Barrett. However, players accustomed to light snipers found it a bit awkward to use a heavy sniper like the Barrett. In their team, Zhang Yuming played with the green skin sniper, while another player preferred the M200. Both sniper rifles have their own advantages, and which one you prefer completely depends on personal feel. At first, Su Yang hesitated about whether to make the M200. After all, the version of this gun, the Phantom God, was truly overpowered. But then he thought, are the Phantom God and the M200 even the same gun? You could say they are 2 different guns. The ordinary M200 is just a shoe-shining tool in front of the Phantom God. So he decided to release the M200, checked the feedback, and the players didn't have much controversy, so it was fine. Anyway, he didn't plan to make a skin for the Phantom God, nor for the competitive glory. At this point, they were ready, and Lu Xiaohua clicked to start the game, and they began this match. Lu Feng also changed his usual playful demeanor and focused on playing this game well. He had been told by Sun Shihao twice before that he needed to practice shooting after returning home, and his skills had improved a lot since then. Even if they were playing at the King of Guns rank, they could keep up with their teammates. Lu Xiaohua exhaled. Listen to my command, Zhang Yuming, you cover the big mouth. We'll rush B directly. Don't be timid, Ansha, you cover from the back and help with the shooting. Ansha was the teammate playing the M200. As the countdown ended, they followed Lu Xiaohua's instructions. Zhang Yuming, still in the second position, rushed out first, stood under the big mouth, and set up his sniper rifle, just as the opposing sniper revealed himself. He took him out with a single shot, then changed position, moved out, and stood on the stairs of the second floor. Sure enough, a flashbang came from the direction of B. He had already reached the second floor, and as he turned his back, he was slightly flashed, but he quickly turned and took out an enemy. Then he continued to cover. Meanwhile, they had already reached the entrance of the B bomb site. The flashbangs were thrown from the front and grenades from the back, allowing them to push in. The three opponents couldn't hold their ground at all. After taking the B bomb site, Ansha decisively turned to cover the direction of the home. Zhang Yuming also fell back, covering the B tunnel position. However, there were only 3 opponents left, and none of them had died, so they easily won this round. In the second small round, they continued to attack B. 4 people couldn't hold the B bomb site, and their snipers didn't dare to expose themselves. They also didn't dare to cover the B door, or else they would be met with a series of grenades. By the third round, the opponents actually guessed they would attack the middle, and 5 of them were double covering the A bomb site, leading to their loss in this small round. Now it was a psychological game. The opponents were guessing where they would attack, and they were guessing where the opponents were defending. However, after a few small rounds, Lu Xiaohua directly chose to change the rhythm, first running to B to throw items, then turning around to attack, and with this method, they won 2 more small rounds. They had now played 7 rounds, winning 5 and the opponents winning 2. Next, they won again, and Lu Xiaohua's feel for the game improved. As long as he faced off, even against the opposing sniper, he could score a headshot. Lu Feng performed quite normally here, with a standard score of 5 out of 6. When they switched sides, the score was 7-2. The opponents were caught off guard, especially the captain of the opposing team. The grudge between them stemmed from the teams the captains were originally part of. At this moment, looking at the score, Lu Xiaohua also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they could take this last match as well. However, he still urged his teammates to stay focused and not let their guard down. What if the opponents had some tricks up their sleeves? Celebrating halfway through the match was not a good habit. After switching sides, Zhang Yuming directly said he would guard B, and just needed 2 people to help watch. In that B tunnel terrain, he really wasn't afraid of anyone coming, unless the opponents had all the right items to blow him up. Unexpectedly, the opponents didn't attack B. One person was covering the big door to prevent the opponents from rushing in directly. The rest had already sneaked down to observe below. Because they observed the corner of the small path below, they all knew that generally, those guarding the small path were at the entrance. They also overlooked the fact that no one was watching inside. As a result, the opponents charged down the middle and caught them off guard. They lost the first round immediately. Lu Xiaohua directly announced to charge down the middle. Coincidentally, the opponents also wanted to attack B, and within 10 seconds, the match was over. After winning another round, they had reached the match point. Winning this round would mean victory for them. Lu Feng was assigned to guard the small path, as they still didn't know where the opponents would strike. Lu Xiaohua speculated that the opponents might be aiming for B. So, they sent 5 people, leaving 3 at A, 1 watching the observation point, and 2 at B to cover each other. Lu Feng switched his backpack and took out his M1216. He had always liked using this gun, especially at close range, 1 shot per person, and it was perfect for guarding the small path. Instead of staying at the entrance, he moved to the spiral staircase. After waiting for 10 seconds without anyone coming out, he decided to take a look. Plus, his teammates in his headset said the opponents were throwing gadgets at B. Even if they were attacking the small path, there usually wasn't a sniper aimed at him, so he stepped out. However, he maintained his discipline and didn't stomp out carelessly. Just as he peeked out, he saw 3 people stealthily approaching. Damn! He was startled. Weren't they supposed to be attacking B? Why were 3 people suddenly here? Then a 4th person appeared. In this match, both sides had agreed not to wear bulletproof vests or helmets. Now, Lu Feng was practically face-to-face with the opponents. Perhaps the opponents were also startled and didn't shoot immediately. By the time they were ready to fire, Lu Feng had already clicked the left mouse button. With 2 sprays, he took down all 3, and the last one fell to him as well. He now realized that the opponents were indeed aiming for the A small path, and there were more people behind those 4. Without a doubt, there were definitely more in the observation point. He quickly turned his head and saw one of the opponents stealthily walking towards the observation point. He immediately opened fire, taking him down with 2 sprays. At that moment, he achieved a 5-kill streak. Seeing the 5-kill streak appear in the upper left corner of the screen, Lu Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. Lu Feng actually got a 5-kill streak? The opponents were trying to attack the A small path, only to run into Lu Feng with a spray gun. It seemed like he had pulled out the spray gun just for this small round. The opponents were truly unfortunate. Since Lu Feng had already killed 5, the remaining 3 must be at the B passage. He decisively commanded his team to charge out. How could 3 people take on 5? Moreover, the sniper was already covering the main entrance. If they dared to retreat, they would be shot. They had learned their lesson, and now they were in trouble. If they were going to attack, why choose such a narrow place like the A small path? A single grenade could turn them all into half health. 3 grenades could wipe them out completely. As his AK scored a golden headshot, this game was already over. The opponents had lost. According to the rules, they had to admit defeat, and both sides were just fighting for pride. Now, they were outmatched. In video games, being bad is the original sin, and losing means losing. If they didn't admit it, they would lose their reputation as well. The opponents readily admitted defeat, and both sides expressed that their grievances were now over. If they met again in the future, they would no longer play dirty or annoy their teammates. Lu Feng took off his headset and shook his wrist. It had truly been thrilling and had startled him. In the final round, it still relied on him. In the end, his performance was commendable. I think from now on, we should just play with shotguns. Guarding the small path with an M1216, spinning around, is just too exhilarating. Come on, that's because the opponents want to sneak through the small path, so they're all coming quietly. Normally, someone would definitely throw grenades. If you stand there, 2 grenades and you'll be blown away, Sun Shiheo said. But that last move of yours was pretty cool. After Fei Yang announced the update, there wasn't much of a stir online. However, internationally, it was a hot topic. The TGA Awards were about to begin, and Su Yang learned about it right away. People in the industry were quite familiar with this. It was a high honor. The TGA includes several awards, usually involving multiple games, and it's hard for one game to dominate half of the awards. The TGA has started the selection? Su Yang looked at the news. In his previous life, he had hoped that a domestic game would become the game of the year, but after waiting so long, none had. However, now that he was here, he was absolutely confident that he could make a game the game of the year. Moreover, this was also the wish of a large number of domestic players. But the actions of domestic game companies left players helpless. They were like mud that couldn't support a wall. There was no ambition at all, only thoughts on how to make money off players. Especially the big companies like Goose Factory, who had no such intentions. They only thought about how to copy the latest popular games or how to eliminate their competitors. Their vision didn't extend internationally, they just stayed in the domestic market. After the TGA, domestic games, let alone winning awards, had very few chances even to be nominated. This left players feeling very disheartened. Every year during the TGA selection, domestic players could only watch online, with no sense of participation. Occasionally, they would be mocked by foreign players, which was quite uncomfortable. However, since the establishment of Fei Yang Company, domestic players saw a glimmer of hope. Especially last year when they launched Legend, which received rave reviews in the country. Now, Crossfire was even more popular nationwide, and foreign game companies were rushing to become agents. Plus, this game was launched at the beginning of the year, and in less than a year, the number of online players had already reached 100 million, and that was just in the domestic market. Once other countries gradually opened their servers, perhaps this number would rise sharply. And now, the TGA had just started the selection, so there was still some time. By the end, it would definitely make it onto the big list. Even if it couldn't win Game of the Year, it would surely win other awards. At this moment, players in the online gaming community began to discuss this matter, especially those big streamers or gaming influencers who were also talking about it. Another influencer posted, strongly supporting Crossfire. Crossfire may be the first domestic game to win an award. This title was very attractive, even non-players would click to check it out. I have 3 points to prove that Crossfire can win an award. 1. Crossfire changed the traditional large battlefield mode of shooting games, achieving innovation. The new changes have greatly increased the playability of Crossfire, especially with the introduction of the challenge mode and the biohazard mode. Its popularity soared. 2. Crossfire broke several records. In less than half a year, the number of online players exceeded 100 million. Which also excited foreign players. When will our domestic games achieve such milestones? Just not being laughed at by foreign players is already impressive. From what I understand, several game giants from different countries have already announced they will be the agents for Crossfire. It can now be said that not only us, but even players abroad enjoy this game, and its popularity quickly rose. Thirdly, Crossfire is free. They broke our perception for the first time and started making free games. What is a game, if not something that brings joy to players? Those without money don't even have the right to experience it, but Fei Yang didn't do that. They released 2 free games in a row, and we won't discuss whether Fei Yang is making money or not. Just being free allows everyone to play Crossfire. And as for the in-game items, Fei Yang didn't force players to spend money. Even without spending money, one can play very well, and there's hardly any feeling of discomfort, especially since Fei Yang continuously offers benefits in the game. With every update, they give out keys for opening boxes. Legend is like this, and so is Crossfire. This model of free games has changed the entire gaming market, and this is Fei Yang's vision. In the end, I believe Crossfire will definitely have its chance. Under this post, a large number of players are commenting, "I've waited 3 years and 3 years, domestic games haven't had a single nomination opportunity, and this time, I finally see the light." Indeed, Crossfire is really well done. It's the first time I've played such a fun game. I feel that even if it doesn't win Game of the Year, it can at least win Best Shooter Game. Hey, you're only talking about Crossfire. What about my legend? While a group of people is discussing, there are always some untimely comments. Even so, Crossfire can't win Best Shooter Game. Foreign games have dominated the charts for so long. How could a company that hasn't even been established for a year break that? Exactly, I'm not being pessimistic, but even the Goose Factory can't do it. How can a small company with only 2 games achieve that? Then, this group of people got scolded. Damn it, if you don't support it, that's fine, but don't slander Fei Yang, you idiots. You dog, if you have the guts, tell me where you live, and I'll send you some local specialties. Su Yang also read through the online discussions and had some expectations for this year's TGA. However, whether it can be nominated is still hard to say, because those that can make the list all have one characteristic: they are single-player games. In other words, they are solo games. Crossfire and Legend are both large-scale online games. In the past life, there was an award for esports, but there isn't one here now, and currently, its esports aspect hasn't been showcased yet. Even if the World Championship for Crossfire is held during the final selection period, there won't be enough time, and the selection committee won't make changes. At most, Crossfire will get a nomination, or perhaps not even that. In the TGA, there is an interesting award called Most Anticipated Game. If it starts announcing now, perhaps it could be nominated for that. But right now, he hasn't decided what the next game will be. In fact, he wants to start a single-player game or a AAA game around mid-year. However, such games cannot be free. They will have some pay-to-win elements, but they cannot have pay-to-win items. The most important thing is the storyline, which players all take for granted. Of course, there are exceptions for certain types of games, like King of Fighters or Dino Crisis, but those aren't AAA games. What he really wants to make is Black Monkey. This game, which made domestic players anticipate for a long time in the past life, did not disappoint after its release, especially that line, "Destined Person." Su Yang naturally played it on the first day of release, but unfortunately, his skills were lacking, and he got fed to the Tiger Vanguard. Originally, he thought that after Crossfire got on the right track and completed its first World Championship, he would start releasing news and prepare to make a AAA game. But now that I think about it, perhaps this will be an opportunity. He then looked at his reputation, which was enough to purchase the Black Monkey, and decisively bought it. Since it was a AAA game, the production would definitely be difficult, and it would take a long time. In the eyes of players, it was impossible to create a good AAA game in just a few years. Therefore, he did not plan to release it this year. He could announce it now and then unveil it a year later, which would surely amaze domestic players. He also wanted to know if, by then, Tiger Vanguard would be overwhelmed. Immediately, he called in the manager of the current Tianfang studio. Since Tianfang Studio had not yet released a game, this manager was merely a nominal title. Zhou Xian, being one of the first employees, had worked tirelessly in the beginning, so when Fei Yang changed the operational model and divided into 3 studios, he became the manager of Tianfang Studio. Although he was now the manager of Tianfang Studio, he had no game in hand, so he continued to follow Linlang Studio. "Mr. Su, you called for me." Zhou Xian walked in. He was only 30 years old, not very old, and it was the first time he admired someone so much, and that was Su Yang. It was hard not to admire a person who could create 2 such excellent games. As one of the first employees, he naturally knew that the core of Crossfire was created by Su Yang. They had merely made some repairs. "Zhou Xian, the company plans to prepare to develop another game, a AAA type. When we divided the responsibilities, your Tianfang studio was specifically in charge of this module." Before Su Yang finished speaking, Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mr. Su to be ready to design the next game so soon, and it was a AAA game. However, he thought to himself, would this work? From the current situation, their strength still lay in large-scale online games. As for AAA games, not to mention them, there wasn't even a well-reviewed AAA game in the country. They didn't even have a true AAA game. Were they really going to start making the first one? Wouldn't that be too much pressure? In fact, they could wait a bit longer until the company developed further. There was no rush, especially since Crossfire was still at a critical point. If they didn't do well, their reputation would suffer, and other companies would surely look down on them. At that moment, he thought, could it be that Mr. Su was aiming for TGA? If that were the case, it was possible, but starting with a hell-level difficulty seemed excessive. However, since the leader had said so, he felt it was inappropriate to dissuade him. Moreover, he had a small expectation, hoping that Mr. Su would have some good ideas. He then asked, "Mr. Su, What are your thoughts on the direction or theme? Su Yang smiled faintly. What do you think domestic players are most looking forward to in terms of themes? That would definitely be games with domestic elements, Zhou Xian replied without hesitation. Exactly. What is the most representative of our elements? Cultivating immortals, mythology. He thought for a moment and realized there were quite a few. He then asked, so, Mr. Su, what do you have in mind? Monkeys, Su Yang said with 2 words. Monkeys? Zhou Xian was puzzled. How could monkeys be considered an element of their dragon country? Pandas were the real deal. At that moment, he suddenly realized. Mr. Su was referring to a well-known figure in dragon country, Sun Wukong. This indeed matched their elements. Who hasn't watched Journey to the West? Especially Sun Wukong. He was a symbol. And who didn't dream of having Sun Wukong's abilities as a child? This was a very correct choice. Journey to the West? Zhou Xian asked. That's right, strictly speaking, it's Sun Wukong. But for the Journey to the West, we need to report it. We can't just casually create games based on the 4 great classical novels, Zhou Xian said. Su Yang also understood that while derivative works from such books might not require strict copyright, they still couldn't be used casually. To use them, one needed to report to the relevant authorities, and only if they approved could one proceed. Su Yang then pulled the computer screen closer. On it was a promotional image, and it was immediately clear that it depicted Sun Wukong. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up at the sight of the image. He hadn't expected that President Su had already started production on his own, and he felt he was falling behind. This image was indeed impressive and would surely attract players. Alright, now you need to report to the relevant authorities. I don't think it will be too difficult, he said. Their Feiyang company had grown significantly, and its reputation was quite good, especially with the success of the previous 2 games, so the application process shouldn't be too challenging. Okay, I'll go right away and strive to secure the authorization as soon as possible, Zhou Xian said excitedly. He was now the manager of Tianfang Studio and, in name, the head of the studio. He couldn't possibly have no games to his name. With President Su giving them the opportunity to work on the 3rd game, his enthusiasm was exceptionally high. Time passed quickly, and within just a week, they received approval. The authorities had granted them permission to use Journey to the West and were even providing strong support. If they succeeded, it would be a wave of cultural export that the higher-ups would surely be pleased to see. Given the quality of Feiyang's 2 previous games, they were confident that even if the new game turned out to be somewhat lacking, it wouldn't be too far off the mark. After Zhou Xian returned, he immediately went to Su Yang to share the results. Su Yang didn't hesitate and handed over part of the work to them. Meanwhile, he posted a message on Feiyang's official Weibo. He uploaded the image he had shown Zhou Xian that day, accompanied by a phrase, "Face your destiny." After careful consideration, Feiyang Company decided that the next game would be a AAA title. Just a few simple words and an image sent the online community into a frenzy. Especially with the accompanying image, players instantly understood what kind of game they were making. A AAA title based on Journey to the West. The news was released at 10 in the morning, and by noon, it had already gone viral online. Discussions about Feiyang's new game were everywhere. Many prominent figures also began to voice their opinions. By the next day, Su Yang officially announced the title, Black Myth, Wukong. The image released by Feiyang's official account had players eagerly anticipating the game. The name Wukong was well known among the domestic audience. Now that Feiyang was making a game based on it, players were certainly excited to see what kind of game it would be. However, the official announcement only included one image and almost no additional information, leaving players scratching their heads, wondering about the next steps. Many tagged Feiyang, hoping Su Yang would come out to provide some answers. A few days later, while players were still buzzing with discussion, Feiyang released another image. Sun Wukong stood on a cliff, with 4 giants in the distance, resembling the 4 heavenly kings. Feiyang also formally issued an announcement, detailing everything. They guaranteed that they would need only 15 months. After 15 months, the game would officially launch, and in the meantime, they would release some CG or images. This timeline was already quite fast. Those foreign AAA games typically took at least 2 years to develop, and they were doing it in less than a year and a half, which inevitably raised concerns among some players. Isn't that too little time? I feel like it should take at least 2 years, or even 3 would be more reasonable. That's right, if we want to create a good AAA game, we definitely need to refine it carefully. This timeline feels too rushed. For Su Yang, the player's concerns were completely unnecessary. If he wanted, he could finish it in 3 months, but that wouldn't be explainable. They had been working together since the first game, and it hadn't even been a year yet. If he completed it in 3 months, anyone would think it was fake. Anyway, his goal had already been achieved, and now he was starting on another game. 3 studios were involved, and Tianfang had already assigned them the game they should be working on. They could take their time with it, but the Chiang studio was still empty. They also needed a game, and since it was decided that Chiang would focus on mobile games, he thought, with such a large market and no one else stepping in, he would be the first to enter. What would be a good first mobile game to make? This puzzled Su Yang. There were so many fun games out there, and with his current capabilities, he could easily buy any mobile game. He had to consider whether the first game would be a single-player buyout game or a large online game. If he wanted to expand the market, the best option would definitely be a free game, and a large online game would be ideal. However, this would inevitably overlap with PC games, likely drawing away a portion of the PC player base. When other games launched later, they might not achieve the same success as now. After much thought, he still chose to make a single-player game, but it couldn't be a puzzle game, as that would target a younger audience. In the end, Su Yang settled on a game, Subway Surfers. At the same time, he would also launch a computer game, which would be PvZ, or Plants vs. Zombies. He discovered that the Reputation store had not just the original version of Plants vs. Zombies, but also other versions, such as the Alpha version, Beta version, and the 95 version. Of course, there were also the more recent versions created by players, with the most famous being the Hybrid Infusion versions. These were all great versions that he had played before. This single-player game could be released. He also decided to keep the game's price low, just a few bucks, which players could easily afford. It was about the same cost as 1 or 2 days of other paid games. This price was almost equivalent to free for them. After thinking through all this, Su Yang had an idea. Why not create their own platform? Something like Wii Game, where they could put all their games together. He planned to release many games in the future and was even considering moving 4,399 over. There were so many games there, it would be too troublesome to create a bunch of games and sell them individually. So, creating a platform would be a great choice. After conceiving all this, Su Yang called over the head of the Chaoyang studio and began to have them accept Subway Surfers. After all, it was a mobile game, so it would be simple to make, especially a map-running game like this. They probably could have it ready to launch in about half a month. When Zhao received Su Yang's message, he was filled with joy. Ever since they implemented the studio model, everyone in their project team had been quite idle, with people running over to help at Langya. Now that President Su called him over, it surely meant they were preparing for a project. He wondered what game it would be this time. A few days ago, when he learned that Tianfang had 2 games in development, he had been anxiously waiting. They couldn't keep going on like this. What if one day President Su decided their studio wasn't up to par and just shut it down? After all these years in the industry, he was hoping to design a good game. President Su, Zhao entered. Half an hour later, Zhao nodded and left Su Yang's office. However, he wasn't very happy. He felt that the game was just average, lacking any highlights. If it were presented without mentioning its origin, players would certainly not think it was a game from Feiyang. But now that there was a game, President Su had repeatedly reminded him. He was determined not to disappoint President Su and to make this game well. The next day, Su Yang called them in again, Zhao, Zhou Shen, and Bai Zhanfei. Su Yang expressed his thoughts and wanted to hear their opinions. Bai Zhanfei shrugged, saying, "This doesn't really concern me. You guys are the experts in games, and I'm just here to ensure the logistics are well taken care of." Zhou Shen thought for a moment and said, "President Su, if that's the case, doesn't it mean we need to separate from the game platform? In the country, 90% of games are launched on game platforms, and players have already adapted to them. But now, they wanted to create their own platform, which meant players would have to download their platform to play the games. Wouldn't that make it cumbersome for the players?" "That's right, our platform will be on the official website," Su Yang explained. "Of course, our games will also be available on the game platform, but later, I plan to integrate them into one box when we release the games." After hearing this, they felt it was a good idea. If players wanted to play Feiyang's games, they could just enter the box to play. Every game company places their games on their official websites, though some are scattered. But now, President Su's idea was to integrate these games together. This was indeed a good thought. After discussing with them, they confirmed they would use the platform. After the meeting, Zhao Wen and Zhou Xin left. They still had games to work on, especially Zhao Wen, who had a month given by Su Yang. He needed to see the game launched in a month, so time was a bit tight. Since it was also his first time dealing with mobile games, he didn't know how to proceed and could only feel his way through. Fortunately, President Su had taken care of the most difficult parts. As for Zhou Shen, he was also tasked with developing Plants vs. Zombies, which he needed to get done. His timeline was the same as Zhao Wen's 1 month. Their Feiyang platform was also planned to launch in a month. Su Yang had a big idea in mind, which would be revealed in a month. After they left, Bai Zhanfei said, "By the way, I received news from Chenya that the Pokemon production is nearing completion. It should be done in about 2 months." Just as Su Yang was about to ask, by Zhanfei had already finished, so there was no need to inquire further. By the way, can we launch first? Su Yang asked. Launch first? Bai Zhanfei frowned. That seemed impossible. Generally, they would complete the game and then go for approval. Who would take half a game? What do you want to do? Bai Zhanfei asked. Su Yang just smiled. I have a plan. Bai Zhanfei then sat down to listen to Su Yang's plan and was stunned for a moment. After a while, he reacted and gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. This approach seems quite good. I'll contact Qianya right away and see if we can get through the approval. After all, time was tight, and he had no choice. There was only a month left. However, he was a bit worried that this approach might be too risky. If it failed, it would be disastrous. But since Su Yang had already made this decision, he had nothing to say. After all, given their current scale, it was already sufficient. Su Yan nodded and told him to go ahead and make the contact. A few days later, Bai Zhanfei returned. Old Su, good news, it has been approved over there, and we can officially launch in a month, he said happily. It's great that we can go live. This way, the anime version will also be ready, and then we can focus on Crossfire. Once everything is settled, it will be time to shift our focus to Crossfire. The next update will be a new version, not for any other reason, but because they are about to reach their first anniversary. This version will introduce a new mode, which is the Terminator mode, the enduring source of the biochemical mode. Looking at the calendar, today happens to be the 31st, and Asan's side is also preparing to start the public beta test at midnight. A week later, Han's country will also conduct its public beta test. In any case, during this month, the agents will gradually start their public beta tests. This timeline was set by Su Yang, otherwise, they would have been eager to launch the public beta as soon as they obtained the agency rights. However, they still need to ensure that Crossfire has a leading version domestically, so other countries will have to wait. On the third day, the assistant provided Su Yan with the data from Asan's side. The first day data showed that since they were the first to be an agent, players were very enthusiastic, especially after waiting for some time. In order to make money, the people at Nadi were also promoting vigorously, and within 24 hours, their registration numbers had reached 100 million. The number of online players in the first hour had already reached 70 million. Since their population is similar to that of Long Country, this number is quite impressive and has already broken their domestic record. Watching the players from Asan enjoying Crossfire, players from other countries looked on with envy. Although they already knew the public beta time for their own country, these past few days felt like years. The three studios at Feiyang were busy, with several games waiting to go live, although they didn't know what Su wanted to accomplish in a month. However, the requirement was to finish within a month, so they had to complete it on time. Meanwhile, at the Goose Factory, in a large building. This is the headquarters of the Goose Factory's game department, and President Lin has now returned. The Goose Factory is not just a single studio like Tian Foam. He was there because of a new game. But now that the matters over there have concluded, he has returned to headquarters. After suffering losses twice at Feiyang, they have been more honest for a while. They haven't caused any more trouble and have been steadily doing their own work. Of course, this is online. They haven't released any new announcements in the past few months. At this moment, in President Lin's conference room, he is facing one of the three major designers of the Goose Factory, Huiyue Xian. They haven't appeared online recently because they are currently designing a new game. When President Lin sought him out before, he was working on a gunfight simulation game. It was originally supposed to be released this year, but unexpectedly, Feiyang gave them a surprise. At the beginning of the year, they directly released Crossfire, which almost made Huiyue Xian so angry that he ended up in the hospital. The quality and playability of the game he was working on couldn't compare to Crossfire, as he had also tried it out. After working hard for a year, a better game appeared halfway through, so needless to say, this game had no chance to go live. Because going up would mean losing money, this project was subsequently shelved. Today, President Lin called him over for this matter. Huiyue Xian, just now, after a meeting with the executives, it has been decided that your game will continue to be developed, President Lin said. Continue? Huiyue Xian was a bit surprised. What was the reason for this? His game couldn't compare to Crossfire. Wouldn't it lose money if it went live? As the top designer at Goose Factory, there was already a game released before, and its quality was good. Now he announced the development of a shooting game. Players took a look and found it less enjoyable than Crossfire, which led to doubts about his capabilities. Can I know why? Fire Moon asked. General Lin shook his head. I can't tell you for now. I remember you said last time that it was almost finished. Can it go live in a month? A month? Fire Moon thought for a moment. It should be fine, half a month will do, he said confidently. General Lin nodded. That's good. You go back and prepare, and get ready to launch in a month. Confused, Fire Moon nodded and left. After he left, General Lin looked out the window. For so many years, Goose Factory had maintained its position. Now that someone wanted to challenge their status, let them try. As time passed, Crossfire was also undergoing public testing in other countries. There were only 3 days left until the month set by Su Yang. The major version of Crossfire had already been completed. The PVZ handed over to Tianfang had also been finished, and the same went for Chaoyang. Especially Subway Surfers, which, after being made, was less than 100 megabytes, and the employees were not very optimistic about this game. They felt it lacked highlights, but after it was packaged, the employees involved in its production played it in the office every day. Once they started, they couldn't stop, thinking about how many points they could score. It was then that they understood Su Yang. As for PVZ, several versions had been completed, but initially, they would only release the original version. Another thing was the platform. They had announced it online a few days ago and had gone live directly. In the future, players could log into the platform and find games directly, so now there were 2 games available. On the Chiba side, they had also reached the final stages. Bai Zhanfei frequently visited them, and they felt that Feiyang was in a hurry, so they were also working overtime to rush it. It would take about half a month to complete, and the Pokemon Indigo series would officially be made. However, after a few days, Su Yang planned to go live directly and just see the response afterward. Since it was the anniversary celebration, Su Yang had issued a notice in advance, simply stating, "To celebrate the first anniversary of Feiyang Game Production Company, we will launch an anniversary celebration. Feiyang Company will conduct major version updates for Legend and Crossfire. Games produced by Feiyang Choyang Studio and Tianfang Studio will be released in 3 days." At the same time, in collaboration with Chiba Film and Television Company, the free anime Pokemon Indigo series produced by Chiba Film and Television Company will officially go live in 3 days. Follow the official Feiyang account for first-hand news. In just 4 short sentences, he conveyed everything he intended to do this time. He usually didn't manage the official account. It was specifically handled by the operations department, which often used the official account for interactions. Therefore, there were still quite a few followers, and whenever a post was made, people would immediately come to see what it was about. After this news was released, it didn't take long for someone to click in to see what was happening this time. Upon seeing the news, players were greatly surprised. So many activities were announced at once. Unknowingly, it's already Feiyang's anniversary. Time flies so fast. Looking forward to this Crossfire event, I wonder what will be updated this time. I hope a new mode will be released. Are those 2 studios also releasing games? I wonder what kind of games they are. So, according to the positioning given by Feiyang, the 2 studios should not be producing large-scale online games. Only Linlang would release large-scale online games. I suspect they might be buying out games. That's true. It's about time they released a paid game. After releasing 2 large free games in a row, their profits surely won't be very high. However, the games released by Feiyang are definitely of good quality. Let's make a reservation first. I'm a bit curious why Feiyang is collaborating with film companies to create anime. Is it a derivative of the game? From that name, it seems related to Crossfire and Legend. That's quite strange. Could it be that Feiyang is planning a big move and wants to enter the anime industry? After seeing the post, players had no resistance to the anime. Feiyang had already stated it would be free. Since it wouldn't cost anything to watch, they would support it when the time came. Recently, internationally, due to Crossfire's gradual public testing in other countries, it has become a hot topic of discussion. And yesterday, the last game company to act as an agent also announced it had begun public testing. Just as Su Yang posted, the number of online players for Crossfire globally had already reached 800 million. This is an extremely terrifying number. Some countries don't even have a population of 100 million. This is still a bit short of the number Su Yang wanted. He wanted 10 billion online players. However, it should be close. Those agent companies have also reported that the number of registered and online players has been steadily increasing since the public testing began. It won't be long before he reaches his target of 10 billion. Time quickly passed to the 3rd day. Today just happened to be the weekend, still with that familiar feeling. At 12 o'clock last night, Legend and Crossfire also stopped their servers on time for updates. Other countries did the same, all undergoing server updates. At 6 in the morning, the game updates were completed. Most players who were already playing games wouldn't pay much attention to the new game released by Feiyang. They still preferred to play the games they were currently engaged in. Compared to online games, they still favored Crossfire over the 2 single-player games. Especially after both games were released, some people showed no interest in Legend and Crossfire. But now that a new game was out, they definitely wanted to take a look. Upon entering, they only saw Plants vs. Zombies. Where was Subway Surfers? Then they saw the announcement. Because there was no prior notice, everyone thought it was also a computer game. Now seeing the announcement, they were all confused. A mobile game? How did Fei Yang come out with a mobile game? In their eyes, mobile games were just for killing time when bored. Which company specializes in making mobile games? What can you play on such a small screen? This time, Fei Yang surprisingly made a mobile game. Although the price was not high, only 6.8 yuan, for a player, that was just pocket change. However, a large number of players came to the mobile store to download it, wanting to see what kind of mobile game Fei Yang had created. A small game of only a few dozen megabytes could be downloaded in seconds after purchase. Similarly, for Plants vs. Zombies, this type of strategy game is not uncommon in this world, but they all require some brainpower. Some game companies make their games very difficult to keep players engaged longer. Players might ponder for a whole day and still not pass. And PvZ, while also a single-player game, needed to draw from those revisions. There are 3 modes: easy, normal, and hard. This way, players can choose their difficulty instead of everything being too simple. 3 hours after going live, the combined purchase volume of Subway Surfers and PvZ had already reached 1 million. After all, this is a paid game, unlike free games where the number of downloads skyrockets. At the same time, Pokemon has also been simultaneously launched on several public video websites. In this world, film and television works are subject to review before they can be released. Of course, the choice of release platforms is up to the producers. However, there aren't many video websites. Half of them are public sites where anything can be uploaded regardless of quality. There are also sites built by companies, with one from Goose Factory that has a considerable number of users. It's not difficult to go live on public platforms, but for others, payment is generally required. Of course, if your quality is good or you have a big name, you don't need to pay. Instead, they will want to buy from you. Fei Yang's Pokemon falls into the latter category. The 3 video website companies had long received the news and paid to acquire the broadcasting rights. This time, not only did they recoup their costs, but they also made a significant profit. These 3 video website companies are not fools. They wouldn't do this if it weren't profitable. Fei Yang has a vast resource of gamers, which can attract a large number of people to use their video websites. At 10 in the morning, Pokemon was launched on the authorized websites and public video platforms as scheduled. Since it was produced by Chiba Film and Television Company, they could naturally broadcast it as well. They also have their own app, though it doesn't have many users. Previously, when Fei Yang was promoting it, he mentioned them, so most people would naturally go to watch it there. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Lu Yu looked angry and quite helpless. Why can't I play Crossfire? I want to play too. Lu Yu shouted at the door. Have you finished your homework? What are you playing? The morning is my time to play, came Lu Feng's voice from inside the room. Lu Yu and Lu Feng are brothers, with a 7-year age difference. Lu Yu is still in school, while his brother Lu Feng has already graduated. Recently, he watched his brother play Crossfire and stood behind him for a while, finding it really fun. So he also fell in love with playing Crossfire, but since he is still in school, Lu Feng keeps an eye on him. He can only play for 2 hours a day, and even then, he feels it's not enough. With their parents out of the house all day, he has no way to complain. Today was supposed to be the big version update for Crossfire, so he naturally wanted to check what had been updated. Usually, when Crossfire updates, Lu Feng goes to the internet cafe to play with his friends, but today he didn't go. The computer was naturally monopolized by him, and he had no way around it. After all, he is the older brother. If I can't play, then I won't play. When have I ever done my homework in the morning? Waking up early and not letting me play games. I won't do my homework. Lu Yu snorted and returned to his room. He is now in the 2nd year of junior high, right in the rebellious phase, so he generally doesn't listen to Lu Feng's words. Didn't the Fei Yang announcement say that an anime was also launched? I'll go see what anime it is. He then downloaded Chiba's app on his phone. Entering the app, the homepage featured Pokemon, with 3 people holding a very cute-looking pet. The one standing in the middle should be the main character, but why does this main character look like a child? He clicked in, and there were only 5 episodes. There are actually 5 episodes. This will be satisfying to watch, Lu Yu muttered to himself. Usually, when an anime comes out, there are only 2 episodes, but unexpectedly, Pokemon has 5 episodes. He clicked on the first episode, skipped the opening, and it began with an introduction. In this world, there is a type of creature known as Pokemon. Then it showed the main character's home, where Ash was about to become a trainer the next day. The next day, he was late and only received a Pikachu. Looking at the yellow pet on the screen, which resembled a mouse. Lu Yu thought it was so cute no matter how he looked at it. Soon, the first episode ended quickly. Lu Yu couldn't wait to watch the second episode and continued until he finished the 5th episode. Just as he was about to click on the next episode, he found that it was no longer available. At that moment, his stomach growled, and when he checked the time, it was already midnight. He still felt a bit unsatisfied. It was the first time he had seen such an anime, with its peculiar world and those Pokemon that look like monsters. When will it be updated? I still want to watch it. I really want to know what Pokemon Ash will capture next. I also want a Pikachu, he chuckled. Putting away his phone, he knocked on Lu Feng's door. Bro, I'm hungry, make me some food. Lu Feng reluctantly opened the door. What do you want to eat? You make it, I'm going to play for a bit, he said as he slipped into the room. Lu Feng felt helpless, he might as well cook first. Taking care of this younger brother was important, otherwise, when their parents came back, he would get in trouble if Lu Yu complained. You can only play for half an hour. When I finish cooking, you have to come eat, Lu Feng reminded him. Don't worry, Lu Yu had already logged into his own account. Let me see what's new this time. After entering the game, he saw the updates. In response to the popularity of the Biohazard mode, we are launching a new mode, Terminator mode. At the same time, for the anniversary celebration, we are introducing a limited-time demolition mode, Spy mode. New characters launched, Flying Tigers, Lon. In any case, there were a lot of updates. Since he only had half an hour to play, he skimmed through it and went to the Biohazard channel. His favorite mode was the Biohazard mode. He had to beg his brother to let him play a few rounds. His account was also quite lucky, and he got a Silver Killer, which was a good gun for Biohazard. Once, someone even wanted to trade their Barrett for it. This time, the Terminator mode has been updated. I wonder what kind of mode it is. It looks pretty good. This Terminator looks quite cool. Let's try a round. He matched into a game and entered the first round. The map was also new, so he needed to familiarize himself with it, but he wasn't in a hurry. He followed the others. Where there were more people, it was definitely safer, provided no one turned into a ghost. After entering, the gameplay of the mode was displayed, and after reading it, he understood. In this mode, a Terminator would appear, and the Terminator was very powerful. When there weren't many humans left, they would turn into ghost hunters. Moreover, if killed by melee weapons, they couldn't respawn. He had grasped the gameplay of the Terminator mode. Looking at the map again, he muttered to himself, Nightfall Manor, it doesn't look that big. Is it too crowded for 16 people on such a small map? However, he didn't think too much about it and saw several people running to the window, so he followed them. As the countdown ended, he suddenly transformed into a ghost. Terminator. He looked at his transformed appearance and decisively grabbed 2 people nearby. After taking out those around him, he discovered he could actually see where the others were. The Terminator has this function? He could see others' locations in real time. This made things easier. Before long, thanks to his skills, only 4 people were left. At this point, the screen displayed Ghost Hunter vs. Infected. Would the remaining people turn into ghost hunters? He then followed the icon and saw 2 ghost hunters. Before he could approach, he saw a ghost that had just respawned being killed by a hunter with 1 strike. What damage does this ghost hunter deal? However, he was hit hard and knocked out, which stunned him. Wasn't that something? This game was almost over, and after he stretched a bit, he noticed his brother standing behind him. Stop playing, it's time to eat. Reluctantly finishing the game, he went to eat. At the dining table, Lu Yu was eating while discussing the recently played Terminator mode with Lu Feng. Bro, the Terminator mode is amazing, even more fun than Savior mode. Especially when you become the hunter, it's like killing chickens. A single heavy hit from the little ghost takes them out, except for the Terminator. The feeling of the knife ghost is so exhilarating. I saw it, I'll play a bit after dinner. What about me? Lu Yu asked. You? Of course, you'll go do your homework. Don't think I don't know, you definitely didn't do your homework back then. I want to play too. Alright, you can play after you finish your homework tonight. With the updates, players have completely fallen in love with the Terminator mode, especially when the little ghost runs away as soon as it sees the hunter. However, Fei Yang released a new ghost, increasing the playability even more. Su Yang, in the office, looked at the data and was quite satisfied. The newly released Terminator mode was still very fun. There were no ridiculous guns anymore, just ghosts chasing people. The ghost hunter was a real hunter, something that the little ghost would run from, of course, excluding the Terminator. Now that this mode had just come out, it would surely remain popular for a long time. Su Yang had also added balance, unlike the hunters from his previous life. Later on, players jokingly referred to it as the little yellow man, or a high-level evolved mother body could chase him down. If he got caught by the old man, it would be a chorus of frog sounds. At this moment, he remembered that his reputation points had accumulated enough recently, and he could draw for a game again. he still had a lingering desire for those few games above, especially League of Legends and PUBG. He had always wanted these two games, but with his current reputation, he couldn't afford them. If he could draw one, it would be a huge profit. Looking at the spinning wheel, Su Yang glanced at the top. Now the Legend and Crossfire sections were blacked out, so they would definitely be skipped when spinning. Draw! Su Yang clicked to spin, and the wheel began to turn slowly. I wonder what game I can draw this time. He was genuinely a bit excited. League of Legends. Su Yang hoped to land on League of Legends, so he could start working on his next game. The pointer slowly turned to League of Legends, which thrilled Su Yang. He really guessed it right, he drew League of Legends. But the next second, the pointer moved again, sliding out and landing on QQ speed. Damn, this wheel must have been made by the penguin. Su Yang widened his eyes and complained. It was fine to land there, but why move again? However, QQ Speed was also good. It was a phenomenal game. Back in the day, this game was incredibly popular. In an era when the internet was not yet widespread, it had registered over 100 million users, which shows how popular it was. That year, he remembered that the Penguin launched several blockbuster games. DNF, CF, QQ Speed, and QQ Dance. The first three of these games were referred to as the three giants at the time. Although Dance was also very popular, it couldn't compare to the first three. QQ Speed was known as the top casual online game back then, showcasing its strength, and it was also inseparable from the operation of that studio. In that era, he played all kinds of games, and he had dabbled in all the Penguin games. Naturally, he played this one too. Another reason was to light up the QQ icon back then. His thoughts drifted back to the past, when he had gone to the internet cafe in the morning just to collect those vouchers, along with that limited time A car. Although his skills weren't great, he still enjoyed playing. He was the kind of person who was both talented and loved to have fun. Every time he played on that old street map, he struggled with the direction and got stuck under that pipe jump. His favorite map was Chinatown, a square layout without that pipe, making it much easier to navigate. Back then, with just a cart, he would look at others dressed in fancy outfits and then at himself in short sleeves and shorts. And then there were their cars, like the Renault, while he had his blue cart. When he encountered maps he wasn't familiar with, others were already on their third lap while he was just finishing his first, constantly crashing into walls. Then there was the driving test. He thought it was really difficult. The intermediate level was okay, but he couldn't pass the advanced one even after half a day, so he had to ask a classmate to help him out. Later, he switched to playing Crossfire and League of Legends, and gradually stopped playing. However, looking back now, it was a bit funny. He really was bad at it back then. Although he wasn't the first to play this game, he still had many memories associated with it. However, QQ Speed was even more pay-to-win than Crossfire back then. Outfits and such cost money, and the free ones were all ugly. Since that's the case, now that QQ Speed has been revived, they should just adjust the pay-to-win system. The most important thing is still balance, especially with the cars. As long as the cars are well made, that's enough. After all, this game still requires skill. He had seen those skilled players who could outrun Renaults with their carts. Currently, this game looks quite good. Being a casual game, it shouldn't be too competitive. Some things still shouldn't be cut. It's better to keep them. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, he saved the game from the warehouse to his computer. However, the current time slot was already full, so QQ Speed would have to be postponed. If it were to be completed, it would probably take until the end of the year. Of course, this game was still being developed by Linlang Studio, which was a large online game. Su Yang stood up. The anniversary celebration of Fei Yang had already begun, and they would definitely launch a series of activities. Of course, the most important thing he hadn't announced yet, it was time. After saving the game, Su Yang notified the people at Linlang Studio to prepare for a meeting. He had an important announcement to make. Half an hour later, the management of Linlang Studio arrived, and Bai Zhanfei also rushed over. Bai Zhanfei needed to know about such matters, so he was informed. Before the meeting started, Bai Zhanfei asked, "Old Su, are you going to release a new game again?" This had become a routine. Whenever a new game was released, a meeting was called, and Bai Zhanfei was invited. Not just that, I have something even more important to say. Bai Zhanfei was very curious but didn't ask. He would find out soon enough what Su Yang had to say. When the time came, Su Yang cleared his throat, preparing to discuss the meeting's content. The reason I called everyone here is for two things. The first thing is that agents from other countries have already started the public beta for Crossfire. This meant that Crossfire had gone global. The domestic servers had been running for about half a year, and player enthusiasm was high. Su Yang rambled on a bit more and expressed gratitude for everyone's hard work recently. Since we are going global, the next step is that I plan to hold a competition. As he spoke, Su Yang smiled. Bai Zhanfei suddenly understood what Su Yang was getting at. You mean you want to hold a server-wide competition like Legend? Su Yang nodded. Exactly. to hold a large-scale competition. However, this competition won't just be for the domestic players, it will also include players from around the world, and I plan to call it Esports. And the final champion will receive a substantial prize, along with great honor. Bai Zhanfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was a good opportunity. The last legendary national competition had significantly boosted the legend, and he was well aware of that. The number of online viewers that day reached several hundred million. Now, the number of Crossfire players far exceeded that of the legend. Especially with foreign players involved, if a competition were held, players from those countries would surely support their own. At that time, the exposure would be on a completely different level compared to the legend. Who knows, we might see over 1 billion people watching the Crossfire competition. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. So how exactly do we do this? We can't just follow the legend's model. After all, the player base for Crossfire is enormous. If we really followed the legend's method, it would take a year just to filter through. Who said we have to use the legend's model? Crossfire is a team game. I plan to use the King of Guns ranking method, allowing teams to register. As for the timing, January next year should be about right, giving players some time. Starting in September, we will begin the selection process, first choosing 2 teams from each country. Only these 2 teams can enter the world competition. The rest we can discuss slowly. We still have enough time. Su Yang then looked at the few people in the meeting and asked, "Do you have any questions?" They all shook their heads, not having any at all. They couldn't even keep up with Su's train of thought. How did he come up with such ideas? Alright, then let's move on to another matter. Now, the Lin Lang studio has released 2 games. Didn't I mention I would give them a game? You all are also thinking about releasing a game. Everyone sitting here is considered a veteran employee and has participated in the production of Crossfire. Hearing Su Yang's words, their hearts tightened. They hoped they wouldn't be scolded by Su. Unexpectedly, Su Yang continued, "Relying on me to host game design every time won't work. We will definitely grow bigger in the future, and one day we will stand shoulder to shoulder with the Goose Factory, so you all need to have your own ideas. That said, I plan to start another project soon, to create a large-scale online game. Of course, this time it will be different from Crossfire. The competitiveness won't be as strong. You 2 project leaders, select a few people to work with me on this game. Of course, I will only provide guidance, and the main work will still rely on you." Hearing Su Yang say this, the heads of Legend and Crossfire also brightened up. Finally, they were going to create a game, and it would mainly be entrusted to them. The 2 quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, Su, we will definitely not let you down." Alright, that's all for this meeting. The rest isn't very important. After 2 hours of meeting, he had covered everything he wanted for the next step. After the meeting, Bai Zhanfei followed Su Yang to his office. Once seated, Bai Zhanfei asked, "Old Su, aren't you moving too fast?" "What do you mean by too fast? Making a game, Crossfire hasn't even been out for a year, and you're already starting a new game? Is that fast?" "I don't think so. We can't just rely on our past successes, we need to keep launching new games." Bai Zhanfei then expressed his concern, "If we launch a new game like this, won't it affect the other 2 games?" To say it won't is impossible, but a portion of the players will still be from our games. At the same time, this is a new type of game that will attract other players. Su Yang then showed him what the new game would look like. "Look at these attractive outfits. Who do you think they will attract?" Bai Zhanfei looked at a few nice outfits and then said, "Female players." "Not necessarily. I classify it as a casual game, so there will be some players. If I add a couple system, it will attract a batch of female players. Since it doesn't involve team play, even if it flops, teammates won't complain. In any case, there will be many gameplay options." Bai Zhanfei glanced at the game's mechanics, and after finishing, he nodded. "How did you come up with the idea to make this kind of game? We've never seen a game like this before. What are you planning to call it?" "QQ Speed." "Ah, QQ Speed. Isn't that the same name as that chat software from the Goose Factory?" Su Yang said lightly, "You're worrying too much. It's not the same meaning anyway. I think we should change the name just in case Goose Factory sues us," Bai Zhanfei said worriedly. "Don't worry, even if their Pizza Hut team comes, they will win," Su Yang said confidently. This left Bai Zhanfei puzzled, looking completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" Su Yang smiled faintly. "Chinese is profound and extensive." The next day, while everyone was immersed in the new mode of Crossfire, Fei Yan released an announcement. Not only on the official account but also in the game, all players received this notification. In the internet cafe, Lu Feng and Lu Xiaohua logged in as usual. "Xiaohua, yesterday my brother and I played the Terminator mode all night. It was so much fun. Transforming into a hunter is really exhilarating. One heavy hit and a little ghost. It was simply amazing," Lu Feng said while logging in. "It really is fun. I played a couple of rounds yesterday, but I'm afraid of the Terminator. The Terminator's skills are too outrageous. I finally transformed yesterday, and the Terminator came at me with skills, 2 heavy hits and I was done. Why does Fei Yang have such overpowered skills? Sun Shiheo said. When the Terminator uses skills, they hardly lose health. After I transformed, 2 hunters came and hit me. I used a skill, but their 2 heavy hits barely took off any health, another person said. Lu Xiaohua didn't play yesterday, he had some matters at home. Listening to them, it sounded so fun. I should check it out later. After logging in, a message popped up. Lu Xiaohua clicked on the message to see what it was. Player XXX, hello, Crossfire has officially launched in other countries, and Feiyang Game Company will hold a World Championship, CFS. If your skills are solid, you can participate in the first Crossfire World Championship. The rules are to form a team, based on the Gun King ranking mode. Detailed rules will be announced in a month, so please pay attention to the Feiyang Game Company's official website. After reading the message, Lu Xiaohua's breath quickened. The World Championship. He naturally knew about the legendary national competition. It was because of that competition that he learned about Fei Yang. He still remembers the number 1 warrior from that national competition. The legendary national event greatly increased the fame of those few people, and that warrior Wen Ziyuan became especially popular. Not only did he win a prize of 500,000 from Fei Yang, but later on, he was even invited to endorse a game. Now it can be said that he changed his fate through gaming. An ordinary college student, relying on games, suddenly had no worries for the future. He had always lived a life of comfort. Although his family wasn't poor, 500,000 is still a significant amount. And now, with Crossfire holding a world championship, what would it be like if he could participate? As a young man in his early 20s, he certainly wanted to stand on that stage. That was the stage for the world championship, and soon it would represent the country in competition. If they won the championship, how glorious it would be. What are you so engrossed in? Lu Feng leaned over to take a look at Lu Xiaohua's screen. World Championship. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This wasn't just a national competition, but a world championship. He never expected Fei Yang to start hosting a world championship directly. Recently, Fei Yang had also announced that other agents had begun public testing, and players from other countries were already playing. However, compared to the domestic players, they were still quite behind. They had been playing for several months already. Among them, their ranks in the King of Guns ladder were relatively high. Lu Xiaohua had even reached the King of Kings, his strength unquestionable, and he was already in the top 10. The others were not far behind. His current ranking was around 70. However, they needed to play every day. If they didn't play for 2 days, they would be pushed down the ranks. Xiaohua, does that mean you want to participate in the World Championship? Lu Feng asked. Lu Xiaohua nodded. He definitely wanted to participate, as this was a great opportunity to make a name for himself. Aren't there 5 of us? Xiaoming doesn't have time to play, but with Zhang Yuming, we can cover our lack of snipers. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's practice our shooting skills and improve our techniques. We can discuss it again when the specific rules come out in a month. They all nodded. Lu Xiaohua was right. Didn't you say the Terminator is fun? Go play a couple of rounds, then continue practicing your shooting. At this moment, following the news released by Feiyang Online, players of Crossfire were completely stirred up. With the legendary precedent, players were even more excited about the announcement made by Feiyang. Under Feiyang's official website, a large number of players were commenting on their thoughts. Wow, a world championship, can't wait. I never thought that playing a game could reach such a global level. I'm already pumped up. I wonder how the world championship will be played. Is it like the legendary mode? Is the person above blind? Can't you see it's based on the King of Guns ranking mode? It must be a team game. It must be a 5v5 mode. That's how the King of Guns ranking works. Looking forward to it. Let's wait for the detailed rules in a month. I don't care about anything else. The final champion must be us. This post quickly trended, starting to spread online, even attracting the attention of those who didn't play Crossfire. This time was different from the last legendary competition. That was a national event, and at that time, Feiyang's reputation hadn't risen yet. But now it was different. After a year, Feiyang's fame had grown, and this time it wasn't just a national competition, but a world championship. With the word world included, even those who didn't play games would be curious enough to click in and take a look. After Feiyang released this news domestically, they also notified several agents, asking them to pass this message to their domestic players as well. They believed that players on their side would also be particularly excited upon receiving this news. For the first time playing such a game, they could participate in a competition of a global nature. However, some players from a few countries were somewhat dissatisfied, mainly because they had come online later. The Dragon country had started public testing at the beginning of the year, while they had been in public testing for less than 2 months. In the King of Guns ranking, there wasn't even a King of Kings yet, while there were plenty in the Dragon Country. Not to mention the King of Kings, even a Glory King could probably wipe the floor with players from their side. Although they were dissatisfied, they couldn't blame Fei-yong. They could only blame the game company in their country that was responsible for Crossfire. If, like Asan, he had taken on the agency role earlier, things wouldn't be so tense now. Asan's side already has the King of Guns. A group of people rushed to the agency's website, starting to vent their frustrations. Meanwhile, on Fei-yong's side, after Su-yang announced this matter, he began to focus on the World Championship, which was quite troublesome due to the large player base. As time passed, everyone online started waiting for Fei-yong to announce the rules for the World Championship. Those who believed they had the strength began practicing their shooting, knowing that even if they couldn't make it to the World Championship, they still wanted to make a name for themselves. This was one of the few opportunities to gain fame. If they didn't prepare now, it would be too late by the time it started. During this time, Fei-yong released another CG for Black Myth, Wukong. In a dilapidated small temple, on a snowy day, a monkey holding a stick walked forward. Although it was just a short 2-minute CG, it once again heightened players' anticipation for Black Myth, Wukong, even diverting some attention from Crossfire. Now, only 2 CGs had been released, yet players were still eagerly awaiting more. Finally, after a month, the time had come. During this period, Su-yang had been busy with other matters. He still needed to keep an eye on QQ speed. Some areas were still lacking in personnel. Since it was their first time dealing with this type of game, they didn't understand the core gameplay. Thus, Su-yang needed to gradually resolve these issues, otherwise, the game's launch would be delayed. He had to consider both QQ speed and the console games. The console games were almost ready, but they still needed some fine-tuning, and he had to personally oversee it. If all went well, they could launch in a few months. He was very much looking forward to the console games, especially Pokemon. The original idea was to use anime to open up the game market, but upon further thought, such a novel game would surely attract players. A console costing 1,000 yuan could play dozens of games, and there were no account restrictions or time limits. Even if the company went bankrupt, the games would still be available. Moreover, he added an online feature, allowing players to choose whether to connect to the internet. He would also update the game periodically, adding a few more titles. This meant that once players bought it, they could continuously enjoy games without hassle. He planned to update 3 versions of Pokemon games on it. As for the subsequent content, they would need to purchase it. He still wanted to develop this major IP. The anime had been online for several days now, and since it was free, many players were watching it. By yesterday, the total view count had reached 80 million, which was quite impressive. Especially at Chiba Company, they were even more delighted. Having produced Pokemon, their app's download numbers were skyrocketing, leading to enormous profits. Now that the production was complete, their contract with Fei-yong had also ended. However, they were considering renewing it, and Long Shishue was particularly optimistic about the future. This anime was not just a single installment. The plot and illustrations Fei-yong provided had sequels. Thanks to this anime, they had made a fortune, and they were eager to continue the collaboration. For this reason, she once again approached Fei-yong, hoping for another partnership. They could also offer more profits. She believed it was normal for Pokemon to become popular. The unique plot and those strange creatures would keep viewers engaged. She also knew that Fei-yong was developing games in this area, and if the game were released, it would be terrifying. Fei-yong's games were already recognized in the industry for their quality. Naturally, the game they developed based on this anime wouldn't be too far off either. Once players start playing the game, those who haven't watched the anime will naturally come back to watch it again. Another thing is that her peers, seeing the popularity of Pokemon, are also looking to come to Fei-yong for a collaboration opportunity. Among them, there are several companies that are even stronger than theirs. There is one company that does anime better than they do, which makes her anxious. Especially since she has already tasted success, she is even less willing to give up. In the end, they secured the contract for the second installment at a very low price. After signing the contract, Long Shishue happily left Fei-yong and began preparing for the production of the next installment. After finishing these tasks, Su-yang also took a day off. Then he started preparing the rules for the World Championship. After a month of anticipation from the Crossfire players, the day finally arrived. At 10 o'clock that morning, Su-yang promptly published the rules for this World Championship on the official account. First is the National Selection. The National Selection will use the Demolition mode and will consist of 11 rounds. In 3 months, the domestic selection will begin, and players who want to participate need to form a team to register. Of course, there are no entry barriers for the competition. Any player can participate in the selection. However, considering that there will be many teams participating, the earlier rounds will be held online. Finally, 16 teams will be selected for offline competition, and once they enter the offline stage, it will be a best-of-3 format. As long as they reach the finals, they will have a chance to enter the World Championship. World Championship rules: this time, there will be 8 competition zones, with detailed distribution as follows. Since it is the first World Championship, 12 teams will participate. The champion of this zone will directly advance to the World Championship. The remaining 4 spots will be selected from the other 8 runners-up, ranked according to points. The detailed rules of the World Championship are as follows. The competition will adopt a group stage format. The 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups, competing within the groups, with the top 2 advancing to the quarterfinals, while the third-place teams will compete for the remaining 2 spots. The World Championship will use Demolition Mode, Annihilation Mode, and Team Mode. Detailed rules are as follows. Su Yang wrote a lot on the official account, especially about the competition rules. Fortunately, he had watched the CF World Series in his previous life and was well-versed in the competition content, so he was able to formulate the competition details thoroughly. Next was the schedule. He had already chosen it, starting the World Championship 1 month after selecting the domestic champion. The location for the World Championship would be Long Country. For this matter, he even made a special trip to the relevant department, which also provided support. Not for any other reason, but because this is their domestic game starting to go international, and hosting such a competition is beneficial for local development, they couldn't possibly not support it. After getting the results, he also had Bai Zhanfei arrange the venue. With the experience from the last legendary event, Bai Zhanfei agreed and prepared to rent the largest sports arena available. A venue that can accommodate tens of thousands of people would certainly give the Crossfire World Championship some prestige. At this time, after Fei Yang announced the rules for the World Championship, the players' reactions were also significant. It even made most players very happy, especially regarding that quota. As a player from Long Country, they certainly wanted 2 domestic teams to participate in the competition. Under the official account, there were numerous comments, showing the players' anticipation. Why is there only demolition in the domestic competition, while the World Championship is so complicated? You know what, this is to test the strength of the participating teams, especially the cooperation between teams. Although I don't understand it either, it doesn't stop me from bragging. 8 regions for the competition? That's incredible. I definitely want to participate. I hope I can make it to the offline matches in the country. I'm looking forward to it. The competition rules are finally out. If I can step onto the World Championship stage, what an honor that would be. Stepping on is just the first step. Winning the championship is the real honor. I have a friend at Fei Yang, and he told me that the champion will receive a set of skins, a rifle, a pistol, and a melee weapon. Really? There will be skins, of course, and players will be able to choose the elements themselves. The skin quality seems to be on par with the Fire Qilin and Thunder God, all epic level skins. I can't take it anymore. I need to practice shooting. By the way, is anyone forming a team? I'm the king of guns in the north. At the same time, it wasn't just domestic players who were reacting so strongly. In other countries, agents also announced this news immediately. Just like in the country, it sparked a huge wave of excitement, with many people speaking out. Some had already rushed to the agents' offices, cheering and celebrating. In this world, due to technological advancements, there are rarely any wars. Most countries hold on to a nuclear bomb, and no country dares to take action. Thus, the world is relatively peaceful. In this peaceful era, player duels between several countries also provide greater motivation for participants. Everyone is eager to claim that honor. With the announcements sent out, the number of Crossfire players has been steadily increasing. Players are recharging more and more, allowing several agents to make a significant profit. Of course, the biggest share still goes to Fei Yang, as they are the ultimate decision makers. Su Yang could also anticipate that, within these 3 months, capable players would start practicing their shooting. In fact, he was right. With the news released, the next day, those streamers who broadcast Crossfire changed their room names. Of course, these were the skilled streamers. They already had the ability and were definitely going to give it a shot. Even if they ultimately failed, it wouldn't be a loss. On the contrary, as long as they could make it to the offline matches, whether in reputation or cash, it would be substantial. Seeing the players' enthusiasm so high, Su Yang felt quite pleased. He initially considered whether to change the approach or incorporate CSGO's competition style, but then he thought, that would be too troublesome. Crossfire became popular in the country precisely because of its simple and convenient controls. If this mode were introduced, it might make players feel a bit unfamiliar. At the start, they would have to calculate how to maximize their economy, and for those who play sniper, it would be even more torturous. Without a sniper, some players' skills would really drop a level. Moreover, starting with a pistol in the crossfire environment is quite challenging. Because of the current situation, most players don't play much. Even those who use snipers hardly practice with pistols. He also hasn't introduced a pistol mode in the game, so this idea was quickly dismissed. In an era without artifacts, Crossfire's balance has already been well established. Furthermore, in the World Championship, there are restrictions. Some guns can't even be used, with the mainstream still being the AK and M4, and the sniper naturally being the AWM. Therefore, there is no need to think of other methods. Now, it's time to consider how to conduct the selection matches. Crossfire is different from Legend, and the number of players is also different. Currently, the number of Crossfire players is much greater than that of Legend. Soo-young thought of using bots to filter out a large portion of players, but this also has its drawbacks. Bots, which are computer-controlled, can be too difficult for some to pass, or too easy to be of any use. In other words, bots are like the official cheats, equipped with aim assist and wall hacks. Encountering such bots means instant defeat. With the computer having no delay, he would only read data, and in the moment you reveal yourself, that time, precise to several decimal places, you would be gone. This is something that people can't react to at all. Even the fastest hands can't compete with a computer. He dismissed this idea as well. Moreover, now that he had announced to everyone in the server that anyone who could participate in the Gun King ranking could join, the threshold for the Gun King ranking isn't high, unlike the legendary peak duels, which have their own requirements. As long as you meet the ranking level, you can participate. But he also didn't want to dampen the players' enthusiasm, so Soo-young thought for a moment and decided to use a selection method. After all, there was a month's time, enough for him to select a few teams. It wasn't about individual players, they would still need to sign up. At that time, a competition area would be opened in each major region, and players who signed up could enter. Then they would be matched, and the winners would naturally advance to the next round. There would only be one round of demolition mode, losing would mean elimination. He also adopted the format of legendary competitions, where matches would take place in the game, and they would compete throughout the day, needing to complete 3 matches daily. Those who didn't meet the standard would also be eliminated. This was a one-day time frame. Since those who could come to participate in the competition would surely reserve time, completing 3 matches in a day should be feasible. Currently, Crossfire has over 300 million players, and the participants should not exceed 100 million. After all, it's impossible for everyone to play during work hours. With less than 20 million teams, there would definitely be some that couldn't participate. This way, another batch of teams could be filtered out, and after a few days of selection, there wouldn't be many left. When the remaining teams were few, the competition format could change. 64 or 32 teams could then use an elimination system, avoiding further chaos. Each team would draw lots to determine their opponents. Then, through rounds of elimination, when it reached the top 16, he thought of using an offline mode. In one night, they could determine the champion of Crossfire in Manhwa. Soo-young felt this was good. They could do it this way for the first time, and for the second world competition, they could use other methods. This was the rough outline. He would discuss the detailed rules with the staff later to see if they had any good suggestions. A few days later, Bai Zhanfei returned. But it wasn't because of venue issues, it was about the console game. He had been following this matter, so they had been in contact. Old Sue, news has come from there. The Switch game you mentioned is almost done, and they want us to take a look, Bai Zhanfei said as he entered. It's done. Soo-young put down his work. So fast? It had only been half a year, and it was already completed. Quick, right? Bai Zhanfei said. I didn't expect it to be so fast, and their explanation is that what you provided was almost live. The hardest part you already handed over, so the rest was finished quickly without much difficulty. Soo-young nodded. It was indeed like that, as they were outsourcing, so there wouldn't be any technical challenges involved. Moreover, we had already developed those simple games on our side. They have also integrated the game on their end, and this time they want to invite us over just to see how they did. Alright, let's go take a look. It won't take much time anyway. Subsequently, Soo-young and Bai Zhanfei went over to check it out. Upon arriving at the company, several people were already waiting for their arrival at the entrance. As soon as they got out of the car, the leading person walked up with a smile. Hello, Mr. Sue, I am the owner of wireless technology company, Wuisi. Soo-young also extended his hand for a handshake, looking at Wuisi, who was just over 30, and was surprised that he had already started a company. It was a tech company, and although it was a tech company, its main business was still the manufacturing of electronic components or precision instruments. He then took Soo-young and Bai Zhanfei to the workshop to see the finished products. After Wuisi took out a finished product, Soo-young received it. It was still the same appearance, the same feel. It was slightly thicker than an average phone and a bit larger too. Of course, it couldn't compare to a foldable phone. The red and blue arms on both sides could truly be said to be authentic. Just as Wu Yixi was about to introduce it, Su Yang had already powered it on. He skillfully started using it, and at that moment, Su Yang had already clicked on a game called Contra. Once he entered the game, he heard that familiar sound again. Choosing single-player mode, he directly began to play. He walked and shot, first getting the L bullet, then jumping over a bridge. He took down the first tank and got the S bullet, easily reaching the boss, standing at that red, and took it down in just a few hits. He completed it in one go, not spending more than a second. This left Wu Yixi beside him dumbfounded. He had played this game before. It was not that easy. He had tried dozens of times and couldn't even get past the red tank. In Su Yang's hands, it was that simple? The game in his hands was like child's play. He hardly paused. After finishing the first level, Su Yang exited the game, still feeling that familiar taste. Playing with friends when he was young, they could never coordinate well, and he often ended up costing his friends a life. Full of memories, now playing it again, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Next to Contra was a game called Dino Run, and without thinking, it was definitely just like he remembered. This kind of FC game had reached its last stop in his generation, but it was very popular when he was a child. Contra, Tank Battle, and Mario, all were two-player games that required cooperation. He had now launched 5 games on it, and of course, the most important one was Pokemon. These games were all classics, filled with nostalgia. Isn't there a saying that the longer the memory, the blurrier the image? Now the games were made, and they were all in high definition. Back then, when he played, they were still pixel games. How is it? Wu Yixi asked cautiously from the side. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. It's very well done. Let me take a look at the remaining game. Making the switch was just for Pokemon, and what he cared about most was still this game. Since he wanted to create the first IP from his past life, he had to do it well. Relying solely on anime was far from enough. To optimize it, he integrated the first generation's red, green, blue, and yellow together. Since the main series of Pokemon had a total of 8 stages, he couldn't possibly release each one separately. Adding them all up, it was nearly 50 games. Doing so many would surely leave players dissatisfied and would lead to criticism of Fei Yang. Therefore, he planned to merge the excess directly, integrating each era into one game, while also preserving the standout settings. This way, the game would have more playability. The first generation of games could perfectly align with the Indigo chapter, both set in the Kanto region. He had looked at the data earlier. There were over 150 Pokemon involved in the Kanto chapter, which he had never known before. Let's see how this game is. Su Yang entered the Pokemon game. First, there was no change. Of course, the opening featured Feiyan's logo, and then Professor Oak appeared. Next came the selection of the initial Pokemon, the familiar Kanto starters, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. These are the most familiar starter Pokemon for players and the ones they encounter the most. They are also the most popular, especially Charizard, whose fire and flying attributes make it a favorite choice among players. After the introduction of the Mega Evolution mechanism, its popularity soared even higher, and the most outrageous part is that it has 2 forms of Mega Evolution, with its post-Mega attributes being so powerful that it could be considered a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Of course, in terms of popularity, Pikachu has always held the top spot, and this is beyond doubt. Currently, in the anime, there are already forums dedicated to Pikachu Online, and they are quite active. He could imagine that once the Switch is released, players of this game will definitely want to train Pikachu. Su Yang's gaze returned to the game, and he chose Charmander. As for why, he recalled Ash's Charizard from the anime. No, it should be called Charizard the Great, whose strength was truly formidable. It was just a pity that in the end, it lost to Master Meow's Blastoise due to a stroke of bad luck. After choosing Charmander, he played for a few more minutes without any issues. Due to the integration, he had modified some data and gameplay, but overall, there were no significant changes. Even if there were changes, the players in this world wouldn't know. They would definitely enjoy this kind of game. After experiencing the other 2 games, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. It was just perfect, exactly as he had imagined. Childhood memories came flooding back. Following Wu Yixi, he arrived at his office. Wu Yixi asked, "Mr. Su, what do you think of our work?" "Not bad, I'm very satisfied," Su Yang replied, genuinely. Hearing Su Yang say this, Wu Yixi's face showed an excited expression. At that moment, Su Yang noticed a photo on Wu Yixi's desk, a picture of him receiving an award at a gaming competition. Su Yang asked, "Mr. Wu, what's this?" Wu Yixi followed Su Yang's gaze to the photo on the desk and immediately chuckled. "This is a photo from a gaming offline competition I participated in during university. I won this award with my roommates back then." "So Mr. Wu is also a gaming enthusiast, Su Yang said with a smile. I did enjoy playing back then, but since starting my business, I haven't had much time for games, Wu Yixi replied. They had already toured the entire factory of their company and understood it quite well. By the way, Mr. Wu, may I ask how the company's profits are doing? Wu Yixi sighed. Not very well. To put it nicely, we are a tech company, but in reality, we are just a small workshop, nowhere near your level. If it weren't for Mr. By finding us recently, we might have had to file for bankruptcy by now. Firstly, we have no funds to develop our own projects. Secondly, without projects, it's hard to even make a profit. Wu Yixi shook his head, a bit bitter. He had been in business for nearly 10 years, and not only had he not made money, but he was also on the verge of losing everything. Hearing Wu Yixi's words, Su Yang had some thoughts. The Switch would definitely sell well in the future. Relying solely on a wireless technology company would not be enough. His goal was not just the domestic market, he had long wanted to expand into foreign markets. Now that he had everything ready, there was no need to run around aimlessly. Su Yang immediately asked, Mr. Wu, why didn't you choose to delve deeper into the gaming industry back then? I wanted to, but I just wasn't cut out for it. I only switched to this after losing a significant amount, Wu Yixi said helplessly. Seeing that the timing was right, Su Yang said, does General Manager Wu have any thoughts about changing industries? Wu Yixi, after all, had been in the social scene for many years, so he naturally picked up on Su Yang's insinuation. What does General Manager Su mean? He felt a bit excited inside. If the other party truly had this intention, it would be fantastic. This was Fei Yang, after all. When Bai Zhanfei first approached him, he had doubted that Bai Zhanfei was a fraud. After all, Fei Yang had started to gain fame in the gaming world thanks to its legendary status, and after the release of Crossfire, it skyrocketed like a rocket. It was no exaggeration to say that Fei Yang had already become a giant in the gaming industry. They just needed a bit more time. Given a few more years, they would definitely reach the level of companies like Tencent. Moreover, they had now launched Pokemon and were working on game consoles. He could envision that these game consoles would sell like hotcakes. With such quality, even at a price of 3,000 to 4,000, there would be buyers. From Fei Yang's current situation, it was clear they were already developing new games. Su Yang smiled and said, My meaning is very simple. I want to acquire your wireless technology company. Although he was prepared, hearing Su Yang's words still made him a bit excited. Su Yang continued, Of course, after the acquisition, we won't take away your decision-making power. The company will still be operated by you. It will just become a subsidiary of Fei Yang. Before Su Yang could finish, Wu Yixi immediately said, No problem. I agree. It was a company on the verge of bankruptcy anyway. If it weren't for your offer, I would have really considered that. Collaborating with you also means I can pay my employees. I've already owed them 2 months' salary. Now that you're willing to acquire, I'm definitely happy. Seeing Wu Yixi so agreeable, Su Yang was pleased as it saved him some troublesome matters. Alright then, the remaining matters will be handled by Lao Bai. You take care of it, I have other things to attend to. Now that they had acquired them, he would still take over the subsequent gaming side, and the rest would be handled by Wu Yixi. After that, Su Yang returned to the company, leaving Bai Zhanfei to deal with the matter. 5 days later, Bai Zhanfei returned to the company and sat across from Su Yang. Is everything taken care of? Su Yang asked. Yes, it's all done. The wireless technology company is now our subsidiary, and it's fully owned by us. Of course, the management rights still belong to Wu Yixi, but major decisions are still ours. You didn't leave him anything? Su Yang asked in surprise. What's there to leave? He was about to apply for bankruptcy. Our acquisition of his company is a huge blessing for him, Bai Zhanfei said. Alright then, Su Yang didn't press further. After all, Wu Yixi was still the manager of the wireless technology company, just under Fei Yang now. He would ensure he received good treatment. He had another idea. That was to open another studio, specifically responsible for console games. It would also allow him to get involved and see what good ideas he had. Just a few days ago, he was the owner of a company, and now, in just a few days, he had become an employee. However, from another perspective, without Fei Yang, they might have already filed for bankruptcy. Now, Wu Yixi and his company's employees had all become Fei Yang's employees. By the way, since we've acquired them, my next step is to open another studio. Oh, is it going to be a studio focused on console games? Bai Zhanfei asked. That's right, a studio for console games. After that, the two discussed some details about the next steps regarding this studio, named Electronic Studio. Then there was the matter of personnel allocation. Su Yang naturally took the lead, but he could let Wu Yixi be his assistant to see how it goes. After all, he was in charge of game affairs. At this moment, Bai Zhanfei suddenly said, By the way, our rent is about to expire. Are we renewing or moving? Moving? Su Yang also started to think. It was almost a year, time really flies. Initially, he thought this place was quite good, but now it seemed a bit lacking. After becoming 3 studios, their office space had become quite cramped. Although there was half a floor, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Then what are we waiting for? Just move to a bigger place. Our current size is not small. We can't keep squeezing into such a small space, Su Yang said. Alright, I'll prepare. It should take about half a month to sort out, Bai Zhanfei replied. Su Yang nodded, letting him handle it. With his personality, he felt any house would be fine. He couldn't pinpoint what was good or bad. He would get caught up in indecision, while Bai Zhanfei was different. Once he set his sights on something, that was it, he wouldn't hesitate. So it was best to let him handle such matters. He still preferred to sit in the office and tweak games. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Bai Zhanfei had found a place. This location was in a park, and they would be moving there. The reason for moving here was also due to Bai Zhanfei's family. One of his relatives happened to be in this line of work, and now Feiyan was quite a hot commodity in the city. Feiyan was now a major taxpayer in the city, and the higher-ups would definitely pay close attention to it. With Feiyan's needs, they had to be met. Otherwise, if Feiyan left, it would be a significant loss for the higher-ups. After Bai Zhanfei made the request, he quickly found them a place. A newly built building, still unoccupied, and it wasn't a high-rise, only 6 stories. For a company of their size, this office address was quite suitable. When Bai Zhanfei showed him the plans, he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect them to rent an entire building that could accommodate about 1,000 people. Moreover, they received a substantial discount, which was quite cost-effective for them. Since they'd given us such a good place, what are we waiting for? Move! Su Yang waved his hand decisively. In half a month, they moved to the park, and he thought the place looked quite good. After the employees arrived, it wasn't so cramped anymore. Everyone had their own workspace, which was quite spacious, unlike before where it was overcrowded. At the same time, he also divided the office space for each studio. On the 6 floors, as the company owner, he would definitely be on the upper floors. Then one studio would occupy 1 floor, and the rest could be decided later when more people came. After moving, Su Yang announced some matters on the official website, including the release of a CG for Black Myth, Yukong. He also announced that they had started designing a new game, to be developed by Linglang Studio, expected to be released after the Crossfire World Championship. This news excited the players for a while. There was a new game coming. It had been almost a year, right? With the previous Legend and now Crossfire, the upcoming games would surely not disappoint them. Most people were eagerly waiting for Feiyan's new game. However, the players of Crossfire were even more looking forward to the start of the World Championship. With a month left until the competition, Feiyan announced the addition of a new studio once again. This surprised the players. They were adding another studio? Feiyan currently has only a few games in hand, even counting the ones already made. There are only 4 games. 2 of them are niche games, and Feiyan's recent moves have left them baffled. Some people have already discovered that Linlong's games are large-scale online games, with Legend and Crossfire being Linlong's. Meanwhile, Chaoyang has launched a mobile game, and the other Tianfang is a single-player game. This inevitably leads players to speculate whether Feiyan plans to add another studio for a different type of game. They have only mentioned establishing a studio, but Feiyan hasn't said anything else. Players aren't particularly interested unless they specify what type of game they intend to make. The excitement around this matter quickly faded. However, the Crossfire World Championship is approaching, with less than a month to go. Players are very much looking forward to it. Especially a week before the competition, the excitement surged again. Crossfire players have been paying attention to this event, and by now, some have exposed their teams for the sake of visibility. Moreover, it's not just one team. Some people have judged these teams online. They are curious to see how far these teams can go, with some even claiming that the champion will emerge from among them. Just watching the videos, those teams do seem very strong, with instant sniping and AK headshots. Their perfect coordination showcases their superb skills. However, there are also skeptics who believe they are too flashy and will surely be targeted because of it. Even some big influencers have weighed in on the matter. For a time, the internet was filled with discussions about the Crossfire World Championship. With 3 days left, Feiyan also released news to start the registration process. The registration period was ample, lasting a full 3 days. The day after registration closed was when the competition would begin. Liu Xiaohua and his 4 teammates arrived at the internet cafe, ready to register first. Xiaohua, it says we need to form a team and come up with a name. What should we name ourselves? Lu Feng asked from the side. After all, he was the captain, and since he was the strongest among them, they needed to listen to him. Liu Xiaohua thought for a moment, how about we use our team's name? AK? They considered it and thought it could work. To ensure compatibility with the competition server, Feiyang's officials suggested using pinyin, which would be universally accepted. Of course, using English was also fine since the World Championship was held in Manhwa. The competition servers would be set up according to Manhwa's standards. Then how about we add 2 more characters? Lu Feng suggested. What? Dengfeng, meaning we aim to win the championship. Sounds good. They decided on the team name, Dengfeng AK. As the registration period ended, the competition time arrived. After registering, Lu Xiaohua played a few rounds to prepare for the competition without distractions before logging off. I have an idea, Lu Xiaohua said. What idea? The other 4 looked at him in confusion. What if the internet cafe loses power while we're competing? They were taken aback. What would they do if such an unexpected situation occurred? Although the probability was low, what if? What do you want to do? Sun Shihao asked. Competing from home was an option, but communication wouldn't be as effective as having all 5 together. I want to set up a computer room at my house, and we can go there to compete. Hearing this, the others were surprised that Lu Xiaohua would go to such lengths. Although they knew Lu Xiaohua's family was wealthy, they didn't expect him to be this extravagant. Lu Feng was a bit more understanding. He had known Lu Xiaohua since childhood and was well aware of his family's situation. I don't want us to fail in the first match due to other reasons. What I'm doing is definitely foolproof. Seeing him like this, the 4 of them agreed. After all, he was the captain, and they were all on the same team. They certainly didn't want external factors to lead to their defeat, falling where they shouldn't. Over the past 2 days, they had set up a room with the highest configuration computers, and after Lu Xiaohua bought them, he didn't even blink. This surprised Zhang Yiming. The price of this computer could buy 10 of his at home. Lu Xiaohua was really wealthy. Time quickly arrived at the 3rd day, when the competition officially began. Su Yang here also issued an announcement early on the first day, wishing the players good results. At 8 o'clock, as the competition server opened, a large number of players immediately entered the competition server. Of course, only those who registered could enter, and then they would form teams and match up. Last night, the person in charge of Crossfire sent Su Yang the number of teams registered for the competition. There were a full 3 million teams, meaning 15 million people participated in this competition. This number was even less than Su Yang had estimated, but that was fine, as it made things easier for them. If it had turned out as he thought, with tens of millions of teams popping up, it would have been difficult. 8 o'clock arrived on time. Lu Xiaohua and the others also came to his computer room. The 5 of them were quite strong, and they wouldn't be nervous about the first day's competition. Once online, they quickly matched with their opponents, whose levels were not high, looking like a temporary team. They soon finished this match with a one-sided slaughter of 11 o'clock, with Lu Feng not dying even once. Lu Feng said on the side, by the end of today, we should be able to clear out those weak teams. Lu Xiaohua nodded. However, there is a problem. This chaotic battle mode could also lead to strong teams facing each other. We still need to be careful. If we encounter a strong team, it could be troublesome. Then, they decisively started the second match, which was also a crushing victory, quickly defeating the opponents. Although the opponents scored 1 point, that was only in the last match when they were caught off guard. See, the players in this match are much stronger than the last one, and they even have some tactics. We can't underestimate others, Lu Xiaohua warned. Next was the third match, where they encountered a relatively strong team, playing a total of 15 rounds before finishing the match. While they were lurking, they were caught off guard by the opponents, but fortunately, they adjusted in time. The opponents only scored 4 points, but they couldn't crush them. After 3 matches, they took off their headsets and breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought the first day would be very simple, but unexpectedly, there were still twists and turns, especially in the last match, which was quite strong. We finished 3 matches. It seems we need to summarize our experiences, Lu Feng said seriously. They had crushed weak teams, but when facing slightly stronger opponents, although they could win, it was a bit difficult. If it weren't for Lu Xiaohua and Zhang Yiming backing them up, winning would have been even harder. They spent the day practicing shooting and summarizing experiences. At midnight, the competition server would close and wouldn't reopen until 8 o'clock the next morning. At 10 o'clock, Su Yang and Bai Zhanfei were in a meeting, listening to reports from the people below. On the first day, nearly 90% of the teams were eliminated, leaving only over 300,000 teams. Most of those who registered just to play were eliminated in the first match. However, even so, there are still nearly 2 million people left. Although the numbers have dwindled, the remaining individuals are not weaklings, they possess a certain level of skill. At night, the online activity was even more intense, filled with posts and videos about today's matches. It was too difficult. We encountered 5-star players in our first match, and our heads were blown off. It was simply unbearable to watch. As expected, a player like me isn't suited for this. The opponents were all aiming for headshots. I died 11 times, 10 of which were headshots, and once I was sniped. Of course, where there is worry, there is also joy. It was so exhilarating. I've never felt this good before. I had an AK, taking down one opponent with each shot, winning 3 matches in a row. I feel like our team can continue winning tomorrow. Not necessarily, our team also had a winning streak, but in the third match, we ran into tough competition and almost got eliminated. That's true. After the first match, I thought it was too easy, but by the second match, something fell off, and by the third match, I was already sweating. I wonder what kind of experts we'll face tomorrow. The excitement didn't wane. Some people began discussing the teams that had previously been so lively online. Among them, 2 had already been eliminated, and they were knocked out in the second match, which was quite embarrassing. This was somewhat similar to those streamers who, in their videos, would get 5 kills or wipe out teams, only to be sniped and taken down in their live streams. However, this wave of attention had also benefited them. The next day's matches arrived quickly. By the second day, the competition had officially entered a heated phase. After today, it meant that 300,000 teams would be eliminated. With less than 100,000 teams remaining, the upcoming matches promised to be thrilling. As noon approached, half of the teams had already been eliminated. Among them were several streamer teams that had faced off against relatively unknown teams. One team had played 6 matches and only lost 3 rounds. This record placed them in first place. Su Yang also began the rankings on the second day. As long as they completed 6 matches, they would receive a ranking. The ranking was straightforward, calculated based on the number of rounds lost, with the fewest losses being first. Lu Xiaohua and his team found the second day to be a bit tougher than the first. After 3 matches, their ranking was already out. They had lost a total of 15 small rounds, placing them over 1,000th. This ranking surprised them. Although they had faced some difficulties today, they had maintained the upper hand and were in better form than yesterday. Yet, they hadn't expected that losing just 15 small rounds would put them over 1,000th. Were the teams ahead of them really that formidable? However, they didn't dwell too much on the data. After finishing the matches, they continued to review and summarize their experiences. By the end of the second day's matches, over 90% of the players had been eliminated. Now, there were fewer than 50,000 teams left, and these teams were not to be underestimated. The remaining teams certainly weren't those that had advanced by luck. They all had some level of skill. With just 1 day left, as long as they made it through the third day, they would earn points, which meant a chance for revival. But this final day would be the hardest. The third day would again eliminate more than half of the teams, and every team hoped to make it to the revival matches. Moreover, Fei Yang announced that starting from the fourth day, each team would have 1 chance to revive each day. This meant that in 3 matches, losing 2 would lead to elimination. However, by the 4th day, the rate of elimination would slow down. But by the 7th day, the 3 matches each day would increase to 5, and that would be the real challenge. On the 3rd day, Lu Xiaohua and his team achieved a perfect score in the peak competition, winning all 3 matches, and their ranking had risen to over 600. At this ranking, a single round's difference could mean dozens of teams. They advanced to the 4th day of competition, where they had a revival match. At this point, there were still over 13,000 teams remaining. From the more than 3 million teams that had registered, only a little over 10,000 were left after 3 days. By the end of the 4th day, there would be fewer than 10,000 teams. Lu Xiaohua and his team breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching the 4th day meant they had secured at least 1 more day of survival. If they had lost in the 3rd match, it would have been manageable, but losing in the 1st match would have been much more stressful. By the 4th day, over 1,000 teams had won all their matches and advanced to the next day's competition, while over 4,000 teams were regrettably eliminated. After today, fewer than 10,000 teams remained in the competition. Lu Xiaohua and his team were among the victorious teams, and their ranking rose once again. At this stage, the matching algorithm was no longer like the first day. It was now true random matching. If luck was not on their side, they could face 2 strong teams in a row, as everything was random. By the 5th day, over 1,000 more teams were eliminated, leaving fewer than 7,000 teams. After the 6th day, only a little over 5,000 teams remained. The 7th day would bring even tougher competition, requiring 5 matches with only 1 loss allowed, leading to even more teams being eliminated. By the 10th day, from 5,000 teams, only a few hundred would remain. In 5 matches, losing just 2 would mean elimination, which was extremely difficult. Therefore, on the 11th day, Fei Yang directly implemented a points-based competition. Since it was Saturday, considering the players, there would be no limit on the number of matches or wins and losses, allowing continuous play. The top 128 teams would advance to the next round, and it would also be a live-streamed event. The specific competition rules were announced by Fei Yang on the evening of the 10th day. The remaining teams would start at 9 in the morning and compete without limits until 3 in the afternoon. Each win would count as 1 point, and the rounds won would also be tallied. After the time ended, teams would be ranked by points, and if teams had the same score, the number of rounds won would determine who advanced. This made the competition even more urgent for the participating teams, as this was the most critical stage before going offline. Due to the live broadcast, many viewers tuned in, and these 5 hours would be a race for survival. There would be a break from 12 to 1, and if any player faced a high-intensity match and something went wrong, Su Yang would be in trouble. On this day, as the competition began, the remaining teams were an even number, allowing for normal matching. During the lunch break, the teams were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier had very few teams, with a maximum of 2 losses. The second tier had an equal number of wins and losses, and the third tier had many more losses. Some teams, having lost hope, chose not to continue playing. As the time reached 3 in the afternoon, the final 128 teams were determined. The remaining teams had been eliminated, and this points-based competition truly tested a team's strength. After the competition ended, Su Yang released an announcement. Tomorrow would be the last day of online competition, leading to the elimination rounds, where only 32 teams would advance to the offline stage. The rules for tomorrow's matches were simple: a best-of-3 format, with 1 round in the morning and another in the afternoon. The final official match would take place 3 days later in the evening. "We won! We can go offline," Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly as he threw down his headset. Today was the last day of the online competition, and they had started playing since the morning. The officially matched opponents are all very strong players. In fact, any team that has made it this far possesses a certain level of skill. Just pulling one out at random could yield a player who ranks among the best of the best. They have also entered the offline competition without any major hurdles. This means they are now on the path to contend for the championship. Lu Xiaohua was also happy to take off his headphones. Today's match showcased their teamwork more perfectly than ever, with only minor errors that did not affect the final outcome. That evening, Fei Yang announced the list of teams entering the offline competition, 32 teams in total. He also stated that the offline matches 3 days later would determine the champion of Manhwa. As early as half a month ago, Fei Yang had begun selling tickets, and as expected, they sold out quickly once released. After determining the 32 strong teams, they started a live broadcast on the platform. Su Yang took the stage to help each team select their opponents. To ensure player confidence and prevent any disputes later, they drew teams throughout the entire process. 32 slips of paper with team names were shuffled in front of the players, and they began to draw each team's opponent. Although the matches only lasted half an hour, millions flooded into the live stream. The offline competition is the most exciting. They also wanted to know which teams their favorites would face. The venue was still at their location, and Fei Yan thoughtfully arranged accommodations for the players, covering meals and lodging. The competition rules were a best-of-3 format, designed to attract more viewers, and the schedule was not tight. The first day would determine the top 16. On the second day, the winning teams would play again, leading to the final 4. The third day, which happened to be Saturday, would start in the afternoon. The winners would advance to the finals, while the losers would not place. In esports, not even the third place gets much attention, let alone the runner-up. Soon, the 32 teams arrived offline. On that day, at 9 in the morning, Su Yang arrived at the venue. Even though it was early, the venue was packed, with players arriving bright and early to support their teams. Compared to the last legendary match, this crossfire event was much larger in scale, and the setup was significantly more elaborate. Su Yang first took the stage, said a few words, and then announced the start of the competition. The teams competing in the morning also arrived, taking the stage as introduced by the host. Lu Xiaohua's team was scheduled for the second-to-last match in the afternoon, facing an opponent of moderate strength, positioned in the middle of the rankings. The first day quickly concluded, and they won smoothly with a score of 2 against their opponents, advancing to the top 16. After a day of matches, an online poll emerged regarding the championship seeds. There were 3 teams in total, including Lu Xiaohua's team, Dengfeng AK. The other 2 teams began to take Lu Xiaohua and his teammates seriously, especially the Tianheng team from the central region, which had consistently ranked first. Their teamwork could be described as seamless, without a single flaw. If they made it to the end, their final opponent would surely be them. After finishing their match, they did not rest but instead began studying their opponents, hoping to find any weaknesses. With the conclusion of the second day's matches, Dengfeng AK successfully advanced to the final 4, avoiding Tianheng and instead facing another team. This match was somewhat challenging, ending in a tie at 1-1, with the final score settling at 11-7. They almost went home, but fortunately, they made it to the finals. The finals took place on the third evening. Although there were only 2 hours of time, this was when the excitement peaked. Whether online or offline, discussions about them were everywhere. Due to the large number of players from the Dragon Kingdom, the competition lasted a few more days. Now, the other regions have completed their matches, and the champions from each region have been determined. There are also 7 second-place teams, and they are eagerly anticipating tonight's match. Especially the team ranked 4th. If Dengfeng AK loses, they will have a chance to enter the World Championship. However, it seems that the win rate for both sides is currently at 6:4. Even so, some people have high hopes for them because they represent the northern region. Among the 5 major regions, there is usually some competition, and in this case, the northern teams occupy 8 spots in the offline competition. They led the way, but unfortunately, they all fell short, leaving only Dengfeng AK. As the finals approach, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Crossfire players. Su Yang also dressed up for the occasion. Given the scale of today's event, he had to be a bit more formal. Under the host's introduction, he stepped forward to say a few words. Welcome everyone to watch the Dragon Kingdom finals of Crossfire. I hope both teams can perform at 100% of their abilities, and I also hope everyone enjoys the show. I won't say much more, the time has come, so let's invite both teams to the stage. After introducing both teams, they sat down in front of their computers. Several streaming platforms had purchased the broadcasting rights for this match, but of course, the Goose Factory did not. The total number of viewers across these platforms had already exceeded 500 million. This is even more than the number of Crossfire players, highlighting the immense popularity of this match. This is still the domestic finals. The World Championship hasn't even arrived yet. If it reaches the World Championship, who knows how intense it will be. Soon, the two teams began the match. The map for the first game was chosen after both sides banned one, leading to the selection of Exotic Town. The initial selection of factions was determined by a coin toss, and they guessed correctly, allowing them to choose first. They opted for the Defenders. On this map, the Infiltrators have a slight advantage. As long as they can secure 3 points as defenders, it would be a win. In the first round, under the command of Lu Xiaohua, they successfully held off the opposing team. The main issue was that the opponents wanted to snipe, but Zhang Yuming wouldn't let them. He quickly took out their sniper. He also eliminated one player at the L point, preventing the other 3 from advancing. In the second round, the opponents were still unwilling to back down, only to be sniped again. For 3 consecutive rounds, the opponents tried to snipe against Zhang Yuming, but the results were disastrous. After 3 rounds, Dengfeng AK had secured 3 points, and the passionate commentary had the audience cheering. They were also amazed by Zhang Yuming's sniping skills. From the start of the match, people began to focus on Zhang Yuming and Lu Xiaohua. One is a sniper god, and the other is the king of AKs. Their skills are at the pinnacle. In 5 consecutive rounds, the opponents managed to score only 1 point, which was completely different from what the audience had expected. Logically, shouldn't it be the other way around? But given the current situation, players believed that Dengfeng AK would be the dark horse of this first competition. They had hidden their strength, otherwise, facing the most popular team, Tianheng, they would have been at a loss. By the 9th round, the score was 6-3. Dengfeng AK had 6 points, while Lu Xiaohua and Zhang Yuming both had ACE records. Lu Feng was at the bottom with a negative record. However, his contributions were significant, especially in throwing grenades. He was always accurate. After switching their lineup, it was now their turn to attack. The opponents no longer dared to snipe against Zhang Yuming and could only hold their positions. But Zhang Yuming would seek him out, always managing to find him accurately. The gap in strength between the snipers of the two teams was quite significant, akin to one person wielding a mythical weapon while another held a green-skinned sniper. Under Lu Xiaohua's command, they quickly broke through to the opponent's bomb site. This first round ended unexpectedly, with a final score of 11-6. Tianheng had never been beaten like this before. Since they started participating in competitions, they had never lost a match in such a manner. They hadn't even lost 6 rounds in a single game before, but in this one, they only managed to win 6 rounds. There was a 15-minute break midway. Then it was time for the second match. During this time, Su Yang was watching the match backstage, feeling the atmosphere reminiscent of his earlier days watching competitions. At that moment, an assistant approached him and shared some data. Now that Dengfeng AK had won the first match, their points had reached 4th place, meaning that even if they lost the next 2 matches, they could still qualify for the World Championship. This was good news for them, and the audience and others felt the same. As the break ended, the match officially began. This time, the selected map was the power station. For snipers, this was also a good map, especially since Dengfeng AK was skilled at it. Lu Feng particularly remembered when he used a shotgun to dominate the narrow paths during a previous match, which made him especially fond of this map. He always carried an M1216 in his backpack, ready to use it. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on weapon usage in domestic competitions, allowing the use of the M1216. However, at the World Championship, that gun would not be allowed, only the shotgun from the Annihilation mode could be used, which was not ideal for a shotgun player like him. Since Tianhang lost the previous match, they had to choose their side this time and, without hesitation, opted for the defenders, just like Dengfeng AK did in the last match. Under Liu Xiaohua's command, they won the first round and continued to win 5 consecutive rounds. This left the Tianhang players bewildered. Something felt off. The previous match had not gone like this. On this map, they should have been able to hold their ground, right? Their positioning was correct, with 3 at A and 2 at B. Yet, the opponents managed to break through, throwing their grenades with precision, especially that player called Xiao Liuga, whose every grenade seemed to hit them. The flashes were also thrown accurately in front of them, making it unbearable for those defending the B site. When they had 3 players guarding B, the opponents went for the A bomb site. This left them frustrated, even considering retaliating against the opponents. By the time they switched sides, the score was 7-2, worse than the previous match. When they switched, Tianhang thought they could push forward, but the opponents had their positions locked down tightly. The first player to slip through was immediately taken out by a sniper. Even if they threw their grenades and captured 1 bomb site, only 2 players remained. Especially that shotgun player, who was infuriating. At that distance, with the shotgun aimed at the head, there was no chance for a second shot. The most frustrating part was that he wouldn't engage in a direct fight, just hiding in that spot, which caused their morale to crumble. As they reached the final round, Dengfeng AK had already secured match point at 10:3. At this point, the audience understood that Tianhang was out of options. Given the current situation, they could only hope to catch up by 2 or 3 rounds at most. With Liu Xiaohua landing the final headshot, they won this round. The 5 members of Liu Xiaohua took off their headsets, jumping up in excitement and embracing each other. They had won. They had claimed the championship. As the match concluded, Su Yang also made his way to the stage, followed by an attendant holding the trophy. The trophies for the Crossfire tournament will be made by Fei Yang, and no other agents have this right. Su Yang held the microphone and called over the 5 members of the Liu Xiaohua team to stand in the center of the stage. Now, let's welcome the champions of the Crossfire Dragon Country Division, Dengfeng AK. The 5 young men stood in the middle of the stage, a bit shy, especially Zhang Yuming, who had never seen such a scene and was momentarily at a loss, not knowing where to put his hands. They were awarded trophies and cash prizes. Each division champion received a cash prize. There had been prizes in the previous legendary tournament, and this time there would definitely be more, even surpassing the legendary ones. The division champions received 3 million in prize money, while the world champions would receive a full 10 million. This amount was significant anywhere. Since it was the first edition, the prize money was a bit low, but it would increase in the second edition. After presenting the awards, Su Yang called up the Tianhang team as well. Here, I have some good news to share with everyone. Dengfeng AK has won the division championship, which means they have secured a ticket to the World Championship. However, Tianhang has performed excellently in the competition and is currently ranked first among the 8 division runners-up. This means our division will have 2 spots in the World Championship. As Su Yang's words fell, the venue erupted in cheers, with everyone shouting the names of the 2 teams. Finally, they took commemorative photos together, marking the end of the Crossfire World Championship selection. And in half a month, the World Championship would begin. The next day, the internet was flooded with discussions about the Crossfire Division Finals, with some already believing that the World Championship Finals would once again be an internal battle within the Dragon Country Division. Although there were many discussions online and the popularity of Crossfire was rising, Su Yang did not pay much attention and left it to his subordinates. He had another task to attend to, which was preparing for the Switch launch. The following day, the online buzz about the Crossfire competition was lively, especially regarding the final match. No one expected Dengfeng AK to be a dark horse that decisively defeated Tianhang. They didn't even get to see the last round, which was a good thing for them. Tianhang's strength was not weak. They had eliminated many strong teams and had a winning streak without any setbacks. Unexpectedly, a powerful Dengfeng AK emerged in the finals and gave them a harsh lesson. However, even if Tianhang lost, they could still enter the World Championship. That would be the ultimate stage where a team's strength would be tested. Moreover, the prize money for the World Championship was very generous, much more than the previous legendary tournament. 10 million. Although it would be split among 5 people, that still meant 2 million each. And this was just the first edition of the competition. Fei Yang had previously announced that the World Championship winners would have a skin set made. This skin set would be sold directly, meaning players could buy it with money. Of course, the price would not be low, as this was an epic level skin, comparable in quality to the Fire Qilin. Feiyang would invest 60% of the revenue from this skin into the prize pool. With the original 10 million as a base, adding these revenues would result in a substantial amount. With so many players, even if only 1% purchased it, the profits would be unimaginable. Most importantly, the players would also receive a share of the profits. Su Yang believed that if they wanted to promote the esports model, they needed to invest a bit. Their skins should rightfully provide them with some revenue, so 60% of the champion skins' revenue would go to the prize pool, and 30% would go to Feiyang. After all, they were the ones producing it. The remaining 10% will be evenly distributed among the team. Of course, this is only for 1 year, and the team as well. They can only receive the profits from the skin for 1 year after its release, and it's not just from one region, but from all regions. After all, they didn't contribute much, so everyone can accept this satisfactorily. After this announcement was made, it also drew cheers from the players. This is too great, right? A 10% profit. Even if a skin is priced at 200 or 300, there will be no shortage of buyers. Once it's in hand, it might even exceed 10 million. For the players, they could also earn over 1 million, which is quite a sum. On the third day after the competition, Su Yang released a message on the official website. Feiyang Game Company's electronic studio will launch a new game mode, a console game, which will go live in 3 days. Because the excitement was still high, players responded immediately to the news released by Feiyang, curious about what they were going to introduce this time. Console game, what is that? Someone asked on the official website. Not sure, but from what they posted, it should be a game played with a controller. Playing with a controller, isn't that just a controller game? Why is it called a console game? There should be some changes, otherwise, why would Feiyang come up with a new name? Players were also confused about what Feiyang's move meant. They were also curious why Feiyang was venturing into this console game when they could just focus on computer games. They were still waiting for new computer games. How come instead of a computer game, a console game was released? Su Yang thought it was normal for players to express their opinions online. After all, there were no console games in this world. Even controller games were products of the previous era and were rarely played now because of computers. After all, controller games are single-player games. At most 2 or 3 people can play together, but that's still single-player. Players prefer online games rather than single-player games. Now Feiyang unexpectedly released a controller game. Could it be trying to cash in on nostalgia? Some even remarked that Feiyang made a poor decision. Especially after the huge success of the Crossfire competition, players were still in a heated discussion about Feiyang. A large number of players rushed to the official site to inquire, wanting to know what this meant. However, Feiyang did not respond immediately. Not long after, a big influencer posted online, questioning the reasoning behind Feiyang's move. Could it be that they really got carried away? To actually make such a game, it was simply a step backward. The words were filled with regret for Feiyang, believing that this decision was problematic. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the long-silent Goose Factory suddenly jumped in. They began to promote their new game, an ordinary game, just a normal release. If it were any other time, it wouldn't attract much attention. After all, it's quite normal for a large company like Goose Factory to release a game every few months. But they actually implied Feiyang. While promoting their new game, they casually mentioned that Goose Factory has always been dedicated to making games for the player's gaming experience. They wouldn't make backward moves, and they also believed that having produced a few good games meant that all this success was their achievement. This was all thanks to the support of the vast player base. Without them, there would be no Goose Factory. In conclusion, they wrote 300 to 400 words. Although not a single word mentioned Feiyang, the entire passage was about Feiyang. This was the time when Feiyang was being questioned by players. President Lin couldn't help but laugh in the office. Feiyang's move had left players feeling dissatisfied. Although their company usually doesn't pay much attention to players' feelings, they wouldn't do something like this. This time, Feiyang has provoked players from the entire gaming community, not just those of a single game. It can be said that they have upset the majority of players. Even loyal players of Crossfire feel something is off. Feiyang is usually quite good and listens to player feedback. General Su doesn't seem like an arrogant person, so why would he do something like this? By the next day, this uproar not only hadn't calmed down but had grown even larger. Even those who don't play games much began to pay attention to the situation. How could a company focused on online games suddenly turn back to making console games? Even if they changed the name, isn't it still a console game? As the situation online escalated, Su Yang felt it was time. He had anticipated this situation and was waiting for an opportunity. Now was the perfect moment to give the company a hard slap in the face, making them jump. Later that afternoon, Feiyang released another announcement. While Feiyang was making this announcement, the company was still promoting their new game. Currently, Feiyang has a massive amount of traffic, something even the company would begrudgingly acknowledge. Of course, this is only within the gaming sector. The emergence of the Crossfire World Championship has made the company envious, as it represents huge traffic, but unfortunately, they don't have a game to hold such a competition. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have followed suit after the legendary competition. But now, they could ride on Feiyang's traffic to promote their own game while also taking a jab at Feiyang. The two sides have long been at odds, right from the start. However, after Feiyang announced the news at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, players immediately went to see what Feiyang had released. It was just a simple announcement, along with a video. Since the launch of the Pokemon anime, it has achieved tremendous success, with viewership reaching 100 million. Here, Feiyang thanks the vast support of players, and we will also be launching a game adapted from Pokemon, which will go live tomorrow, titled Pokemon First Generation. This game will be a console game and will be available on the console. However, we will not sell the game separately but will release the game console, Switch. At that time, the console will be available on official and third-party purchasing platforms. Below was a video showcasing the new game console. This announcement immediately sparked a huge reaction from players. Most people left comments on the official website. Feiyang, what does this mean? I thought you realized your choice was wrong and were here to apologize, but I didn't expect you had already made it? Wait, you started with free games, so why are you charging now? Feiyang, wake up, you're a game developer, why are you making game consoles now? Of course, most people weren't questioning, they had their own interpretations. Is this a game console? It looks like a phone with two small controllers attached to the sides. I didn't expect Feiyang to be so talented, creating such a game console. This is right up my alley. I usually don't have time to play on the computer, but I find phone screens too small. This console screen is much larger than a phone's. I can't wait to try it. Are they releasing a Pokemon game? Can I have Pikachu? Same here, I'm a story-driven player. Does the game relate to the storyline? I'll check it out tomorrow. I hope the Pokemon doesn't disappoint me. Most players, after watching the video, were intrigued by this novelty and wanted to know what this game console was like. They are players who enjoy gaming and don't care much about what you've done, as long as the bottom line isn't crossed. However, this situation doesn't touch that bottom line. Upon hearing that Pokemon was releasing a game, those Pikachu fans flocked to the official account to show their support. During this time, Pokemon has already aired for more than half its episodes. The protagonist has collected 8 badges and has arrived at the Quartz Plateau. The anime is currently very popular online, topping several streaming apps. It has also attracted a large number of female fans, with Pikachu being their favorite. While some chose to support it, most remained silent, waiting for Feiyang's next move. They wanted to see what Feiyang would do next. However, there were indeed some people online who were fiercely slandering Feiyang, especially a few prominent figures who bluntly stated that Feiyang had forgotten its roots. One of them was a sycophant from Goose Factory, and those in the know could understand why he wrote such things. At this point, as a rival, not taking a shot at you would be a missed opportunity. Yet, some people blindly believed their words. Of course, there was definitely a shadow of Goose Factory in this, trying to disgust Feiyang in this way. Players who didn't understand the situation, especially those who had just started engaging with Feiyang's games, held a skeptical attitude. Thus, the situation escalated, and even those who didn't play games became aware of it. Most of these were older individuals who wouldn't be obsessed with games at their age, as they had to deal with real life now. People of their age had played console games in their youth, and now that they learned about a game company making console games again, they were curious to take a look. When they saw the console released by Feiyang, they were pleasantly surprised by how well it was made. However, some people online, eager to capitalize on this wave of attention, spread the word about how Feiyang was so inadequate, suggesting it wanted to backtrack and not focus on making good games. The online reputation of Feiyang was quite mixed. Some players were waiting for the console's release tomorrow to experience it themselves. In their eyes, this console, which looked so high-end, must be expensive, being less than a centimeter thicker than a phone. The screen was so large, giving it a high-tech feel. But what was the actual situation? After all, that was just Feiyang's promotional video. No one knew the real situation. Moreover, such devices shouldn't be cheap. It might even be priced similarly to a phone. Regular smartphones generally cost around 2,000 to 3,000. And if this Switch console was that expensive, it wouldn't be worth it. This price was something they couldn't accept. However, those Pokemon fans expressed their support for Feiyang. By evening, the online community had divided into 4 factions. One was the Feiyang gaming faction, who leaned towards supporting Feiyang. The second was the Pokemon anime fans, who were supportive. The third was the bystanders, waiting for the results. And the last group consisted of the haters. In any case, there were various people who were not optimistic about Feiyang, and the composition was quite complex. However, the console was set to be released tomorrow, and the results would soon be revealed. If it wasn't fun, Fei-yang would face a storm of criticism. The reputation built over more than a year could take a significant hit because of this, potentially affecting the Crossfire World Championship. But what it would actually be like would have to wait until tomorrow. Soon, the time reached the third day. Fei-yang's official announcement stated that the console would go on sale at 10 in the morning. When the time came, Fei-yang also launched the Switch game console. When players saw the price, they were somewhat surprised. They didn't expect their console to cost only $1688. This price wasn't too expensive, nor was it particularly cheap. It was still over $1,000. However, the storm had not yet settled, and the remaining factor would depend on the player's experience. As this matter continued to ferment online, the morning of the third day arrived. After 10 o'clock, the game console went live in the mall. Fei-yang not only had online channels but also a physical location, right in the local area, at the factory of a wireless technology company. Su-yan thought that not many people would buy it offline, so they prepared 3,000 units for the physical store. However, unexpectedly, people began to line up early in the morning. The people over there called Su-yang just as he had woken up. When he heard that there were already several hundred people in line, Su-yang realized they had prepared too few. He quickly instructed the factory to prepare a few thousand more units to send to the store. By 10 o'clock, the store was already packed with people. One could say the entire street was filled with them. Passers-by, not understanding the situation, thought something had happened. At this time, Nan Wenjie was also in the line. He was a fan of Pokemon anime. Especially when he saw Pikachu, he became even more immersed. He had already watched the anime several times but still felt it wasn't enough, and he always waited for the updates on time. He arrived here at 9 o'clock but found that he seemed to be late. By the time he got there, the line had already stretched over 100 meters. Moreover, it wasn't just one line. He helplessly stood in line, hoping Fei-yang had prepared enough consoles and that he wouldn't run out of stock before it was his turn. He had seen this kind of trick before. To make buyers feel that the product was rare, some companies would unethically release only a portion. Of course, he didn't buy online, but he was local, and online purchases might not arrive until the next day. Thinking about it, there were so many people offline, let alone online, there was no way they could handle it. Some people online even said Fei-yang was going backward. In his view, they were just a bunch of clowns who didn't understand Pokemon. A game based on this type of anime would definitely be fun, and Fei-yang had promised that it would follow the storyline. Once it went live, there would surely be a good experience. According to his thoughts, they would also be the protagonists, with the first step being to receive a pet. He just didn't know how significant the changes would be. Fortunately, the time had come, the store opened, and the people in front had already started purchasing. He estimated it wouldn't take half an hour before it would be his turn. Soon, it was his turn. He eagerly made the payment and received a box with the game console's design on it. Then Nan Wenjie went to sit by a flower bed, opened the packaging, and found a game console larger than a mobile phone inside. The red and blue controllers on both sides felt good when he tried them. With such a large screen, it would definitely be enjoyable to play. According to the instructions, he powered it on, and surprisingly, there were several games inside, the first being Pokemon. He immediately entered the game, skipped the opening animation, and a familiar character appeared. It was none other than Professor Oak. Following the prompts, he jumped into the game. A control guide popped up, explaining which button did what and where everything was located. Nan Wenjie was very satisfied with this setup because it was his first time playing, and with this guide, he wouldn't have to search everywhere or contact customer service. Indeed, he was the protagonist. The character he was controlling was none other than Ash. With that hat and those clothes, it was unmistakable. According to the game's storyline, it was time for him to receive his Pokemon, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. To be honest, he wanted all of them. In the anime, Ash missed out on choosing because he was late, but he ended up getting them all later. After thinking for a moment, he decided on Squirtle. If we follow the storyline, the first gym is a rock-type gym, and water-type Pokemon are strong against rock types, so the first gym battle shouldn't be too difficult. After all, this is a game, not an anime. In the anime, Ash's luck was ridiculous. He was a master of reverse types. Then he started playing, and since the game console still had 80% battery when he last checked, he wasn't in a hurry. He became engrossed in the game, playing continuously. At that moment, he looked up and noticed that there were still people in the shop not far away. He realized it was already afternoon, and when he checked the time, it was 3 o'clock. So, he had unknowingly played for several hours? Only then did he feel hungry. How could time pass so quickly? After saving his game, he tucked the console into his bag. He decided to grab a bite to eat. He hadn't had breakfast that morning and didn't realize it was already this late. Pokemon was just too much fun. He definitely didn't regret buying this game console. especially since it came with dozens of games. He hadn't played those games yet, but judging by the quality of Pokemon, those games must be good too. If Feiyan hadn't come out yet, just Pokemon alone could sell for hundreds from other companies. The games in the console would definitely be priced low, even if each sold for 50, that would add up to several thousand. He definitely didn't lose out on this game console. Those people online were just clueless, talking nonsense. He then found a restaurant, ordered a meal, and started bragging in the group chat. This group was their anime community, formed by people who loved Pokemon. He was quite active in the group since he was the only local. The others hadn't come to buy the console. He directly promoted his new game console in the group and talked about the game. Dude, Xiaojia, I can't believe you actually went to buy it offline. I woke up late, and by the time I checked, they were all sold out. How's the game? Is it fun? Yeah. Is it just like what Feiyan advertised? Does it follow the storyline? The group was buzzing with questions. It was as if the previously quiet chat exploded with inquiries. Seeing so many people asking him, Nan Wenjia's vanity was satisfied, and he replied, I can only say that those who are resisting and slandering Feiyan online are all XXX. They must have serious issues. This game is so much fun. You all know I'm a storyline fan, but I couldn't find a single flaw. I bought it at 10:30 and played until just now. I was so into it that I lost track of time. This game console is definitely worth it, and there are so many games inside. If I don't want to play Pokemon anymore, I can try out other games. At that moment, it wasn't just in this group, other groups and forums were also buzzing about the game console. But there weren't many discussions because only those who bought it offline could experience it. The online orders had just started shipping. By evening, those who purchased online still hadn't received their consoles. So, everyone was eager to know how the offline buyers were finding the experience. At 8 o'clock, a post was made. It was from a well-known game reviewer, the same person who had spoken up for Feiyan last time. There wasn't much introduction, just a video accompanied by a sentence. The blogger also loves watching anime and is currently following Pokemon. Knowing that Feiyan was releasing a Pokemon game, I went offline yesterday and waited in line for several hours today to buy the console. The following video is a game experience recorded by the blogger. Since the Switch does not have a recording function, it was recorded with a phone. Below is a video that is just over 10 minutes long. Because he was the first to post, there are currently no review videos online. In an instant, many people rushed to see what this game console was like. Most people are still in a wait-and-see state. On the other side, at the Feiyan Company building, in Su Yang's office, Bai Zhanfei quickly walked in, a smile on his face. Old Su, good news, he said as he sat down, reaching for the teapot to pour himself a cup of water, gulping it down. Su Yang looked at him. Today's sales should be good, right? After drinking 2 more cups of water, Bai Zhanfei said, not just good, it's exploded. Yesterday, our online reputation was a bit poor, and I was worried we might have to do direct sales. I didn't expect it to sell out, especially offline, where it was sold out by around 4 in the afternoon. Guess how much we sold today? Bai Zhanfei asked with a smile. It should be around 30 to 50,000 units. 30 to 50,000? You underestimate us too much. 100,000 units, all sold out. Bai Zhanfei extended his hands, excitedly saying, at 1688 each, that's 100,000 units, add 5 zeros to that. Sales for the day exceeded 100 million, and that's without stock. We've only produced this much in the past few months. Otherwise, I think it could have reached 200 million. Bai Zhanfei spoke passionately, too excited to contain himself. He thought, how could they achieve such a sales figure? Even if the cost was 100 million, that would still be over 60 million. Su Yang had also told him that the cost wasn't that high, the Switch itself only costs a few hundred. But with so many games inside, if they were all purchased, they would be losing money. But now it seems their investment in this area hasn't even reached 100 million, just a few tens of millions, yet sales have exceeded 100 million, meaning that in just one day, not only did they recover their costs, but they also made a significant profit. Now, people online are waiting for stock. The factory is already working overtime. Su Yang remained calm. What was this? Pokemon was the #1 IP in the past life. Other anime were popular, like Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball, but none could compete with Pokemon. Especially after Pokemon Go came out, it was an unbeatable phenomenon. He currently had no plans to launch Pokemon Go because he was focused on anime-based games. If they wanted to release a game, it had to follow the storyline so that players could accept it. Otherwise, if the anime hadn't been released yet and the game was already out, players would feel that everything was done, so why not release the anime? Now, there was confusion online about Fei Yang's decision, but after the Switch was released, they would quickly understand. This would be an unbeatable segment. He didn't believe those game companies would follow suit and release a console game. The costs would be too high, and he wasn't selling a game console but a game. Success was only possible because of the Pokemon game. Without a good game, trying to follow up with a console game would definitely lead to a disastrous failure. Bai Zhanfei continued, now Wu Yixi is over there, thrilled to bits. Especially this afternoon, the online orders were pouring in. You should have seen his expression. The things they produced in 3 months sold out in less than a day. He directly asked me if we should expand production, and I agreed. Now they are all working overtime over there, for the performance. He offered double the salary for a night of overtime, which really motivated those people. I think in about a week, we should be able to produce the next batch. Su Yang nodded, don't push Wu Yixi too hard, the employees are important. Since they have to work overtime, the benefits should be good. We are not heartless capitalists. If we make money, the people below should naturally have better treatment. Especially for those working on the front lines, we should increase their benefits appropriately. Bai Zhanfei agreed with Su Yang's words. Those working on the front lines would indeed be tired during this time, and benefits should be increased, even to double or triple the salary if necessary. I will handle it. After Su Yang reminded him of a few more things, Bai Zhanfei left, as there were still many things he needed to be busy with. Meanwhile, online, it had been 3 hours since that gaming influencer posted. The post had quickly become a trending topic, and many people were eager to see what the console game launched by Fei Yan looked like. So, after someone posted a review, many quickly clicked in to check it out. As the post trended, another topic also rose rapidly. That was Fei Yan's plan to make console games. The main point was that the gaming influencer's review was particularly good. He expressed his love for the Switch throughout. Not only could you play Pokemon, but there were also many other games inside, which was a huge win for players. Plus, he only mentioned it briefly, and in the video, he only tried one game, which was also a good experience. After watching this video, those players who were on the fence started thinking about buying it, but when they went to check, it was sold out. Then, some people rushed to the Fei Yan official website, asking for another batch of Switches. Fei Yan, why aren't you selling anymore? How many did you make? How could it sell out on the first day? After watching the video, this Switch is really good, much better than I expected, but now it's gone? I still want to buy it. You guys should calm down. It looks like you won't get any for this month. It sold out in the afternoon. I was busy all day, and when I checked in the afternoon, it was already gone. However, there was a reservation for the next batch, and I was already around 60,000 in line. Now you guys don't even have a reservation. The next batch won't have any for you. Seeing this news, those who came because of the video were about to spit blood. Why did they hesitate? If they had bought it, they would definitely have a share. By the third day, those who bought the console offline also started to show off online, especially with the Pokemon game, which was already popular in anime, and now the game was also well made. This undoubtedly made Fei Yan's reputation even greater. The previous trending topic of doubt hadn't even passed before another topic emerged. This new topic left the haters and trolls dumbfounded. Wasn't it less than 24 hours? How did the reputation reverse so dramatically? But now most people could see the quality of the console from the video, and of course, they wouldn't believe other rumors. Those who were initially stubborn were now being attacked by a large number of players. Originally, the product was scarce, and now they didn't even have a chance to reserve it, so those who made sarcastic comments were naturally scolded by those who wanted to play. Due to a large number of players rushing to the Fei Yan official website to inquire about the next release time, Su Yang also provided the time in the afternoon. For the many players concerned about the release time of the next batch of Switches, we are officially announcing the time here. The next batch will be released in 1 month, with 100,000 units. Of course, those who have already made reservations will have priority to purchase. At the same time, we have also expanded our production scale, and the time for the second batch won't be far off. Upon seeing this news and knowing the timing for the next release, players could only wait. After all, the anime had only been online for a short while, and they could guess that Fei Yan hadn't been working on it for long. Their company had only been established for a little over a year, and to produce such a good gaming console was already quite impressive. They could only blame themselves for not buying it right away. Since the launch of Fei Yan, they hadn't taken a wrong step. Every announcement that seemed to be a disappointment turned out to be a success. At this moment, although the topic was hotly debated online, it didn't affect those who had bought it offline. Cities close to the factory had already received their shipments today. Everyone was playing Pokemon, and since the release, only a day had passed, yet a forum had already been created. This forum was established by several people who had bought the Switch offline. One of them was Nan Wenjie, who was now a fervent fan. Since it was a holiday, he spent the whole day playing with his console. After playing for more than 10 hours, he had already obtained 7 gym badges. Many people came to this forum out of curiosity, but most were asking how to play the game. Nan Wenjie ignored them since they didn't even have a console, only sharing what Pokemon he had caught. He also shared their skills, but he couldn't be bothered to respond to unrelated questions. Of course, if someone who had bought the console asked about the game, he would provide answers. If he didn't know, he would look it up and offer suggestions. He was playing alone. Yesterday he had made plans with classmates to buy it together, but 2 didn't show up. However, 3 others bought it, and they all played together. This single-player RPG game, while solo, was still a lot of fun when played together. Each person's progress in the story was different, and they could ask each other questions, plus catching Pokemon could be done with a bit of luck using a regular ball. Having someone nearby allowed for some bragging rights. Meanwhile, at Lu Feng's home, Lu Yu had been clamoring to play Pokemon yesterday, and Lu Feng felt helpless. But then he thought, since Lu Yu wanted to play the Switch, he wouldn't be fighting him for the computer. Although they had been preparing for the World Championship these days, it was inconvenient for them to visit the Lu family due to some issues. He went to buy Lu Yu a Switch, letting him play alone. After buying it, Lu Yu stayed in his room, engrossed in his game. Inside the room, Lu Yu focused on asking questions in the forum. Although he was now obsessed with playing Pokemon, he wasn't good at this type of game. However, he found this forum, and whenever he got stuck in the story, he would ask there. The responses were quick, teaching him how to get past certain points and hidden tasks. To make it easier to challenge gyms, he also leveled up. He liked Pikachu, and after catching one, he focused on leveling it up, treating the others as mere accessories. However, when he encountered a Pokemon he liked, he still wanted to catch it. As for Crossfire, since his brother was playing, he didn't want to disturb him. He hadn't realized that his brother was actually the champion of the region, and he was shocked when he found out. In a few days, they would be going to the World Championship, so he definitely couldn't disturb him now. It was better to focus on playing his own Switch. He still wanted to level up his Pikachu. He hadn't even collected all the gym badges yet, so he had a long way to go. Then, he asked the forum moderator, Xiaojia, which second Pokemon is better to raise. As for the announcement made by Fei Yang, players could only wait helplessly. Now, even if they had money, they couldn't spend it. This made other game companies envious. They wouldn't even take money if offered. Is this what Fei Yang is like? Unfortunately, they didn't have the capability. They simply couldn't create such a game console. Even if they managed to make one, what about the games? The most important thing for a game console is the games. And now they couldn't even produce console games, so what could they do with a console? They wouldn't be able to earn that money. They could only wait to see what Fei Yang's next game would be. If possible, they also thought about riding on Fei Yang's popularity or following the trend of Fei Yang's games. In fact, Fei Yang's games are quite difficult, and there isn't much of a storyline. It's purely a PvP mode, especially in Crossfire. While other companies could definitely copy such a game, would it be able to go live? That would definitely not work unless there were significant changes. If they just copied it, that wouldn't work at all. Even the Goose Factory would be rejected. They had done something similar before, and that time was a bit excessive, taking several months to copy only to be rejected. So, they generally adapt a film or anime instead. After Fei Yang announced the news of the next release, most people wanted to play but couldn't, so they could only wait. They would buy it on the release day. The hype around this matter gradually subsided, but another event was approaching. That was the Crossfire World Championship, and that hype was still ongoing. However, midway, Fei Yang released a console game, which overshadowed it. But now, as the hype for the Switch has waned, the excitement for this event has returned. Everyone was looking forward to the time coming. There was still a week until the Crossfire World Championship. At this moment, whether domestically or internationally, everyone was anticipating the start of the competition. Now, teams from other regions were also preparing to head to Longwei for the competition. It would take some time on the road, and they would need to prepare once they arrived. If they went to the competition without knowing anything, they might just end up in the first round. On that day, Su Yang also started a live broadcast on the official website, and the time was almost up. He was about to draw lots. After all, the competition was divided into 3 groups, and they couldn't just draw lots on the day of the event. Drawing lots a bit earlier would allow team members to prepare in advance. To make it official, he even invited relevant personnel from the game department. Although it was just a staff member, they represented the higher-ups and indicated that he wouldn't engage in any regional cheating. That night, regardless of which region the players were from, they all gathered in Fei Yang's live room to watch. The place for this draw was the competition stage. This time, the decoration was even more luxurious than the last domestic competition. and the venue was also chosen to be larger. It could accommodate even more people. The drawing time began, and 12 pieces of paper were placed on the table, each bearing the name of the team. Su Yang first placed the first slip from each region into a round ball and put it in a transparent box. The second slips were placed in a second box. The teams would be drawn in the order of groups A, B, and C. I don't know if it was Su Yang's good luck, but he drew Dengfeng AK right away. Dengfeng AK came to Group A first, and this scene surprised the players. What luck was this? Could it be a sign that Dengfeng AK would be first? If that were the case, domestic players would be pleased, as the first match might be Dengfeng AK's. Since Dengfeng AK had already been drawn, there was no need to draw a second one. However, what the players are worried about now is that Tianheng and Dengfeng AK might be drawn into the same group, which would be a loss for their competition area. This is the last thing they want to see. After drawing 2 slips from the first box, the third one would be from the second box of their competition area. Su Yang leisurely took out the sphere, but the players from Longwei in front of the screen had their hearts in their throats. Please don't draw Tianheng. If they draw Tianheng, they would be fighting among themselves early. Fortunately, it was the second team from the Kimchi country, and the players' anxious hearts were finally at ease. Soon, this draw only took 10 minutes. The 12 teams were divided into groups, and Tianheng was placed in Group C, with Su Yang being the last to draw Tianheng. After the draw, Su Yang held a remote control, and behind him, a large screen displayed a promotion chart. This is the promotion rule for this competition. He also mentioned some regulations regarding the competition. After the group stage, there would be another draw to determine the final opponents. After saying all this, the live broadcast was closed. However, at this moment, the internet exploded, especially among foreign players. Because this draw was a bit different, they began to suspect that Fei Yang and the others had done it on purpose. First of all, in Group A, aside from Dengfeng AK, there was the first team from Sakura country. Then there were the teams from Asan and Kimchi country. Group B consisted of Demao and Meili Gua, who were in the same group. In this competition area, Demao had 2 teams entering the world competition, and both of their teams were in the same group. The remaining one was from Han's country. The entire group was quite chaotic. This made the competition even more interesting. Some netizens were already asking if they could take down a few members of the Sakura team. In the game, if someone gets taken down, it would be a disgrace for that person. However, both teams knew that at this point, it was best not to say anything to avoid trouble. But some teams didn't think so. The first to jump out was the team from Kimchi country, the one in the same group as Dengfeng AK. After the live broadcast ended, they started posting messages online. They will definitely make it to the knockout stage, stepping on the first team from Longwa, Dengfeng AK. As for the other 2 teams, they don't even care about them. Crossfire is a game specifically developed for them. Looking at these outrageous statements, the netizens from Longwa were shocked. But then they thought, it seems Kimchi country has always been like this. They just lack the universe. Not many people paid attention to their comments online. Some were looking for members of Dengfeng AK to teach them a lesson later. Let them know the strength of the champions from the Longwa competition area. As for the other competition areas, some were happy while others were worried. Among the 8 competition areas, it was still unclear who had stronger skills. But after the 12 teams were announced, players were already guessing who would be the seed teams. The selection rule was based on the performance of each team during the competition in their area. Among them, both teams from Longwa made it. After all, players from Longwa had been playing for a long time while other countries were still getting used to the game. Then there was one team from Demao, a beautiful team. These 4 teams received reasonable responses from players online, but players from Kimchi country disagreed, questioning why their teams didn't make it into the seed teams. They were strong too, you know? Although they were loud online, not many people paid them any mind. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohua and others were also watching the match in an internet cafe. They hadn't expected to be in the first group, but the 3 teams within it were still a bit weaker than them. Over the past few days, Lu Xiaohua and the others had been watching their previous matches to analyze their habits. They were somewhat confident about securing the first place in the group with a perfect record. However, now he was thinking about the knockout stage. If they happened to draw Tianheng in the lottery, it would be troublesome. They didn't want to face Tianheng in the first round of the knockout stage. They could only hope they wouldn't encounter them during the draw. We already know a few teams will be facing. Let's go back and learn more about their tactics and habits, and strive for a perfect record to take the first place in the group, Lu Xiaohua said to the 4 of them. The others agreed, stating that at this point, they couldn't afford to be careless. There might be a dark horse among those teams, and they certainly didn't want to stumble, especially Lu Xiaohua, who was aiming for the championship and wanted to personally participate in creating a weapon. As time passed, the competition was drawing near. 3 days before the event, Feiyang had already begun preparations. The teams coming to compete were also ready. Over the past few days, Bai Zhanfei had been running around, busy at the venue, as he didn't want any mistakes to occur. Although this was just a game competition, it was still significant on an international level. If the first World Championship didn't go well, the repercussions would be severe, especially since people from above had also come to assist him in handling these matters. For the local leaders, this was a matter worth paying attention to, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The identities of the participants, how many people had arrived, where they should go, and the order of the event were all issues that left Bai Zhanfei feeling dizzy. On the other hand, Su Yang was sitting in the office. Although he was busy, it was still much easier compared to Bai Zhanfei. Fortunately, he had already considered all these matters and had made contingency plans. The schedule for the first day of the competition was released the day after the live broadcast ended. First, there would be matches for Group A, arranged to provide a good viewing time for players from other countries. However, of course, the prime time would still be for the matches of their dragon country. This was their home ground, the games were theirs, and naturally, the best would be the matches of their regional teams. Other countries' players couldn't really say anything about this. The entire competition would last for 7 days, which would be enjoyable for the players. Su Yang initially thought of not giving them any rest time, with matches scheduled for the entire 7 days. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. The teams for today entered the venue an hour early, and the matches for Group A would be completed in 1 day. By 3 in the afternoon, it was finally time for the match of Dengfeng AK. Since it was Saturday and the knockout format was quite intense, they would start earlier. Lu Xiaohua also took a seat. Zhang Yuming looked at the crowd outside, his heart racing. After all, this was the World Championship, and they were in the first round. With the first match still ahead, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Lu Xiaohua noticed his anxiety and patted his shoulder. Our first match is against the second team from the Pickled Cabbage. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Didn't you say their team's sniper is a rookie? Just treat him like a rookie in play. Zhang Yuming nodded and took a deep breath. The competition format for the World Championship was different from that of their region. They still had to play as a team, and there might not be a need for elimination unless it went into overtime. Fortunately, they had been playing these modes consistently, so it wouldn't have a significant impact. But now, facing these teams, they probably wouldn't go into overtime. Soon, after both sides had selected their maps, the first map chosen was the submarine, a map they had been practicing on for some time. Although the opposing team, known as Kimchi, had been quite vocal online, in this offline setting, the strength of Dengfeng AK could not be underestimated. The match began as a team competition, serving as a warm-up. With their cooperation, they quickly secured the first match, achieving a score of 150 kills to 80. The opposing team was overwhelmed, and by the end, stepping out of their base meant certain death. And this was all within 15 minutes. Next came the demolition match, and since it was an elimination round, they played in the same format as the group matches, using 11 rounds. In the elimination rounds, it switched to an 18-round format. The final map chosen was the submarine, and under the relentless pursuit of Dengfeng AK, the opposing team was nearly wiped out. The match ended at a staggering score of 11-1 in record time. This left the supporting players exhilarated, as if the top-ranked players from a Gun King ranking had infiltrated a glory match. They finished in under an hour, a speed unmatched. Then came the next match. Lu Xiaohua and his teammates were satisfied and went to rest, as they had another match to play shortly, with a total of 3 matches scheduled for the day. An hour later, it was their turn again. This time, there was no suspense. They won this round in a flash. Now they held 2 scores and were far ahead in points. Even if they lost the remaining 2 matches, they would still advance to the elimination rounds. But with the home advantage, how could they possibly give up? They were determined to continue their winning streak. By 6 o'clock in the evening, all teams in Group A had completed 2 rounds. The organizers provided a half-hour break, allowing the players to eat backstage. After all, they couldn't compete on an empty stomach. As the hosts, they needed to show some generosity. As the break ended, the third round officially began. Dengfeng AK faced the Sakura team, with one team having a perfect record and the other 1 win and 1 loss. If Sakura lost, they would have to go home. However, facing the powerful champion of the Dragon Country division, they knew their chances were slim. But if they could score enough points, there might still be a chance to advance to the elimination rounds. But would Dengfeng AK give them that opportunity? The answer was certainly no. In the team match, they were so suppressed that they couldn't even leave their base. As soon as one player stepped out, they would be sniped or headshot. The score reached 150-60, the largest gap in these rounds of matches, with Dengfeng AK showing no mercy. Then came the demolition match, once again on the power station, where Dengfeng AK excelled. Sakura chose to go stealth, but they didn't score a single point before switching sides. In the final match, after Lu Feng planted the bomb at the A site, he hid behind a box in the corner. Unexpectedly, they managed to take out Lu Xiaohua and Zhang Yuming, and with 7 seconds left before the bomb exploded, a member of the Sakura team rushed over to defuse it. With time running out, they had no chance to search for points. Hearing the noise, Lu Feng quietly stepped out and approached them. Just as the opponent reacted and was about to shoot, Lu Feng swiftly struck with his knife. The screen displayed the victory message. The team with the worst record in these rounds also emerged, having been completely shut out in the demolition match. Despite being the top team in their division, they suffered a brutal defeat. But in esports, being inexperienced is a sin. Everything comes down to skill. Losing means they could only blame their lack of ability, not others. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the first round of matches concluded, and the results for Group A were out. Dengfeng AK topped the group with a perfect record, advancing to the elimination rounds. The players online began to cheer. With such strength, Dengfeng AK completely had a chance to win the championship. However, it still depended on the strength of the teams in the other two groups. But judging from Dengfeng AK's performance today, they were too strong. Today's matches had already concluded, and tomorrow there would be matches for Group B. Soon, the matches for the second day were also completed. However, the matches in Group B were indeed quite tumultuous, with no formidable opponents, and none of the 4 teams managed to achieve a clean sweep. Unexpectedly, the team from the football nation took first place. Initially, 3 countries from that region came to represent the game, but there weren't many players there. So when dividing the competition zones, that area was designated as one zone. But it was surprising that a team from there could actually secure the top spot in the group. This also introduced an unpredictable direction to the competition, especially the sniper from the football nation, whose strength felt like it could match Zhang Yuming's. It was as if one person led the team to this point. Then came the third day of matches. Because Group C had the Long Nation's Tianhang, the online buzz was also very high today, and this was the last round of the group stage. For the third-place teams in the first 2 groups, it was also crucial. Since today was no longer the weekend and not the first day, Tianhang's match did not start right away. Yet, a large number of players still came to the venue to watch the matches. The teams in Group C were under great pressure at this time, as there was a second team from the Long Nations zone. Although Tianhang was only second, they were well aware of the points from the zone matches. This was a team that had hardly lost, crushing any opponent they faced, except for Dengfeng AK. Such a team would put immense pressure on anyone who faced them. As Tianhang's match began, they, like Dengfeng AK, won the first round with overwhelming force. Then came the second round, where they faced no pressure and completely dominated their opponents. By the third round, they encountered the first team from the Kimchi Nations zone, and like Dengfeng AK, Tianhang showed no mercy, decisively defeating them without giving them a single point. After today's matches, what surprised everyone was that the team eliminated in third place was actually the champion from the Kimchi Nations zone. Instantly, the Kimchi Nation became a laughingstock online. Where was that fierce determination before the matches? They had hoped to defeat others, but the first and second teams from their zone went home directly, especially the netizens from the Kimchi Nation, who were ridiculed by people from other countries online. Furious, they vented their anger at their own team, urging them to come back quickly. It was simply too embarrassing. As for the happenings online, Su Yang did not pay attention. When the matches ended, the other teams also arrived at the venue. They began to prepare for the draw for the knockout stage. Among these 8 teams, the 6 teams least wanted to face were the 2 teams from the Long Nations zone. Both had entered the knockout stage with a clean sweep, and facing such teams would mean an early exit. They hoped that in the first round, the 2 teams from the Long Nations zone would draw each other. However, Su Yang decided to do something interesting by inviting someone from the already eliminated teams to draw lots. The chosen person happened to be from the Kimchi Nations team. When he went up, laughter erupted from the audience. Was this another chance to mock them? The faces of their 2 teams had been slapped hard, and they didn't expect Fei Yang to not let them off the hook, making them draw lots. If the result turned out poorly for the remaining teams, they would still take the blame. But it wouldn't be good to refuse the organizer's invitation, so he could only go up to draw lots. Under the gaze of so many people, the first to come out was Tianhang, leaving everyone else stunned. The second team did not draw the Peak Team AK, which disappointed players from other regions. However, they did draw the champion from the Sakura region. When this draw was announced, players from Sakura erupted in curses, especially those watching the live stream. The comments were filled with insults directed at the draw. What terrible luck is this? How could they face a team from the Dragon Kingdom region in the first round of the knockout stage? Previously, they had been thoroughly beaten by the Peak Team AK, and now they were up against the second team from the Dragon Kingdom region. Soon, the third team was drawn, and it wasn't the Peak Team AK, the fourth team wasn't either. The teams from the upper half had already appeared, which meant that the peak team AK had moved to the lower half. Even if the two sides were to meet, it would only be in the finals. This draw was a good one for the players from the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't want the peak team AK and Tianhang to meet too early. If nothing unexpected happened, they would face each other in the finals. But it couldn't be guaranteed. What if there was a dark horse team among them? The final teams had also been drawn, with the peak team AK facing the champion from the beautiful region. The schedule for tomorrow was also released by Fei Yang. In the knockout stage, it would all be demolition mode, and it would be a best-of-3 format. The number of rounds had also changed to 18. If it ended in a tie, there would be overtime. After the draws were completed, today's matches also came to an end. They were now waiting for tomorrow's matches, but Su Yang took the stage to announce something. The teams that advanced from Group C today would be scheduled for the day after tomorrow. They had just finished playing and needed time to rest. After he announced this, players felt it was quite reasonable. Otherwise, if the matches started at 5 in the afternoon tomorrow, it would be too exhausting for the players. They also needed a day to rest. So, the first match tomorrow would be from the lower half, as the teams from the upper half had all played today. However, for the players from the Dragon Kingdom region, it was the same. After all, there would be matches for their regional teams on both days. Soon, it was 5 o'clock on the second day. The first match was again the peak team AK against the champion from the beautiful region, two champions, who would come out on top. In 18 rounds, after the first half, the peak team AK had already scored 6 points. They only allowed the opponent to take 3 rounds, and that was because the opponent chose first as the infiltrator. However, in the second half, they became the infiltrators, and it was their turn to be unlucky. Under their fierce offensive, the second half ended with a score of 7-2. The first game ended like this, even though the champion from the beautiful region was well prepared. They had already devised strategies against the peak team AK before the match, but once the actual competition began, it was completely different. The second match was similar, with a final score of 12-6. Fortunately, it was a bit better than the first match. They announced their entry into the top 4, now waiting to see who would be the winner in the next match. At 9 o'clock in the evening, their opponent for the day after tomorrow was decided, the champion from the Big Hair region. This left the players from the Big Hair region speechless. They felt like the sky had fallen, as they surely couldn't win. However, they couldn't blame anyone else. If there was a problem, it could only be attributed to the luck of the draw. The next day arrived, marking the day of the Tianhang matches. Today, the last 2 spots in the top 4 would be decided. Players were very much looking forward to it, wondering what kind of showdown today would bring. Yesterday's match of the peak team AK had thrilled the players with various kill scenes, but the opponent's strength was still lacking, almost leading to a clean sweep. The remaining match was evenly matched, but players still preferred to watch such crushing victories. They were all eagerly anticipating what today would be like. Soon, it was time for the match. Tianhang was also not polite, launching a brutal attack on the opposing team, leaving them gasping for breath. Compared to Dengfeng AK, they were even more direct and aggressive. Although they didn't completely wipe out their opponents, they still won the match with 2 consecutive victories. The players from the Manhwa competition zone were not impressed that Tianhang made it to the top 4. Wasn't that just normal? They confidently boasted online, especially in front of the players from the Kimchi competition zone. Both teams from their zone had made it to the top 4, while the 2 teams from the Kimchi zone couldn't even make it to the knockout stage. At this point, a Kimchi netizen sarcastically remarked, "Crossfire is a game designed by you. You've been playing it for so long. If you can't even make it to the knockout stage, doesn't that mean you're really bad?" But surely, some clever Longwa netizens would come to defend. "Why don't you design a globally popular game in your country?" No way, there can't be a country that can't design a free game that becomes a global hit. This statement directly broke the defenses of the Kimchi netizens, who promptly stopped talking to them. On the 6th day, it was time for the semi-finals. Players speculated that today's matches would be particularly exciting. The teams that had made it this far undoubtedly had impressive strength. Netizens from other competition zones were also expressing their opinions online. Even the 2 teams from Longwa, at this point, couldn't achieve a clean sweep, right? Perhaps they could even drag it into overtime. But the Longwa netizens didn't think so. The final match would definitely be an internal battle between Dengfeng AK and Tianhang. Other competition zone teams could just forget about it this year. The 2 teams this year were extremely strong. As for the championship, it would come in dreams. In the past, they had nothing noteworthy to showcase internationally, but now these players finally had something to brag about. Time quickly arrived for the match. Once again, Dengfeng AK played first. Even though their opponent was the strong champion from the Han's competition zone, they still couldn't escape the fate of elimination. After losing, their team players could only shake their heads helplessly. there was nothing to be done, the gap in strength was evident. However, they were still cursing the person who drew the lots in the kimchi zone, wondering what kind of trash draw it was that made them face Dengfeng AK. It could have been Tianheng instead. How could they play? The match ended cleanly at 0:2. This also announced that Dengfeng AK smoothly advanced to the finals, leaving the rest to Tianheng. However, their opponent turned out to be the champion from the football competition zone, which surprised the players who had been watching the match. It turned out that the dark horse team was them. Originally, players thought they would be eliminated in the group stage, but unexpectedly, they had made it to the top 4. Although they had stumbled along the way, they had now reached the top 4. The match officially began, and Tianheng showcased their dominance. They easily took the first round, but in the last few rounds, it came down to just one player winning. Then came the second round, which started off normally, with Tianheng pressing the opposing team. But after switching sides, their pressure surprisingly increased, and they lost 3 rounds in a row. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Although Tianheng reached match point first, they were still defeated by the champion from the football competition zone. This left the watching players astonished. This was the dark horse. They actually won a round against Tianheng. This heightened the interest of the viewers, especially the players from other competition zones. They didn't want to see an internal battle between the two Longwa teams on the final stage. This team from the football competition zone would be their last hope. But in the end, it was still a little lacking. In the third game, Tianheng adjusted their state. The final score was 11-7. And Tianheng smoothly advanced to the finals. Although the champion of the football division lost, their strength earned them applause from the players on site, especially since they won a round against one of the seeded teams, Tianheng. This level of strength undoubtedly places them third among the 12 teams this time. With the end of the match, the players from Longwa went completely crazy. The stage for the finals would be an internal battle between 2 teams from Longwa. Still one team, the same team. This time, it was just a different match. After Tianheng defeated their opponent 2:1, the Longwa online community erupted. This was the world's first global gaming competition. They had managed to bring 2 teams to the finals. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. No matter who the final champion was, this championship belonged to Longwa. They could proudly say, "We are the champions." However, it was not yet time. Tomorrow would be a thrilling showdown. Although Tianheng lost 0:2 to Dengfeng AK during the Longwa selection, their strength should not be underestimated. Tomorrow would be the final match, and there would be no room for error. Plus, Tianheng had experience from facing Dengfeng AK, so it was uncertain who would win. After the match ended, the online community was completely unleashed, especially the Crossfire players. They were celebrating Tianheng and Dengfeng AK. At the same time, their online festivities attracted other players, all curious about this match. Once they learned the details, some even downloaded Crossfire. This wave of excitement led to another increase in registrations for Crossfire. Today also ended amidst the players' celebrations. The second day began. Since there was only one match today, Fei Yang scheduled it to start at 6 in the evening. This time was convenient for players to watch the live broadcast after work. As the match time approached, the venue was already filled with spectators, almost all Longwa players. They all wanted to see in person how spectacular this final showdown would be. Soon, both teams were ready, and the match began. With the passionate voice of the commentator, both players took their seats. In the first game, after the ban phase, the chosen map was Submarine. This map was not favorable for either side. It was the first time it appeared in a match. Usually, no one would choose it, but unexpectedly, it was randomly selected now. After the game started, Dengfeng AK chose to go undercover, believing that this map favored the defenders a bit more. As long as they held their positions, even if the opponents grouped up, they wouldn't be able to break through. In the first round, without hesitation, they smoked the A door and charged in with all 5 players, hoping to catch the opponents off guard. By the time the opponents reacted, they had already reached the main ladder. Seeing that there was no one at the bomb site, it was clear that B was being controlled. But this posed a problem. If they wanted to hit someone, they would definitely expose themselves. This gave him the opportunity. With a quick move, he landed a headshot. Just as the second person was about to shoot, Zhang Yuming had already aimed at him and took him down with one shot. They smoothly secured this round. The players watching the match did not expect the first round to be so simple. Dengfeng AK won the second and third rounds as well. When it was time to switch sides, the score stood at 6-3 in favor of Dengfeng AK. This score was quite good for Dengfeng AK. In the second half, Dengfeng AK did not learn from the mistakes made by Tianheng in the first half. They decisively held their ground, with Zhang Yuming positioned at the bottom of the roller shutter, able to cover 2 points. They gave no chances to the opponents and reached the 16th round. However, at this point, Tianheng began to change their tactics. causing Lu Xiaohua and the others to suffer a setback. Especially when someone suddenly came through the upper pipeline, this ambush was quite deadly. Otherwise, they would have charged through the corridor, and Lu Xiaohua and his team did not expect the opponents to rush in from there. The reason they were guarding the point was that they wouldn't go out, but they left a gap for the opponents to exploit. This allowed the opposing team to score 4 points in a row, bringing both sides back to the same starting line. In the final round, both sides were very cautious. Whoever took the lead would reach match point. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Yiming stepped up and took out the opponent's sniper, making the opposing team hesitant to charge. As the time approached, they planned to switch points and rush in. But unexpectedly, Lu Feng was hiding in a corner, taking down 2 and injuring 1. The bomb had not even been fully planted when a grenade flew in, blowing the bomb away. The last remaining player naturally couldn't hold off the 3 who rushed back. In the end, Tianheng could not turn the tide, and this round was won by Dengfeng AK. After a 10-minute break, both sides continued the match. This round went through map selection, and they finally chose Sand Dune. It was another less popular map. However, this map caught Lu Feng's attention. Ever since he started enjoying playing with shotguns, he had been focusing on maps suitable for shotguns. This map was a favorite among shotgun players. When this map was initially created, it was clearly advantageous for the defenders. Therefore, when Tianheng selected the map, they chose the infiltrators first, so they could continue to play after switching. Throughout the first half, the opposing team did not win a single round, clearly underestimating Dengfeng AK and the power of this map. Lu Feng could hold the A alley by himself, and there was no need for others to come. Although the M1216 was not allowed, in a place like the alley, one shot was enough. With no worries in the alley and having more manpower, it became much easier to play. By the end of the first half, Tianheng had not scored a single point. After switching lineups, Tianheng, now on defense, played very cautiously, maintaining excellent discipline, because if the opposing team scored even 1 point, the championship would slip away from them. Until the 7th round, Dengfeng AK still had not scored. In this round, Lu Feng brought the bomb to point A, but before he could enter, he was shot down by Tianheng's sniper. The bomb was planted, which was a great opportunity for Tianheng, and the remaining 3 directly guarded the bomb. But at this point, only Lu Xiaohua was left from Dengfeng AK. He was still in the alley, and there wasn't much time left. 30 seconds was not enough for him to take out the opponents. Moreover, the opposing team was definitely guarding the bomb now. Since there was no other way, he decided to rush in. After all, there was still a chance. As he came out of the alley, he saw a person and decisively shot, landing a headshot. Then he adjusted his angle and spotted someone hiding in the corner, scoring another headshot. At that moment, the last player from Tianheng jumped out, and he got another headshot. In just 1 second, he scored 3 headshots. This scene stunned everyone watching the match. It was simply unbelievable. Especially the commentators were left speechless. This round was won by Dengfeng AK, which also announced that Dengfeng AK had won the match. The remaining rounds ended quickly. At the moment the match concluded, the 5 players took off their headsets and jumped up from their chairs. The match was over, and both sides shook hands afterward. The 5 members of Dengfeng AK huddled together, and Zhang Yiming was so excited that he cried. They had won, they had secured the championship, proving to others that even as a gaming addict, he could have a chance to make a name for himself. Under the arrangement of the staff, they stood before the trophy, holding up the championship trophy of the Crossfire World Championship that belonged to them. This trophy represented the highest honor in Crossfire, and how could they not be thrilled? Especially the audience on site, who, although the champion had been determined yesterday, were still ecstatic to know who had claimed the title. After their celebration, Su Yan also took to the stage. After saying a few words, he finally congratulated Dengfeng AK. With Su Yang's closing remarks, it signified the end of the Crossfire World Championship. After the competition, whether in the Dragon Country region or globally, it had a significant impact. According to statistics, the global viewership for the Crossfire World Championship reached a staggering 1.8 billion people yesterday. Although a large portion of that audience were not Crossfire players, it did not diminish the game's popularity. Moreover, there was a high probability that many of these viewers would become Crossfire players. On the 3rd day after the competition, Su Yang invited the 5 members of Dengfeng AK to Feiyang to discuss their champion skin. The 5 were extremely excited to be involved in the creation of their own skin. However, there were limitations. Feiyang would only adopt their suggestions, not let them guide the process. Following this, Su Yang also planned to launch QQ Speed. Even though the competition had ended, discussions about Crossfire were rampant online, especially regarding the final 3 bullets fired by Lu Xiaohua's AK. In the days that followed, countless videos showcasing that moment were shared online. For AK players, it represented the pinnacle of skill, with each bullet aimed at the head. However, players were still looking forward to the champion skin. Unlike the Fire Kirin Thunder God skin, which required opening boxes, this one would be sold directly, allowing even those with bad luck to obtain the skin. Given that the skin's quality was epic, the highest grade in Crossfire, how could players not be excited? But a few days later, it was announced that they were only now inviting players to customize the skin, with an estimated completion time set for next year. Of course, the production would not exceed 2 months. At the same time, Feiyan released an announcement, predicting that the next game would be launched by the end of the month. Riding on this wave of excitement, players continued to pay attention to Feiyan, eager to know what the next game would be. However, Su Yang had other matters to attend to. It had already been a year since the legendary competition. During the Crossfire World Championship, the person in charge of Legendary had also begun the rigorous selection process for the competition. This time, there were some differences. It was no longer the case that anyone who could reach the peak showdown could participate. As the competition format had matured, they only selected 3,000 participants this time. After the Crossfire World Championship concluded, the online competition there had also ended. Next up was the offline competition, and Su Yang planned to go and check it out. After all, that was the game that had launched their journey, and they needed to show respect to the players there. They couldn't ignore Legendary just because Crossfire was more popular. He wasn't a capitalist who only cared about profits. To commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the Legendary competition, this year's champion would not only receive a title but also a custom outfit. After all, since Crossfire had custom skins, Legendary needed to have them too. After Feiyan's announcement, the daily active users on the Legendary side noticeably increased, and the original Legendary players cheered, knowing that Feiyan had not forgotten them. In the past year, Feiyan has hardly released any news about Legend, but this time, Feiyan remembered them. After all, there are still many players now, some of whom play both Crossfire and Legend. Once they finished these tasks, they began preparing for the launch of QQ Speed. A few days later, Feiyan officially announced the game reservation. Instantly, it ignited the internet. Starting at 10 in the morning, players rushed to make reservations. At noon, Bai Zhanfei and Su Yang sat in the office. The players' enthusiasm is quite high this time, Bai Zhanfei said, looking at the data. In just 2 hours, the reservation count had already surpassed 1 million. This time, they hadn't done any promotion, they had only mentioned it briefly before, without disclosing any details. Now, with this data, it was clear that players were quite looking forward to the game. Bai Zhanfei had also played it for a while and found it quite good, especially the chibi-style cars, which didn't have a strong competitive edge. It truly was a very good game. Now, at noon, a large number of players, upon learning about it, also went to check the game reservations. A game produced by Feiyan was definitely worth supporting. Although not many games had been released, none of them were subpar. And this game was made by Linlang Studio. Could the success of the previous 2 games not show their game development skills? After seeing the CG in the game, many players were also amazed by this novel game. There were other racing games, but this particular feel was a first. Especially the drifting in the CG looked so flashy. Players began leaving comments under the game. I just took a glance at the CG and fell in love with this game. Is this the kind of F1 racing, or is it a mini version? Finally, our racing players are welcoming spring. Lin Lang, can you release it a few days earlier? We only have reservations. When will it go live? I have a feeling another epic game is about to launch. Feiyan is awesome. That's because Su is awesome. Feiyan is supported by Su alone. Hurry up and release the game. I can't wait any longer. Not only were there comments under the game, but discussions about QQ Speed also began to increase online. For such a novel game, players' curiosity naturally grew. This was just the beginning of the reservations, and the game hadn't even been released yet. If they waited for the game to come out, the scene would be even bigger. The next day, QQ Speed's reservations had already exceeded 10 million. Reaching this level in 24 hours was already impressive. After all, this was a more casual game, and the audience for this racing game wasn't as large as that for Crossfire. At the same time, the national competition for Legend also began. This competition was even more exciting than the previous one. After all, the game had been out for over a year, and players had developed some of their own strategies. When these top players gathered on this stage, it became a visual feast. This time, Wen Ziyuan and Chen Hui also came offline again. Whether the last champions would meet again on the final stage was uncertain. Could Wen Ziyuan defend his title? 3 days later, as the competition concluded, the champion, as players expected, was once again Wen Ziyuan. However, the runner-up was no longer Chen Hui. He had faced Wen Ziyuan in the semifinals. After the competition, Su Yang took the stage to speak. The next day, Wen Ziyuan came to the company, and according to his idea, they created a set of champion skins for him. Once everything was completed, it was already the end of the year. the TGA Awards had also begun. Over the past 6 months, Feiyang had released a CG about Black Myth, Wukong almost every month. Or something like NPCs, in the country, Black Myth, Wukong has always captivated domestic players. Everyone is waiting for Black Myth, Wukong to go live before making a purchase. Feiyang always keeps players on the edge of their seats, making it hard for them to resist. Now that the TGA has started its voting, players are also casting their votes. In this world, games are largely decided by player votes. Of course, it's not solely up to the players. The official and third-party evaluations also play a role. However, once it started, players began voting on the official website. Black Myth, Wukong is the game they are most looking forward to in Manhwa this year. In terms of player numbers from various countries, Manhwa still leads. Soon, the voting concluded after half a month. Because of this, the TGA, which usually doesn't attract much attention from domestic players, suddenly became a hot topic. Perhaps this time, a game from Manhwa could actually make it into the TGA. Some netizens started threads speculating whether it would make the list. I feel like Black Myth, Wukong will definitely win the most anticipated award this time. Agreed, Black Myth is so popular domestically, it's bound to be the most anticipated game of the year. Let foreign players see the unity of our domestic players. I checked out the international scene recently and didn't see any particularly anticipated games. This time were solid. Every post was discussing how Black Myth, Wukong could become the most anticipated game of the year. Domestic players felt the same way. There weren't any particularly appealing games abroad, while domestically, Black Myth, Wukong was attracting most players as a AAA title. Players naturally believed this selection would be a sure win. Soon, it was time for the TGA to announce the awards. Some players even went to the live stream, waiting for the results. When the results were announced, players were stunned to find that not a single game from Feiyang was mentioned. It was hard for players to accept. Why was that? They took to the internet to express their opinions. No way, how could this happen? Yeah, we had such high hopes for Black Myth, Wukong. Now not only did it not win, it didn't even get a nomination? Did TGA make a mistake? Especially in the evening, the players' reactions grew louder. In the office, Bai Zhanfei had come to Su Yang. He was now responsible for the overall operations and public relations of Feiyang. With the uproar online, he didn't know what to do and could only ask Su Yang for advice. Su Yang provided an answer. What can we do? This has nothing to do with us. We just have to speak the truth. You've seen the games announced by TGA, they have nothing to do with us. Besides, we didn't receive an invitation, so our games aren't in this selection. Bai Zhanfei nodded. Su Yang was right, they should just clarify in advance. While they were discussing, the long-silent Goose Factory surprisingly issued a notice. The reason was that one of their foreign studios' games won an award at this TGA. Moreover, the most popular game of the year turned out to be from a foreign game company they had invested in. This notice left domestic players bewildered. What does Goose Factory mean by this? Are they showing off? The problem is, did you create these games? Who doesn't know you're an investment company, investing everywhere? And if that doesn't work, you just buy? How many have you bought over the years, especially in gaming? If you can't buy games, then buy companies. Besides, investing isn't the same as creating. What are you pretending for? Players were not buying Goose Factory's announcement at all. Our domestic game companies haven't managed to create successful games, and you just invested in a foreign company, so what are you showing off? Subsequently, Feiyang also released a statement regarding their exclusion from the TGA selection. We are very sorry that the game Black Myth, Wukong designed by Feiyang Game Company was not selected for the TGA. In fact, we have never received an official invitation from TGA. We also feel regretful about this matter and are unable to receive a nomination. However, we will continue to work on Black Myth, Wukong and aim to complete it so that players can enjoy it as soon as possible. But we can tell everyone that QQ Speed will officially launch in a month. The news released by both companies stirred up a huge uproar online just 2 hours later. Many rushed to the comments section of the announcement from the Goose Factory to express their anger. From the messages released by the two companies, one seemed more like an apology, while the other was more of a boast. In this situation, Feiyang hadn't done anything wrong, but they had an attitude. They understood what players wanted. But what about the Goose Factory? They had hardly ever listened to the players' opinions. The difference was clear at a glance. In the Goose Factory's Lin's office, an assistant walked in. Lin, our announcement seems to have backfired. Lin put down the documents in his hand and frowned at the assistant. What happened? After we released the news, players are now cursing us, the assistant said quietly. Cursing us? Lin was puzzled. Shouldn't the players be happy? They had invested in a company that won a TGA award. He had even been invited to attend. Now the official side had also tacitly acknowledged that this game should be considered a Goose Factory game since they held the majority stake in the company. He took the tablet from the assistant and looked at the players' comments. Every day, you have no shame. You can't make games yourself, so you think about buying them. Now that a foreign designer has made a game, you buy it and shamelessly claim it's yours. Did you sell out? How can that trash game be the game of the year? And robots? Are you sure it's not inspired by Subway Surfers? With your character, you'll be defeated by Fei Yang sooner or later. Lin scrolled through dozens of comments, all of which were insults directed at them, making his expression darken. He threw the tablet onto the table. He suspected that Fei Yang must have hired internet trolls, otherwise, how could there be such a uniform wave of negative reviews, with people starting to curse? Lin exhaled a breath of frustration and said to the assistant, "Call Hueyuexian over." After a while, Hueyuexian arrived at Lin's office. "You called for me, Lin?" Hueyuexian sat down after arriving. "When will the new game be online?" The last game was almost finished, but it hit a snag midway and had to be shelved. After it launched, there was hardly any response. This time, they teamed up with a top foreign designer to start developing a game. This project had already been underway for 3 months, so Lin called Hueyuexian over to ask about the progress. Hueyuexian thought for a moment and said, "Because this game is aimed at the level of Fei Yang's Crossfire. We have just come up with a theme, using their match mode, and it will probably take another year to launch." A year? Lin tapped his index finger on the table. This time frame was already quite fast under normal circumstances. He wanted to complete it sooner, but after several lessons, he understood that haste makes waste. He couldn't demand speed, otherwise, the quality would suffer. Lin just nodded. "All right, I understand. The quality must be ensured. We can't follow the old path." "I understand." After Huayue went out, President Lin looked out the window. "Fei Yang, I originally thought I could suppress you this time, but it backfired. However, I still have a backup plan." This incident drew questions from the players. The Goose Factory, as usual, chose to play dead. As long as they waited for this wave of heat to die down, the players would forget about it. The internet has a memory, but it also lacks one. This statement seems contradictory, but there are traces online. As long as you want to search, you can find previous events. On the other hand, once a hot topic ends, most people choose to forget and no longer mention it. Meanwhile, Fei Yang remained silent about the matter. It was enough to raise the issue. There was no need to guide the players further. The only right path was to create a good game. The Linlang studio was also intensively debugging, checking where problems might arise. If these issues were discovered by players after going live, it would be a different story. At the same time, they were curious why President Su never conducted internal testing and went straight to public testing. What amazed them the most was that after each public test, players had never reported any in-game issues. This was what they admired the most, along with President Su's capabilities. It was also time for the monthly studio manager meeting. People from Chaoyang Studio, Tianfang Studio, and the electronics side had also arrived. During the meeting, they raised some current issues and discussed what to do next. Tianfang was still focused on the game Black Myth. Although this game was still in production, it had already generated a lot of anticipation among players. Especially with the heat brought by the recent TGA awards, they still needed to proceed step by step. The electronics side was still working overtime to catch up. After such a long time, the second batch was about to be released, but it was still far from enough. The anime side was nearing the end of its broadcast. Although the second episode was in production, players were clearly still unsatisfied. With the anime not being enough and game consoles being hard to come by, emotions were bound to run high. This meeting also decided to expand the scale. Currently, game consoles were still supplied domestically. Su Yang had no thoughts about the foreign market yet. Unlike the Goose Factory, he was determined to first satisfy domestic players. Wu Yixi's proposal was approved by Su Yang, doubling the scale. As for the games on the Switch, there was no rush. After all, it had only been released for a short time. With so many games, even if players got tired of them, it would take at least a year, especially with games like King of Fighters, Dino Crisis, and Metal Slug included. Therefore, there was no need to update the games. Finally, there was Chaoyang Studio. Seeing that several studios had tasks to handle, they seemed to have nothing after making a subway parkour game. Moreover, the subway parkour was a single-player game. Although it was a buyout, it still earned quite a bit. But compared to Crossfire, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Players would quickly tire of such games. Among Fei Yang's 4 studios, theirs was the most downcast, with few people and revenue that couldn't even match the first 2 studios' leftovers. Zhao Wen felt helpless. During this time, President Su was very busy and seemed to have forgotten about Chaoyang's studio, which had only released a mediocre single-player game in the past 6 months without any follow-up. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Su Yang mention Chaoyang's studio. He immediately sat up straight, eager to hear what President Su had to say. I've been busy with these few games lately and have neglected Chaoyang a lot. Your employees should be free now, right? Su Yang asked. Zhao Wen chuckled. How could they be busy? While people from other studios worked overtime every day, they left right on time. They also wanted to work overtime, but there were no shifts available. Working overtime at Feiyang meant double pay, and there were various benefits after the extra hours. The people under him also wanted to work overtime, but there was no opportunity. Moreover, once a game was completed, there would be bonuses, and if the performance was good, bonuses would come every month. The salary of a team leader from the neighboring Linlang studio was already comparable to his as a manager. Just right, I have fewer tasks on hand now, and I've prepared a game. I think it would be more suitable for you to work on it. Zhao Wen's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, what game is it? They finally had a game to work on, no longer having to sit idle every day. President Su was still thinking of them. Su Yang's assistant, Bai Jing, swiped the screen. It's this one. Upon seeing the image, Zhao Wen frowned. Another chibi version. I plan to call it Tian Tian Ku Pao. It's a running classification game. This? Zhao Wen didn't speak, but Bai Zhanfei beside him asked, Old Su, we already made a parkour game before, and now there's another one. Isn't that making two similar games? Zhao Wen nodded, he thought the same. Su Yang shook his head. This is not two similar games. Tian Tian Ku Pao is a large-scale online game. Hearing the words large-scale online game, Yuan Lingyun, the deputy manager of Linlang Studio, looked over. Shouldn't we be the ones to make this? He then asked, President Su, wasn't the large-scale online game supposed to be made by us during the initial planning? As soon as he spoke, Zhao Wen became anxious and quickly said to Yuan Lingyun, this is the game President Su gave us. Why are you trying to snatch it? Besides, this is clearly a mobile game. Why are you making a fuss? They finally had a game, and unexpectedly, Yuan Lingyun popped up out of nowhere. This guy had a dark expression. Did he really want to be like Li Kuei? Alright, Su Yang said with a smile. This game is more suitable as a mobile game, so you don't need to compete. Thank you, President Su. Zhao Wen cast a grateful glance. Su Yang then said, this game cannot fail. When I'm less busy, I will come over to see how you are doing. This is a large-scale online game, and the balance must be done well. In terms of monetization, it shouldn't be too excessive. The player's experience should be the priority. Zhao Wen nodded at what Su Yang said, promising that they would do well. Okay, the meeting is over. Zhao Wen, come to my office later, I still have some source code and ideas. Alright, President Su. After the meeting, Zhao Wen followed Su Yang to the conference room to take the main data. However, at this moment, Bai Zhanfei was a bit confused. Old Su, our computer game market hasn't expanded yet. Why are we heading towards mobile games? Not just Bai Zhanfei, but game companies in this world were not paying much attention to mobile games. Most were single-player games. The recent Subway Surfers, in the eyes of most players, was just a time-wasting game. Su Yang shook his head. You're behind the curve on this. Ha! Bai Zhanfei was puzzled. What did he mean by being behind the curve? What was Su Yang talking about? After sitting down, Su Yang explained to Bai Zhanfei, in life, does everyone have a computer? Bai Zhanfei shook his head. Even though the economic level had risen, it was still impossible for everyone to have a computer. At most, 60% of people had computers, which was already a significant achievement. What about mobile phones? Bai Zhanfei paused for a moment, realizing that mobile phones were a necessity. Nowadays, how could anyone not have a mobile phone? Even the elderly had started using smartphones. It could be said that everyone had a mobile phone. The mobile phone market is quite large. If we're going to do it, we should be the first to take the plunge. Can competitions only be held on computers? Since both mobile phones and computers can connect to the internet, why can't we hold gaming competitions on mobile phones? Moreover, mobile phones are more convenient, and the number of players will be greater. Can you play computer games while riding the subway? Under Su Yang's series of probing questions, Bai Zhanfei also began to see the benefits of mobile gaming. We're just getting started. There's still a long way to go. Right now, domestic game developers haven't even paid attention to mobile games. They haven't even figured out computer games yet. How can they think about making mobile games? Just wait and see. Once Endless Running comes out, you'll know the strength of this game. Bai Zhanfei nodded in a daze. Su Yang was no stranger to this game. So for the second mobile game, he planned to create Endless Running. At that time, it was the best mobile game, especially in its early stages. Everyone in his class was playing it. The initial characters only had double jumps and gliding. They were having a blast. especially when the triple jump characters were released later. That marked the beginning of the game's peak. To achieve a high score, he even bought a triple jump character. His first triple jump character, the Golden Gun Boy, was especially important because he could earn coins to purchase it. Back then, everyone was saving diamonds to draw for a better character or mount in the store. However, the game later changed. Previously, scoring millions was considered high, but later, there were scores in the billions. It was simply outrageous. Heavy spending ruined a game. Therefore, he didn't want the game he was about to create to be ruined by excessive spending. That was a beautiful memory for him. He still remembered the joy he felt when he broke a record. Once, he had incredible luck and drew the sugar white tiger. He was excited for several days. Before he had the sugar white tiger, he envied those who had the bird uncle, but when he drew the sugar white tiger, he felt disdain. He later drew several mounts he had wanted, but none matched the joy of drawing the sugar white tiger. Especially during the bike era, he wished for a bike. The bike paired with the Superboy was simply dominant in that version, but as versions changed, it faded from view. Regardless, this game carried his memories, and he certainly wouldn't squander it. His next plan was to accumulate some prestige. He could have quickly built up enough prestige for the next draw, but he directly bought a version of Endless Running. Now he was far from that goal and could only wait for QQ Racing to come out before drawing again. He hoped the next draw would yield League of Legends. This way, esports would begin to reach its peak. In his past life, there was no doubt that the most successful game in competitions was League of Legends. Its attention and popularity were the highest, and it had stood strong for so many years, showcasing its strength. Because in this game, even if you didn't spend a penny, it wouldn't affect your gaming experience. The only thing that would be affected was other players. There were some criticisms, but that was due to the designers. However, now that he was in charge of operating this game, it certainly wouldn't be like that. Listening to you, I understand now. Let's grow bigger and stronger and create brilliance again. Bai Zhanfei said with a smile. Should I get you an AK, and you can get me a shotgun? Su Yang joked. What? Bai Zhanfei was momentarily confused about what Su Yang meant. Nothing, you go back to your work. Alright, Bai Zhanfei then left Su Yang's office. Su Yang continued with his work. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. There were only 5 days left until the release of QQ Speed. Unexpectedly, players did not wait for QQ Speed, but instead for the legendary costumes. On this day, Linlang Studio announced that the legendary costumes had been completed. The champion costume of the two-time champion Wen Ziyuan was also revealed on this day. According to his request, he wanted to be a warrior who could stand alone. He wanted to stand before thousands of players, becoming their solid shield. Although this sounded a bit juvenile, just imagine, it was still quite impressive. For this costume skin, Linlong's designers had a headache for several days. In the end, Su Yang gave her a few pointers, and they finally created this costume. It depicted a general. In the promotional artwork, he wore armor, and his equipment was already battered. In one hand, he held a staff of judgment, and in the other, a flag, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood, on the horizon at dusk. Further in the distance was a capital city. The general-like figure in the poster gazed towards the distant capital under the twilight. From the poster, it looked quite good, but it posed a challenge for modeling and special effects. As is well known, original art and modeling do not always get along, and it was the same here with Fei Yang. At Su Yang's suggestion, the special effects were changed to blood ink. This way, it conveyed the brutality of the battlefield without being overly gory. He certainly didn't want to get reported by his parents. The final effect turned out well. Both the modeling and special effects were impressive, especially when wielding the Staff of Judgment. It looked even more striking. To compensate for the previous champion not having a skin, this time, when Ziyuan was given a little compensation, as long as he donned this costume, he would also have the Staff of Judgment. Of course, this was just the warrior's costume. There were also those for mages and Taoists. Their requirements were much simpler, and the designers found it easier to create than the warriors. The mage's costume was like a jade fairy, pure and elegant. The Taoists was similar, easy to make, and to compensate them, the large dog they summoned would also have special effects. Fei Yang did not plan to release them one by one. The champion skins from the Crossfire World Championship would also be released on time. The day after they were completed, Linlang announced this on the official website. Especially, 3 posters were also released simultaneously. In an instant, legendary players exclaimed, the new year was approaching, and they didn't expect to celebrate it early as legendary players. These 3 costume skins were of epic quality, meeting the expectations of most players, especially for the warrior and mage. In Legend, most female players played as mages, and this costume skin attracted them. Therefore, after the skins were released the next day, although there were fewer mage players than warriors, the purchase volume for mages surprisingly led by a wide margin. one couldn't help but marvel at the power of female players. It should be noted that the prices of these skins were not low, selling for 128, and they were sold directly. There were no such expensive items in Legend. Thus, the players' enthusiasm remained high, especially for the warrior with the Staff of Judgment. Everyone had one, with the staff in hand, who was short on cash. Although the Staff of Judgment was no longer that rare, it was still the favorite weapon of warrior players. Therefore, this time the release of legendary costume skins once again significantly increased the number of players in Legend. Players who had switched back from Crossfire also returned to Legend, wandering around the Mafala continent. However, while the legendary costume skins were released, Crossfire did not have any. This left Crossfire players quite unhappy. Their competition was behind them, so why did their legendary skins come out first while the skins for Crossfire were still silent? They just hadn't vented their frustrations online yet. But that afternoon, Lin Lang released the news. The skins for Crossfire had already been made and would be on sale the next day. This instantly excited the players of Crossfire. They had been waiting for the skins for over a month, and now they finally arrived. They just didn't know what the skins would look like, especially since these skins were on par with the Fire Qilin and Thunder God. They were epic level skins. Just thinking about it made them a little excited. Lin Lang also announced that 5 skins had been made, each designed by one of the 5 champion players from the Summit AK team, totaling 5 skins for sale. Upon hearing this news, the players couldn't stop smiling. They didn't expect that this time there would be 5 skins, and it was Fei Yang who made them. Soon, the next day arrived, and the time for the skin release came. Among the 5 skins were the AK-47 rifle, M4A1 rifle, AWM sniper rifle, Desert Eagle pistol, and Nepalese knife as a melee weapon. Each of the 5 chose their favorite weapon for the skin. Su Yang also made some adjustments and took out a divine weapon as a skin. Otherwise, with just a month, there would have been no time to create these 5 skins. Quickly, the skins went live in the game. A large number of players entered the game, eager to see what Lin Lang's skins looked like. First up was the AK, which most players had, so naturally, they wanted to know what this skin they could buy looked like. AK-47, Shadow M4A1 Black Knight AWM Heavenly Dragon Desert Eagle Bajurat Nepalese Knife Dragon Slayer. Upon seeing these 5 skins, players were momentarily stunned. They were just too cool. All 5 were top-tier skins, completely comparable to the Fire Qilin and Thunder God. However, to highlight the Thunder God and Fire Qilin skins, he also modified the attributes of these 5 skins. Especially for Azura, he removed the dagger. If the Thunder God didn't have a stock, why should Azura have a dagger? The prices were set according to the prices from his previous life, as these were, after all, epic-level skins like the Fire Qilin. Naturally, they had to be a bit higher. The rifles were all priced at 888, while the pistols and knives were 488. This price wasn't too high for most people, but being able to buy skins of this level was definitely not expensive. It's worth noting that some people had opened hundreds of skin boxes without ever getting a skin like the Fire Qilin. Now, they could spend less than 1,000 yuan to buy skins of this quality. Fei Yang was truly generous. The 5 from Summit AK also only mentioned their needs initially. They had no way to intervene in how the skins were made, so they didn't know what these 5 skins looked like. Today, they were at an internet cafe, wanting to see what the skins looked like. After all, these were their skins, especially since they were called over that day to provide a signature. Of course, there were professionals guiding them on how to sign. This was a signature aimed at all Crossfire players, so it couldn't be too low-key. Thus, under guidance, they happily signed their names. They also awaited the moment of the skin release. After seeing Shadow, Lu Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. The quality was indeed good, but he still preferred using the Fire Qilin. However, the others didn't think much about it, especially Zhang Yuming, who thought the Heavenly Dragon looked truly imposing. He particularly loved the design of the Dragon Pearl in the scope. After the 5 bought the skins, they also tried them out. The feel was really nice. After the skin was released, sales began to rise sharply. Fei Yang had mentioned that this batch of skins would only be sold twice within a year, once at the launch and once 6 months later. The sales period was limited to just 7 days. As a champion skin, how could such high-quality skins be permanent? Therefore, players were frantically purchasing them. Those with financial means bought all 5 skins without a hint of hesitation. Those who couldn't afford that still bought skins for their favorite weapons. In just half a day, over 1 million players had made purchases, once again breaking the daily sales record for Crossfire. Online reviews for these skins were overwhelmingly positive, with very few negative comments. Even if there were any, they mostly complained about the excessive release frequency. With the surge in popularity for Crossfire, by the 3rd day, QQ Speed also officially launched its sales. After a month, the total number of reservations for QQ Speed had reached 300 million, with Feiyang game players accounting for 2/3 of that number. The remaining players were those who had never played a Feiyang game before, but they all enjoyed racing games. Thus, the arrival of QQ Speed would undoubtedly attract a large number of players from other games. This was undoubtedly good news for Feiyang, especially since most of these racing players were from Goose Factory. Previously, Goose Factory had a racing game, but it was a single-player game with a hefty price tag of 268. Naturally, after playing a game for too long, one would lose interest, but this time Feiyang was promoting a large-scale online game. On the third day, the game officially began its sales. At this moment, not only the QQ Speed project team from Linlang Studio was watching, but also companies with racing games were paying attention to the developments, especially Goose Factory, who feared that Feiyang's move would directly ruin one of their games. They could only hope that Feiyang's game would turn out to be terrible, but that hope was too slim. Since Feiyang started making games, they had never released a low-quality game. Linlang Studios' games were even more so, and both of their games had been hits. Even if this one was subpar, it wouldn't be too far off. It's starting. The time had come to 10 o'clock, and at this moment, whether in internet cafes or elsewhere, people were waiting, ready to download QQ Speed. Yang Qi was one such player who loved racing games. His passion for cars had reached an obsessive level, especially at the moment he turned 18. He rushed to get his driver's license. In reality, he could identify any car's specifications at a glance. He was also well-versed in top-tier racing cars. However, due to an accident, he suffered physical injuries and no longer had the chance to drive. Subsequently, he became enamored with racing games. However, most online games focused on configurations, which he felt diminished the fun of gaming. He had heard of Feiyang Game Company last year and had previously reserved Crossfire, but since it wasn't his type of game, he stopped playing after a few months. He had left a message on Feiyang's official website, hoping they would create a racing game. Feiyang's reputation in the gaming industry was excellent, and the quality of their games was consistently good. If they made a racing game, it would surely be great. To his surprise, a few months after he made the suggestion, Feiyang announced they were indeed preparing to make a racing game. This made him ecstatic. He would finally get to play a racing game produced by Feiyang. So, he woke up early today, waiting for the game's release. As soon as the time arrived, he immediately started downloading the game. Upon entering the game, a youthful and beautiful girl appeared before him. "Hello, racer. My name is Little Orange." Looking at such a cute girl, he felt that this game couldn't really be as Linlang said, it must be a casual game. He didn't want that, he wanted to play racing, but he continued on, following the instructions, and arrived at the racetrack. Following Little Orange, he smoothly completed the beginner's tutorial. The drift design is really nice. After finishing the tutorial, he said with satisfaction. Sure enough, after completing it, he entered the official game. He clicked to start the game and entered a room. He was the last person to enter the game room, and after going in, he clicked to prepare. The host immediately started the race. He hadn't even seen what room he had entered, and it was already starting? But fortunately, he had just easily completed the beginner's tutorial, feeling that this would be very simple. Once inside, he also saw the map, Old Street Pipeline. The map was square, which looked very simple. This first round should be easy. As the countdown ended, the 6 novice racers dashed out. When they reached the first turn, he executed a perfect drift, leaving the others behind. The others crashed into walls or overshot, doing a full 360-degree drift. He had nitrous, which he used to launch forward. By the time he finished the first lap, he had left the others far behind. As he was about to finish the second lap, he could already see the last place. Finally, halfway through the third lap, he caught up with the second place. He actually lapped the second place. He took first place, and when the countdown ended, the second place hadn't even returned. During the results, he was the only one left holding a big champagne bottle to celebrate. After finishing this round, he was still craving more. This is quite fun. He clicked to prepare again, but the others in the room directly quit. However, after they left, others quickly joined the room again. He raced the Old Street Pipeline again and took first place. This was so exhilarating. The feeling of drifting and the nitrous boost was much better than the games he had played before. The only downside was that after each round, everyone he played with would quit, which left him speechless. After playing a few more rounds, he had become quite skilled, almost able to complete 3 laps without hitting a wall. So, Yang Qi decided to try a new map this time. He saw a map with many turns. City 11, only 3-star difficulty, just right for me to try. Saying this, he switched the map to City 11 and decisively started the game. This time, he found it a bit challenging, crashing into walls several times along the way. However, he still managed to take first place. On a 2-lap map, he could lap the last place, who crashed into walls at every turn. After finishing this round, the people in the room, just like in the previous rounds, all exited the room, which left him somewhat speechless. Don't they have any spirit of the game? Why quit so quickly? He was also immersed in the game. On the other side, in Su Yang's office, with the release of the new game, Bai Zhanfei was also there. In 3 hours, old Su, the number of registered users has already reached 50 million. Especially in the last hour, it has risen sharply. Do you think it's possible to break 100 million today? Bai Zhanfei said conservatively. After all, they had never made this type of game and didn't know how the audience would respond. Not difficult. By evening, it will be another peak period. Bai Zhanfei nodded, unable to deny Su Yang's statement. However, I'm curious, for such a large game, what are your charging items? He also looked at the game. It seemed that the charging items were just selling cars, but how much profit could selling cars really bring? Cars are just a part of it. The biggest part will be costumes. Costumes? Would the costumes in this game have any bonuses? But he knew Su Yang well. He would definitely create items that affect game balance. So why would costumes become one of the sources of income for the game? And listening to old Su, it seemed to be an important channel. Su Yang said lightly, because I've joined a couple system in QQ Speed. You really know how to play. Bai Zhanfei gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Costumes that look good would definitely attract female players, and with the couple system, it would excite the boys even more. Get ready to witness Fei Yang's third blockbuster game. The next day, the data for QQ Speed was quickly released. Su Yang sat together with the people from the Linlang studio. Strictly speaking, Su Yang didn't participate much in the production of this game. Most of it was done by the team below. So, Yuan Lingyun was very excited this time. He was fully responsible, and he had perfectly executed what Su had given him. Sure enough, the first day's data was already out. The number of registrations on the first day reached 190 million. He had never seen such data in his life. Previously, he had worked as a director in a small company, but due to some unreasonable demands from the boss, he resigned. He happened to see that Fei Yang was hiring, and without thinking, he came here. At that time, Fei Yang had just released the legendary blockbuster free game, which piqued his interest in Fei Yang. At the same time, he wanted to make a big impact at Fei Yang. Now, with QQ Speed under his control, it successfully launched, and the first day's data reached a height he had never dreamed of. Su Yang looked at the data, nearly 200 million online players. At the beginning, he hadn't released any costumes, just some ordinary ones. However, Yuan Lingyun suggested to Su Yang to add a lottery feature. This kind of gameplay generally doesn't exist in this world, but there was a prototype, just within the game, and it didn't require spending money. Last time he went to Zhao Wen's site to see how they did Daily Cool Run, there was a lottery feature in it. He felt this was good and could be used in his game, so he mentioned it to Su Yang, who agreed to his request. However, since this lottery event was introduced, the channels for players to earn points should be increased. Let players choose between grinding and spending. If they don't have time but want it, they can buy it. Otherwise, they can grind for it. After all, they are a free game. They can't let players say they've changed their original intention. But now they have already made a lot of money. However, what gave Yuan Lingyun a headache was how to create such channels. Su Yang directly provided a plan. Can't they draw from other games events? Not to mention far away, even Crossfire has it. Crossfire has at least one Saturday afternoon every month with double experience, or even triple experience. During holidays, there are even 5 times or 10 times experience. QQ Speed could certainly do the same, and even do it better. As long as players log in during the specified time, they can earn a certain amount of points and limited time good cars. Su Yang still remembered how he searched everywhere for internet cafes for that event. At that time, if you arrived late, there wouldn't even be a spot in the internet cafe. But he still remembered receiving so many points and that bumblebee for a month. So Su Yang directly asked Yuan Lingyun to organize such an event, just in 10 days or a month. This activity can also increase the daily active users of the game. Players can receive a large amount of points and good cars just by logging in. Right now, they have only released B-class cars, and there are no plans for A-class cars yet. The game needs to be developed slowly. A steady approach is the best way to operate. Moreover, since the players are just starting to engage with the game, even if they are given good cars, they won't be of much use. After learning all this from Su Yang, Yuan Lingyun left feeling quite satisfied. He was ready to make a move. He even selected a nice car to include in the event. Meanwhile, online, a large number of players were expressing their opinions. Fei Yang's QQ Speed is so much fun, I unknowingly got hooked for a whole day. After practicing all day, I finally managed to return to the finish line before the countdown ended. The person above is just a noob, this is so simple, I can easily come in first. What map are you running? Old Street Pipeline, isn't that simple? Come on, I was running on a map that requires a medium license. What are you playing? What's a license? Brothers, look, I bought a 7-day B-class racing car, Excellence, it runs so smoothly. I now declare that Excellence is the king of B-class cars. Stop bragging, Razor is the real god. If you don't believe it, come and challenge me, you won't even be able to drift. Is no one discussing Bumblebee? I saw that car and bought it immediately. Starting today, the internet is filled with posts and videos about QQ Speed. It's only the second day, and game streamers have already started transitioning to QQ Speed. Feiyang has always been permissive about game streaming. If you stream well, Feiyang might even certify you. This certification is not easy to obtain, only top streamers can get it. This certification also brings some benefits to the streamers. Now that there are too many streamers for Crossfire and Legend, those without prospects have started switching games. QQ Speed has only been released for 2 days, and they are all at the same starting line, so there is naturally an opportunity. Now it depends on who has more talent in this area and who puts in more sweat and effort. The popularity of QQ Speed Online has made the folks at Goose Factory quite unhappy. Goose Factory game headquarters in a conference room, General Manager Lin and others were sitting there, holding a meeting. How is the data for our game now? General Manager Lin asked. The game's designer and operations manager were sitting there. The operations manager shook his head helplessly and said, very poor. Since the afternoon of the day before yesterday, the number of online users has started to decline, and when QQ Speed was released, it dropped sharply. As of now, the daily active users have decreased by 2/3, and it continues to decline steadily. Even though we have launched a very good event, it still can't withstand the loss of players. After hearing the operations manager's words, General Manager Lin gritted his teeth. Feiyang, every time they release a game, it attracts a large number of their players away. If they are given a few more years, wouldn't all the players from Goose Factory end up over there? This is intolerable. They must take some countermeasures now, or else everyone in the gaming circle will really think Goose Factory is easy to bully. At this moment, the designer spoke up. General Lin, I have a question. What is it? Speak. It's about the name of their game. Why is it called QQ Speed? QQ is our communication software. Did they get our permission to use it? General Manager Lin did not speak, but a middle-aged man in a black suit next to him spoke up. You may not know me. I am from the legal department. I am here today specifically for this matter. Regarding Feiyang's use of our communication software's name, this will constitute infringement, and we will strike back hard. Like this. Soon, on the 4th day after the release of QQ Speed, the Goose Factory issued a notice. Players rushed to check it out, wanting to know what trouble they were causing this time. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a legal notice. They filed a lawsuit against Feiyang and sent a lawyer's letter. After seeing this, players were left both amused and exasperated. The Goose Factory couldn't handle it and resorted to this. However, to create a buzz, the Goose Factory even had a well-known online influencer speak about the matter. They claimed it was an online influencer, but in reality, it was just a lackey of the Goose Factory. Just like a certain official scribe of the Football Association, the Goose Factory's legal team was known as the Pizza Hut, so they couldn't be unaware of this situation. This approach was meant to spark discussion among players. Thus, Feiyang and QQ Speed got dragged into it, shifting player attention from the release of QQ Speed to the fact that they used the Goose Factory's communication software's name. However, under their post, there were only insults directed at them, all from people who had played QQ Speed. What garbage, trying to pick a fight with Feiyang. You can sue for this? I'm impressed. Are you all just bored? Isn't it just a name? Did we copy your game? Why didn't you issue a statement when you copied Feiyang's game before? This is ridiculous, not worthy of being a leading game company in the country, truly pathetic. I just wonder, Feiyang is doing fine making games. Are you all just idle? With this time, you should pay more attention to player needs. Of course, it was unclear whether these were Goose Factory's hired commenters or just fans acting as neutral parties discussing the matter. I think this is Feiyang's mistake. Couldn't they have chosen a different name? Why stick with this one? They probably wanted to ride on the Goose Factory's QQ coattails, so they chose this name. After these comments surfaced, other players were left bewildered. Are you joking? Riding on the Goose Factory? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Does Feiyang's game even need to ride on someone else's coattails? Who can compete with Crossfire in the country? How much are you getting paid to post this comment? I'm short on cash lately. After the Goose Factory issued this announcement, a huge uproar erupted online. On the other side, Feiyang also received a lawyer's letter. Bai Zhan hurriedly came to Su Yang. Old Su, what should we do? He had initially thought using this name was too risky, but Su Yang had said it was fine, so he didn't worry about it. He didn't expect the Goose Factory to take it seriously and claim it infringed on their rights. However, when he entered and saw Su Yang's calm demeanor, without a hint of panic, he felt reassured. Su Yang said slowly, "What do you mean, what should we do?" "It's the lawyer's letter from the Goose Factory, they want to sue us," Bai Zhanfei said. "Isn't it just a lawyer's letter? What's the big deal? Does this even have legal effect? Can't just any lawyer do this?" Su Yang wasn't worried at all. "So they want to sue us? Let them sue. Don't we have our own legal team now? Why should we be afraid of them?" Seeing Su Yang so confident, Bai Zhanfei had nothing more to say. He surely had his own methods, but really, it was just a name. What could they do to him? Not to mention the possibility of losing the case. Even if they did lose, the losses wouldn't be significant. Because of this matter, the local relevant departments also took notice of them. After all, Feiyang was now a leading enterprise in the area, which was a political achievement for the higher-ups, so they naturally wanted to quell this issue first. They even sent someone to check if they needed help. Su Yang agreed, so this matter would be handled quickly. After a few days of fermentation, especially with the promotion from the Goose Factory, the internet was flooded with such posts. Some people even labeled Feiyang as a plagiarist, which left Su Yang both amused and exasperated. These people really didn't know how to think. How could they stick a plagiarism label on it? What about the Goose Factory's previous actions? Was that copying? However, Su Yang didn't pay attention to the online matters. Feiyang had its own players defending it online, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the trolls hired by the Goose Factory. A few days later, the Goose Factory officially filed a lawsuit against Feiyang Game Company. The date was set for a hearing in 7 days. Since it was their lawsuit, the home court advantage was theirs, but Su Yang wasn't flustered. Let the first defeat of the so-called Pizza Hut start with Feiyang. Soon, the day of the hearing arrived. In President Lin's office, the same group of people was present, but a few members from the legal department had been added. "How is everything prepared?" President Lin asked. "No problems, we have gathered all the evidence we need," said a person dressed in black. "That's good. This time, we must show them what we're made of. How dare they use our name? Let's teach them a lesson," President Lin said confidently. After all, the Goose Factory's legal team had never lost a case since its establishment. A small Feiyang, which had been founded for less than 2 years, how could they compete? "Rest assured, President Lin, this time we will make them understand what the Goose Factory's legal team is capable of." Soon, the day arrived. Because this case had a wide impact and involved 2 major gaming companies, the Goose Factory made a suggestion. After discussions with Feiyang, it was decided that the case would be conducted in a live-stream format, broadcasting the entire process. Once this matter was resolved, the online uproar would subside. Players wouldn't have to wait for the final verdict. As soon as the live stream ended, they would know who won and who lost. The Goose Factory even posted a message about this, piquing players' interest. Such a format for a hearing was rare, and no one expected it to be like this time. But this was exactly what the players wanted, especially those supporting Feiyang. They hoped to see the Goose Factory's legal team take a hit during the live stream. That would be the best outcome. At the same time, they were worried about Feiyang's legal team, as they had been established for less than 2 years. Did they even have their own legal team? Fortunately, Feiyang issued a statement assuring players that they had their own legal team and would not disappoint their supporters. Players just had to wait for the live stream a few days later. Feiyang's legal team, along with Bai Zhanfei, also arrived at the Goose Factory. This time, Su Yang didn't come. He had a lot of things to deal with and simply couldn't spare the time. He could only send Bai Zhanfei over. However, he had already arranged this in advance, and after hearing Su Yang's words, Bai Zhanfei felt more confident. The online live stream began that day. On this day, after the live stream started, a large number of players flooded into the streaming room, eager to see the lawyers from both sides go head-to-head. In just half an hour, tens of millions of viewers tuned in, nearly overwhelming the streaming room. As the time arrived, with the judge's words, the hearing officially began. The Goose Factory's lawyer first rambled on, stating that Feiyang had used the name of one of their communication software without their consent. This constituted infringement, and they had profited from it. Therefore, they demanded that Feiyang rename the game and wanted 30% of Feiyang's QQ speed earnings from the past few days. As soon as they finished speaking, not only did Feiyang refuse, but the viewers watching the live stream were also momentarily stunned. How much? These days, 30%? That's outrageous. Why don't you just rob them? What a ridiculous statement. Recently, Feiyang's QQ speed has been quite profitable, as players have become familiar with the game mechanics and started purchasing cars in the shop. Since there are no permanent cars, everyone is buying them in installments. This way, players end up buying several cars to switch between. Coupled with outfits, players who are fond of the game will also make purchases. Thus, QQ Speed's revenue has increased recently. And now, the Goose Factory actually wants 30% of their earnings. This is simply absurd. Su Yang, who was watching the live stream, was astonished. What a greedy demand. The live chat was filled with comments. I can't believe my ears. How much do they want? 30% of the revenue? Goose Factory, have you lost your mind? Why do you want the entire game? Even though it's daytime, they must not be sleeping, so no daydreaming for them. The Goose Factory has once again lowered my expectations of them. Just 2 words. They actually want 30% of the revenue. Next time, if a game from any company has Goose in its name, can they just sue and demand half the revenue? Regarding their demands, Bai Zhanfei clenched his fists. How shameless to ask for so much, but now is the time to fight back. He signaled to the lawyer beside him. When the judge allowed them to speak, Fei Yan's lawyer also took the floor. First of all, I want to clarify that we have never used their name. Secondly, we refuse to pay the compensation they are demanding. We have not infringed on their rights. He then presented a document. Our Fei Yan Game Company has already mentioned in our promotions that our game is a chibi-style game. Of course, the full name of our game is Chibi Characters, Chibi Props Racing. Therefore, we have no connection whatsoever with your communication software. As soon as he finished speaking, the opposing lawyer was stunned. Can it be played this way? After over a decade of lawsuits, this was the first time he encountered such a defense. When the judge allowed him to speak, he didn't even know what to say. At this moment, the live chat was filled with laughter. The Goose Factory's legal department, which had been strong for so many years, was finally at a loss, and the netizens enjoyed watching them falter. In the end, after reviewing the materials, the judge immediately ruled that Fei Yan's QQ speed did not constitute infringement. Wasn't this obvious? Just 2 words, and you want 30% of their earnings from these days. It was already unreasonable. The judge also understood that QQ speed had been very popular recently, with 30% of the revenue nearing 100 million. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't rule against them for just 2 words, leading to a judgment of nearly 100 million. After Su Yang saw the result, he closed the live stream and stopped paying attention to the matter. This kind of wordplay, the other side might not even be able to outsmart him. Just like in his previous life, when a well-known basketball was used by a domestic company, the defendant's lawyer directly stated that they were using a ping-pong paddle, effectively silencing the opposing lawyer for 3 seconds. Such a lawsuit was impossible to win. When he thought of this name, he had already considered it, so he had mentioned it in the promotions. This time, the Goose Factory became a joke online. The plaintiff not only lost the case but also tarnished their own reputation. He wondered what those people at the Goose Factory were thinking. He was even more curious about the psychological shadow on the opposing lawyer when Fei Yan's lawyer made that statement. The next day, Su Yang returned, entering with a smile. Old Su, I've never felt this vindicated in my life. It was truly satisfying. Just a few words from our lawyer left the opposing lawyer speechless. Of course, you wouldn't think I would make such a low-level mistake, would you? I originally wanted to catch a fish, but unexpectedly, I caught a big one. This time, they not only lost the lawsuit but also lost face. The two laughed for a long time in the office. However, because of this incident, the number of registered users for QQ Speed increased significantly. The online user count directly surpassed 200 million. This was quite a substantial influx of traffic. After this incident, Su Yang also called in Yuan Lingyun to prepare for an update. It turned out that the update time was abolished, which could stir the player's appetite. For this update, Yuan Lingyun planned to launch a lottery, along with a batch of costumes and a couple system. There were also other gameplay options, such as item races. The update was moved up by half a month, which made Yuan Lingyun a bit worried. Su Yang felt there wouldn't be any issues and told him to just go ahead. Soon, the next day, the Linlang studio announced that due to this incident, which took up some of the players' time, they were also preparing to update the version. The update was scheduled for tomorrow, at the usual time. Once this notice was sent out, the players were ecstatic. It was still Fei Yang, still Linlang, truly a conscientious effort. After praising Fei Yang, some people went to the Goose Factory to vent a few complaints. The issue with the name of the racing game was handled poorly by the Goose Factory, which was quite disappointing. They had no sense of bottom line, demanding a 30% share of the profits. What about the 30% share from Crossfire? There were also guns with Q in them. At this point, the Goose Factory reverted to its previous stance, playing dead. They wouldn't say anything, wouldn't respond, just waiting for the storm to pass before re-emerging. Soon, QQ Speed had its first version update since its release. Just like with Legend and Crossfire, players were very much looking forward to the first version update. Lin Lang continued Su Yang's approach, only stating that there would be an update without revealing what would be updated. Players would have to wait until the game was updated to see what exactly had changed. Now, players were accustomed to this method of updating. This approach created a sense of anticipation, much like unboxing a mystery box. You never knew what was inside. But every time Fei Yang updated, it managed to satisfy the players. Today, during the update, Yang Qi also got up early, waiting for the game to update. He was naturally familiar with Fei Yang's updates and had nothing much to say. When the time came, he quickly logged into the game to see what good things had been updated. After all, this was QQ Speed's first update. Over the past few days, he had become quite skilled at the game, having passed all his driving tests. He bought a month's worth of the Razor car and felt it was quite good. This feeling was something other cars lacked. As for costumes, he didn't even glance at them, as they weren't to his liking. They seemed flashy and had no practical use. Once he entered the game, there were indeed many updates this time. First, a new gameplay mode was introduced, which was the item race. Through the explanation, he understood what this item race was. It was quite a novel gameplay. Then, 2 new cars were launched, along with a bunch of costumes. Most importantly, this update introduced a lottery system, allowing players to draw prizes by consuming vouchers. It looked pretty good, as the grand prize was a choice of any B-class car, which could be a jackpot for some lucky players. Fei Yang was indeed conscientious to offer such an event. In other games, this would definitely require spending money. Getting something for free was absolutely impossible. Now, he still had some vouchers in his account and thought about trying his luck. After several attempts, he only got some ordinary rewards, which left him speechless. It seemed he wasn't one of the lucky ones anymore. He decided to stop and wait to renew his Razor subscription. As for the fashion, he didn't even glance at it. He knew that with Fei Yang's personality, wearing fashionable clothes was just for show. After all, didn't they say during the promotion that it was a game with lower competitiveness while also catering to casual play? He simply enjoyed the feeling of racing through the maps, the smooth drifts, the bursts of nitrous, and the collisions on the track. As for clothes, he didn't pay them any mind. These past few days, he saw others wearing all sorts of colorful outfits, while his character was just in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, dressed the simplest, but he ran like the wind. However, since a props race had come out, why not go play a bit? 3 minutes later, Yang Qi exited the room with a dark expression. What kind of people are these? Can't they just let him come in first? The jelly beans were all thrown at him, and running fast just made him a target, leaving him speechless. The most annoying thing was that turning item. He clearly pressed the left key, yet he drifted to the right. He still wasn't suited for this mode. The racing mode was where he truly belonged. With his headphones on, he created a racing room, and now, he began practicing on advanced maps. The difficulty was still too high, and he still enjoyed playing on the Akina Mountain map. To be honest, Akina Mountain is one of the 8 maps in racing games. If there wasn't a street racing game featuring it, he would find it strange. He created the room and waited for people to join. At this time, generally, no one would come to advanced map rooms. But there were still some, though he had to wait, which was just right for listening to music. He admired Su Zong for adding so many great songs to QQ Speed. Some songs could be found on music apps, but others couldn't. Unfortunately, the game didn't allow downloading songs. You could only listen to them in-game. The song he loved to listen to while racing was Unlimited Speed. It felt like he was on the track, full of passion, especially since he was driving a Razor. Overall, this update was pretty good, especially with the new cars. He now only liked driving the Razor and didn't even look at other cars. He would wait until a car faster than the Razor came out to talk about it. Yang Qi focused on playing while listening to music. Meanwhile, online, players were also sharing their opinions after an hour of experience. Fei Yang's update didn't disappoint us. Thumbs up for you. I'm very satisfied with this update. I like playing props races. My skills aren't great, so I can't outrun the front runners, but I can annoy you by throwing items, turning the original first place into second to last, and of course, I'm in last place. The cars that came out this time are also nice. I bought one for 7 days to try it out, and the performance is pretty good, but I didn't expect to win one in the lottery. You didn't expect much. Look, I got a car for half a year in one go. Are you envious? It's all trash. Just thinking about cars, I've already found a girlfriend. As he said this, he posted a picture. In this world, game accounts are real name registered. You have to register with your real name, and it has to be verified by the person. To play the game, you can only do it this way. There's no other option. When Su Yang designed the game, he also chose male and female genders. At first, when selecting gender, regardless of whether you were male or female, you could choose freely. But once you entered the game, in the privacy settings, there was a gender option you could choose to enable or disable. This information came from the real name registration, so it couldn't be faked. This way, you could see if the person on the other side was a girl or a burly man. The couple system was developed early because of this mechanism. Seeing the picture, players went wild in the comments under this player's post. You really should be ashamed. We're all discussing the game, and you're secretly looking for a partner. Is there a girl who wants to form a couple together? What kind of couple can a loser who hasn't even passed a mid-level driving test find? Regarding the newly updated couple system, players had no resistance at all. Due to the fashion aspect, it would definitely attract a large number of female players, and having this couple system was also a good choice. Now, when Feiyang updates online, it has taken up quite a bit of space, and the absurd actions of the Goose Factory have slowly begun to lose their heat. Players are no longer paying attention to this matter. They would rather spend that time playing a couple of games. After all, their reputation is poor. Players are just ignoring it, not forgetting it. One day, they can still be dragged out for a beating. They can't escape this dark history. Soon, the 24 hours after the version update were also out, especially the recharge amount, which was catching up to the day of release. In this lottery mode, players still couldn't help but participate and spend money. Most people held a lucky mindset, thinking that maybe they would win next time. But the issue of probability really depends on luck, and there aren't that many lucky people. At this moment, Yuan Lingyun opened the overall data. Mr. Su, the overall data for the 3 games of Linlang has come out. Let me take a look. Yuan Lingyun exported the data and handed it to Su Young. Mr. Su, please take a look. The screen displayed all the data for the 3 games so far. Among them, the data for Crossfire was far ahead. The 2 of them combined couldn't match it. Because Crossfire had other regions, the players from the other 7 regions combined were 3 times that of the Dragon Country region. Su Yang looked at the player distribution, where the ratio for Legend was 1:9, indicating that there were still few female players playing Legend. The ratio for Crossfire was better, surprisingly 2:8, which Su Yang hadn't expected. He knew there would definitely be a number of female players in Crossfire, but not at such a high ratio. Female players with good voices and decent skills were quite rare in Crossfire, of course, excluding voice changers. Finally, there was QQ speed, and according to recent statistics, the male-to-female ratio in this game had reached 3.5:6.5. This meant that among 100 players, there were 35 female players. This truly surprised Su Yang. However, most female players were drawn to the fashion aspect. As for the racing mode, there were definitely not many. Plus, the cars were styles that boys liked, and the initial cars were very focused on appearance. In the eyes of girls, perhaps these cars were a bit ugly. At this moment, Su Yang looked at the data and thought, should he release that game? Once that game was out, it would definitely make keyboard companies smile from ear to ear. That would be QQ Dance. In that era, those who ran internet cafes disliked QQ Dance players the most. This game was simply a keyboard destroyer, especially the enter key. After a few days of play, that key would be worn out. After pressing the up, down, left, and right keys, players would also habitually hit the enter key hard. This game also had a similar fashion aspect to QQ Speed. The codes were quite similar, and the fashions from there could be used here. But this would lead to a problem: game homogenization. So far, his games had never repeated, not even a little, whether in gameplay or other aspects. The code structure was completely different. Although the gameplay of Speed and Dance had no differences, in terms of fashion and characters, it was immediately noticeable. But there was no rush now. Take it slow. This world had no Shamate, and certainly no Zhang AI family. The Shamate of that era, didn't they like the game Dance, which was one of them? Although he had not experienced that era, there were siblings of appropriate age in the family at that time. He learned a little from their words. After reviewing the data, Su Yang closed the page. It's almost been a year since Crossfire, right? Su Yang asked. Yeah, it's almost a year, just half a month left, Yuan Lingyun replied. Unknowingly, a year had passed since Crossfire. Time really flies. Since it's almost a year, it should be time to arrange the anniversary celebration. The first anniversary celebration of Crossfire would bring players a wave of benefits. The original intention of Fei Yang's establishment was to create a free game, so of course, they had to provide some good benefits to the players. Lingyun, prepare for the anniversary celebration. Let's come up with a new mode. A new mode? What kind of mode? Yuan Lingyun asked. A new biochemical mode. You can come to my office later to pick it up. I already have a prototype. Yuan Lingyun nodded. Su Yang then returned to his office. This mode was one he had liked the most back then. That was the biochemical swordsman mode. When it first came out, he also fell in love with this mode, with new maps, new Terminators, and new hunters. Especially the effect after the demon swordsman slashed. It was simply stunning. Unfortunately, when he went back to play it in his past life, it had already been taken down by the official, which left him with a hint of regret. This time, he would release it during the first anniversary celebration of Crossfire. He was sure that players would also love this new mode. At the same time, he was preparing to introduce the Alien Terminator in the biochemical mode. It would definitely enhance the player's enjoyment once again. He could only think of so much for now, the rest would be left for others to ponder. He was preparing to create a new game. Lin Lang had just released QQ Speed, so there was no need for a new game for now. He was thinking about developing League of Legends, but it wasn't the right time yet. Players still didn't have a complete concept of esports, and there were too many games in hand. Such a game was suitable to be a trump card. Once League of Legends was released, it would surely elevate Feiyang to a new height. Instead, he could first release PUBG, also known as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. When this game came out, it instantly became a sensation across the internet. A large number of other game streamers switched to playing this game. Its popularity had even subtly overshadowed League of Legends. But unfortunately, in the end, due to cheating, this game lost its former glory. However, in this world, there were no cheats. Those who dared to create cheats were already eating the country's food. Some were even reduced to eating peanuts. Especially in large games, those who dared to create cheats that disrupt game balance would end up facing serious consequences. Therefore, PUBG would definitely be very popular in this world. After a few months or a year, they could start working on PUBG. In a world without cheats, this game would surely be a huge hit. After a while, Yuan Lingyun came over, and Su Yang gave him the data. He also briefed him on some important points regarding the Crossfire anniversary celebration. Benefits and such must be well prepared and substantial. After all, the game had a large scale, and now it was a global game. After the World Championship ended, another company came to Crossfire. The next World Championship would definitely require some rule changes. After Yuan Lingyun left, Su Yang began to ponder what the next game would be, a large-scale online game or something else? At this moment, he thought of an extremely popular game that had remained timeless: Minecraft. This game, abbreviated as MC, was a comprehensive sandbox game. From beta testing to release, it had been over 10 years. This game has won the love of players worldwide with its unique gameplay and deep gaming experience. Players remain immersed in it, whether in creative mode or survival mode. There are plenty of players involved, including some experts that Su Yang shakes his head at, finding them utterly ridiculous. Moreover, it is available on multiple platforms. You can play it on PC, mobile, and even consoles. As an infinite sandbox game, it has no limits, everything depends on your configuration. He initially wanted to test his computer's specs and didn't know how much TNT he set off. When he ignited it, the computer blue-screened. Fortunately, it didn't burn out, otherwise, he would have had to replace the graphics card. So, he must get this game made. However, there's no rush. This is a game that can turn the tide. Especially after launching on 3 platforms, the user base will be explosive. He checked the Reputation store and saw he could only buy 1 game, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Next, he would wait for the anniversary celebration of Crossfire and the release of Crazy Running. Time passed quickly. Just yesterday, he visited Zhaowen. Crazy Running was almost ready, probably just a month or 2 away from launch. By then, he could showcase the power of mobile gaming to domestic game developers. Soon, it was time for the first anniversary of Crossfire. During this half-month, Yuan Lingyun also began operations. The next day, he released the news. Crossfire was about to celebrate its anniversary, and Feiyang would have major moves, which was certainly good news for players. Every update is a great opportunity for players, especially for those who don't spend money. With each update, a few keys are given away, and for this anniversary celebration, there would likely be even more. Of course, it's not just that. Compared to the last legendary anniversary celebration, the rewards were quite generous. Naturally, players were thrilled. However, what excited them the most was the announcement that from 2 to 6 in the afternoon, there would be 10 times the experience, and kills wouldn't count. Previously, the highest was only 5 times experience, and that was only during the World Championship when Dengfeng AK won the championship, which was given to the entire server. Of course, only the Dragon Country division received 5 times. Other divisions only got 3 times. That's because their teams couldn't win the championship. In response, Feiyang also issued an announcement that whichever division's team won the championship would receive substantial rewards. 5 times experience was just one of them, and 10 keys would be given away, with the probability of obtaining boxes also increased during those 3 days. There were other rewards as well. Next time, there would be even richer rewards. Yuan Lingyun suggested that the championship division could buy the champion's skin at a 20% discount. Su Yang vetoed this, stating that rewards should be tangible, as a significant portion of players wouldn't buy that skin. Consideration had to be given to all players in the division. The news released online by Lin Lang excited many Crossfire players, as it meant they would have a better experience, especially since Lin Lang mentioned a new mode would be launched, which would be very fun. However, they only mentioned a biochemical mode, without specifying what it was. With the heated discussions among online players, the anniversary celebration of Crossfire arrived. The daily active users of Crossfire also began to rise, especially on this day, where it surged significantly. Dengfeng AK's 5-man team had also relaxed for a few days. Ever since Liu Xiaohua won the last championship, it opened the eyes of his family. His reputation spread, and his family was not just a little wealthy. Their family is even wealthier than Bai Zhanfei's, and they also own a company at home, which, although not yet listed, is on the verge of it. After learning about this, Liu Xiaohua's father personally came to the headquarters of Fei Yan Company to understand the specifics. However, Su Yang was busy at the time and only exchanged a few simple words. Liu Xiaohua's father indicated that he would come again later, as he had already caught a whiff of a business opportunity. To this end, he directly sponsored 5 people, giving each of them 300,000, of course, as a thank you to the other 4 for supporting his son during this time. Moreover, he found them a large house, allowing them to play games there, equipped with the best setups. Inside their room, son Shohei stretched lazily and looked at Lu Feng beside him. Lu Feng, what are you watching? I'm watching a blogger who plays Biohazard. Their skills are really impressive. Lu Feng was engrossed in the video. Turn up the volume. I want to see too. Lu Feng turned on the sound and opened a video. Hello, everyone, I'm your Zihua, and today is another episode of Ghost Knife. When it comes to which melee weapon is the simplest in Ghost Knife, in my opinion, it has to be the shovel. After watching, Sun Shaheo casually remarked, "What's so interesting about this? Isn't it exhilarating to knife a ghost in Terminator mode?" Lu Feng retorted, "I don't feel anything. I think one shot is much more satisfying. Can you hit a headshot with every shot? Pretty much, 7 out of 10 shots can hit. Among the 5 of us, your sniper skills are the worst. You should practice more. I'm an assault player. Why would I play sniper? Besides, aren't you also an assault player? Why play sniper? Are you trying to take Zhang Yuming's spot?" Lu Feng questioned. "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Yuming took off his headphones and leaned over to ask. He said he can't stand you and wants to duel. Lu Feng made a random remark. Not convinced? Let's have a one-on-one at New Year Square. We'll snipe each other in the middle. On that day, Su Yan also took a day off to relax. He had an appointment today with Liu Xiaohua's father, Liu Qidong, the captain of the Crossfire World Championship team. The last time he came, he asked a few questions, and Su Yang answered them quickly. Su Yang felt that Liu Qidong must have his own ideas and might have already seen the business opportunities here. A self-made man who has come this far is certainly not an ordinary person. His family is quite impressive. Although their industry has nothing to do with gaming, they have vision. The last time he visited, he asked several questions about Su Yang's future development in gaming. This time, he came to discuss these matters in detail. That is about the club, but at this stage, it is still not feasible. That would involve sponsorship. During the last Crossfire World Championship, how many people watched the matches? Over 1 billion people. Just mentioning it would bring immense traffic and unimaginable exposure for them. He must have seen this opportunity. Plus, the champion is from his son's team, so naturally, he has some ideas. At 10 in the morning, Liu Qidong arrived at Fei Yang Company with 2 or 3 people. Su Yang also met with him. "Mr. Liu, long time no see." Su Yang smiled and extended his hand. Liu Qidong shook hands with Su Yang, grinning. "Long time no see, how have you been?" Liu Qidong did not dare to underestimate this young man, who looked about the same age as his son, but the company he founded is even more impressive than his own. The revenue from a game could easily surpass his. Upon entering the conference room, it was still about the same matters as last time. "Mr. Su, regarding the questions I asked last time, I thought about them after I returned, and it truly is a rare opportunity. I came this time to ask how to proceed next." The 2 sides talked for 2 or 3 hours. In the end, Liu Qidong left Fei Yan with great satisfaction, his face beaming with smiles. This trip had been immensely rewarding. After Liu Qidong left, Bai Zhanfei returned, looking puzzled at Su Yang. "Who was that just now?" "The president of Wanting Company. The one who was the father of the champion team captain from the Crossfire World Championship?" Su Yang nodded. "What did he come for?" "His business has nothing to do with us. Why would a soda company want to discuss cooperation with us? He came to seek advice." This only deepened Bai Zhanfei's confusion. Seek advice on what? That guy was nearly 50. In terms of experience and life lessons, he was miles ahead of Su Yang and him. He had seen the rigid formalities at the dinner table when family members spoke with others. He usually couldn't understand 10 out of the conversations, which were all roundabout. Now, although he understood a bit more, he still felt lacking. Dealing with them, especially from an unrelated industry, left him wondering what Su Yang was thinking. Seeing by Zhanfei's expression, Su Yang chuckled, "Don't think too much, we won't cooperate with them. Even if we did cooperate, it wouldn't be like this." "You really have that idea? How would we cooperate with a soda company? Are we going to make a soda grenade in the game?" Su Yang nodded. "That's a good idea." By Zhanfei. "I'm not joking. It's about forming a team, and he came to ask about this." "Is that it? He could have just sent someone else. Did he really need to come in person?" Su Yang didn't respond and went back inside with Bai Zhanfei. By this time, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The Crossfire players were extremely excited. For the first time, there was 10 times the experience, and kills didn't count. This was a great opportunity to grind challenges. As long as they reached 80,000 points, they could just quit without needing to defeat the boss. It was simply fantastic. Of course, not everyone could have such good luck. The Silver Killer was still the favorite for those civilian players who loved playing Biohazard, and of course, challenges too. However, this time, with the new mode, players would also try the new mode. Lu Feng directly pulled the 4 of them to play a new mode. "I saw the introduction for this new Biohazard mode, and it looks really fun," Lu Feng said excitedly. All right, we'll play with you," they replied. Lu Feng chose a room, Desert Fortress, and after creating the room, it defaulted to this map. After a few minutes, Lu Feng was all smiles, having a blast. The Demon Swordsman was just too cool. The kill effect was clean and crisp. Not only that, but the Demon Swordsman could also block, which was quite unfair. However, with the Armored Terminator, it was too much. It even had its own control skills. Just as he was about to slice down Sun Shaheo's Armored Terminator, he unexpectedly used a skill to control himself, and with one heavy hit, he was gone. Fortunately, in the last few rounds, he transformed into the Demon Swordsman every time, able to take down the little ghost. After playing 2 more rounds, Lu Xiaohua decided to stop. He wanted to practice his skills. While talent was important, in the game, if you sweat even a drop less, you might end up missing a shot. Seeing that Lu Xiaohua was done, the others also decided to stop playing. After returning last time, Lu Xiaohua's father had seen them and gave them a bonus. They hadn't expected that this was like accompanying the prince to study. As for Lu Xiaohua, he still wanted to win the next competition. None of them had any issues. They were all graduates, so studying was no longer necessary. Now, they were thinking about this year's competition. Lu Xiaohua's father also supported them and said that he would reimburse all their expenses. They just needed to communicate anything with Lu Xiaohua. As the event was nearing its end, Lu Qidong also arrived at their location. He called them all over to ask for their opinions. Regarding Su Yang's suggestion to create a club and formalize the competition, he was not yet able to achieve that. However, he could take the initiative before others.